In contemporary society, the imbalance in the male-to-female ratio has further escalated to 10 to 1, making the care for the male vulnerable group an urgent matter. Experts suggest designating Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays as men's rights days. During this time, all male friends can freely allocate their time without the burden of work or obligations, a recommendation aimed at safeguarding the mental and physical well-being of men. Recently, the police dismantled a significant organized prostitution ring, rescuing 6 men who had suffered persecution. Given the extremely heinous nature of the crime, the organizers will face the death penalty. The stock price of Miracle Dragon Company has reached a new high. In the bustling metropolis, aboard the subway, G. Buffon deftly navigated his phone while carefully avoiding the unwelcome advances of some overly forward women. He politely declined several requests to connect on social media. Today marked the beginning of his internship, leaving him no time for frivolities. Shortly thereafter, G. Buffon emerged from the subway station, greeted by a rush of fresh air as he oriented himself towards an office building. While in the elevator of the building, his phone chimed. "Hello, classmate. I am Lin Muching, the owner of this company. Please introduce yourself briefly." Upon arriving at the company, G. Buffon was personally welcomed by the beautiful owner, Lin Muching, who found herself under his prolonged gaze. Classmate, please introduce yourself." Oh, my name is G. Buffon. I'm 20 years old, and I should be your husband." "What?" Lin Muching furrowed her brows, her face a portrait of astonishment. "You're Lin Muching, right? It must be correct. Check the Marriage Management 123 app on your phone." As G. Buffon spoke, he compared the photo on his phone with the woman before him. They were indeed identical. Scratching his head, he felt somewhat at a loss. Upon ascending the building, he had received a notification that the state had assigned him a spouse, and it turned out to be the owner of his internship company. What a coincidence! Upon hearing this, Lin Muching hurriedly picked up her phone from the desk and swiftly opened the Essential Marriage Management 123 app. Indeed, a new marriage notification appeared before her eyes. Instinctively, she attempted to decline, but the screen displayed a failure message. It was then she remembered that she had exhausted her 10 chances to refuse. "Classmate, please refuse. I cannot marry you," Lin Muching pleaded, her expression anxious and her tone tinged with desperation. "It's too late. I just clicked agree." With a smile, G. Buffon turned his phone screen towards Lin Muching, which clearly displayed the words "marriage successful." Simultaneously, Lin Muching's phone echoed the same notification. She sank into her chair, a sense of despondency washing over her. Noticing her reaction, G. Buffon cast a puzzled glance her way. Perhaps realizing that her response could lead to misunderstandings, Lin Muching quickly gathered her thoughts and began to explain. "Classmate, please do not misunderstand me. I harbor no ulterior motives. That it's merely that my company is currently facing dire financial straits, burdened with substantial loans, and I am unable to even provide a dowry. I fear that marrying me would only encumber you." This was the underlying reason. Upon hearing this, G. Buffon felt an increased fondness for Lin Muching. "It matters not. I am unlike other men. Lacking a dowry is inconsequential." "How much debt does your company currently owe?" "Several million. Indeed. That is a considerable sum. However, it is of no concern. We shall repay it together, slowly, in due time." "G, do you truly not mind my present circumstances and are willing to marry me? What purpose does concern serve? We are already what I dare say the Civil Affairs Office would deliver our marriage certificate shortly." G. Buffon shrugged nonchalantly. In truth, he was not at all troubled by the mere millions in debt. In this world where women outnumber men, as a man, earning money was indeed a straightforward endeavor. Moreover, the most significant factor was the chilling yet exquisite sound of the system notification that had just resonated in his mind. Surely, it was the arrival of his benefits as a transmigrator. Wasn't this a fortuitous turn of events? He had awaited this moment for 2 decades. Contemplating that he had just married, and the system had activated, G. Buffon felt a peculiar connection between the system and his marriage. "Very well, Muching, my wife henceforth, united in purpose, we shall surely thrive together. May I inquire where the restroom is?" G. Buffon intended to seek a quiet place to thoroughly explore his system. "Oh, I will show you." The address of Muching. My wife left Lin Muching momentarily bewildered. A faint blush graced her cheeks, accompanied by a sweet flutter in her heart. With a graceful sway of her hips, she led Ji Bufan to the restroom. Ji Bufan followed Lin Muqing, admiring her curvaceous figure, and nodded to himself in satisfaction. He found great contentment in this stunning woman, noting her pristine Demi-Adorno cosmetic enhancements, no tattoos, no gynecological issues. Otherwise, he would not have consented to marriage upon their first meeting. To be honest, Ji Bufan had not anticipated that the very first wife allocated to him by the state would be of such exceptional quality. In an era marked by a severe imbalance in population structure, society had undergone unprecedented transformations. Apathy towards marriage and declining birth rates had raised alarms regarding sustainable societal development. To mitigate this crisis, the government instituted policies implementing a marriage rationing system. In simpler terms, the state arranges marriages. This is not a coercive constraint, but rather a thoughtfully designed guiding mechanism. Every citizen reaching the legal marriageable age is matched with a prospective spouse, and in the spirit of respecting human rights, each citizen possesses the right to choose 10 times. That it is akin to holding 10 life choice vouchers. Point 1 can prudently sift through the candidates recommended by the system. This not only safeguards individual freedom and romantic pursuits, but also injects new vitality into society. However, if one exhausts the opportunity for selection 10 times, they will be compelled into an arranged marriage, much like Lin Muqing. Not long after, in the restroom, Ji Bufan softly called out to the system. "Is it you, dear system? Come forth and reveal yourself, my precious." In an instant, an ethereal electronic voice resonated in his mind. Ding. "Greetings, host. The polygamous blessing system is here to serve you wholeheartedly." Indeed, it was the system, and Ji Bufan was overjoyed. Polygamous blessing? Is it what I think it is? Precisely, host. As long as you marry, you can receive rewards from this system, with no limit on the number of times. This system is tailored specifically for you, based on the structure of the world you inhabit. The system's voice was like celestial music. How considerate. Ji Bufan rubbed his hands together in excitement, a smile spreading across his face. Due to the significant disparity in the male-to-female ratio in this world, the government mandates that every man must marry at least 3 wives, with no upper limit. Therefore, theoretically, he could marry 100 or even 1,000 wives without violating any rules, as long as he was not afraid of exhaustion. However, with a system in place, how could he possibly tire? "Dear system, what are the rewards? Please dispense them quickly. I have already married 1 wife." Ji Bufan urged impatiently. "The rewards are distributed through a random selection process. Prizes may include various abilities, mysterious techniques, skills, and items. Initiating the lottery program now. Selection complete. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the double constitution reward, which will be dispensed immediately." As the system's voice faded, Ji Bufan felt a tingling sensation surge through his body like an electric current, starting from his feet. This sensation was not overwhelmingly strong, but rather pleasant. He could not help but close his eyes, immersing himself in the experience. Before long, just as he began to relish this extraordinary feeling, everything came to a sudden halt. Ji Bufan opened his eyes, and an indescribable sense of relief washed over him, as if all the fatigue and discomfort that had accumulated in his body were swept away. He clenched his fists, and his muscles instantly tensed, a previously unknown strength gathering in his palms. It was exhilarating. A lack of physical prowess had always been an unspoken pain for Ji Bufan. Perhaps it was due to innate deficiencies, or perhaps he had indulged a bit too much in pleasures over the years, leaving his body severely depleted. In any case, he had always been dissatisfied with this aspect of himself. However, now, under the transformative power of the system's miraculous rewards, Ji Bufan felt an overwhelming surge of energy. In the past, he had enjoyed playing, but had been rather inept. Yet now, he was brimming with confidence, unafraid of any challenge. Suppressing his inner excitement, he suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "Dear system, I almost forgot. What about the newbie gift pack?" "There is none." Negative review. Upon encountering Ji Bufan once more, Lin Muqing perceived a noticeable vitality in him, her gaze lingering on him for a few extra moments. The thought that this strikingly handsome young man would soon become her husband filled her with warmth. Together, they would share a life, rising with the dawn to witness the sunrise, savoring the twilight, and navigating the rhythms of daily existence, meals and seasons, the mundane, yet profound details of life. A captivating blush graced Lin Muqing's exquisite visage, reminiscent of the delicate hues of a sunset, enchanting and alluring. Indeed, Ji Bufan possessed commendable attributes: youthful, remarkably good-looking, standing nearly 6 feet tall, with a slender physique, exuding an infectious energy in every movement. Moreover, he was a distinguished man. Lin Muqing felt fortunate to be marrying him, recognizing the disparity when comparing him to the suitors she had previously declined. None could hold a candle to him. Yet, a pang of regret gripped her as she reflected on her financial predicament. If only her financial situation were as robust as it once was, she could provide him with a comfortable life, ensuring his every need was met. After giving Ji Bufan a tour of the company and greeting the staff, Lin Muqing led him back to her office. Initially, her intention in hiring a male employee was to infuse some fresh energy into the all-female workforce, thereby invigorating the workplace atmosphere. A diverse environment would undoubtedly enhance their motivation and engagement. After all, an entirely female staff could lead to a somewhat monotonous and uninspiring work ambience. However, she had not anticipated that this male employee, initially recruited to liven things up, would soon become her husband. In light of this development, it would be inappropriate for him to frolic and amuse the staff as he once might have. Thus, Lin Muqing found herself contemplating how best to assign Ji Bufan's responsibilities. "Husband," Lin Muqing said softly, approaching him with a freshly brewed cup of coffee, her voice tinged with shyness. "I'm going to get back to work now. You can relax on the sofa. If you get bored, feel free to play some games or watch videos. We'll go out for lunch at noon." This marked Lin Muqing's first time addressing him as husband, and the words felt unfamiliar on her tongue, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. At that moment, Ji Bufan was comfortably settled on the sofa, a look of contentment gracing his face. Upon hearing Lin Muqing's words, he smiled broadly. "All right, my dear Muqing, you focus on your work and don't worry about me." With a playful wink, he appeared utterly carefree. Lin Muqing couldn't help but smile at his demeanor as she turned and walked toward her desk. The office momentarily fell into silence. Ji Bufan lifted the coffee cup, took a gentle sip, and, enveloped in the warmth, began playing a game. After about an hour, there was a knock at the door, announcing the arrival of an official from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chapter 3. Legal spouses. A man and a woman arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau to collect their marriage certificate. In today's society, the marriage rate has plummeted, causing the government great concern, which has subsequently led to a significant enhancement in service awareness. Once a couple successfully ties the knot, the Bureau thoughtfully delivers the marriage certificate to their doorstep, offering the newlyweds timely congratulations. As the female staff member of the Bureau handed 2 vibrant little red books to Ji Bufan and Lin Muqing, she explained, "From this day forth, you may not divorce within a year. Special circumstances may be reported for consideration, but such requests are rarely approved. Furthermore, it is imperative that you cohabit as soon as possible to fulfill your marital obligations. Our staff will conduct home visits for verification, and failure to comply within 3 days may result in substantial fines. This measure is intended to promote a harmonious and stable marital relationship, and we appreciate your understanding and cooperation." The male staff member then turned his gaze to Ji Bufan, adding in a gentle tone, "Should you encounter any form of violence or unequal treatment within the marriage, there are various channels for reporting. You may call the Citizen Hotline at 12345, report through the Marriage Management Platform at 123, or seek assistance directly from the Marriage Alliance. You are aware of their contact number, correct?" Ji Bufan nodded, responding, "Yes. It's 12337, right?" "Exactly. Wishing you both a blissful marriage and an early arrival of children." Once the staff from the Civil Affairs Bureau departed, Ji Bufan and Lin Muqing exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat disoriented by the unfamiliar process of marriage. After a moment of silence, they regained their composure and examined the marriage certificate in their hands. The photograph of them side by side, alongside the inscription declaring them as spouses, made it clear that at that very moment, they had become legal partners. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Ji Bufan's workday came to an end. As a member of a disadvantaged group, his working hours were strictly limited to 4 hours per day, and a total of no more than 20 hours per week. In order to ensure care and protection, regardless of any unforeseen circumstances, labor laws forbade exceeding these limits. If the proposal for designated male rights days on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays were to pass, Ji Buffon would only need to work 8 hours each week. It was undeniably a pleasant prospect. Lin Muqing, the owner of the company, could leave work at her convenience. Together, they exited the office to assist him in moving, initiating their official cohabitation as a married couple. This was an endeavor that should not be delayed. They made their way to the underground garage and entered Lin Muqing's car, a red Audi 4, slightly outdated, a testament to the years it had accompanied her. The interior was immaculate, filled with a subtle fragrance that was particularly comforting. Ji Buffon took a seat in the passenger side, provided his address, and casually surveyed the interior before his gaze settled on Lin Muqing. In the midst of a scorching summer, Lin Muqing donned a simple yet form-fitting solid-colored short-sleeve shirt, paired with a delicate yellow skirt that accentuated her exquisite figure. Her beauty was striking. Her eyebrows were elegantly arched, naturally outlining her soft contours. Her bright, expressive eyes radiated tranquility and gentleness. The bridge of her nose was straight and refined, while her lips were petite and delicate, with a soft, rosy hue. Overall, she was an enchanting and fashionable lady. Indeed, her appearance was quite befitting of herself, JBF mused inwardly. Although the marriage certificate indicated she was already 27 years old, several years his senior, JBF thought this was hardly a significant matter. What did it matter if she was older? Wouldn't she be more considerate as a partner? Moreover, the future was long, and he would have opportunities to marry someone younger later on. Turning his head, he continued to admire Lin Muqing's beautiful visage with unabashed interest. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his unabashed gaze, Lin Muqing turned to him and managed a somewhat stiff smile. With her lips slightly parted, she said, "Darling, I spoke with my parents over the phone at noon. We discussed that a dowry should be provided. I don't want you to feel slighted. Additionally, we should purchase the 3 golds for you." "No need," JBF replied. "Yes, it is necessary. Other men have it, and you should have it too," Lin Muqing insisted. Marrying JBF already felt like a windfall to her. Her parents were right. One should not be frugal when it came to such a significant matter as marriage. They were to spend their lives together, and being stingy now would only serve as fodder for gossip later. How would others perceive her? How would her in-laws view her? What about potential second, third, or even fourth wives? Of course, the most critical aspect was that her parents were willing to assist her with the dowry. Lin Muqing felt immense gratitude towards them. She continued, "Furthermore, do you have any requests regarding the wedding banquet? If uncle and aunt have any preferences, please feel free to mention them. I am an orphan." "Huh, I'm sorry." Lin Muqing was momentarily taken aback by his words before quickly apologizing. She was unaware of her new husband's background. "It's all right." JBF waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence. Having been an orphan in both lives, he had grown accustomed to it. Therefore, a simple wedding would suffice. There was no need for a dowry or 3 golds. Lin Muqing shook her head in disagreement. Learning of JBF's unfortunate circumstances, she felt even less inclined to take advantage of him. Seeing her reaction, JBF remarked, "The 3 golds are truly unnecessary. Gold prices are exorbitant now, nearing 1,000 per gram. Spending money on them at this time would be sheer folly. Besides, I don't lack for these things. You'll see when you arrive at my place." Chapter 4. A good husband and father. JBF's residence was located near his school, nestled within a high-end apartment complex. Half an hour later, the two arrived at their destination. This is a modest studio apartment, not particularly spacious. Yet its prime location and pristine condition, being fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy, command a considerable rental price. The room appears somewhat disheveled, primarily due to Ji Buffon's habitual laziness regarding tidying up. Please do not judge, for this is the typical state of a man living alone. As he spoke, he casually gathered the scattered dirty clothes from the floor. He then gestured towards a pile of gift boxes in the corner of the room and said to Lin Muqing, "See, I truly lack for nothing. I have several unopened folding phones. There are also numerous gold rings and necklaces." Lin Muqing followed his gesture, her pupils narrowing in surprise. She beheld a veritable mountain of gift boxes, estimating there to be at least 100, all of high-end brands. "Where did all these come from?" she inquired, filled with curiosity. "Of course, they are from suitors, as well as gifts of gratitude from others during my part-time work," Ji Buffon explained as he approached the pile and rummaged through it, extracting a red velvet box from Chow Tai Fook. Upon opening it, He revealed a substantial gold necklace weighing several tens of grams. The necklace was crafted from pure gold beads, connected in a hollow design, giving it a commanding presence. Casually tossing it to Lin Muqing, Ji Bufan remarked, "This is for you." "No, no, you should keep it for yourself. I truly envy you men who receive so many gifts," she exclaimed, hastily catching the necklace and weighing it in her hands, estimating it to be at least 70 to 80 grams. Considering the current gold prices, that equates to a value of around 70 to 80,000 yuan. Lin Muqing couldn't help but express her genuine astonishment. However, she quickly reminded herself that not every man possesses such charm that attracts women. Ji Bufan's appealing exterior and carefree demeanor certainly played a significant role. He often relished in providing opportunities for the women pursuing him to express their affections. As for his part-time endeavors, Lin Muqing understood them well. After all, Ji Bufan was without family support, and it was only natural for him to take on side jobs to earn a living. This is not a dark past. It is merely the path he has traveled. You should accept it since I have plenty more. Ji Bufan continued, having unearthed several more boxes of gold ornaments. He opened them to reveal gold rings, bracelets, and jade-encrusted pieces, all sizable and substantial. He typically refrained from flaunting such treasures, merely glancing at them before casting them aside. "Really, there is no need. I am not being polite with you. You should keep them," Lin Muqing insisted once more, feeling quite uncomfortable. Traditionally, it is the wife who gifts her husband. At that moment, she found the situation quite odd and awkward. Ji Bufan tossed a few pieces of gold in his hand, contemplating her refusal for a moment before suggesting, "If you do not want them, perhaps we should sell them while gold prices are high. The proceeds could help you repay your loan. Moreover, I have over 500,000 in savings, originally intended for purchasing a car, but I shall first assist you in settling your debts." Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the air. Lin Muqing could distinctly hear the thunderous beats of her own heart. She gazed at Ji Bufan's earnest expression, realizing she had not misheard. In that moment, a tempest of emotions surged within her. She had never envisioned a day when a man would offer to help her with her debts. To be candid, at first, she had assumed Ji Bufan was merely a gold digger. At this moment, the summer sun streamed through the sheer curtains, casting delicate shadows upon Ji Bufan's profile. His countenance, slightly playful yet undeniably handsome, bore an expression of solemnity. Lin Muqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "These are all gifts from others, and your savings are the fruits of your hard work and diligence." Her voice quivered, her throat constricted with emotion. Ji Bufan smiled, stepping closer, gently brushing away the teardrop that lingered on Lin Muqing's eyelashes. "Let us not dwell on such matters. As husband and wife, your burdens are mine to share." Her vision blurred further. Though she had never experienced love before, at this moment, she felt that there could be no sweeter words in this world. "Thank you, my husband," she managed to say, her voice choked with emotion. Lin Muqing embraced Ji Bufan, feeling the strength of his solid chest and the rhythm of his heartbeat. She considered herself fortunate to have married such a wonderful man. It is no wonder the adage states that behind every successful woman stands a supportive man. With a husband like this, what woman wouldn't strive to ensure he lives a good life? Ji Bufan, taking advantage of the moment, wrapped Lin Muqing in his embrace. One hand resting on her delicate waist while the other gently caressed the curve of her hair, gliding from her neck to her shoulder in a soothing manner. A delightful fragrance wafted from her hair. Standing at 165 centimeters, and with heels elevating her height beyond 170 centimeters, she complemented Ji Bufan perfectly. As she buried her face in the crook of his shoulder, she felt his warm breath and was enveloped in a scent reminiscent of cedar. This was her first close encounter with a man, and it felt exquisite. His tender touch as he caressed her hair caused her cheeks to flush slightly, and her heartbeat quickened. Yet, above all, she was enveloped by a profound sense of happiness. Is this what it means to be married? To trust one another, to support each other, to embrace and warm each other, hand in hand facing the future? From a young age, Lin Muqing was an exceptional girl, excelling in academics. And after graduation, she engaged in foreign trade, achieving outstanding results. Subsequently, she ventured into entrepreneurship, successfully earning her first pot of gold. Truly, she was a promising youth. Coupled with her remarkable appearance and figure, she had developed a discerning taste, which explained why she had yet to marry. Although her career faced challenges at present, she still possessed an inherent sense of pride. Yet, in Ji Bufan's presence, She found it difficult to maintain that pride. In fact, at this moment, she felt immensely fortunate to have encountered such a wonderful husband. At long last, I have waited for you, and I am grateful I did not give up. In the future, my husband shall undoubtedly embody the virtues of a devoted spouse and exemplary father. Chapter 5. Adding your name to the property deed. After a prolonged moment, the two parted ways, exchanging knowing smiles. At that instant, they both sensed a significant deepening of their intimacy, the initial awkwardness dissipating considerably. Ji Buffon gazed at his wife, whose beauty resembled that of a blossoming peach flower, a smile illuminating his face. He gently brushed aside the stray strands of hair from her temple, his fingers accidentally grazing her warm earlobe. In that fleeting moment, as she shivered, he leaned down to bestow a delicate kiss, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. "Mooching, my dear wife, please help me tidy up." Ji Buffon's voice was laced with mirth, for today marked the celebration of their union, and there were important matters to attend to. "Of course," Lin Mooching replied with a sweet smile. Ji Buffon's belongings were few. The furniture and appliances belonged to the landlord, leaving only some clothing, toiletries, and a few miscellaneous items to take. Additionally, there was a substantial collection of gifts to manage. The couple made several trips to transport everything to the car, filling the trunk and back seat of the Audi to capacity. "All right, let's leave the bedding and sheets behind, and throw the dirty clothes here for now. I'll return another day to tidy up and hand over the keys. Let us go," Ji Buffon declared on the final trip. "Okay, dear husband," Lin Mooching replied, lifting the remaining packages. "Let me carry those. Are you tired?" "Not at all, I can manage," she insisted, maintaining her composure before her husband. Once in the car, they set off, soon cruising along the city streets. The couple engaged in conversation, sharing aspects of their lives, with Lin Mooching primarily discussing her family background. Her family consisted of a typical household of 7, one father, 3 mothers, and she, the eldest, had 2 younger sisters. Her father did not work, while the 3 mothers contributed to the family income, and both younger sisters were employed, placing them in a comfortable, middle-class status within the bustling metropolis. "Husband, I haven't yet disclosed the difficulties my company is facing to my family, but they likely suspect something. I anticipate some financial assistance from them, which should alleviate our current predicament," Lin Mooching revealed. Strong-willed, she initially intended to endure her challenges without seeking aid from her family. However, her perspective had shifted. Now married, she wished to shield Ji Buffon from hardship. Ji Buffon nodded in agreement, saying, "It's perfectly acceptable to receive help from your parents. In the future, when we are financially stable, we can repay their kindness. Your company is struggling, particularly with the economic downturn and fluctuating tariffs from the U.S. "Indeed, it is quite challenging," Lin Mooching admitted, gripping the steering wheel. "Nevertheless, I shall strive to expand into international markets and explore alternative strategies." Ji Buffon extended a hand, gently caressing the back of her hand. "Do not place too much pressure on yourself. I will strive alongside you and share the burden." "No, I can handle the financial matters myself," she replied. "I meant to help you find a few more sisters to support the household," Ji Buffon added. Wouldn't that be too taxing for you?" "It's nothing. I am still young." The car turned into a high-end residential area in Suwei district. Lin Mooching's home was a spacious 3-bedroom apartment of over 120 square meters, which she had purchased a few years prior as her marital abode. "Quite nice," Ji Buffon exclaimed as he stepped inside. The minimalist, bright European-style decor featured a warm, lustrous beige marble floor, and the crystal chandelier in the center of the living room was quite charming. After surveying the surroundings, he approached the floor-to-ceiling windows. The vibrant urban landscape unfolded before him, with the silhouette of the Oriental Pearl Tower visible in the distance. As evening descended, the sunset bathed the sky in an amber hue, creating a breathtaking scene. "I bought this during a prosperous time in my business. If it were now, I certainly could not afford it, even though it is somewhat cheaper now," Lin Mooching remarked, joining Ji Buffon. "Once we return, I shall add your name to the property deed," she smiled. Incorporating her husband's name on the deed would instill a sense of security and reflect the equality in their marital relationship. Lin Mooching felt that Ji Buffon deserved such consideration. Noticing Ji Buffon's inclination to refuse, she took his hand and said, "Do not decline, just as I did not refuse your assistance in repaying the loan. Come, let me show you our bedroom." The bedroom was spacious, and Ji Buffon was quite pleased, especially with the large bed that appeared both soft and sturdy. They made several trips to move the remaining luggage upstairs before preparing to dine. As they descended in the elevator, they walked hand in hand towards the exit of the community. The area was well landscaped, with lush greenery meticulously maintained, and the two held each other's hands tightly. The remnants of the sunset cast a serene glow upon them, creating a picturesque moment. Lin Muqing had changed into a simple, solid-colored dress, the elegant cut accentuating her graceful figure. The subtle hues complemented her demeanor, enhancing her fresh and lovely appearance. Upon closer inspection, one might not discern a significant age difference between her and Ji Bufan. He stood tall in casual attire that was both simple and stylish. His handsome features were accentuated by the sunset, and a gentle smile graced his lips. The couple, a harmonious blend of beauty and charm, attracted envious glances from many passers-by, predominantly women. To them, strolling hand in hand with such a strikingly handsome man as Ji Bufan was a dreamlike experience. The thought of sharing a delightful evening with him was simply beyond imagination. Outside the community lay a bustling area, illuminated with dazzling lights and dotted with numerous restaurants. After a brief discussion, they opted for an upscale local cuisine restaurant. After all, today marks the occasion of their wedding, a moment deserving of a splendid celebration. This regional cuisine emphasizes a harmonious balance of meat and vegetables, adhering to the seasonal availability of ingredients. The dishes are crafted to eliminate any unpleasant odors while preserving their freshness, resulting in a rich and layered flavor profile. After inquiring about Lin Muqing's preferences, Ji Bufan ordered 4 signature dishes: 8 treasure duck, braised yellow fish, sautéed eel, and fragrant herb with wine, believing that this would suffice for the two of them. However, Lin Muqing smiled and added 2 more dishes, spicy kidney and beef bone soup. The nearby waitress, witnessing this, gave a thumbs up, praising her thoughtfulness and her understanding of her husband's needs. Indeed, caring for one's husband is akin to caring for oneself. Chapter 6. An expanding appetite. Understanding the waitress's implication, a hint of shyness crept onto Lin Muqing's face, causing her cheeks to warm slightly. In truth, she had not contemplated it deeply. Her sole intention was to nourish Ji Bufan's health. Whenever the family dined out together in the past, her mother would also order these 2 dishes for her father. Unbeknownst to her, this had subtly ingrained itself as a habit. She believed that as a woman, it was only natural to order such nourishing dishes for her beloved. At this moment, she raised her gaze to Ji Bufan, her eyes reflecting a blend of bashfulness and tenderness. Ji Bufan comprehended the sentiment behind her gaze, and, although he had intended to decline, he refrained from voicing it. Not wishing to disappoint her, with a gentle smile, he reached out and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Thank you, my dear Muqing. I love you, moi." Upon hearing this, Lin Muqing broke into a radiant smile, and any lingering shyness gradually dissipated amidst their warm interaction. Soon, the dishes began to arrive at their table. The 8 treasure duck gleamed with a vibrant red hue, its body plump, filled with glutinous rice and other ingredients that absorbed the savory essence of the duck. Tender and flavorful, the braised yellow fish was enveloped in a creamy, delectable broth, the fish meat white and delicate, melting in the mouth. The sautéed eel arrived with a sizzle, its rich sauce melding perfectly with the tender eel, a fragrance that tantalized the senses. The fragrant herb with wine was a vibrant green, fresh and subtly aromatic, providing a refreshing contrast. The spicy kidney was crisp and tender, bursting with flavor, while the beef bone soup was rich and nourishing, embodying sincerity in every drop. The couple also ordered a bottle of aged Shaoxing rice wine, sipping it leisurely as they savored their meal. The flavors spoke for themselves. The warmth of the wine spread from their stomachs to their hearts. A rosy glow adorned Lin Muqing's cheeks, enhancing her beauty. Ji Bufan felt a slight intoxication, unsure whether it was the wine or the enchantment of the moment. Outside, the lights began to twinkle, casting shadows of the couple against the backdrop. As the dishes dwindled and the wine bottle emptied, the tenderness in their gazes deepened. Calling the waitress, Lin Muqing eagerly took the initiative to settle the bill. Ji Bufan, wishing to honor her, did not contest her decision, recognizing that typically, it is the husband who pays when couples dine out, as men often manage the household finances. In the early stages of romance among young couples, it is generally the women who take on the expense. Ji Bufan and Lin Muqing found themselves in a unique situation, having just entered the sacred bond of marriage, with their finances yet to be consolidated. As they exited the restaurant, they strolled leisurely, allowing their meal to settle. Ji Bufan deliberately slowed his pace, synchronizing his steps with the rhythmic clicks of Lin Muqing's high heels. The night breeze, infused with the remnants of the day's warmth, swept over them, dispelling the lingering effects of alcohol and providing a refreshing sensation. During dinner, Ji Bufan noticed that his appetite had seemingly increased following a systematic enhancement of his constitution. To his surprise, he had devoured all the dishes they had ordered, contrary to his initial assumption that they had overordered. Lin Muqing praised his hearty appetite, remarking that being able to eat well was indeed a blessing. The neon lights cast a kaleidoscope of colors upon the ground, while the streets buzzed with life. Once they entered their residential complex, the cacophony gradually faded, leaving only the rhythmic sound of their footsteps and the occasional tender whispers exchanged between them. They did not linger long, returning to their apartment after a brief exploration of the neighborhood. After indulging in their evening baths, they made their way to the bedroom. With the hour still early, Ji Bufan proposed a game of Honor of Kings to pass the time. Lin Muqing readily agreed, albeit with the admission of being a novice. Ji Bufan guided her to select Yao, a support hero known for her straightforward mechanics, ideal for beginners. Meanwhile, he promptly chose Ma Chao, his favorite character. On the screen, the silver-armored youth wielded a spear, slicing through the air with precision. As Lin Muqing's Yao reached level 4, she leaped onto his shoulder, accompanying him through the battlefield. Under Ji Bufan's adept control, Ma Chao swept through enemies with relentless strikes, and the screen was adorned with notifications of their triumphs, igniting Lin Muqing's excitement as she clapped in delight. The moonlight streamed through the sheer curtains, illuminating her eyes with a glimmering radiance. As they continued their victorious streak, Ji Bufan ensured Lin Muqing enjoyed a splendid gaming experience. The thrill of competition proved exhilarating for her, who had only previously engaged with AI opponents. The next morning, Lin Muqing awoke to a gentle warmth beside her, momentarily disoriented. It took her a moment to realize that she was now married, and the slumbering figure next to her was her newlywed husband. Propping her chin on her hand, she gazed intently at his serene, sleeping face. "My husband is truly handsome," she murmured, a sweet smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Fortune had favored her, and she mused that this was what it meant to be a winner in life. As she admired the man beside her, she silently vowed to strive for excellence, cherishing the wonderful fate that had brought them together, and to provide her seemingly perfect husband with the best life possible, to cherish him tenderly in the palm of her hand, to warm him at the core of her heart. After a long while, Lin Muqing finally mustered the resolve to avert her gaze, gently rising to leave the bedroom. Though this lingering moment was delightful, she understood that she lacked the right to indulge in such feelings. Feeling somewhat unwell, yet not gravely so, Lin Muqing completed her morning routine and prepared a simple breakfast. After a modest meal, she reflected for a moment and penned a note. Finally, she opened the bedroom door for one last glance at Ji Bufan, finding him still deep in slumber, and with satisfaction, she departed to pursue her endeavors. As the elevator descended, Lin Muqing opened her phone, managing messages from her work group while contemplating. She wished for her beloved husband to awaken each morning enveloped in a serene happiness. Chapter 7. Ji Bufan's number 1 admirer. Ji Bufan awoke naturally from his slumber, feeling entirely refreshed. As he reached out beside him, he found only emptiness. Calling out yielded no response. Grabbing his phone from the bedside, he noted the time approaching 9 o'clock and surmised that his wife, Lin Muqing, had already left for work. Upon entering the living room, he indeed discovered a note left on the dining table. "Dear husband, I have gone to work. Breakfast is in the microwave. Please warm it up and drink a cup of warm water before eating. Love, your wife." The handwriting was elegant and pleasing to the eye, ending with a heart drawn affectionately. A smile graced Ji Bufan's face. His spirits lifted as he hummed a little tune while making his way to the bathroom to wash up. Life was truly delightful. After completing his morning routine and enjoying breakfast, he called Lin Muqing. The call connected swiftly, and her gentle, melodious voice resonated from the other end. "Hello, dear husband. Have you woken up?" "Yes, I'm up, savoring the heartwarming breakfast you prepared," Ji Bufan replied, hearing the crisp sound of her typing, suggesting she was busy with work. "Oh, after you finish eating, you don't need to worry about the dishes. Just leave them for me to wash when I return. Do you wish to come to work today? If not, that is perfectly fine. You could indulge in a foot massage or perhaps go fishing. Do something you enjoy," Lin Muqing suggested. In this world, It was no longer expected for men to bear the responsibility of providing for their families after marriage. They were free to enjoy life. Thus, many men cultivated personal hobbies, such as fishing, crafting, fitness, or hiking. Among these, fishing was particularly popular due to its addictive nature, offering pleasure and psychological comfort throughout the experience. However, G. Buffon held little interest in such pursuits. All right, then I shall forego work and find a place to have some fun. You focus on your work, my dear Mooching. Good. And don't forget to report your activities on Marriage Management 123. Lin Mooching reminded him. You nearly made me forget. All right, I understand. Goodbye, my beloved Mooching. Goodbye. Dear husband. Upon opening the Marriage Management 123 application on his phone, G. Buffon clicked yes in the options for cohabitation and sharing a bedroom, which appeared on the secondary interface belonging to his wife, Lin Mooching. After confirming his selection, he exited the program. This application is a mandatory pre-installed service on all phones. Officially launched as a comprehensive marriage management tool, providing various online services related to marriage and childbirth, thereby facilitating convenience without the need to leave home. However, G. Buffon perceived this as a burden on the populace. It seemed absurd that everything required reporting. If a couple does not conceive within 3 months of marriage, they must undergo scrutiny. A glance at the features reveals health records for couples, applications for childcare subsidies, and even the need to report on sexual activities, rendering this not a service for the public good, but rather an electronic shackle around the neck of marriage. Fortunately, for G. Buffon, these matters were merely bothersome. He did not harbor a strong aversion to marriage and childbirth, but he detested the sense of surveillance it entailed. After having breakfast, G. Buffon selected a few gifts he had received and listed them for sale on a second-hand platform. He then scrolled through his contact list, searching for his number one admirer among the hundreds of sycophants, and sent a message. Shall we meet? The reply was instantaneous. Wow. Fanbao, you are finally willing to grace me with your presence again. Where shall we go? Back to our usual spot? Don't call me Xiao Ji, he responded. Of course. I'll book a room right away. What gift do you desire? Huawei has released a new dual folding model. Do you like it? Don't call me Xiao Ji, he reiterated. How about the 5090 graphics card? Not interested. I have no need for it. Then I could gift you a carbon fiber bicycle. I've heard that the brand Marmot is quite good. Not riding bicycles anymore. It's a hassle. How about you just give me cash instead? All right. Fanbao. I shall see you shortly. Love you. After concluding the chat, G. Buffon soon received a room number and prepared to head out. The individual with the username Most Adored Fanbao was none other than his classmate, Gu Qianqian. She had been infatuated with him since her freshman year, showering him with affection for several years. Coming from a well-off family, she was generous, coupled with her pleasing appearance and affectionate demeanor, which made her quite endearing to G. Buffon. Over the years, he had accepted many of her gifts, reciprocating her affections in kind. He even tacitly acknowledged her as his girlfriend in front of classmates. This naturally led Gu Qianqian to become even more devoted to this romantic pursuit, showering G. Buffon with daily expressions of care and gifts for any occasion. As the saying goes, a sycophant will ultimately receive everything. This adage proved to be true. Now, due to the system's influence, G. Buffon entertained thoughts of marrying for rewards, making Gu Qianqian, his most devoted admirer, his prime choice. Certainly, opportunities are granted, yet it ultimately depends on whether one can seize them. In a luxurious office within a skyscraper in Lujiazui, Gu Qianqian exuberantly exclaimed, her face radiant with joy, resembling a jubilant little bird as she fluttered towards the expansive desk. Mom, transfer some money to me. I'm going on a date with Fanbao. Her voice brimmed with anticipation. Seated behind the desk was her mother, who, despite being in her 40s, still exuded an air of elegance with every gesture. She lifted her gaze to her daughter, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Feel free to swipe the credit card. Why do you need cash? Is 100,000 sufficient? That's more than enough. Fanbao doesn't he want gifts, so I'll convert it to cash for him. He can't use a credit card. With that, Gu Qianqian hastily explained, eager to leave. However, just as she took a step, her mother stopped her. Wait a moment, Qianqian. What is it, Mom? Is there something else? Gu Qianqian halted, puzzled. Her mother furrowed her brow, contemplating before speaking. No gifts, and you're converting it to cash? Does Fanbao really need money? How about I transfer 200,000? When you meet him, inquire if he has any difficulties. If he needs more, I'll send it. Ah, I see. It's quite possible that Fanbao is indeed in need of funds. You're so considerate, Mom. Gu Qianqian's eyes sparkled with admiration for her mother. She hurriedly approached her, planting a kiss on her cheek. I understand now. Thank you for the reminder. You're no longer a child, yet you still act so impulsively. Her mother, affectionately grasping her daughter's hand, adopted a serious expression. Qianqian, I must ask you, do you genuinely have feelings for Fanbao? Do you wish for him to marry you, or is it merely a fleeting dalliance? Why do you ask that, Mom? Of course, I want Fanbao to marry me. I've liked him for several years and intend to continue. Gu Qianqian spoke earnestly. Her mother replied with solemnity. In that case, if you pursue this young man, you must demonstrate sincerity. Do not rely solely on trifling gestures to win him over. When I was courting your father, I directly gifted him a Porsche Cayenne, and he was so moved that he agreed to marry me. Chapter 8. The poisonous duck soup. Upon hearing her mother's words, Gu Qianqian's eyes lit up. Yes. How wonderful it would be to gift Fanbao a car. During our last outing, I noticed him eyeing a particular model parked by the roadside for quite some time. It seemed he quite liked it. Then buy it for him. How much is the car? I'll transfer the funds. Her mother smiled. Gu Qianqian tilted her head in thought. It's probably several $100,000. Isn't it? Is that all? If he likes it, just go ahead and purchase it. I'll transfer $1 million for you to buy him the top model. Without hesitation, her mother took out her phone, swiftly navigating the screen, completing the transfer in no time, and then inquired, Qianqian, I perceive this young fan seems fond of you. Have you been on quite a few dates? A sweet smile blossomed on Gu Qianqian's face. Yes, it has happened quite a few times. Every moment spent with him seems to pass in a blink, yet feels immensely fulfilling. Gu's mother spoke earnestly. If you are certain about him, seize the opportunity to propose when he is in good spirits. A young lady must be bold and courageous. You must understand that more than half of the women in this world struggle to find a husband. A relationship like yours, built on mutual affection and understanding, is indeed rare. Remember, do not hesitate. Hesitation leads to defeat. Gu Qianqian nodded solemnly. Yes, I understand, Mom. Then go quickly. Do not keep him waiting. With that, Gu Qianqian dashed out the door. Meanwhile, Ji Bufan had also stepped out of his home. The sun shone brightly, and the weather was delightful, albeit a bit warm. Breathing in the slightly warm air, Ji Bufan stretched his body, feeling invigorated and in exceptional condition. In recent years, due to a lack of moderation, he had often suffered from back pain and fatigue. Yet now, all those minor ailments had vanished, leaving him with an abundance of energy. It was worth noting that he had been busy until nearly dawn the previous night. Normally, he would require at least 2 days of rest to recover from such exertion. But here he was, feeling splendid. In a joyful mood, Ji Bufan kicked a small stone at his feet, watching it tumble into the flower bed as he made his way out of the community. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the Marriott International Hotel by taxi, a frequent haunt of his. Upon entering, a familiar staff member greeted him with a warm smile. Good day, Mr. Ji. Welcome. Ji Bufan returned the gesture with a smile, scanning the lobby for Gu Qianqian, but she was not yet present. Finding himself bored with the prospect of heading to his room, he decided to wait in the lounge area on the first floor. As he waited, the hostess, lobby manager, and front desk staff all came over to greet him with enthusiasm. Even the cleaning lady, who was familiar with him, offered a friendly hello. Their interactions hinted at a sense of camaraderie. The staff working in this 5-star hotel were distinguished by their exceptional qualities and appearance. Each one exuded elegance and professionalism, which made Ji Bufan somewhat enamored. Indeed, these young ladies were quite captivating. Mr. Ji, I have a day off tomorrow. May I invite you to dinner? A tall, uniformed young lady approached him. Ji Bufan recognized her. They had met a couple of months prior. Your name is Yichio, right? I'm sorry, but I want to be free tomorrow. I've been quite busy lately. Once things settle down, I'll reach out to you. He offered an apologetic smile. All right, Mr. Ji. Please remember to keep your word. She replied with a playful smile. By the way, my name is Yiting. Yichio is my sister, and she is on the night shift today. I remarked that your legs are quite similar. After repeatedly declining several women's invitations, Ji Bufan finally spotted a familiar figure entering through the revolving door. Gu Qianqian had arrived. Qianqian, over here, he called, raising his hand. Gu Qianqian hurriedly approached in her little leather shoes, her chest rising and falling with her quickened breaths. I'm so sorry, Fanbao. I'm late. I hope you weren't waiting too long. She immediately apologized. In matters of dating, it is indeed improper for a woman to arrive late. Ji Bufan nonchalantly waved his hand, unaffected by such trivialities. In fact, Seeing her flustered appearance, with beads of sweat adorning her forehead, stirred a sense of tenderness within him. "It's fine. I just arrived as well. Qianqian, please sit down and take a breather. You're all sweaty." At that moment, Gu Qianqian's bangs clung to her skin due to perspiration, her cheeks flushed, whether from the heat or her hurry, or perhaps both. Standing just over 1.60 meters, she possessed a graceful and well-proportioned figure. Her black leather shoes paired with white knee-high socks accentuated her slender calves, complemented by the airy chiffon skirt that fluttered with her every movement, exuding youthful charm. Her round face was adorned with bright, almond-shaped eyes, and her plump, cherry-red lips curled into a slight smile, still radiating an irresistible sweetness despite a hint of dampness. She epitomized the type Ji Bufan favored. "Fanbao, here's the first major gift for June, along with this new Starbucks treat, a black goji berry iced Americano." Instead of sitting down immediately, Gu Qianqian eagerly presented her thoughtful gift, having taken a little extra time to procure these items. Ji Bufan accepted the gift with gratitude. "Thank you, Qianqian. You're so thoughtful. Why didn't you get a drink for yourself?" He noticed there was only one cup of coffee. Gu Qianqian's gaze flickered, and she stammered, I'm not thirsty." "How could you not be thirsty? You must have forgotten. Let us share this cup." Ji Bufan expertly inserted a straw, took a small sip, and then held the coffee cup to Gu Qianqian's lips. At that moment, her heart felt as though it had been gently brushed by a feather, a blend of sweetness and nervousness enveloping her. She lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes quivering slightly, and then cautiously lifted her eyes to meet Ji Bufan's gentle gaze. In that instant, an overwhelming wave of happiness washed over her. In truth, she had deliberately bought only one cup, yearning for this intimate gesture with Fanbao. The hotel offered coffee for free, but nothing could compare to the warmth of sharing a drink and using the same straw with him. The lobby of the hotel was cool, yet it did little to diminish the rosy hue that graced Gu Qianqian's ears. Despite their close relationship, each encounter with Ji Bufan quickened her heartbeat and stirred her emotions. Even the most casual of his actions or glances left her utterly captivated. She could not fathom why she held such profound affection for Ji Bufan. After spending a while in the lounge, Gu Qianqian found herself unable to remain seated any longer. The chiffon hem of her skirt was repeatedly crumpled and smoothed, her calves swaying gently beneath the over-the-knee stockings, and a look of anxiety flickered across her cheeks. Observing this, Ji Bufan kindly took her hand and led her to the guest room. Witnessing their figures, the numerous hotel staff cast envious glances at Gu Qianqian. How enviable it was for her to frequently dine with Mr. Ji. Such a life of luxury was almost beyond imagination. Indeed, this was what one might call living. The desire to become wealthy, to be able to rendezvous with Mr. Ji every day, whispered among the crowd. Strangely enough, they harbored no reservations about Ji Bufan's demeanor, instead wishing that all men would emulate his affectionate nature, for such benevolence could often soothe their parched souls. Regrettably, modern men seem to have been brainwashed by toxic ideologies, making communication exceedingly difficult. Even after marriage, a mere disagreement could provoke their tempers, forbidding any touch, while hurtful words lingered on their lips. For instance, "You women, lacking wealth, do not deserve to untie our burdens. Without a car, a house, or savings, do not waste our youth. Men must treat themselves better and not be wronged. We must not allow those insufferable women to easily attain our affections." Yet, a figure like Ji Bufan appeared as a living bodhisattva, embodying virtue. Chapter 9. 3 Purposes inside the guest room. Time subtly slipped into midday. After their tender moments, the couple indulged in a lavish lunch delivered by the staff. A faint blush adorned Gu Qianqian's cheeks, her spirits remarkably high. This day was undoubtedly the happiest of her life. She constantly urged Ji Bufan to take more food. "Fanbao, eat up. These are all your favorites. You must be exhausted, right?" Her tone was exceptionally gentle. "I'm all right, not tired, but I am rather hungry," Ji Bufan replied, unreservedly devouring the meal as she served him. Witnessing his ravenous appetite made Gu Qianqian beam even brighter. "You eat so well, Fanbao." At that moment, she suddenly remembered something and inquired, "Fanbao, have you encountered some trouble? Are you short on money?" Ji Bufan nodded. "Yes, I am indeed in need of some funds." "Then let me transfer you 200,000. If you need money, just tell me. No need to be polite." Upon hearing this, Gu Qianqian promptly grabbed her phone and transferred the freshly received 200,000 from her mother to Ji Bufan. 200,000? So much? Ji Bufan lifted his head, his expression slightly astonished. After pondering, he remarked, "Then I owe you 19 times." Ji Bufan's pricing for his companionship varied from person to person, not fixed. A few hundred was not deemed too little, while several thousand was not overly much. When encountering someone of interest, even if they offered no payment, he was willing to indulge in their company. As for Gu Qianqian, the implicit rate was 10,000 for a date. Though this figure was not absolute, slight variations held no consequence. This is a customary understanding based on the financial capability of the other party and their long-standing habits. There are not many regular clients of Ji Bufan, and Gu Qianqian is one of the few, primarily because of her generous nature. Just a couple of dates a month with her suffices to cover his living expenses. At this moment, as Gu Qianqian fiddled with her phone, the mention of the number 19 weighed heavily on her heart. After all, the emotional connection had somewhat faded. They had not yet reached that stage. She said, "Fan Bao, there is no need to calculate so meticulously. Please do not measure our relationship in monetary terms, all right?" "What do you mean, Qianqian? Are you saying I don't need to repay the 19 times?" "No, what I mean is that it feels too calculating, and it might harm our feelings." Gu Qianqian's mood was complicated. After a pause, recalling her mother's words, she finally mustered the courage to say, "Fan Bao, what I truly wish for is that we will always be together, never apart. I want to marry you and care for you for a lifetime. Is that all right?" Ji Bufan was taken aback. How had this silly girl suddenly become so enlightened? He mused inwardly, his gaze falling upon Gu Qianqian's delicate visage. She had finally realized how to leverage her advantages, using her wealth to win him over while seizing this opportunity to propose. However, merely offering 200,000 seemed rather inadequate in terms of sincerity. Today, Ji Bufan had 3 objectives for his meeting with Gu Qianqian. The first was obvious. The second was to earn some extra income, as his family still bore debts, and the third, naturally, was to consider marrying her if she exhibited commendable qualities, thus earning a reward from the system. It was, in essence, a trifecta of benefits. Unfortunately, he found her performance somewhat disappointing. Given that Gu Qianqian came from a wealthy family, it felt rather stingy to propose to the man she adored with just 200,000. Ji Bufan was not materialistic. He did not place great importance on money, valuing instead the sincerity of the other party. However, he soon realized that he had misjudged Gu Qianqian. Her intentions were genuine, and her feelings for him were sincere love. As Gu Qianqian observed Ji Bufan fall into silence, her heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. She was all too familiar with this silence. In the past, whenever she had mustered the courage to express her feelings, Ji Bufan would don a contemplative expression as a prelude, only to brush her off with evasive remarks. She could recite his typical lines by heart. "I'm somewhat slow to warm up. I'm not ready for a relationship. You're a wonderful person. Thank you for your affection." This could not continue any longer. Gu Qianqian bit her lip and presented her phone to Ji Bufan, saying, "Fan Bao, I know this may seem abrupt and could potentially startle you, but I genuinely wish to be with you forever. Rest assured, I will treat you well for a lifetime." Her voice trembled slightly with nervousness. "I want to buy you a Xiaomi. You should like this model, right? I'm not sure how to select the features, so you can choose." Ji Bufan was genuinely astonished by her words. He instinctively took the phone, and on the screen was indeed the purchase interface for Xiaomi cars. In that moment, he understood that Gu Qianqian was serious. She was not jesting. Looking up at Gu Qianqian, the other party was nervously twisting her fingers, her eyes sparkling like they were filled with stars, and her cheeks flushed with a delicate pink hue from anticipation. How could he accept such a generous offer? This car costs several $100,000. Ji Bufan felt a sense of embarrassment. Upon noticing his hesitation, Gu Qianqian immediately beamed a sweet smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons. "As long as you like it, Fan Bao." Her smile was so pure that Ji Bufan felt momentarily entranced, as if he were on the brink of falling in love. "Can it be cashed out?" he inquired. Gu Qianqian's smile froze on her face. She quickly asked, "Why do you want to cash it out? If you don't like this model, we can choose another brand. It's fine if it's a bit more expensive." "No, I really like this car, but I'm currently short on funds. It would be better to purchase it when I am more financially stable," Ji Bufan explained. He indeed had a fondness for this Xiaomi model, but unfortunately, Gu Qianqian's face filled with anxiety. "Fan Bao, is something wrong? How much do you need? I can cash out 1 million for you. Will that solve your current difficulties?" Her gaze was resolute. "If that is not enough, I'll ask my mother for more. My mother is wealthy." Ji Bufan was deeply touched. He held her small hand and gently caressed it. Qianqian, you are truly wonderful, so willing to sacrifice for me. I now realize your feelings for me are genuine. Gu Qianqian's cheeks flushed with color, but soon worry replaced it. What exactly happened? Is someone bullying you, Fanbao? Tell me. I will have my mother help you resolve it. Ji Bufan shook his head. No, I'm not being bullied. It's just that I got married. You see. What? Gu Qianqian suddenly froze, interrupting him. Fanbao, you got married? When did this happen? With whom? Ji Bufan replied. Just yesterday. You know, I went for an internship, and coincidentally, the owner of my internship company was matched with me. Her name is Lin Muqing. And I felt she was quite nice, so I agreed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had time to date you today. Now my boss is my wife. She certainly won't withhold my internship certificate. By the way, Qianqian, where are you interning? Did you take a leave to come here? Gu Qianqian responded. I'm working at my mother's company, no need for leave. I remember telling you about it. Yes, you did mention it. It just came back to me. Fanbao, I think I understand now. Your sudden financial need is because your wife has a loan. And you want to help her pay it off? Exactly. You are such a good person. Chapter 10. Husband, don't put yourself in a difficult position. At this moment, Gu Qianqian felt quite anxious. Her beloved Fanbao had unexpectedly married yesterday, which caught her completely off guard. This sudden turn of events took her by surprise. Fortunately, a man can marry 3 wives. If she cannot be his first wife, being the second would suffice. The matter of proposing must be decided promptly. There can be no delays. The longer it takes, who knows when Fanbao will have enough and decide not to marry again. But how can she live without the ordinary treasures? Gu Qianqian remains oblivious to the fact that Ji Bufan does not merely intend to marry 3 wives. She is trapped in a cognitive blind spot, naively believing that the vast majority of men in this society are unwilling to be exploited. Only marrying the legally mandated minimum of 3 wives, just like Ji Bufan. In reality, his ambitions soar far beyond that. 3 is merely a trifling number, while 300 seems more fitting. Hurriedly, Gu Qianqian transfers 1 million from her phone to Ji Bufan, expressing her support, and then solemnly inquires, Fanbao, how much more loan does your wife owe? I am here to assist. How embarrassing. Let me calculate. Approximately 3 million, I suppose. Ji Bufan counts on his fingers. At the beginning of yesterday, Lin Muqing mentioned a loan amounting to 5 million. Subtracting his savings of over 500,000 and adding the 120,000 he just received today, he deduces that there remains just over 3 million. The remaining cents are inconsequential. He could easily sell the gifts he received. 3 million? All right, I shall call my mother right now and have her transfer it to me. Gu Qianqian declares without hesitation. 3 million is indeed a substantial sum, yet for Fanbao, it is worth it. With that, she picks up her phone, ready to call her mother. However, she is halted by Ji Bufan in the next moment. Looking up in confusion, she hears him say, Qianqian, are you truly willing to help my family repay the loan? That is 3 million. Of course, I am willing. For you, I would do anything. Fanbao, you must be under pressure because of the loan and want to pay it off quickly. Don't worry, I will assist you. Her words resonate deeply with Ji Bufan. He indeed wishes to repay the loan as soon as possible, to be unburdened by debt. Yet, the kindness of Gu Qianqian weighs heavily on his heart. He feels undeserving of such generosity. Ultimately, he remains too soft-hearted, not embodying the true essence of a mercenary man, unable to comfortably accept such a significant amount from a girl. Qianqian, I cannot repay this money immediately. You must clarify this with your mother. Even if we marry in the future, there should be no pressure to repay. Upon hearing this, Gu Qianqian laughs. It's all right, Fanbao. You do not need to repay this money. This 3 million can simply be deducted from my dowry. What? I said you do not need to repay it. She beams with joy. My mother has long stated that when I marry, she will provide me with a spacious apartment, a luxury car, 10 gold pieces, and 5 million in cash. So you need not worry about this sum. Gu Qianqian radiates happiness. Fanbao is truly adorable, still contemplating repayment. Such a pure-hearted and kind boy. How could she possibly allow him to repay her? Besides, 3 million is not an exorbitant amount. Wow. Ji Bufan is taken aback. He knows that Gu Qianqian comes from a wealthy family, but he had no idea it was to this extent. Such a lavish dowry. What kind of family is this? Why didn't she mention this earlier? Qianqian, what does your mother do? How much wealth does she possess? He asks directly. She is in real estate. I am uncertain of the exact amount, but it must be several hundred million. right? Remarkable. Ji Buffon ultimately refrained from urging Gu Qianqian to request money from her mother immediately. There was no rush. After their marriage, receiving the dowry would suffice for repayment, thus avoiding any misconceptions from his future mother-in-law that he was a gold digger, seeking wealth even before the wedding by asking for several million. Qianqian, I shall not conceal my feelings any longer. I have long harbored affection for you and have desired to make you my wife. Previously, I was merely testing your sincerity towards me. You have successfully passed this test. I have made my decision to marry you. Ji Buffon addressed Gu Qianqian with a grave expression. Is this true, Fanbao? She inquired, hope gleaming in her eyes. Yes. Once I return to speak with my wife Mu Qing, we shall proceed to register our marriage. That is wonderful, Gu Qianqian exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Finally, her greatest dream of marrying Fanbao was coming to fruition. However, Ji Buffon's subsequent words moved her even more. Qianqian, do not hold my previous tests against me. You must understand that for a man, marriage is profoundly significant, determining lifelong happiness. I had to do it. You can comprehend my reasoning, correct? I understand, she replied, though she still felt the need to apologize. Yet, a mere apology would not suffice. She wished to demonstrate her sincerity. As Ji Buffon spoke, he suddenly stepped forward and swept her into his arms. Ah! Gu Qianqian gasped in surprise at this unexpected gesture. With determined strides, Ji Buffon carried her toward the bedroom. Each step filled with purpose. Gu Qianqian's heart raced, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck. The two spent a delightful afternoon at the hotel, which boasted an array of entertainment facilities. They watched a film, indulged in a full-body oil massage, and enjoyed some time in the gaming area. As evening approached, Ji Buffon suggested that Gu Qianqian return home first, as Lin Muqing was coming to pick him up. Before long, Lin Muqing arrived, and upon seeing him, she eagerly inquired, Darling, why did you transfer such a large sum of money to me? Where did it come from? I was just about to explain this matter. Please, have a seat and allow me to elaborate. Ji Buffon gestured for her to sit on the comfortable sofa in the guest room. Observing her anxious demeanor, he handed her a glass of water before continuing. I have a long-term girlfriend, a classmate named Gu Qianqian. She has always wished to marry me, and this money is a gift from her. Muqing, do you consent to our marriage? Of course I do. It is only natural for you to marry. I will not stand in your way. However, accepting such a substantial sum from her feels somewhat inappropriate, Lin Muqing replied. Not at all. Her family is affluent. This amount is insignificant, and she will also provide a considerable dowry along with 5 million in cash. By then, you will be able to clear all your loans. Ji Buffon stated nonchalantly. Wow, such a generous dowry? Lin Muqing exclaimed, astonished by the revelation. She pondered for a moment and said, My dear husband, if you marry her out of genuine affection, I wholeheartedly support your decision. However, do not marry her solely for her family's wealth. I will strive to earn money myself, and I do not wish for you to feel any sense of obligation. Chapter 11. An honor and a responsibility. Ji Buffon felt a surge of emotion upon hearing Lin Muqing's concern for his well-being, and he couldn't help but smile brightly, truly grateful for such a wonderful wife. With a partner like her, what more could one desire? Yet, how could he possibly feel aggrieved? After all, it was a matter that benefited him in every aspect. However, he realized that his mindset was somewhat antiquated. Despite having traversed many years since his arrival, he still struggled to adapt to certain notions. For instance, when it came to sleeping with women, he always felt he was the one gaining. In reality, the dynamics were quite the opposite. In a world where women outnumber men, most men were quite discerning and would not easily grant women any advantages. Few were like him, who could arrange encounters with minimal effort or even without any investment at all. The same applied to marriage. Suitors were exceedingly selective, considering not only financial stability but also physical appearance, professional achievements, emotional stability, and the ability to provide emotional value. Particularly, personality played a crucial role. The ability to coexist harmoniously with other wives would directly impact the future domestic tranquility. If constant conflicts arose, life would indeed become burdensome. Moreover, many rich second-generation girls often came across as capricious and challenging to engage with, a concern that Lin Muqing perhaps harbored. She feared he might have to contend with such difficulties in the future. It is well known that household matters are among the most challenging to navigate. Ji Buffon sat beside Lin Muqing and gently patted her hand to reassure her. Rest assured, I have been in a loving relationship with Qianqian for several years. We truly care for one another and know each other well. She possesses a delightful temperament and is very compliant. Although her family is affluent, she does not exhibit the airs of a spoiled heiress and is quite easy to get along with. Upon hearing this, Lin Muqing felt considerably reassured, though a trace of unease lingered. The situation was simply too swift. It was only the second day after their wedding, and already a new member was to join their family. They had yet to fully savor their life as a couple. However, she could not display any resentment. As the first wife, she needed to embody virtues of grace, magnanimity, tolerance, and understanding. Her mother, as the first wife, had instilled these values in her from a young age, and she understood that this was both an honor and a responsibility. Moreover, the generous dowry accompanying this new sister named Qianqian would certainly alleviate her financial burdens. Suppressing her slight unease with a smile, Lin Muqing replied, "That's wonderful. Rest assured, dear husband, I will make every effort to maintain a harmonious relationship with Sister Qianqian, ensuring that you do not find yourself caught in the middle." How splendid. My dear Muqing, I knew I had made the right choice in you. Your understanding and sensibility are truly remarkable. To be honest, I plan to marry another wife in a few days. What? As previously mentioned, Ji Bufan grew up in an orphanage, where he had a childhood sweetheart named Song Qiao. From a young age, the two shared an innocent camaraderie, their bond deepening over the years. Their affection remains profound, and they cherish delightful weekends spent together. Undoubtedly, Song Qiao is the girl whom Ji Bufan is destined to marry. Even without a system in place, he would be determined to wed her, albeit perhaps with less urgency. Now that rewards can be garnered from the system, he sees no reason to delay. Ji Bufan envisions that during their upcoming weekend rendezvous, they might procure their marriage certificate. Seizing the moment while Lin Muqing is in high spirits, he shares this intention with her. Upon hearing this, Lin Muqing's heart is a tumult of emotions. How can it be happening so swiftly? The third child is already on the way. She had once fantasized about enjoying a blissful couple of years with Ji Bufan, but the reality now seems to require a much shorter timeline. The second and third children will soon be arriving, and she finds herself utterly bewildered about how to navigate the future. "I am still just a baby," she internally cries out. Yet, she must maintain her composure. Being older than Ji Bufan, she feels the need to uphold her image and conceal any signs of weakness. Alas, she resolves to seek her mother's wisdom on managing family dynamics. She recognizes that Ji Bufan's childhood sweetheart must be supported wholeheartedly. "Darling, hearing you say that makes me realize Qiao is indeed a girl of misfortune. Rest assured, I will take good care of her." Treating her as family and ensuring she faces no grievances, Lin Muqing assures him, "My dear Muqing, you are truly remarkable. To have you as my wife is a blessing beyond measure." Ji Bufan responds, "Nay, I believe I am the fortunate one. You do not mind my financial struggles and even assist me with my loans. Such men are rare, to be honest. I feel a bit guilty for being a burden on our family," Lin Muqing admits, a flush of embarrassment creeping over her. Ji Bufan shakes his head, disagreeing with her sentiment. "My beloved Muqing, do not think so. Your capabilities are evident. You are merely encountering a temporary setback. I am confident that with your talents, profitability for the company will soon follow. Thank you for believing in me," Lin Muqing replies, touched, as she nestles into Ji Bufan's embrace like a gentle kitten. Although young and somewhat naive, Ji Bufan possesses a genuinely kind nature, free from pretentiousness, and speaks with a charming eloquence. In just over a day, Lin Muqing has developed a fondness for this young man, feeling a unique connection to him. Being with him brings her genuine happiness. At this moment, they recline together on a soft, comfortable sofa, the golden rays of the setting sun streaming through the window, enveloping them in a warm, radiant glow, rendering the scene exceptionally intimate and romantic. Outside, the ever-flowing Huangpu River rushes eastward, its waters ceaseless, much like time, irretrievable once gone. Today, Lin Muqing's attire remains striking, appearing even more professional than the day before. The upper garment is an ivory silk shirt, with the collar slightly unbuttoned at 2 pearl buttons, creating a natural line that reveals her graceful collarbone and a small patch of snow-white skin. The lower half consists of a gray high-waisted suit skirt, its fabric firm and structured, elegantly accentuating her straight and slender legs. Complemented by a belt of the same hue, it exquisitely outlines her delicate waist, exuding an air of competence intertwined with grace. Chapter 12. The meaning of an extraordinary life, Ji Bufan remarked. Mooching, my dear wife. I've had the bedding replaced with new ones. Why don't we linger here for a while, and then have dinner before heading home? The seafood buffet at this hotel is quite delightful. Darling, dining is no issue, and I am quite willing to linger for a bit. After all, there is nothing pressing at home. But won't you and Qianqian be too tired today? Not at all, I am still young. Well then, that settles it. Lin Mooching agreed cheerfully, rising delicately, preparing to once again savor the joys of marital intimacy with her newlywed husband. As she walked briskly alongside Ji Bufan towards the bedroom, she happily exclaimed, Darling, I've thought it over, and this arrangement actually seems quite splendid. You have married 3 wives at once. Let us all strive together to quickly harmonize our personalities and lifestyles, ensuring our family is harmonious and stable. Qianqian, Xiao, and I can each bear you a lovely child. This way, our family of 7 will be complete. Just thinking about it fills me with happiness. As she spoke, Lin Mooching began to envision the future, her eyes sparkling with joy as if she could already see the warm and fulfilling scene ahead. This thought had suddenly occurred to her. She realized that if Ji Bufan were to marry a new wife every couple of years, she would constantly need to adapt and adjust to newcomers. This process would be exceedingly lengthy. In contrast, the current situation, where everyone came together at once, allowed for a comprehensive understanding of each other's temperaments and habits right from the start, which seemed far more advantageous. Although the initial phase might be challenging, requiring them to confront certain difficulties, enduring this period would undoubtedly lead to smoother days ahead. This approach was undoubtedly more efficient and less burdensome than a prolonged process of gradual adaptation to newcomers over several years. Indeed, everything possesses duality. It all depends on one's perspective. Married enough? Ji Bufan mused inwardly, realizing that Lin Mooching believed he would only marry 3 wives. However, he thought to himself, this is merely the beginning. He contemplated the need to convey his broader philosophy to her in the future. Such conservative thinking should not prevail. One must harbor a heart full of love. A family, after all, grows warmer, livelier, and happier the larger it becomes. The happiness of the former must inspire the latter. After all, so many young women yearn for love, longing to experience the warmth of a home. Although Ji Bufan's abilities are limited and he cannot provide a home for every girl, offering one more is still a commendable endeavor. He is aware of the challenges ahead. The path is arduous and fraught with obstacles, yet as long as he perseveres, the future holds promise. However, it is certain that he must make substantial sacrifices and confront various challenges and pressures. Additionally, he will inevitably encounter mockery and derision. The ignorant masses may deem Ji Bufan overambitious, likening his efforts to an ant attempting to shake a tree or a moth flinging itself at a flame. Unaware that his conviction has long been steadfast, he is resolute, fully cognizant of the tortuous road that lies ahead, even when faced with dire straits. He will not easily relent. For this, indeed, is the essence of his life's purpose. As the city lights begin to twinkle, Gu Qianqian has returned home. Her residence is an old villa located in the heart of the bustling metropolis. This charming 2-story building, complete with front and back gardens, finds tranquility amidst the urban clamor. Its value estimated to be in the hundreds of millions. It was passed down from Gu Qianqian's grandmother to her mother, and, barring unforeseen circumstances, it is destined to be inherited by her as well. From the exterior, the house appears rather unremarkable, even somewhat ordinary. However, the interior boasts exquisite renovations. Just a few years prior, Gu Qianqian's mother enlisted a professional team to revamp the property, preserving its historical facade while revitalizing its interior. The lofty living room is bright and airy, featuring imported marble flooring and an entire smart home system, with decor that is both fashionable and refined, seamlessly blending warmth with modernity. No one would suspect that this seemingly unassuming house conceals the elegance and comfort of contemporary living. Upon arriving home, Gu Qianqian first ascends to the 2nd floor to take a refreshing shower, changing into comfortable loungewear before returning downstairs, where Aunt Wu, the housekeeper, has already prepared a sumptuous meal. Just then, her mother arrives home from work. The moment Gu Qianqian sees her mother, her face lights up with joy as she rushes forward to greet her. "Mom, I have the most wonderful news," Gu Qianqian exclaims excitedly. "Fan Bao has agreed to marry me. I'll soon be his wife, and I'm absolutely thrilled." Hearing this news, Gu's mother beams with delight. quickly setting down her handbag and slipping off her high heels. She takes her daughter's hand, and they sit together on the sofa. Really? Oh, my dear, that is splendid news. I am so happy for you, Gu's mother says gently, gazing at her daughter. Now tell me, how did he agree? I owe it to you for your help, Mom. Fan Bao indeed had some financial needs, and I transferred the 1.2 million you gave me today to him. He saw my sincerity and was deeply touched. Seizing the moment, I proposed, and he accepted, promising that we will soon register our marriage, Gu Qianqian explains. See, I sent it just as I said. When pursuing a boy, one must show sincerity. Gu's mother replies proudly. Yes, you're amazing, Mom. But unfortunately, I want to be Fan Bao's first wife. What? Not the first wife? What is going on? Gu's mother exclaims, taken aback. I arrived just a moment too late. Fan Bao was married yesterday, and it was due to his wife's minor loan that he found himself in need of funds. Gu Qianqian briefly elucidated the situation. Upon hearing this, Gumu pondered for a moment before offering her comfort. It's of no consequence that she is not the first wife, Qianqian. To be frank, your character does not lend itself well to being the primary spouse, and the role of the first wife is indeed quite arduous, often thankless. In my opinion, being a second wife is quite acceptable. Our family's financial standing ensures that you would not be mistreated regardless. Yes, I share the same sentiment. As long as I can be with Fan Bao, the number of the wife is inconsequential. She paused, then continued, let us not dwell on that for now. Mother, did you know? Fan Bao was exceptionally impressive today, and it left me utterly astonished. I have never been this happy. Oh, do elaborate. Chapter 13. A name that reflects one's essence. The mother and daughter of the Gu family engaged in whispered conversation for quite some time until Aunt Wu urged them to dine, lest their meal grow cold. Reluctantly, they ceased their discussion, their faces still flushed with excitement. Gu Mu yearned to pry further into the details, but with Aunt Wu present, it felt inappropriate. Thus, she resolved to send her away. After a moment's thought, she proposed, Aunt Wu, why don't you stay at home tonight? I'll grant you a half day off tomorrow. Just come back in the afternoon. Qianqian and I want to be able to finish all this food. So please take some home. Having worked for the Gu family for many years, Aunt Wu was akin to a live-in maid, often residing there, but sometimes going home. Her own residence was not far, just down the nearby alley. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wu was quite pleased to receive an unexpected half-day off. She swiftly packed some food to take with her and, before leaving, congratulated Gu Qianqian on her newfound happiness with her husband. Once she departed, Gu Mu continued their unfinished conversation while dining, inquiring, Qianqian, tell me more, does Xiao Fan truly possess such a wild side? I've seen his photographs. He appears to be quite the gentle young man. Gu Qianqian's face flushed crimson, and she bashfully mumbled, Oh, mother, please don't pry. It's not appropriate to keep asking about such matters. I've already shared enough. I really shouldn't have brought it up with you. After all, being young, she found it somewhat difficult to discuss the intricacies of relationships. In the heat of the moment, she had inadvertently let slip more than intended, and now she felt the weight of her words. However, Gu Mu was relentless, laughing as she pressed on, What is the harm? What can't you share with your mother? Please, do tell. Gu Qianqian shook her head vigorously, resolutely stating, No, mother, don't try to coax me. I absolutely will not say another word. It's too embarrassing. By the way, mother, isn't father supposed to be here with us today? Why hasn't he returned? She hurriedly shifted the topic. Gu Mu, seeing her daughter's shyness, decided not to press further, and continued, Oh, he did call me. He is staying over there tonight. Staying over there again? Father is quite unpredictable. Isn't he? This has happened several times this month. Mother, why are you not concerned about him? Aren't you angry? Gu Qianqian expressed her indignation on behalf of her mother. Their family had a long-standing arrangement where her father spent 3 days at home and 4 days at the second and third houses. However, in recent years, he had frequently disregarded this rule, often staying longer at the other residences, which had become rather excessive. Gu's mother, however, dismissed the matter. What is there to be angry about? Your father can stay wherever he wishes. Mom, you used to be different. You would fuss if Dad stayed away for even a day, Gu Qianqian countered. That was in the past. Now that I am older, why bother with those trivialities? It's actually quite nice having him away. I enjoy the peace, her mother replied. But you are still quite young, aren't you? Gu Qianqian protested. In truth, Gu's mother was not very old, just over 40, a time in a woman's life when she is often at her most mature and alluring. As a successful businesswoman, She exuded an air of competence and elegance. She took great care of herself, routinely visiting a beauty salon for treatments. Coupled with her natural beauty, she could easily pass for being in her 30s. Time had not left many marks on her. Rather, it had bestowed upon her a unique charm. Her skin remaining taut, with only a few fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Her figure was voluptuous, yet graceful, embodying a mature beauty filled with allure. Gu Qianqian thought her mother was extraordinarily beautiful, possessing more charm than many younger women, including herself. It baffled her why her father failed to appreciate this and chose to stay away from home. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Gu's mother chuckled. "Oh, my dear. You always know how to make me smile." However, when one reaches a certain age, perspectives inevitably shift. In the past, I felt a void when your father was away. But now I've come to terms with it. When you reach my age, you will understand. Gu Qianqian shook her head, indicating her incomprehension, and continued to eat in silence. After a moment, Gu's mother remarked, "Let's discuss your relationship with Xiaofan. When does he plan to obtain the marriage certificate? Once you are officially married, I can organize a grand wedding for you, fulfilling a cherished wish of mine." Gu Qianqian replied, "It should be in the next couple of days. Such matters require the approval of the first house, and Fanbao needs to inform her. There's no need to deliberate for too long. Just arrange it together. Your family's first house should not have excessive demands. We will cover the expenses," Gu's mother stated decisively. Then, after a moment of contemplation, she added, "Why don't you call Xiao Fan and discuss this? It will also serve as a gentle nudge for him regarding the marriage certificate, just in case there are any unforeseen complications." "All right, I will call him now." Gu Qianqian acknowledged the wisdom of her mother's suggestion and picked up her phone. As the ringtone of Ji Bufan's phone echoed, he had just concluded his work with Lin Muqing and was taking a brief respite. Upon answering the phone, he inquired, "Hello, Qianqian. What's the matter? Is there something you need?" "Nothing much, Fanbao. I just missed you a little. Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet. I'm with your sister Muqing. We're planning to eat shortly." Ji Bufan replied candidly. "Muqing is there too? That's wonderful. May I have a word with her?" Hearing this, Ji Bufan glanced at Lin Muqing. At that moment, Lin Muqing, having recognized it was a call from the second household, leaned in to listen intently. She nodded, and Ji Bufan activated the speakerphone. "Hello, little Qianqian. This is Lin Muqing." "Wow, Sister Muqing, your voice is so pleasant. It's so gentle and warm. Just from your voice, I can tell you must be exceptionally beautiful and kind-hearted." Upon hearing her daughter's lavish praise, Mother Gu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Her daughter certainly did not inherit her temperament. The art of flattery was an enigma to her. Nonetheless, her curiosity about Ji Bufan grew. As someone with experience, she immediately discerned that Lin Muqing's voice was lazy and soft, affirming Ji Bufan's remarkable nature. Chapter 14. Are you little Ji? Lin Muqing and Gu Qianqian exchanged compliments and small talk over the phone. As both were wives of Ji Bufan, they appeared to be quite cordial and polite on the surface. After the pleasantries, Gu Qianqian broached a serious topic. "Sister Muqing, let's hold our wedding alongside our husband's. My mother said she would cover all the expenses. What do you think?" Lin Muqing pondered for a moment before replying, "Qianqian, please thank your mother for me. However, I believe it would be too extravagant for her. I have no objection to holding the wedding together, but I still wish to contribute a portion of the costs. There's no need to be so formal, Sister Muqing. We will all be family in the future. Let us not stand on ceremony. It's really not that much money. How about this, Qianqian? We can discuss the wedding details later. You and your husband haven't even registered yet, right? Why don't you come over to my place tomorrow morning so we can take care of that first?" Lin Muqing sensed that the person on the other end was unaware that their husband had another childhood sweetheart to marry, which meant there would likely be one more person involved in the wedding plans. Such matters could not be resolved in a few sentences over the phone. They required a face-to-face discussion. Furthermore, it would be inappropriate for her to let them bear all the expenses, so she tactfully sidestepped the issue for now. Gu Qianqian needed the signature and consent of the First Lady for their marriage certificate, and she had taken the initiative to mention it, thus doing Ji Bufan a favor. Upon hearing those words, Gu Qianqian indeed felt elated. "Wow, Sister Muqing, you are so kind. Thank you so much. I'll come to your house first thing tomorrow morning. All right, I'll add you as a friend and send you the address. Let us meet tomorrow then. You can chat a little more with your husband." "Yes. See you tomorrow, Sister Muqing." Lin Muqing fell silent. She sensed that Qianqian indeed matched Ji Bufan's description of her, possessing a pleasant disposition. However, She wondered how their future interactions would unfold, though she felt quite positive for the time being. Ji Bufan took the opportunity to speak. Qianqian, is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up as I'm about to have dinner. There is nothing else. Fanbao, you should go eat. Don't let yourself go hungry. By the way, my mother just invited you to come over for dinner whenever you're free. Gu Qianqian was about to end the call when she noticed her mother gesturing to her, and upon understanding, she quickly relayed the message. Upon hearing this, Ji Bufan replied, then let us arrange for this weekend. I will visit Auntie. On Saturday, I plan to go to your sister Muqing's parents' home. All right, I understand. Goodbye, Fanbao. Goodbye. Yay. With a joyous exclamation, Gu Qianqian hung up the phone, her face beaming with uncontainable happiness. Tomorrow morning, she would become Ji Bufan's lawful wife. It was simply wonderful. Everything was progressing so smoothly, filling her with immense bliss. Seeing her daughter so happy, Gu's mother couldn't help but smile broadly. Looking at her precious daughter, she timely reminded her, Qianqian, tomorrow, as the younger one, you will be meeting the elder woman for the first time at her home. You cannot go empty-handed. Remember to bring a small gift to express your sentiments. Gu Qianqian nodded repeatedly. Right, Mom. What should I bring? A handbag? A watch? Jewelry? Or cosmetics? Gu's mother shook her head with a smile, saying, there is no need for such extravagant gifts. This is just a courtesy visit. As long as it carries a thought, that is sufficient. You can send her something she genuinely enjoys later on. Just bring some fruit tomorrow. Gu Qianqian hesitated. Wouldn't tea that seem too meager? Not at all. It's the thought that counts. Just trust me on this. After the mother and daughter finished their meal, they tidied the table a bit, leaving the dishes for Aunt Wu to handle the next day. They then changed into different clothes and went out for a stroll, intending to buy some fruit along the way. After some time, they returned and rested briefly before following along with a fitness program on television, dancing to the rhythm. This was a habitual routine for the mother and daughter, as exercising not only helped burn excess fat and maintain their figures, but also promoted better sleep at night. Normally, keeping up with the 30-minute workout wouldn't be too challenging for Gu Qianqian, but today she found herself lacking energy halfway through. Her legs felt weak, and she had no choice but to stop and watch her mother continue exercising. Her mother, clad in a form-fitting sports outfit, perfectly accentuated her figure, glistening with sweat and radiating vitality. Gu Qianqian couldn't help but compare herself to her mother and felt a pang of inadequacy. As night deepened, the mother and daughter nestled together on the soft, spacious sofa, engrossed in a television drama. They occasionally snacked on some fruit and exchanged a few words, creating a particularly warm atmosphere. Gu's mother thoroughly enjoyed such moments. In her youth, she believed that her husband was of utmost importance. However, as time passed, she gradually realized that it was her daughter who provided her with the most companionship. Her daughter had become the entirety of her existence. Yet, she understood that such moments were fleeting. Her daughter was soon to marry and would embark on her own life, no longer belonging to her. All she wished for was that her daughter would visit her from time to time. Otherwise, the vastness of the home would often feel unbearably lonely and desolate. Upon reflecting on this, Gumu couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Her mood consequently dampened. Gu Qianqian suddenly noticed that her mother seemed particularly distressed and hurriedly inquired about her well-being. Qianqian, you must promise to visit your mother often. Gumu lamented. The thought of you marrying and leaving this home saddens me greatly. Oh, what is the matter? I will definitely come back frequently. Fan Bao isn't solely my husband. She doesn't require my presence every day. When it's not my turn, I'll return home to keep you company, Mom. That is wonderful. I was worried about losing my precious one. How could that be? When it's my turn, I can still come back. I can bring Fan Bao here for an overnight stay. But you must ensure Aunt Wu prepares more delicious food. Fan Bao has quite the appetite. Very well. I shall personally cook when the time comes. After dining at the hotel, Ji Bufan and Lin Muqing checked out of their room and left. Not far outside was the Bund Square, where they strolled leisurely, taking in the enchanting night view of the Bund. By the time they returned home, it was quite late. Upon opening the door, they were surprised to find the lights on. Initially, Lin Muqing thought Ji Bufan had simply forgotten to turn them off. However, as they stepped inside, she realized her assumption was incorrect. Her sister had arrived. Muyu, what brings you here today? You didn't even inform me. She then proceeded to introduce. This is my husband, your brother-in-law, Ji Bufan. At the dining table, a bespectacled woman sat engrossed in her laptop, with takeout containers beside her. Hearing this, she looked up, momentarily confused. Ji Bufan felt an odd sense of familiarity upon seeing her. "Teacher Lin?" he inquired. After scrutinizing him for a moment, she responded, "You must be Xiao Ji, right?" Chapter 15. The bewildered teacher Ji Bufan despised being referred to as Xiao Ji, particularly when it was accompanied by a diminutive tone. This was purely defamatory. Those familiar with him knew his aversion to this nickname, as his online handles and social media accounts explicitly stated, "Do not call me Xiao Ji. Teacher Lin. I am Ji Bufan. You may call me by my full name, or Ji Tongxue, Bufan, or Xiao Fan. Any of those will suffice. But please refrain from calling me Xiao Ji." Ji Bufan insisted. "I have mentioned this to you numerous times." "Oh, all right, Xiao Ji. What brings you to my sister's home? Do you have business here?" Ji Bufan was at a loss for words, feeling exasperated and unwilling to engage. This teacher Lin was perpetually in a daze, seemingly oblivious to what occupied her thoughts. At this moment, Lin Muqing exclaimed in surprise, "Sister, darling, you two know each other? Indeed, you both work and study at the same school. What a coincidence. Darling, my sister teaches your class?" Ji Bufan nodded. "Yes, Teacher Lin teaches our history class." It truly is quite a coincidence. Lin Muqing was overjoyed. She had never imagined such a connection existed among them. The world felt astonishingly small. Her gaze fell upon her sister, who remained seated, her thick glasses obscuring her vacant eyes, her expression adorably dazed, as if she were oblivious to the happenings around her. This girl must be daydreaming again. Thus, she briskly approached her sister, pulled her up from her seat, and playfully slapped her twice on the backside. "Muyu, wake up. Stop dazing off. I'm married now, and Bufan is my husband. Quickly greet your brother-in-law," Lin Muqing declared loudly. Lin Muyu was startled by this sudden action. Once she regained her senses, she blinked at Lin Muqing and Ji Bufan, mumbling, "Oh, hello, brother-in-law, I'm Lin Muyu. Xiao Ji, how did you become my brother-in-law?" Lin Muqing found the situation both amusing and exasperating. She couldn't help but tug at her sister's ear gently, scolding, "What on earth are you thinking?" Meanwhile, she cast a glance of apology towards Ji Bufan. He smiled slightly, indicating that he was unbothered, having long since grown accustomed to teacher Lin's absent-minded demeanor. After all, she was renowned as the scatterbrained teacher at the school, only managing to stay alert during her professional classes. Otherwise, she was typically in such a state. "Ouch, that hurts." "Sister, stop twisting my ear. I was thinking about the plot," Lin Muyu protested. "You're always preoccupied with your silly novel. Why did you suddenly come here today?" "I sold my house, and the money will help you pay off your debts. Since I have nowhere else to stay, I came here." Only then did Lin Muqing notice several large boxes in the living room, undoubtedly filled with her sister's belongings. In that moment, she felt a surge of emotion. "You knew? I'm not that foolish. You used to be so generous, always showering me with gifts and returning home with bags full of goodies. Now you're being so stingy. It must be that you're short on cash. But you shouldn't have sold your house. How will you get married? You can buy me gifts once you earn money. What if I can't earn enough? Then I'll buy for myself. Listen, sister, my novel's data is excellent. I feel I can make a fortune. If luck is on my side, I might even sell the rights. You said the same thing last year. This year will definitely be different." Ji Bufan listened to their conversation with envy. The bond between the Lin sisters was truly heartwarming. He had never experienced such familial affection. They continued chatting, but the topic soon shifted back to Ji Bufan. Lin Muyu asked, "Sister, when did you marry Xiao Ji?" "I had no idea. Your fortune seems exceedingly fortunate, doesn't it? Xiao Ji is quite popular at our school, and many girls are enamored with him. Stop referring to him as Xiao Ji. Call him brother-in-law instead." Lin Muqing playfully nudged her sister, correcting her. "Oh, I understand now." Sister-in-law Lin Muyu, feeling somewhat oppressed, cast a pitiful glance at Ji Bufan and called out to him. Her voice was soft and melodious, possessing an enchanting quality, especially the term brother-in-law, which Ji Bufan found rather endearing. Ji Bufan smiled and nodded, accepting this title with a sense of comfort, while simultaneously pondering the absurdity of his teacher becoming his sister-in-law. Lin Muqing explained to her sister, "I just registered my marriage with Bufan yesterday. I hadn't had the chance to inform you. This arrangement was made by the state. And indeed, it is my fortune. Well, for today, you should stay here, but make sure to find a place to rent and move out soon. Now that I am married, it would be inappropriate for you to remain here." "Why not? It's not like I'm a bother. I won't disturb you. Bufan has another wife. Do you think it would be suitable for you to live with us? All right then. By the way, don't sleep in the guest room. Take the smallest room instead. Tomorrow, Go look for a house, and don't stay up late. Get to bed early. It was already quite late, and Lin Muqing offered a few more reminders before she and Ji Bufan went to wash up and rest, leaving her sister behind. After all, her sister was no longer a child. She need not worry about her. Before long, the couple lay on the spacious bed in the master bedroom. The cool air from the air conditioner gently caressing their bodies, bringing waves of refreshment. The room's temperature quickly became pleasant and comfortable. Snuggling together, Ji Bufan remarked, "You and Teacher Lin share a wonderful bond as sisters. Was that previous apartment of hers something you purchased for her?" Lin Muqing nodded, "Yes. Mu Yu is my second sister. We have another younger sister below her, but my relationship with Mu Yu is a bit closer. Darling, you've seen her personality. She can be rather clumsy. Please don't hold it against her for suddenly intruding. I will ensure she moves out promptly. No rush, no rush. I bear her no ill will. I am quite curious. Does Teacher Lin write novels in her spare time?" "Yes, she has been writing for several years. Yet she hasn't achieved much success. I've advised her to focus on finding a partner and to adjust her temperament, but she hasn't heeded my words. Changing one's character is quite challenging. Perhaps Teacher Lin simply wishes to pursue her passions. Writing novels is a commendable endeavor, if done well. It can also be financially rewarding." Ji Bufan understood quite well the intricacies of novel writing, for in his previous life, he was an author himself. He had penned numerous works, most of which failed to gain traction, until he eventually found some success writing borderline literature, which allowed him to earn a modest income. However, it was still a far cry from the dream of purchasing a home and marrying. Yet, he recognized that this was due to his lack of skill. Truly talented authors could amass fortunes. To put it simply, the threshold for entering this profession is quite low. Anyone can write. Yet, the potential for success is exceedingly high. It is not uncommon for an author to earn millions, or even tens of millions, from a single book. However, no matter how lucrative it may be, Ji Bufan has resolved never to write novels again in this lifetime. Such an endeavor is hardly worth the effort. Chapter 16. Gu Qianqian takes advantage. Lin Muqing shook her head, expressing her hope that Mu Yu would hasten to marry, lest she become increasingly undesirable with age. Though she has a commendable job, her personality is not particularly appealing to young men, which has hindered her prospects for marriage. "Never mind, dear husband, it's quite late. Let us retire for the night. I shall speak to her again later," Lin Muqing said, harboring genuine concern for her younger sister. Her second sister is indeed quite remarkable. She works as a university lecturer, a stable position with a handsome salary. Not only is she beautiful, but she also surpasses Lin Muqing in many ways. Her only shortcomings lie in her somewhat simple demeanor and her awkwardness in conversation, which can come across as rather foolish. Today's young men often require a degree of flattery, and her disposition is not particularly endearing. Nevertheless, Lin Muqing believes her sister would be well suited as a second or third wife. She possesses the ability to earn a living without engaging in competition, and any grievances she might endure would likely go unnoticed by her. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Ji had already taken 3 wives, she would have considered recommending her to him. Alas, what a pity. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Lin Muqing rose early. She gently removed Ji Bufan's hand from her chest and carefully got out of bed, making sure not to disturb him. For over an hour, she tidied the house until it gleamed, satisfied before she set about preparing breakfast. By the time she finished, it was just past 8 o'clock. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang, and Lin Muqing went to answer it. Standing at the door was a young girl of average height, with a sweet and charming appearance, dressed in a fashionable manner. Undoubtedly, this was Gu Qianqian, Xiao Ji's second wife. "Is this Qianqian? You've come quite early. Please, come in. The house is a bit messy. I hope you won't mind." "Not at all. Sister Muqing, you are even more gentle and beautiful than I imagined." "Not at all. Qianqian, you are quite lovely and especially adorable. I could never compare to you." "Sister Muqing, wow, your home is so clean and tidy. You are truly diligent." "Not really. It's still a bit disorganized." "Qianqian, you didn't need to bring so many fruits. There's no need to be so polite. I picked them up on the way, and I was sure if they were to your taste." The fruits Gu Qianqian brought were purchased with her mother at a high-end fruit store the previous night. Blueberries, cherries, wax apples, and mangosteen, costing several hundred yuan for just a few boxes. Lin Muqing, recognizing their quality, eagerly affirmed they were all her favorites and pointed towards the master bedroom, indicating that Ji Bufan was still asleep and suggesting Gu Qianqian wake him. "Breakfast will be ready shortly. We can all eat together." Gu Qianqian quickly replied that she had already eaten and that there was no need to prepare anything for her. Lin Muqing smiled and said, even if you've eaten, you can join us for a little more, and I suspect that Qianqian hasn't eaten at all. How many of you youngsters actually have breakfast? Hee hee, Sister Muqing. How do you guess so accurately? But I have had milk, replied Gu Qianqian. Just drinking milk won't suffice. Hurry and wake up your Vanbao. I'll fry a few more eggs. Gu Qianqian gently pushed open the door to the bedroom, where the curtains were tightly drawn, casting a dim light that created a tranquil yet intimate atmosphere. She beheld Ji Bufan quietly lying on his side, a thin blanket barely covering him, revealing much of his smooth, bare skin. Gu Qianqian's heart fluttered at the sight. She tiptoed closer and gazed at Ji Bufan's handsome sleeping face. Unable to resist, she leaned down and bestowed a gentle kiss upon him. This kiss, as delicate as a dragonfly touching the water, sent Gu Qianqian's heart racing. It is well known that during sleep, a man's secretion of male hormones significantly increases, imparting a unique scent to his body. Additionally, the metabolic processes throughout the night combine with sweat, creating a distinctive aroma. This scent is subjective. For some, it may be unpleasant, yet for those who are enamored, it becomes intoxicating. At this moment, Gu Qianqian clearly belonged to the latter category, unable to resist inhaling deeply. Without hesitation, she buried her entire face into Ji Bufan's embrace. Ji Bufan awoke to find a small head nestled in his arms, the hair tickling him. Once fully alert, he realized it was Gu Qianqian squatting beside the bed. Taking advantage of him, he playfully ruffled her hair. Vanbao, you're awake. I'm so sorry for waking you up unintentionally, Gu Qianqian said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Why are you here so early? Ji Bufan inquired. It's not early, it's already 8:30. Sister Muqing asked me to wake you for breakfast. Oh, then I'll get up. Ji Bufan sat up, stretched lazily, and prepared to rise. Gu Qianqian helped him get dressed, and the two exited the bedroom. At that moment, Lin Muqing had also finished preparing breakfast. Seeing the two emerge, she called them to the table. Lin Muqing had a busy morning ahead at her company and needed to eat quickly. After finishing her meal, she assisted the couple in obtaining their marriage certificate, then changed her clothes to head to work. Hubby, Qianqian, take your time eating and wait at home for the marriage certificate. The weather forecast says it's going to rain today, so remember to take an umbrella if you go out. I'm off to work now. Okay, Sister Muqing. Be careful on the road, my dear Muqing. With that, Lin Muqing departed, and Ji Bufan and Gu Qianqian continued their meal. Gu Qianqian remarked, Vanbao, Sister Muqing is truly wonderful and so capable. She is only a few years older than us, yet already a company owner. How impressive. Ah, indeed impressive. Though I cannot measure up. You are a young man. What is there to compare? If comparisons must be made, it would be I who surpasses. Yet, I possess none of the remarkable abilities of others. As a scion of wealth, having great capacity can often be a disadvantage. Why, you may ask? Because as long as you refrain from venturing into entrepreneurship, you shall not squander the family fortune. How much can one truly spend on indulgence and merriment? Haha, quite insightful. Fortunately, I lack such capabilities and have never contemplated starting a business. Vanbao, allow me to serve you some fried eggs. Do indulge, for I am not hungry. Here, take this piece of bacon as well, let me feed you. At that moment, the two were sweetly engaged at the dining table when the door to a nearby room in the living room swung open, revealing a woman clad in bare pajamas. With bare legs and feet, she squinted as she passed by the pair and entered the bathroom, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Gu Qianqian, full of curiosity, turned to Ji Bufan and inquired, Vanbao, who else is here? Could it be Teacher Lin? Chapter 17, The Second Reward. Ji Bufan nodded, indeed. It is Teacher Lin. His gaze lingered towards the bathroom, surprised by her remarkable figure. Gu Qianqian, intrigued, asked, why is Teacher Lin residing here? Also, Vanbao, did you notice how well endowed she is? I did notice. Ji Bufan affirmed, Teacher Lin is Muqing's sister and is temporarily staying here. Upon hearing this, Gu Qianqian's eyes widened in realization as she nodded. Oh, so that is how it is. It's quite a coincidence that you've married Teacher Lin's sister. Then, with a playful smile, she posed a question. Vanbao, may I ask if you've ever dated Teacher Lin? Never, Ji Bufan replied candidly. Gu Qianqian seemed dissatisfied with this answer. In her mind, Vanbao was often seen in the company of senior and junior female students as well as teachers, never idling during their school years. How could he have overlooked Teacher Lin? Surely not. Teacher Lin possesses such an exquisite figure. Wasn't our advisor also one of your dates? She pales in comparison to Teacher Lin. You know I prefer a more passive approach. Indeed. Teacher Lin was not known for her assertiveness, a pity it seems. While Ji Bufan had not fully realized Teacher Lin's alluring physique, he had certainly taken note of her before. After all, such an adorable and charming teacher was precisely his type. He had even saved her contact information and hinted at his interest. However, at the time, Teacher Lin likely did not comprehend his intentions. Subsequently, he became quite busy, and the matter faded into obscurity. In retrospect, it felt somewhat regrettable. Soon, Lin Muyu emerged from the bathroom, slightly more awake than before, her previous day's demeanor dissipating. She noticed two figures at the dining table, but, lacking her glasses, could only vaguely discern that one was a male, presumably Xiao Ji, while the other did not resemble her sister. Waving her hand in greeting, she called out, "Hi, Xiao Ji. Are you both having breakfast?" "Yes, Teacher Lin. Would you care to join us for a bite?" "No, I have not yet had enough sleep. I shall indulge in a bit more slumber and will dine once I awaken. You all may eat," she said languidly, stifling a yawn. No sooner had she spoken than she turned slowly and ambled toward her room, her eyes remaining half closed, as though they had not truly opened. She swayed slightly as she walked, clearly still ensnared in the remnants of her dreams. As they beheld her graceful silhouette, both Ji Bufan and the other were momentarily entranced. After a considerable pause, Gu Qianqian remarked, "Fanbao, why not marry Teacher Lin?" Would that be appropriate?" "Absolutely." After finishing breakfast, Gu Qianqian proceeded to wash the dishes, insisting that Ji Bufan not interfere. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Bufan returned to his bedroom, calling forth the system to claim his reward. The moment of exhilaration had arrived. He was eager to discover what the system would bestow upon him this time. Ideally, it would enhance his physical prowess or, at the very least, improve a specific aspect. "System, my dear, I wish to claim my reward," he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Beep. Congratulations, dear host. Upon assessment, you possess one opportunity to draw a reward. Commencing the draw. Draw concluded. Congratulations, host, you have achieved mastery in writing." "What on earth? How is this of any use?" Ji Bufan exclaimed, disappointment washing over him. He had no intention of writing novels. This seemed a waste of a valuable opportunity. Even a titanium alloy kidney would have been preferable. Once the reward was drawn, it could not be altered, and the system disregarded his complaints, retreating into silence. At that moment, Ji Bufan felt an influx of knowledge regarding the intricacies of writing filling his mind, various techniques, narrative construction, character development, plot enhancement, and the art of foreshadowing. Moreover, his literary skills had significantly improved. He could now confidently claim to be at least a tomato gold level author, capable of crafting a novel rated above 95 with over 1 million readers, thus earning substantial income. Yet therein lay the dilemma. He did not require money and had no desire to toil away at writing. In his previous life, he had already penned enough. Since his arrival in this version 0 world, he had vowed that should he ever write again, he would be akin to a dog. Feeling quite dejected, he took a while to compose himself. Perhaps this was the essence of life. Rarely are all things perfectly satisfactory. He could only look forward to the next lottery, hoping for something truly useful. Ji Bufan perceived his system's lottery akin to game card draws, certain that there must be a significant safety net. If he persisted in drawing, he believed he could acquire not just a titanium alloy kidney, but also magical swords or dual cultivation techniques. He approached this prospect with anticipation. Regaining his composure, Ji Bufan exited the bedroom to package several deliveries. Yesterday, he had sold a few items on a second-hand platform and was preparing to ship them out. A few items possess varying values, totaling several tens of thousands. It is a modest amount, merely serving as pocket money. After Gu Qianqian finished tidying up the kitchen, she joined in to assist. Once their tasks were complete, the two settled comfortably on the sofa, watching television while awaiting the arrival of the delivery person and representatives from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Young people generally favor slumber, and those in the throes of romance are particularly prone to it. Nestled together, Ji Bufan could not resist playful gestures, and it wasn't long before Gu Qianqian began to feel drowsy. Chapter 18. The female author drives more recklessly. The delivery person and civil affairs representatives arrived in quick succession. Just as Ji Bufan sent the delivery person on their way, the representatives appeared, fortuitously comprising the same man and woman as the last visit. Ji Bufan recognized them, greeted them with a smile, and invited them inside. requesting Gu Qianqian to prepare tea for their guests. The duo politely declined, their demeanor resolute, lacking the pretense of false courtesy. Observing this, Ji Bufan remarked, "Having a cup of tea to rest is no trouble at all. It's sweltering outside. And you've gone out of your way for this matter. It must be quite taxing." The male staff member replied, "Not at all, Mr. Ji. This is our job. Your proactive approach to marriage is the greatest support for our work. To be honest, we would prefer to exert ourselves a bit more." Curious, Ji Bufan inquired, "Oh, is there a quota involved?" The staff member nodded with a sigh. "Indeed, the pressure is considerable. It's easier for me as a man. But for her and the other women, it's daily meetings and criticism. The issue is that if the public doesn't team marry, we have no recourse." His female colleague, overhearing this, displayed a wry smile that conveyed a sense of resignation and fatigue. It appeared that the grassroots work at the Civil Affairs Bureau was rather challenging. Perhaps sensing he had spoken too much, the male staff member added, "We want tea, have tea. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. G. We have regulations to adhere to. Let us proceed with the process." The procedure unfolded as it had previously, issuing the marriage certificate, imparting blessings, and explaining important details. It concluded swiftly. Subsequently, the representatives took their leave, and Ji Bufan courteously escorted them to the door. Upon returning, he found Gu Qianqian still standing in place, beaming at the marriage certificate in her hands. This silly girl had remained in this state since obtaining the certificate, likely oblivious to the staff's subsequent remarks. "Hey, come back to reality. Is it necessary to be this elated?" Ji Bufan teased, waving his hand before her eyes. Reluctantly, Gu Qianqian shifted her gaze from the red booklet, her face radiating happiness. "Of course it is, Fanbao. I am overjoyed. From this day forward, I am your lawful wife, and I shall cherish you for a lifetime." She enveloped Ji Bufan in a warm embrace, holding him tightly, as if wanting to merge him into her very being. Sensing Gu Qianqian's sincere and profound emotions, Ji Bufan's lips curled into a smile as he replied, "I too shall cherish you for a lifetime and will never abandon you." These words carried significant weight. Upon hearing this, Gu Qianqian felt an increasing sweetness in her heart. "Thank you, Fanbao. I shall persuade my mother for some funds to spend on you in the future." "Haha, splendid," Fanbao replied. "Where shall we venture today? What do you suggest?" "I still wish to visit the hotel." "Very well, let us proceed." However, she added, "But Fanbao, do you not think I am being overly demanding? My mother has advised me not to cling to you too much and to exercise moderation. Yet I find myself unable to restrain my desires. I believe your mother speaks wisely, yet we shall disregard her counsel." "Indeed, let us do so. Fanbao, I adore you." The two spent the day at the hotel, parting ways in the evening. As before, Lin Muqing arrived to drive Ji Bufan home. On their way back, they stopped by the market to purchase some ingredients. Having been married for several days, they had yet to prepare a proper meal at home beyond a simple breakfast. They intended to officially commence their culinary endeavors and embrace the ordinary life of daily sustenance. Upon arriving home, Lin Muyu was lounging in the living room, snacking and watching videos. Upon hearing of the cooking plans, she eagerly volunteered to assist. Ji Bufan was pleasantly surprised to discover that teacher Lin's culinary skills were rather commendable, although he noted she still had some room for improvement. Of course, the finest cook remained Lin Muqing. It must be said, Lin Muqing truly embodied the ideal wife, adept in both the parlor and the kitchen. Ji Bufan felt fortunate to have married her, considering himself quite lucky. The meal left all three feeling thoroughly satisfied. After dining, they collapsed onto the sofa, reluctant to move, having overindulged and needing a moment to digest. Outside the window, a gentle rain was falling, the droplets softly tapping against the sill, producing a delicate sound. The window was half open, allowing a cool breeze mixed with a hint of moisture to waft in, bringing a refreshing sensation that was particularly delightful. The Lin sisters, clad in comfortable and airy loungewear, appeared charming despite their ordinary attire, which did little to conceal their exceptional figures, prompting Ji Bufan to steal glances. Both sisters were of considerable height. Lin Muqing stood approximately 1.65 meters tall, while Lin Muyu was a centimeter or two taller. Moreover, their skin was extraordinarily fair, resembling the finest white jade, a sight truly pleasing to behold. After a while, Lin Muqing leaned over to discuss what gifts to purchase for her parents' home tomorrow. As Saturday approached, Ji Bufan was set to visit his in-laws and certainly could not arrive empty-handed. He needed to bring something to express his regard. This minor detail was settled with a few words, after which they resumed their casual conversation. Ji Bufan noticed Lin Muyu, sitting in a trance, fixated on the television, seemingly lost in thought, perhaps contemplating the plot of her novel. Curiosity piqued, he inquired about her pen name and the platform where she published her work. Lin Muyu appeared somewhat bashful, hesitating to reveal any details. Nonetheless, Lin Muching disregarded her sister's objections and informed him. Ji Bufan swiftly retrieved his phone and discovered that teacher Lin specialized in historical fiction. There was nothing amiss. This was her area of expertise. She had authored 3 works, each receiving commendable ratings, all exceeding 9 points, indicating her proficiency. However, upon observing the number of reviews, Ji Bufan surmised that her earnings from royalties were likely modest. At most, one book might yield around 100,000. As an industry insider, he could estimate this accurately. One should not underestimate the effort that goes into writing historical fiction. Crafting a narrative that spans 1,000,000 words could take a year of dedicated labor, extensive research, and countless sleepless nights. It was far from the simplicity of penning a casual story. Ji Bufan perused the reviews, noting that they were overwhelmingly positive, with many lengthy critiques praising teacher Lin's skill and professionalism. He felt a flicker of curiosity as to why the platform had not granted her more visibility. Soon enough, he identified the root of the issue. The title was lacking. The current serialized work bore the name The Flourishing of the Ming Dynasty, narrating a tale set during the late Ming Dynasty under Emperor Chongzhen. The protagonist was one of the emperor's favored concubines, who, at the outset, aided Chongzhen in his struggle against the rebel leader, seeking to prolong the Ming Dynasty's legacy. The narrative also delved into the romantic entanglements between the protagonist and the emperor. And indeed, the writing was quite adept. It seemed female authors had a particular flair for evocative storytelling. No wonder teacher Lin felt hesitant to let him read it. Returning to the matter at hand, Ji Bufan mused that teacher Lin was perhaps too much of an idealist. Were it him, he would have opted for a more provocative title, such as I Support Chongzhen, and He is Infatuated with Me. Chapter 19. A modicum of understanding. Ji Bufan had navigated the web fiction industry for many years and was acutely aware of the fierce competition that had arisen in recent times. With countless aspiring authors vying for attention, the landscape had changed significantly. It was no longer the case that any casual scribbling would attract readers. Even obscure and cryptic titles would not deter readers, as they were once starved for content. However, we now found ourselves in a buyer's market, overflowing with a plethora of genres for readers to choose from. In such an environment, a lackluster title would make it exceedingly difficult for a work to stand out. The adage "a good wine fears not the depths of the alley" held true. However, Ji Bufan personally believed that a 4-character title was the most fitting, concise, and powerful, clear and straightforward, making it easier for readers to search for and remember. Teacher Lin's The Flourishing of the Ming Dynasty was quite commendable, and had it been a decade earlier, it would have posed no issues. Yet herein lay the problem. We were no longer in those times. Presently, titles needed to be striking, capable of capturing the reader's attention at first glance, enticing them to engage. Unless one were a renowned author with a substantial fan base, even a title as unappealing as excrement would find buyers among devoted fans. Otherwise, one ought to carefully craft a title that would attract readership. Ji Bufan continued to immerse himself in teacher Lin's novel. In his past life, he had harbored a deep love for literature, truly a voracious reader. The reason he eventually became an author stemmed from his dissatisfaction with the works of others, leading to a personal drought of engaging literature, prompting him to embark on his own writing journey. Although he has not written in this lifetime, he has remained attentive to the online literature industry, having read almost all the popular novels that have emerged. This habit, cultivated over time, constitutes one of his few cherished pastimes. In this world, male authors are scarce, with the majority of published works being targeted towards female readers, encompassing a wide array of genres and themes, resulting in a thriving industry. After all, reading novels is one of the most affordable forms of entertainment. For those toiling in the lower echelons of labor, collapsing onto their beds after a long day, finding solace in a beloved novel, occasionally bursting into fits of laughter, allows them to momentarily forget their woes. This, in essence, serves as an indirect means of maintaining social stability. After some time, Ji Bufan discerned numerous issues with teacher Lin's writing, which likely contributed to his significant improvement following his recent accolades. In the past, he would have merely sensed that the book was unsatisfactory to him without quickly identifying the specific flaws. This indicates that his own skills have indeed reached a commendable level. Teacher Lin's prose is quite commendable, yet the narrative tends to drag, exhibiting a hint of pretentiousness in showcasing knowledge and style. In simpler terms, the progression of the storyline is excessively slow. It meanders, compelling him to wish for a fast-forward option. In this era of rapid pace, novel writing must adapt to the trends. Who genuinely wishes to read about trivialities when the audience craves the essence of the story itself? Furthermore, there are the tantalizing elements to consider. Speaking of which, it is worth noting that female authors possess a natural advantage in this regard. Their writing is intricate, emotionally rich, and their prose is both beautiful and profound. Teacher Lin exemplifies all these qualities. At this moment, Ji Bufan reclines on the sofa, his legs resting upon Lin Muqing's lap. He is engrossed in reading a novel on his phone, while Lin Muqing gazes at him with a radiant smile, gently massaging his legs with both hands. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the sofa, Lin Muyu feels a sense of unease, unable to settle comfortably. She frequently casts glances towards Ji Bufan, silently wishing he would cease his reading and put down his phone. At this moment, she would gladly have crawled into a hole in the ground to escape the embarrassment she feels. To illustrate, imagine being a novelist, penning somewhat risky material, only to have family and friends discover it, relishing in its contents right before your eyes. One cannot help but feel a profound sense of mortification. Lin Muyu finds herself ensnared in such a mortifying predicament. After a moment, she could no longer remain still. She rose quietly and stealthily circled around the back of the sofa to see what Ji Bufan might be reading. She had heard that boys often indulge in videos of beautiful women dancing. She fervently hoped that Ji Bufan was indeed engaged in something of that nature. Unfortunately, the scene that filled her with the greatest embarrassment, the one she most dreaded witnessing, unfolded before her eyes. Ji Bufan was engrossed in reading the very novel she had authored. Moreover, it was indeed the risque segment she had penned. In a flurry, she hastily covered Ji Bufan's phone screen, her countenance revealing her embarrassment. And with a voice laced with indignation, she exclaimed, "Xiao Ji, I implore you, do not look." Teacher Lin, what brings you here?" Ji Bufan inquired, perplexed. Lin Muyu's face flushed crimson. I did not write well. I find it rather commendable." Ji Bufan feigned a serious demeanor. He was fully aware of Lin's disquiet. He too had resolutely safeguarded his pseudonym when he initially ventured into writing, ensuring no one around him was privy to it. Navigating the tumultuous seas of the internet alone, he was deliberately teasing Lin Muyu. Lin Muyu stammered in her defense, "My writing is truly subpar, and moreover, it is targeted towards a female audience." "Yes, it's for a female readership, entirely unsuitable for you, Xiao Ji." As she spoke, she attempted to snatch Ji Bufan's phone. At that moment, her sister, Lin Muqing, could no longer bear to watch and interjected, "Muyu, what is the matter? If Bufan wishes to read it, let him. There are no outsiders present. What is there to be ashamed of?" Lin Muqing assumed her sister merely possessed a thin skin, fearing her work might invite ridicule from Ji Bufan. In truth, she had never perused her sister's novels, for the mere thought of such material induced a headache. Thus, she remained unaware of the specifics of her sister's writing. At this juncture, Lin Muyu's heart cried out, "But it is truly embarrassing. Sister, you do not comprehend the circumstances. Please refrain from complicating matters." Yet, she found herself unable to articulate these sentiments. Nor did she know how to elucidate the situation to her sister. Consequently, she could only stand there, cheeks flushed, in a state of distress. It was Ji Bufan who came to her rescue, stating, "Teacher Lin, I have skimmed through your novel, and your foundational skills are quite solid, commendable indeed. However, there are certain issues. Observe here and here. The excessive elaboration has resulted in a sluggish narrative pace, adversely affecting the rhythm. Additionally, the overall structure is flawed, with a lack of clarity between the primary and secondary elements." Ji Bufan articulated the concerns he had identified and concluded, "I believe that with these modifications, your work will significantly improve. Oh, and it would be prudent to consider a different title. I have a rather explosive suggestion for a new title that you might propose to your editor. There is a substantial likelihood it will soar." Upon finishing, Ji Bufan noticed the Lin sisters casting him incredulous glances, prompting him to furrow his brow. "What? Do you not believe me?" I do. My editor has mentioned similar things, though perhaps not as detailed as you." Lin Muyu replied. Lin Muqing added, "But how is it that you possess knowledge of writing novels, dear husband? Oh, just a smattering of understanding. Merely a smattering. Ji Buffon humbly responded. Chapter 20. The Revealing. No more pretense regarding Ji Buffon's claim of having merely a smattering of knowledge. The Lin sisters were certainly skeptical. One was a startup entrepreneur, the other a university lecturer, both having received higher education and possessing keen intellects. Ji Buffon spoke about novels with such eloquence, discussing narrative structure and plot elements that would likely elude those unversed in the craft. Furthermore, Lin Muyu's editor had previously raised similar concerns, affirming the validity of his assertions. Thus, the two sisters surrounded him, eager to unearth the truth. Lin Muyu inquired, Little Ji, are you an editor? Or do you also write novels? Please tell me your pen name, so I may read your works and learn from them. Lin Muqing expressed her apprehension. Darling, you aren't truly writing novels, are you? Please don't. Writing novels entails sleepless nights, which is detrimental to your health. Listen to me, let's not pursue that. Focus on enjoying life and contemplating where to travel instead. Upon hearing this, Ji Buffon took Lin Muqing's hand and gently patted the back of it, reassuring her. Fear not, my dear Muqing, I am not writing. After a moment of contemplation, he confessed, All right, since it has come to this, I shall be forthright. In truth, I am a prodigy in writing. From a young age, I have been sensitive to language and deeply enamored with literary works, having conducted extensive studies in the field. Although I have yet to pen a novel, I am confident that if I were to do so, it would undoubtedly achieve remarkable acclaim, capturing the attention of the world. Various film and animation companies would seek me out for adaptation rights. Yet, why have I refrained from writing? Because I believe that mere writing is insufficient. I aspire to create a masterpiece. I require time to cultivate my thoughts. I believe that in 20 years, when I reach the age of 40, I will be ready to embark on my writing journey. How does that explanation sit with you both? After Ji Buffon's declaration, the Lin sisters were initially taken aback, before bursting into laughter. He boasts without a hint of modesty. Little Ji is truly entertaining. What a whimsical talker. Lin Muqing, unable to contain her amusement, linked her arm with Ji Buffon's, her worries dissipating entirely. Perhaps her husband did possess some writing talent, but as long as he refrained from pursuing it, she was content. She had witnessed her sister's chaotic lifestyle, which left no room for rest even during holidays, and thus harbored a strong aversion to that profession. Given Ji Buffon's kindness, she was determined to ensure his life was more comfortable. Recently, her company had secured several substantial orders, yielding decent profits. She felt capable of supporting her husband. Moreover, even if she were unable to do so, there were always the second and third families to consider. The second family was quite wealthy, so there was no necessity for her husband to earn a living. As for Lin Muyu, she had not previously known much about Ji Buffon, only that he was quite well known in school and popular among his peers. Many colleagues praised him as a warm-hearted individual, and Lin Muyu had occasionally felt a flutter of interest. Unfortunately, her own insecurities prevented her from articulating such an unreasonable request. She found solace in writing, but it was only through their recent close interactions that she discovered Ji Buffon's admirable character, as well as his remarkable talent and sense of humor. At that moment, she felt a twinge of envy towards her sister. Upon witnessing the intimate exchange between the two, she yearned to join their camaraderie. Yet, she was acutely aware of her own shortcomings. How could someone as remarkable as Xiao Ji possibly harbor feelings for someone as inept as herself? She seized the opportunity to engage in discussions about writing, for merely conversing with such a paragon was, in itself, a treasure. Regrettably, her interlocutor did not write novels. Otherwise, future discussions would abound. She conceded that her aspirations were rather pedestrian. Xiao Ji, you mentioned earlier that you thought of a title for my book. What was it? I shall promptly request additional title testing from the editor. Lin Muyu inquired. I support Chongjin, and Chongjin is infatuated with me. This title, might it be too audacious? Upon hearing this name, Lin Muyu's previously restored complexion flushed once more. Ji Buffon remarked, Teacher Lin, are you suggesting it is too vulgar? And no, perhaps just a tad. Hee. Teacher Lin, may I ask, what is your purpose in writing novels? Is it a passion or a pursuit of profit? Ji Buffon queried. Lin Muyu hesitated momentarily. Initially, it was undoubtedly out of passion, but now I wish to earn money. I need to help my sister settle her debts. At this, Lin Muqing interjected swiftly. Muyu, I forgot to mention, my loan has been taken care of by Buffon, so you need not worry about that anymore. You shouldn't have sold that apartment. You incurred a significant loss. Lin Muqing felt a swell of emotion upon hearing her sister's intent to assist her financially and hurriedly conveyed this to alleviate her concerns. Lin Muyu turned to her sister. "Ah, sister, you are not short of funds anymore? Why did you not mention it sooner? I was just barely managing. Who could have anticipated your efficiency? Well then, I too must earn money. I wish to purchase a house." Ji Bufan clapped his hands together. "All right, since our goal is clear and we seek to generate income, we must not fear embarrassment. After all, it is merely a title. What is there to be ashamed of? Have you seen the titles on the websites? There are all sorts, even ones like Plump Madam and Neighbor Andy. I ask you, Teacher Lin, which title do you believe would attract readers more? Mine or yours? Undoubtedly yours. Then that settles it. I have come to realize, Xiao Ji, that I previously considered myself a person of culture, too proud to resort to such titles to entice readers, even believing that such readers were unworthy of my work. Yet, I have come to understand that my capabilities are indeed limited, and if I must employ some provocative titles to retain readers, what merit is there in maintaining such lofty ideals?" Ji Bufan waved his hand dismissively. "One should not view it in such a manner. Consider it from a different perspective. Attracting more readers to witness your work is quite commendable, is it not? After all the effort you put into writing, do you not wish for a wider audience to appreciate your creations? Indeed, Xiao Ji, you are absolutely right. I was rather obstinate before. Thank you for helping me shift my perspective." Lin Muyu expressed her gratitude with fervent nods. Subsequently, Lin Muyu once again sought Ji Bufan's insights on the shortcomings of her work, recalling that there were several points she had not fully grasped from their previous discussion. Navigating through a mobile phone can be quite cumbersome. Hence, she decided to bring her laptop, opening the draft document for Ji Bufan to peruse, which proved to be more convenient. Ji Bufan positioned the computer on his lap, while Lin Muyu leaned in closely, their proximity palpable. Before long, Ji Bufan found himself somewhat distracted. "Teacher Lin, please make your revisions first. It's quite late, and I must retire to sleep with your sister." Lin Muyu glanced at the clock, noting it was barely past 9. "Sleeping so early? Is there any rush? Don't young people usually stay up late?" However, Ji Bufan offered her no opportunity for further discussion, promptly rising to escort his sister to the bedroom. The master bedroom in Lin Muqing's home came equipped with an ensuite bathroom. Upon entering the room, Ji Bufan took Lin Muqing inside. Lin Muqing was increasingly enamored with Ji Bufan. He even understands writing? His merits seem to multiply. Who could resist such a husband? What woman wouldn't be captivated? Lin Muqing cherished these moments, aware that once the other branches of the family were established, Ji Bufan would no longer belong solely to her. The following day, Ji Bufan was to meet his in-laws. Since their residence was nearby, there was no need for an early start, allowing him to rise well after the sun had ascended. After a simple breakfast, he and Lin Muqing sifted through the pile of gifts he had received. Knowing his father-in-law smoked, Ji Bufan had received various brands of cigarettes, including Yu Hua Shi, He Hua, and Huan He Min, all in ample supply. As Ji Bufan did not smoke often, these would last him years. Thus, he decided to take a few extra packs for his father-in-law. He also selected a belt and a wallet, planning to purchase a couple of bottles of wine on the way. Do not inquire about gifts for his mother-in-law. The answer is simply that they were unnecessary. With Lin Muyu still groggy from sleep, they set off at 10 o'clock. They arrived at Lin Muqing's parents' home shortly after, at 10:30. The two families were merely a few streets apart. Lin Muqing's family placed great importance on Ji Bufan's arrival, even sending someone to greet him at the community entrance. After all, a new son-in-law is a valued guest, especially in this era of a surplus of women over men. As Ji Bufan stepped out of the car, he was met with a warm welcome from the Lin family. "Ah, Ji Bufan is truly a handsome young man. So spirited," Lin Muqing's father remarked with a beaming smile. "Indeed, this young fellow is quite the catch. Youthful, handsome, and brimming with vitality. Our Muqing is fortunate to have found such a match," chimed in Lin Muqing's stepmother. "Look at how wonderful Ji Bufan is, truly an admirable match," added Lin Muqing's second mother. Indeed, marrying a fine young man like Ji Bufan is quite the elevation for Muqing. "Muqing, you must treat Xiao Ji well in the future. You must never bully him." Lin Muqing's mother beamed with joy. Under Lin Muqing's introduction, Ji Bufan was introduced to her parents one by one. He conducted himself with great propriety, addressing them as mom and dad, which elicited delightful laughter and compliments from the Lin family, especially Lin's mother, who found her son-in-law increasingly agreeable. her gaze fixed on Ji Buffon since he stepped out of the car. What a fine young man. He possesses both height and looks. And I hear he is still in university, yet to graduate. Lin's mother had never dreamed that her daughter would marry such a young and remarkable boy. Her daughter is truly fortunate. At that moment, she felt immense relief. Her daughter's marriage had finally found a resolution, alleviating her constant worries. Observing the couple holding hands, resembling a pair of literary protagonists, Lin's mother was filled with joy. Today, Ji Buffon indeed presented himself exceptionally well. He wore a light-colored casual shirt paired with dress trousers, complemented by a pair of high-end leather shoes gifted by the ever-adoring Qian. This ensemble struck a perfect balance between relaxed elegance and formality. With his tall, upright posture and sun-kissed handsomeness, he was strikingly impressive from any angle. Beside him, Lin Muqing was equally well prepared. Her pale pink dress perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, showcasing her feminine charm to its fullest. With just the right touch of makeup, she appeared even more beautiful, resembling a picturesque scene. Together, they made a remarkably matched pair. Ji Buffon, smiling, engaged in light conversation with the Lin family. His warm grin and poised demeanor exuded confidence without arrogance or overt flattery, appearing quite natural and gracious. The Lin family was evidently pleased with Ji Buffon's comportment, their eyes filled with admiration as they scrutinized him. Meanwhile, Ji Buffon subtly observed the four middle-aged individuals, one man and three women, before him. Lin's father appeared to be in his 50s, of average height with a somewhat slender build, exuding a somewhat frail impression. Ji Buffon sensed he was a kind-hearted man. His smile was warm, and his words gentle, naturally endearing him to others. In this world, married men often appear somewhat gaunt, and the reasons are not hard to guess. After all, 3 wives can be quite demanding, and even the strongest man might struggle to bear it. Some might wonder if it is truly unavoidable. Is it not possible to negotiate? What about men's rights? Well, it is true that one cannot simply impose their will, but I ask you, is it fair to withhold everything? Is it suitable to offer one thing but deny another? While wives work tirelessly to support the family, should husbands contribute nothing at all? This is utterly unacceptable, especially considering that satisfying your own wife is a duty and responsibility inherent to your role as a husband. Even if it requires gritting your teeth, one must persevere. But I digress. Let us return to the main topic. Lin's father left a relatively positive first impression on Ji Buffon, while Lin's mother was equally commendable. She maintained herself well, appearing somewhat younger than her actual age of just over 50, though she was likely in her 50s. As one could deduce from her daughter Lin Muqing's age, Lin's mother exuded an air of grace and competence. It was said that she worked within the system, enjoying a relatively relaxed workload, which afforded her ample energy and time to manage the family's affairs, both significant and trivial. Ji Buffon was quite satisfied with his mother-in-law. Chapter 22. A pedicure that cost nothing. Ji Buffon then cast his gaze towards the second and third branches of the Lin family. The second branch, represented by Lin's teacher's mother, wore glasses and emanated a serene demeanor, tall and remarkably voluptuous. It was evident that Lin's teacher had inherited these traits from her mother, contributing to her exceptional stature. According to Lin Muqing, her second mother was quite down-to-earth, exceptionally diligent, working as an accountant in a state-owned enterprise while also moonlighting to assist numerous small businesses with their accounting and tax declarations. She often toiled late into the night, making significant sacrifices for her family, truly embodying the ideal of the second branch. Conversely, the third branch, Lin Xiaoma, was the youngest and most charming among the women, particularly adept at engaging with Lin's father. With a background in dance, she possessed an elegant figure and remarkable poise. In her youth, she was part of a legitimate dance troupe, but left due to the intricate rivalries within, subsequently launching her own dance training institution in partnership with friends. It was said that her business thrived. Lin Xiaoma had a daughter named Lin Xiaoxue, who was of similar age to Ji Buffon. Influenced by her mother, Lin Xiaoxue developed an early interest in dance and performance, eventually enrolling in the Shanghai Drama Academy, where she had just begun her foray into the entertainment industry, albeit without yet achieving prominence. All of this information was shared with Ji Buffon in confidence by Lin Muqing. As the weather outside grew warm, the group exchanged pleasantries and made their way home, the atmosphere harmonious and lively, with laughter and conversation flowing freely. Everyone had momentarily forgotten about Lin Muyu, who was still fast asleep in the back seat of the car. She had been up until 3 in the morning revising her manuscript. Along the way, Ji Buffon's gaze frequently drifted towards Lin Muqing's 3 mothers. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of envy towards his father-in-law. Although these 3 daughters-in-law were no longer in their youth, having lost their prime years, they still retained an undeniable charm. It was not difficult to envision how mesmerizing they must have been in their younger days, captivating all who beheld them. Of course, while appearance holds significance, it is the inner qualities that truly matter. Lin's mother was nurturing and capable. Lin's second mother was industrious and competent, while Lin's Xiaoma was graceful and enchanting. This truly constituted a formidable ensemble. Having such 3 wives makes life exceedingly comfortable. Ji Buffon genuinely admires his father-in-law's discerning taste in selecting wives. This must be the ideal life envisioned by every man. Naturally, to marry such remarkable women, the father-in-law himself must possess commendable qualities. Otherwise, they would not be interested in him. The principle of matching social status is timeless. Here, however, the focus is on the man's physical attributes, appearance, eloquence, and compatibility of character. Before long, the group arrived at the Lin family's residence, preparing to ascend in the elevator. It was only then that Lin Muqing recalled her sister was still in the car. She hurriedly took out her phone and called her sister multiple times, finally connecting as they entered the house, instructing her to come home directly. Upon entering the Lin household, Ji Buffon glanced around, noting the spaciousness of their home, which he estimated to be nearly 200 square meters. In this world, properties tend to be more expansive, primarily due to larger family sizes, with smaller units being rare. The Lin family was well off, making such a residence quite reasonable. Once inside, after greeting Ji Buffon, the second and third branches of the Lin family busied themselves in the kitchen preparing lunch. Lin's mother sat with Ji Buffon for a brief conversation before she too went to the kitchen, leaving the 2 men to chat while Lin Muqing poured tea and served water beside them. In the living room, Lin's father, wearing a warm smile, gently pushed a teacup towards Ji Buffon, enthusiastically exclaiming, "Come, young Ji, this is this year's freshly harvested Dahong Pao, sent over from Muqing's aunt's hometown. It's infused with goji berries, offering a unique flavor. Do give it a taste." Ji Buffon expressed his gratitude, lifted the teacup to inhale its aroma, and took a sip. Delightful. The fragrance is rich, and the taste is smooth, he remarked. Lin's father chuckled. "Ah, young Ji truly appreciates tea. I'm glad you enjoy it. I have some more here. Remember to take some home with you." Ji Buffon quickly waved his hands in polite refusal. No, sir, I rarely drink tea. Please keep it for yourself." Lin's father dismissed this with a laugh. "Why be so formal with your father-in-law? We are family now. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, you really shouldn't have brought so many things. You're wasting money." It wasn't much. A lot of it was a gift from friends. Ji Buffon shyly scratched his head in response. Lin's father instantly understood the implication behind Ji Buffon's reference to friends, remarking, "Ah, you youngsters have it so easy these days, making friends freely without fear of being taken advantage of. In our time, things were quite different. We had to tread carefully with friendships. Though society has become more open now, our bodies can no longer keep pace. Alas. I brought you 2 bottles of seahorse liquor. Would you like to try it?" He continued, chuckling. "I've had it before. Its effects are rather mediocre, but perhaps that's just because I've grown old and lost my vigor. By the way, young Ji, what are your hobbies? What entertainment activities do you enjoy? In this world, men without careers are merely indulging in leisure. Conversations often revolve around food, drink, and entertainment." Soon, Lin's father shifted the conversation in that direction. Ji Buffon remarked, "It's just about playing games, reading novels, and soaking my feet. I'm quite the homebody." "Oh, don't you enjoy fishing?" Lin's father inquired with surprise. "I've never tried it, and I'm not interested." "Well, young Ji, you should give it a try. Fishing is quite enjoyable." Lin's father continued, "I don't quite understand your games and novels, but I too take pleasure in foot baths. Which foot spa do you frequent?" "I know a very reputable place. The therapists are quite professional, and one tea overstepped their boundaries. I'll take you there someday." Ji Buffon was rendered speechless. He had initially perceived Lin's father as a stern and rigid individual, only to discover that he was quite lively. The notion of being taken to a foot spa was perplexing. But what did he mean by the therapists are professional? That was precisely what he detested. After years of indulging in foot baths, he had never spent a single penny on it. Noticing Ji Buffon's silence, Lin's father quickly realized the generational gap between them. understanding that their needs differed. The young Ji was full of vigor and enthusiasm. He chuckled heartily and said, "Ah, I almost forgot. At your age, young Ji, you are brimming with youthful energy. I understand. I truly do. To be honest, I envy you for having so much youth to squander. Heed my words. Cherish this time. Enjoy yourself while you can. Otherwise, when you reach my age, you'll find yourself full of intentions, but lacking the strength, leaving behind regrets. Don't worry, young Ji. I understand Mu Qing's character. She is sensible, virtuous, and magnanimous, just like her mother. As long as you know to come home, everything will be fine." Chapter 23. Confusion. Lin's father was genuinely pleased with Ji Bufan. Otherwise, he wouldn't express such sentiments in front of his daughter. This was undoubtedly a form of indulgence and support for Ji Bufan, allowing him to play freely without the burden of restrictions. Although he might have acted similarly without his father's approval, the fact that Lin's father openly stated it was indeed rare, showcasing his open-mindedness. It is worth noting that while such sentiments are common in today's society and are even encouraged officially, there remain individuals with more conservative views who propagate contrary ideologies. These individuals believe that a man should maintain absolute fidelity to his family and must not stray outside, lest outsiders take advantage. They argue that if a man deviates from this principle of loyalty, he is being irresponsible towards his family, reflecting a moral deficiency. However, these individuals seem oblivious to the series of preferential policies introduced by the state in recent years aimed at encouraging men to step outside, assume greater social responsibilities, and contribute more to society with their warmth and compassion. Ultimately, the advancement and development of a society necessitate the collective efforts of every individual. As a vital component of society, men naturally bear significant responsibilities and missions. The nation recognizes that the notion of allowing men to take multiple wives is impractical and that it is unfeasible to ensure that every woman has a home. Nevertheless, providing them with a brief experience of companionship is certainly beneficial. If a stable home cannot be offered, then granting them a child would suffice. Such a gesture would imbue their lives with greater meaning, reigniting their passion for life, enabling them to labor diligently, strive for success, and create rather than succumb to lethargy and despair. Yet, it is precisely those entrenched in conservatism who fail to grasp this simple truth, asserting that women who do not have husbands do not deserve to enjoy a fulfilling sexual life. Even more egregiously, some have maliciously propagated the filthiness of women theory, proclaiming that love exists solely among men, while heterosexual relationships exist only for procreation. This is utterly absurd. Such statements are deserving of condemnation, and their proponents should be denounced. If such ideologies were to prevail, would humanity not face extinction? Regrettably, a portion of misguided men have indeed fallen prey to such fallacies, choosing to toil away to pay exorbitant fines rather than marry. They adopt the appearance of buzz-cut hairstyles and bushy beards, proudly identifying themselves as part of the bear community. In any case, Ji Bufan perceives his father-in-law's views as profoundly misguided. No wonder others lead such blissful lives. As the saying goes, thoughts determine altitude, and attitude shapes destiny. What truly affirms one's worth is the extent of their contributions to society and the nation. On this matter, Ji Bufan and his father-in-law reached a mutual understanding. Experiencing a moment of camaraderie, Ji Bufan expressed, "Thank you, Dad, for your understanding and support. You know, some girls are indeed quite lovely and deserving of compassion. I cannot help but wish to comfort their lonely hearts. Primarily, I am not one to refuse." Hearing this, Father Lin chuckled, "Haha, of course I understand. I was young once too. No one understands how delightful young girls can be better than I do. Ji, heed my advice. These next few years are your prime. There is no rush to marry a second wife. Enjoy life for a few years, and with Mu Qing taking care of you, that is sufficient. We can discuss other matters once you have had your fun." Father Lin was genuinely concerned for Ji Bufan, even planning his life for him, fearful that he might take a wrong turn. He had heard that the young man was an orphan, without any elder to guide him in such matters, and felt a sense of pity for him. He had initially thought Ji Bufan was merely 20 years old, with his journey just beginning, but was taken aback to learn that he had already made significant strides. Then Ji Bufan stated, Dad, I have already married a second wife." "What? You've already married? Why the haste? You could have taken your time in choosing." Father Lin exclaimed, "Ji, you must be cautious with this third marriage. Consider it at least 5 years from now. The third marriage has also been settled. Confound it. What is there left to enjoy? Father Lin lamented in despair. As two men in the living room engaged in a discussion about marriage, several women in the kitchen were also contemplating the matter. In preparation for the arrival of their new son-in-law, the three matrons of the Lin family were diligently planning a sumptuous lunch. They had spent the previous day carefully curating the menu and had set out early this morning to procure the necessary ingredients. Their commitment to the occasion was unmistakable. While they busied themselves with their tasks, Lin Xiaoma, with a tone laced with anticipation, addressed Lin Mu. Elder sister, I truly believe that young Ji is quite exceptional. What do you think about having Xiaoxua marry him? It would be wonderful for the two sisters to support one another, don't you agree? Lin Xiaoma's daughter. Lin Xiaoxua was merely 21 years old. Although still young and at the threshold of her career, she had not previously considered marriage at such an early stage. However, today, Lin Xiaoma was struck by the notion that Ji Bufan was a rare find, and she felt compelled to seek her sister-in-law's approval. Lin Mu, without lifting her gaze, replied, Your Xiaoxua is still quite young. What is the rush? If anyone should be in a hurry, it should be our second sister Xiaoyu, who is already 25. Besides, haven't you always been quite particular? You've deemed most suitors unworthy of your daughter. What makes you think young Ji is a suitable match? Absolutely. He is a remarkable young man, handsome, eloquent, and possessing a splendid character. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. Elder sister, I implore you, could you please advocate on my behalf? Lin Xiaoma pleaded, her face adorned with a smile. This plea brought a sense of satisfaction to Lin Mu, as she was well aware of the third sister's usual arrogance. While they maintained a facade of sisterhood, their private interactions were often fraught with tension. As the first wife, Lin Mu held a position of authority. Yet the third sister frequently disregarded her words, which had often left Lin Mu feeling exasperated. Today, however, she resolved to be cautious in her response. Advocate? Well, it's not entirely out of the question. However, today is certainly not the right time. Perhaps another day, when my mood is more favorable. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoma's eyes sparkled with mischief. Elder sister, matters such as this should not be delayed. They say good fortune comes in pairs. If young Ji has any intention of marrying our second daughter, then our family would be blessed with double happiness. If this comes to fruition, you shall be like a true sister to me, and I will cover all your beauty salon expenses from now on. Hearing this declaration, Lin Mu hesitated, sensing the sincerity in her sister-in-law's words. Just as she contemplated whether to acquiesce or to further negotiate, the second sister, who had been quietly working, interjected, Elder sister, didn't you just mention that Xiaoyu should be in a hurry? Indeed, Xiaoyu should be anxious. Let her marry young Ji. Upon hearing the second sister speak, Lin Xiaoma's expression soured. Second sister, please refrain from meddling. We are discussing Xiaoxua's future, not yours. Get back to your work. As her words fell, a sharp slap echoed across the room, striking her backside. Lin's mother took a stand for the second household. How should you speak to your second sister? Be mindful of your attitude. Do not take advantage of her gentleness to bully her. With that, she delivered another slap to Lin Xiaoma's backside, producing a crisp sound. Perhaps accustomed to such reprimands, Lin Xiaoma remained unfazed, feeling that it didn't hurt much and was rather invigorating. She shamelessly retorted, When have I ever bullied my second sister? I merely spoke out of concern. Do not take it to heart. Upon hearing this, Lin Irma quickly waved her hand. It's fine, it's fine. I was merely thinking that Xiaoyu is not young anymore, and if we delay, she might miss the chance to find a suitable partner. Xiao Ji is indeed quite good. Stop right there. Second sister, let me finish first. I brought this up first. Your Xiaoyu is just in line, Lin Xiaoma interrupted. But Xiaoxua is still young. My Xiaoyu cannot wait. I don't care. It simply cannot happen. As tensions rose, Lin's mother swiftly intervened. Stop arguing. The new son-in-law is right outside. What are you two squabbling about? Is this appropriate? We don't even know if he wants to marry. Well, we're just anxious. Lin Xiaoma replied meekly. I understand your urgency, but please hold your horses. Let me bring Muqing in and inquire about the situation first, Lin's mother declared. As the primary matriarch of the Lin family, she had a broader perspective, although she didn't quite see eye to eye with the third household. The marriage prospects of the children were paramount and could not be delayed. She opened the kitchen door, peering out to beckon her daughter, Lin Muqing, to come over. What is it, Mom? Is there something you need? Lin Muqing asked as she entered the kitchen. Lin's mother closed the door again and said, Muqing, You and Xiao Ji have been living together for several days now, right? Tell me, does Xiao Ji have any intentions of marrying the second or third households? Yes, he does. Why do you ask? Lin Muqing responded candidly. Her words immediately filled the kitchen with joy among the women. Even Lin's mother beamed with delight. If all three daughters could marry Xiao Ji, it would be utterly perfect, bringing countless benefits. Xiao Ji was indeed a suitable match, more than capable of complementing their daughters. Furthermore, without elders from his family, they wouldn't have to navigate complex in-law relationships. The three sisters, having grown up together, shared a deep bond. And living together in the future would require no adjustment. Everything could be discussed amicably, minimizing conflicts. It couldn't be better. If they could hold a joint wedding, it would be even more splendid, not only saving expenses, but also simplifying matters. The marriage arrangements for all the children would be resolved at once. No more worries about this in the future. Additionally, three sisters marrying the same outstanding husband would be a delightful tale to tell. As the first wife of the Lin family, Lin's mother would take pride in this too. At this moment, the happiest were still Lin Xiaoma and Lin Irma, who were not as contemplative as Lin's mother, but simply wished to find a good man for their daughters. Ah, Xiao Ji is indeed a commendable man. Lin Xiaoma eagerly exclaimed, is that true? Wonderful. Muqing, why not let your younger sister Xiao Shui be with him? What do you think? Lin Irma added, Muqing, Xiao Yu could also be a suitable match for the third household. At this moment, Lin Muqing finally understood that they seemed to have misunderstood the situation. She quickly clarified. Wait a moment, everyone, Xiao Ji's second and third households have already been chosen. You are too late. What? Their earlier joy transformed into profound disappointment. How could it happen so swiftly? Xiao Ji is still so young. Why the rush to marry? Such foolishness. Lin Muqing explained that Ji Bufan had already completed the arrangements for his second and third households, with the third being his childhood sweetheart, a matter already settled. Upon hearing this, the three mothers felt a sense of regret. Lin Xiaoma, still unwilling to concede, inquired, Muqing, does Xiao Ji have any desire to marry more wives? Isn't the country encouraging such practices now? I believe he possesses quite a progressive mindset. Her voice dwindled as she spoke, eventually trailing off. In these times, who would entertain the notion of marrying multiple wives? One must understand that marrying a wife entails responsibilities. One must provide for her. It is exhausting. If one wishes to play around, there are plenty outside. Why bring it home? The other two shared the sentiment, feeling it improbable and relinquishing hope. However, Lin Muqing seemed to ponder deeply. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, Xiao Ji hasn't expressed any desire to marry more, but Mu Yu is his teacher, and they have known each other for some time. It appears he harbors some feelings for her. Oh, please elaborate. Lin Irma's eyes brightened. Meanwhile, in the living room, Lin Fu continued to feel regret for Ji Bufan. To be ensnared in the quagmire of marriage at such a young age, his life was effectively over. His gaze towards Ji Bufan was now filled with sympathy and pity. As someone who had experienced this, he understood the pain and helplessness intimately. He had resolved to advise his eldest daughter to be a bit more accommodating towards Xiao Ji, cautioning against excessive greed and insatiable desires. Come, Xiao Ji, drink more of this goji berry tea. You must pay attention to your health in this regard. Always carry a thermos. Do not let the goji berries run out. No need, Dad. I'm still young and do not require such things, Ji Bufan replied, disliking the taste of goji berries. Listen to your father. I mean you no harm. It's better to start early. I have suffered losses in this regard. All right. Furthermore, you must also pay attention to your diet. Nourish yourself well. Avoid beer and instead consume medicinal wine. Do chew on kidney supplements and refrain from chewing betel nuts. Okay, I will heed your advice. When I return, I'll give you a copy of my dietary regimen. I consulted an expert for this, and it is quite effective. Alas, it was too late to turn back. All that remained was to focus on maintaining good health. Little G, you must never let down your guard. Women are like tigers. Father Lin has already listened attentively to Ji Bufan's detailed account of his second and third wives, understanding that he married them out of deep affection. Consequently, he no longer reproached him, but rather felt that he was a good-hearted young man. However, he couldn't help but sigh in lamentation. The two engaged in heartfelt conversation, and soon after, the meal was ready, prompting them to rise and approach the dining table. The table was lavishly adorned with an array of sumptuous dishes, including steamed crabs, fresh oysters, coconut and goji berry chicken stew, a platter of beef, donkey, and deer penises, scrambled eggs with chives, and stir-fried okra with shrimp, among others. An impressive feast indeed. In today's society, women are expected not only to earn a living, but also to cook and manage household chores. The wives in the Lin family excelled in culinary skills. It is said that in the past, caring for children, cooking, and housekeeping were considered men's responsibilities. Ji Buffon was fortunate to be in such an era. Chapter 25. No loss in any case. Ji Buffon was warmly ushered to the main seat at the dining table. Today, he was undeniably the honored guest of the Lin family. Just before the meal commenced, Mother Lin presented Ji Buffon with a token of their meeting, a bank card and a wristwatch. The card contained 588,000 yuan, a dowry she had prepared for her daughter. The watch was a gold and steel Rolex Datejust, which Ji Buffon estimated to be worth just over 100,000 yuan. Had it been solid gold, it would have cost nearly 300,000 yuan. He had previously received a similar timepiece from a wealthy woman. In addition to these gifts, Mother Lin expressed her intention to cover the cost of a tailored high-end suit for Ji Buffon, which, when paired with the watch, symbolized a talented and accomplished individual. This is a customary practice in Shanghai, where the parents of the bride present a watch and a suit to the new son-in-law, conveying their best wishes for him to be dashing and graceful. Furthermore, Mother Lin contributed an additional 100,000 yuan towards the purchase of the 3 golds, allowing Lin Muqing to accompany Ji Buffon for the selection. Receiving such gifts, Ji Buffon graciously accepted them. While expressing his gratitude, he solemnly assured them that he would cherish his life with Lin Muqing and would never abandon her. This simple promise brought immense comfort to the Lin family, particularly to Mother Lin, whose eyes glistened with tears. As long as little Ji was willing to build a life with her daughter, she would be wholly content, desiring nothing more. Following this, everyone began to indulge in the lavish lunch. The atmosphere at the table was extraordinarily lively, filled with laughter and joy. Father Lin took the liberty of serving Ji Buffon a cherished liquor he had kept for many years, filling his glass and then toasting with him. The wives of the Lin family were equally warm and attentive, constantly serving Ji Buffon dishes and shucking oysters, frequently raising their glasses in his honor. In this world, for various reasons, people generally prefer not to drink strong liquor. Most men opt for medicinal wines or yellow wines. Meanwhile, women, burdened by life's pressures, also partake in moderate drinking, predominantly favoring beer and fruit wines. At this moment, several women at the dining table were indulging in fruit wine, frequently raising their glasses and inviting Ji Buffon to join in their revelry, creating an atmosphere of delightful camaraderie. Unbeknownst to him, Ji Buffon had succumbed to inebriation. Ordinarily, he possessed a commendable tolerance for alcohol and rarely found himself intoxicated. However, today was an exceptional circumstance, primarily due to the Lin family's overwhelming enthusiasm. He felt a tinge of confusion, while it was understandable for Lin's father and mother to toast to him in their joy. The excessive warmth exhibited by Aunt Lin and Little Aunt Lin seemed somewhat unusual, particularly Aunt Lin, who, despite her typically reticent nature, clumsily attempted to engage him in conversation. One could easily mistake her for his mother-in-law. At this juncture, Ji Buffon remained blissfully unaware that they had indeed embraced that role. He was assisted to the guest room for rest, with Lin Muyu designated to attend to him. Aunt Lin earnestly instructed her daughter, Xiao Yu, ensure you take good care of Xiao Ji. He has consumed quite a bit of your father's tonic. He may have certain needs. If such a situation arises, it is a rare opportunity. Do not let it slip away. Lin Muyu nodded in comprehension. I understand, mother. But what if Xiao Ji has no needs? Aunt Lin replied, if he has no needs, we certainly must not force the issue. We are not that kind of people, and it would tarnish our reputation. Lin Muyu nodded again, agreeing with her mother's sentiment, yet her expression revealed her discomfort. Mother, doesn't this seem somewhat inappropriate? It feels a bit like taking advantage of him. Besides, even if he falls asleep, what difference does it make? He may not even consider marrying me. Are you foolish? Aunt Lin exclaimed, her frustration evident. Opportunities must be seized. How will you know the outcome if you do not strive? You are a university lecturer, yet you fail to grasp this simple truth. Moreover, you stand to gain nothing detrimental. If by chance you were to conceive Xiao Ji's child, wouldn't the prospects be even greater? But today is not my ovulation period. Lin Muyu mumbled softly. Aunt Lin was momentarily speechless. You truly lack ambition. Well then, let us do our best and leave the rest to fate. You should exert every effort to charm and entice Xiao Ji. Even if it does not culminate in success, at least you will have no regrets. Merely a matter of destiny. Just do your utmost. With that, Aunt Lin exited the room, closing the door behind her. She sighed inwardly, pondering how her daughter was too much like her in matters of the heart, seemingly oblivious to the subtleties of courting a man. If only that girl from the third family, Xiao Shui, were present, she would need no instruction in such matters. The room fell into a serene silence, leaving only Lin Muyu and Ji Bufan together. Faint murmurs of conversation drifted from the living room, barely audible, as the soundproofing of the room held strong. Lin Muyu sat at the edge of the bed, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing. Ji Bufan lay beside her, deeply immersed in the slumber that alcohol had bestowed upon him. In the company of a solitary man and woman, it was, to be honest, quite suitable for something to transpire. This thought suddenly invaded Lin Muyu's mind, causing her to blush profusely. She shook her head, attempting to dispel the shameful notion. Yet the effects of the alcohol seemed to amplify its allure. During lunch, she indulged in some plum wine, and now the effects of the alcohol emboldened her considerably. Leaning forward, she peered closely at Ji Bufan. The sight of Xiao Ji asleep was even more enchanting than usual. His thick eyelashes cast a small shadow beneath his eyes, and beneath his prominent nose lay perfectly shaped lips. The softness of his lips beckoned her with an irresistible curiosity about their taste, a notion that Lin Muyu found increasingly difficult to suppress. She recalled her colleague's exuberant praises of Xiao Ji, and wondered why she should not partake in such a delightful experience. Xiao Ji was so affable, surely he would not hold it against her upon awakening. Moreover, their familiarity, compounded by their kinship, only added to her courage. Under ordinary circumstances, Lin Muyu would never have dared such an audacious act. Her naturally timid disposition would have prevented her from being so forward with a boy of such quality as Ji Bufan. Yet, emboldened by the wine, she felt an exhilarating sense of daring. Chapter 26. Challenging the strong. In the living room outside, the Lin family gathered together for a family meeting. The meeting was presided over by Lin's father, with Lin's mother serving as the spokesperson. Attendees included Aunt Lin Er, Aunt Lin Xiao, and Lin Muqing, who, having married, was now permitted to partake in such formal family discussions. The primary topics of this meeting were twofold, one concerning the arrangements surrounding Lin Muqing's marriage, and the other addressing the impending matrimonial prospects for the children as they grew older, necessitating discussions on their respective nuptial plans. Regarding the first topic, Lin Muqing's marriage was relatively straightforward. Having already obtained their marriage certificate, the only significant matter left was the wedding ceremony itself. The discussion primarily revolved around this issue, as well as organizing her post-marriage living arrangements and managing family dynamics. Lin Muqing expressed her intention to host the wedding jointly with the other two branches of the family, with Ji Bufan's side eager to cover the expenses. However, she felt uncomfortable with this arrangement, believing her own side should contribute financially as well. Lin's father and mother concurred, emphasizing that their family was not lacking in funds and did not wish to owe a debt of gratitude, thereby placing themselves in a subordinate position. This matter could be deliberated upon gradually, as they would need to wait some time to finalize the wedding date. After all, the wedding photos had yet to be taken. As for the second matter, it was intrinsically linked to the first, perhaps even encompassing it entirely. The core issue revolved around how much financial support the family would offer each child for their marriage. This needed to be addressed openly to avoid potential discord that could disrupt their future lives. Lin Muqing was the first among her siblings to marry, setting a precedent. Her dowry, gifts, and subsequent wedding banquet amounted to approximately 1 million. Her two younger sisters would follow suit, adhering to this established standard without question. Importantly, Lin's mother wished to contribute additional funds to support her daughter's living expenses, understanding the financial challenges her daughter faced and feeling a pang of sympathy. Eager to lend her assistance, the specific sum has been set at 1 million. The other two families have expressed no objections and wholeheartedly agree. After all, their children will equally benefit from such generous support in the future, so naturally, they would not oppose it. Moreover, they still have needs that rely on Lin Muqing. Once the serious matters were addressed, it was time for the more personal requests. Lin Irma and Lin Xiaoma simultaneously cast hopeful glances towards Lin Muqing. Lin Xiaoma was the first to speak. Muqing, you must pay attention to the situation of your younger sister, Xiaoxue. She has been quite busy with filming lately. But once her schedule clears up, I'll have her stay with you for a few days. Please help her connect with Xiao Ji. I earnestly beseech you. I truly like him. Lin Irma added. Mooching, I too implore you. You have a good relationship with Xiaoyu, and you know her character. If things continue like this, she may end up without a partner. However, you know she is not lacking in other respects. She is quite diligent and capable of supporting a family. If Xiao Ji truly has feelings for her, you must assist in bringing them together. Lin Xiaoma chimed in again. Honestly, I believe it wouldn't be a bad thing if all three of you sisters married Xiao Ji. As the saying goes, sisters united can achieve great strength. Xiao Ji's second family is rather affluent. It would be challenging for you alone to manage him. With the support of Xiaoyu and Xiaoxue, it would certainly be manageable. Indeed, that is quite reasonable. I understand. Mooching, you might be worried about Xiao Ji marrying so many wives and whether he can handle it. However, in my opinion, it is not a concern. He is young and robust, and with a bit of supplementary care, he will be perfectly fine. Yes. At most, I can ask Xiaoxue to rotate less frequently. That can be negotiated. Likewise, for Xiaoyu, even if she only gets to rotate once a month, that would suffice. Lin Mooching felt overwhelmed by these propositions. She had not anticipated that these two mothers would be so insistent, wanting to involve her husband. The issue was that Xiao Ji had already taken 3 wives. Adding 2 more would be an unreasonable burden. She could not dare to commit to such a request. At most, she would casually mention it to Xiao Ji. If he showed even a hint of displeasure, she would never bring it up again, despite being her own family. This matter concerned the happiness of her 2 younger sisters. Lin Fu, overhearing the conversation, was also displeased. Was this not a blatant exploitation of Xiao Ji? However, he chose not to voice his thoughts and retreated to his room to rest, preferring to avoid the turmoil. Lin Mu, on the other hand, remained but refrained from interjecting, merely observing the unfolding drama, knowing that her daughter was already committed and that her input would not change the situation. Lin Irma and Lin Xiaoma continued to persuade. But Lin Mooching, no longer wishing to listen, raised her hand to halt them. Irma, Xiaoma, I will do my utmost to facilitate this, but ultimately, the success or failure hinges on Xiao Ji's willingness. I will first gauge his thoughts, and you can await my news, all right? All right, we appreciate your efforts, Mooching. I promise to treat you to a sumptuous meal later, Lin Xiaoma replied gratefully. Thank you, Mooching. I will ensure that Xiaoyu listens to you in the future. After finally bidding farewell to the 2 individuals, Lin Mooching felt a wave of fatigue wash over her and decided to retire to her mother's room for a rest. Shortly thereafter, Lin's mother entered, presenting her with 2 bank cards, whispering, Dear daughter, here are 2 million. Feel free to use them. Why so much? Wasn't it just 1 million? Lin Mooching inquired with confusion. The other million is my private savings, accumulated secretly over the years. Since you need the funds now, take it and make use of it. Mother, how did you manage to save so much? Which woman doesn't save a little on the side? Apart from your second aunt, who is blissfully unaware of the concept, your step-aunt has been saving even more than I have. Mooching, you should learn to save a bit as well, but be cautious not to let your husband discover it. Ji Bufan, meanwhile, enjoyed a particularly comfortable sleep. His body enveloped in a gentle warmth. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to discover that Teacher Lin was nestled in his embrace. Chapter 27. A woman must not be selfish. How did Teacher Lin end up here? Ji Bufan pondered, perplexed. At that moment, he noticed that Teacher Lin seemed to be awakening, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Perhaps she had been awake all along, quietly cradled in his arms. Feeling a surge of impulsiveness, Ji Bufan rose. This was no place to linger. As he opened the door, he glanced back one last time, only to find Teacher Lin had already opened her eyes and was gazing at him, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. He stepped back, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, It's not appropriate here. Once we return to your sister's home tonight, I will come to your room. Upon hearing this, she was instantly elated. Upon entering the living room, Ji Bufan observed Lin Mooching and her mother seated on the sofa, engaged in a quiet conversation. He greeted them, inquiring, Mom, dear wife, why haven't you both taken a nap to rest? Lin Mooching looked up at the sound of his voice, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with delight. We've already had a little rest, and just woke up. Husband, you're awake. How do you feel? Are you still unwell? As she spoke, she approached the coffee table, pouring a glass of chilled chrysanthemum tea from a glass pitcher and handed it to Ji Bufan. He accepted the drink and downed it in one go, the cool tea soothing his throat and alleviating some of the heat from his body. I'm fine. Just still feeling a bit lightheaded. Dad's medicinal wine is quite effective. Even after drinking too much, I don't have a headache. Lin's mother, hearing this, chuckled. That's because it's the medicinal wine that Mooching's father has been brewing for 5 years, containing ginseng, goji berries, angelica, and epimedium. She recounted the ingredients with fondness, then suddenly clapped her knee. Oh, gee, you should take some home with you. There's plenty left. Oh, that would be too much trouble. Ji Buffon scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. Don't be so polite. We are family now, Lin's mother declared, springing to her feet. I'll go pack some for you right away. Mom, just a little will suffice. Ji Buffon quickly protested, but Lin's mother was already bustling toward the kitchen with great enthusiasm. Lin Mooching nestled closer, linking her arm with his, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she whispered, Darling, my mother has gifted me 2 million to support our life together. So much. Your family is quite affluent. Ji Buffon exclaimed in astonishment. Of that, 1 million is my mother's private savings, so please keep it confidential. With this financial assistance, our future burdens will be significantly lighter. I never felt pressured in the first place. It is you, my dear Mooching, who will finally enjoy a bit more ease. We mustn't become complacent. Husband, I feel incredibly happy right now, and I am eager to work hard to ensure you have a good life. Upon hearing this, Ji Buffon gently caressed Lin Mooching's lovely face. Silly girl, everything is wonderful as it is. No, you deserve even better, Lin Mooching asserted firmly, her gaze towards Ji Buffon brimming with affection. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and Ji Buffon had initially planned to visit the orphanage today, but it seemed he would not make it in time. Typically, he would go to the orphanage every Saturday, spending half the day with his childhood friend, Song Qiao Qiao, and rarely missed an appointment. Concerned she might worry, he sent a message to Song Qiao Qiao, explaining that he was delayed and would not be able to come, advising her not to wait. After conversing with Lin's family for a short while, he discussed returning home with Lin Mooching. At that moment, Lin's father had come into the living room and chatted with Ji Buffon for a bit, while Lin's second aunt and little aunt remained in their rooms, avoiding the crowd. Upon hearing that their new son-in-law was leaving, everyone came out to bid farewell. Once again, they warmly escorted him outside the community. And Ji Buffon felt truly grateful for Lin Mooching's family. They were all exceedingly friendly, their words pleasant, and easy to interact with. Though he and T brought many gifts on this visit, he felt richly rewarded. Anticipating the even greater fortune awaiting him at Gu Qianqian's house tomorrow, Ji Buffon contemplated the promising future ahead. It seemed that having multiple wives, while somewhat exhausting, came with no significant drawbacks. In the car, Lin Mooching was in exceptionally high spirits, as if the entire world had been painted in bright hues. She drove leisurely while engaging in casual conversation with Ji Buffon, who sat in the passenger seat. A harmonious marriage, a loving family, and a smooth life filled Lin Mooching with immeasurable happiness and contentment. Ji Buffon could be considered the perfect husband, cheerful, understanding, and incredibly gentle and considerate. He was indeed her steadfast support. Although their acquaintance had been brief, they had already established a solid emotional foundation, and she believed their future would be filled with joy. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the car window, illuminating Lin Mooching's face and highlighting her radiant smile. Her mood mirrored the brilliant sunshine, warm and resplendent. In the back seat, Lin Mooching's younger sister, Lin Muyu, sat quietly, her face blooming like a peach blossom, her gaze fixed intently on Ji Buffon, lost in admiration. Ever since she emerged from her afternoon nap, this infatuated demeanor had remained unchanged. Lin Mooching noticed her sister's behavior and suspected something may have transpired between them while she was tending to Ji Buffon in her room. In response, she felt quite delighted for her sister. Her sister had always been rather dull, having never experienced a romantic relationship, and now she would finally have the opportunity to savor the beauty of companionship. Women in this world are taught from a young age the importance of sharing. A woman ought not to be overly selfish, especially concerning her husband. One must never impose restrictions. A self-centered woman does not deserve a blissful marriage. Therefore, Lin Mooching was genuinely pleased to witness the budding connection between the two. Ideally, her husband would take a liking to Mu Yu and marry her outright, thus sparing her the need to broach the subject herself. Before long, the trio returned home. Ji Buffon had initially intended to seek out teacher Lin later that evening. Yet, whether it was due to the lingering effects of his father-in-law's celebratory drinks or the irresistible allure of teacher Lin, he found himself unable to shake her from his thoughts. particularly after witnessing Teacher Lin emerge from the bath, clad in a light, alluring nightgown. He could no longer suppress his desires. He turned to Lin Muqing and said, "Muqing, my dear wife, I am going to discuss novel writing with Teacher Lin." At that moment, Lin Muyu had just finished her bath and stepped out of the bathroom. Her damp, long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders. With her head slightly tilted, she held a soft towel in hand, gently drying her hair. Water droplets trickled down her slender neck, vanishing at the neckline of her nightgown. Observing this, Ji Bufan informed Lin Muqing before swiftly rising to his feet and hurrying toward Lin Muyu, taking her hand and leading her to her room. Lin Muqing paused for a moment, then smiled gently. Little Ji certainly was an impetuous one. However, this development was fortuitous. Things seemed to be progressing even more smoothly than anticipated. That evening, after dinner, Ji Bufan truly began to engage Lin Muyu in a discussion about her novel. It was amusing to note that Teacher Lin, with her naive demeanor, genuinely believed Ji Bufan sought her insights on her writing. Upon entering her room, she continued to dry her hair while opening her computer, hoping Ji Bufan would review her documents. It wasn't until Ji Bufan pushed her onto the bed that she finally grasped the situation. At that moment, Lin Muyu's cheeks were still tinged with a faint blush, reminiscent of the soft hues of dusk illuminating white jade. Behind her thick glasses, her eyes were hazy and evasive, yet she couldn't resist stealing glances at Ji Bufan. Ji Bufan reclined languidly on the sofa, his legs unceremoniously draped over her joined knees. Occasionally, he would teasingly poke her leg with his toes. Lin Muyu, with both hands, massaged Ji Bufan's legs, just as her sister had done for him the previous day. Meanwhile, Lin Muqing stood behind Ji Bufan, helping to massage his shoulders. The two women attending to Ji Bufan made him feel like a pampered lord, and yet they both seemed to relish their roles. After thoroughly enjoying this indulgence, Ji Bufan spoke, "Teacher Lin, please share with me the outline of your novel, and I shall help you organize your thoughts." Lin Muyu nodded softly in response, cleared her throat, and replied, "Very well. In terms of the outline, I have conceived two intertwining narratives, the professional and the romantic. Regarding the professional arc, the protagonist, who was already enamored with history before her time travel, leverages her foresight to assist Emperor Chongzhen in gradually extricating himself from perilous situations, repelling enemy forces, and restoring order to the court, thereby preserving the Ming dynasty's integrity. The romantic storyline primarily unfolds around the sweet daily interactions between the protagonist and Emperor Chongzhen. Throughout this narrative, I have introduced several antagonistic concubines who create turmoil in the harem, yet they are deftly resolved by the astute female lead. Ultimately, Emperor Chongzhen becomes exclusively devoted to her, seldom favoring other concubines. And then, Ji Bufan inquired. In the end, Lin Muyu replied, by the conclusion of the tale, the Ming regime is firmly established, and Emperor Chongzhen chooses to abdicate, passing the throne to the protagonist and his son. Upon hearing this, Ji Bufan furrowed his brow slightly, and, after a moment's contemplation, gently shook his head. Teacher Lin, forgive my candor, but your plot lacks excitement. Lin Muyu, taken aback, eagerly questioned, "Oh, how can I infuse more thrill into the narrative?" Ji Bufan, with a confident smile, declared, "When it comes to crafting excitement, few understand it better than I. Let us first address the romantic arc, where I excel. Consider this, the female lead has traversed time. She has spent her past life vying for attention from men, and now, in this new life, she continues to revolve around them. How stifling. It would be far better for a multitude of men to vie for her favor." "What?" Lin Muyu exclaimed, her expression troubled. "But she is the emperor's woman. Who would dare to pursue her? Isn't that akin to courting death and risking execution?" Ji Bufan waved his hand dismissively, maintaining a leisurely pace. "Teacher Lin, expand your horizons. Let us ensure the emperor cannot execute her. We can modify the professional arc's premise. Emperor Chongzhen possesses numerous character flaws and is rather mediocre in ability. After the female lead aids him in stabilizing the regime, he would likely grow complacent, neglecting state affairs in favor of indulgence. The female lead, unable to stand idly by, would then assist him in governing." Lin Muyu's eyes brightened. "Are you suggesting that the female lead take the reins of power?" "Precisely," Ji Bufan confirmed. "With her esteemed reputation, both civil and military officials would be utterly devoted to her. Consequently, her establishment of a harem would seem entirely natural. Imagine valiant generals, refined scholars, charming top scholars, and even the imperial guards, all captivated by her, bowing in admiration. Wouldn't that be exhilarating? Ji Bufan flashed a mischievous smile. Lin Muyu, seemingly envisioning this captivating scenario, exclaimed with enthusiasm, exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. It's a dream I never dared to entertain. Ji Bufan continued, as for the professional arc, you could also depict the female lead utilizing modern knowledge to aid the populace in enhancing agricultural yields while reducing taxes, reforming systems to improve their quality of life and garnering their affection. Furthermore, she could promote commerce to stimulate economic prosperity, develop technology, and encourage various innovations. Under her governance, the nation would thrive, and the people would live in peace and contentment. Any indiscretions in her private life would pale in comparison to her monumental achievements. For 4 decades, the female protagonist governed from behind a curtain, witnessing the flourishing of the Ming dynasty and the strengthening of its national power. During this period, the territory continuously expanded, ultimately ruling over half the globe. Not only did she alter the fate of the Ming dynasty, but she also directly reshaped the dynamics of future generations, earning her the title of a remarkable empress. Upon hearing this, Lin Muyu was overwhelmed with excitement, trembling with exhilaration. This is exhilarating. I cannot wait, Xiao Ji. I must revise the outline immediately. There's no moment to spare. With that, she cast aside Ji Bufan's leg and stood up to return to her room. However, a sudden ouch escaped her lips as her steps faltered. She had overextended her stride. Observing her sister limp back to her room, Lin Muqing chuckled as she settled beside Ji Bufan, wrapping her arms around him. Darling, you truly are impressive. Even I, who rarely indulges in novels, find your story captivating. Though, it does lean towards the risque. What is wrong with being risque? Risque is the foremost driving force of humanity. Ji Bufan retorted. Chapter 29. Another sister indeed. Risque is undeniably the primary catalyst of human productivity. How many popular novels, films, and even short dramas and videos thrive on the edge of audacity to capture attention? This is what one might call artistic tension. Lin Muqing acknowledged this. Yet soon her cheeks flushed, biting her lower lip as she hesitated. But what about a girl like Coco, a general and a member of the Imperial Guard? It sounds so robust and intimidating. Ji Bufan couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, Muqing, my dear wife, you are still too conservative. Haven't you heard the saying? Women are the earth, men are the oxen. The more the oxen toil, the leaner they become. The more the earth is cultivated, the richer it grows. That still doesn't seem right. Lin Muqing maintained her stance. She believed women should focus on their careers. Ji Bufan perceived that Lin Muqing had been influenced by the contemporary societal norms, perhaps reflecting a sentiment shared by many women in the world today. Frankly, he felt a pang of pity for them. They might not be as fortunate as women in ancient societies. At least in ancient times, there was no concern about marriage, and women did not face such immense pressures in life. In this world, where the gender ratio is drastically imbalanced, women like Lin Muqing bear the dual burdens of societal production responsibilities and the humiliation of competing for partners. Their thoughts have been constrained. This world mirrors the ancient times and Ji Bufan's previous life. With a crucial distinction, the Little Ice Age at the end of the Ming dynasty lasted longer and the temperatures plummeted further. The severe climatic changes may have led to alterations in human genetics, resulting in a diminishing probability of male births, which continues to decline. As time progressed, the gender ratio became significantly skewed, and the entire societal structure underwent profound transformations, giving rise to a series of social issues that gradually evolved into the present state of affairs. In society's productive and daily life, women almost bear all the responsibilities, while men have largely become mere appendages. Despite this, men occupy a prominent social status and wield considerable influence. The underlying reason for this disparity lies primarily in women's unyielding tolerance and concessions in the pursuit of marital rights. This dynamic has granted men greater advantages and power, resulting in social inequality. There may be deeper reasons at play, but Ji Bufan is disinclined to delve further. To him, it appears to be a veritable paradise for men. Having multiple wives is merely a baseline expectation, while women, should they lack ambition, struggle to find a husband, even if forced into marriage. A woman who fails to perform satisfactorily may be cast aside within a year. Only those endowed with favorable conditions, who also possess charm and good fortune, can hope to find a desirable partner. Alas, it seems quite challenging. Ji Bufan muses that were he a woman, He would simply forego men altogether and seek the companionship of another woman for a more liberated existence. The two continued their conversation, treating it as mere fiction, after all. The joy of storytelling transcends logic. As long as it captivates an audience and garners remuneration, that suffices. Lin Muqing turned her attention to her sister, curiously inquiring of Ji Bufan. Dear husband, what do you think of Muyu? She's wonderful. Quite endearing, Ji Bufan replied. Lin Muqing playfully glared at him, her cheeks flushing slightly. That's not what I meant. I mean her as a person. I am referring to her character. I find her personality delightful, adorably naive, and exceedingly amusing. Lin Muqing hesitated, her gaze dropping slightly, long lashes casting shadows across her face. She grappled with how to broach the topic of whether Ji Bufan would consider marrying Muyu, feeling somewhat awkward. In her heart, she hoped Ji Bufan would take Muyu as his wife, envisioning a harmonious life together. Muyu would undoubtedly make a competent spouse. The difficulty lay in her reluctance to inquire, fearing it might impose undue pressure on him. Unexpectedly, Ji Bufan surprised her by sitting up straight and declaring earnestly, I was just about to mention this, my dear Muqing. Why not ask Teacher Lin if she would consider marrying me? I intend to propose. Really? Lin Muqing exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Are you truly planning to marry Muyu? But you already have 3 wives. Ji Bufan chuckled. Of course, it's genuine. 3 wives is merely the minimum requirement as per state regulations, not a ceiling. If I encounter someone I fancy, what's wrong with taking a few more wives? You will support me in this, won't you? Lin Muqing nodded vigorously. Absolutely. To be honest, my other sister, my little mother, is also eager for me to recommend her to you. Oh, what does she look like? Naturally, she is quite beautiful, surpassing both Muyu and me. You've seen my little mother. How could her offspring not be enchanting? Indeed, that is true. However, what about character? You are aware of my dear Muqing. I do not place much importance on appearances, as character is paramount. As for character, there are no issues. My younger sister is quite a lovely person, far less scheming than my stepmother. She is a vibrant and upright young lady. That is not a problem. We can interact later. Wonderful, my dear, you have worked hard. The following day, Gu Qianqian arrived early, preparing to escort Ji Bofan to her home to meet her parents. At that moment, Lin Muqing had just risen, still enveloped in a haze of sleepiness. Last night, Ji was inexplicably energetic, causing her to oversleep for the first time in a while. Upon opening the door to let Gu Qianqian in, the latter joyfully embraced Lin Muqing, exclaiming, Thank you, Sister Muqing. Wow, you smell so delightful. Her expression was somewhat exaggerated, her voice sweet and melodious. As she spoke, she leaned in closer to Lin Muqing, inhaling deeply, her face lighting up with satisfaction. This left Lin Muqing blushing and somewhat embarrassed. How could she smell good? She had sweated quite a bit last night, mixed with other scents. She felt rather odorous herself. Yet, observing Gu Qianqian's demeanor, she wondered if the girl had a rather unique taste. Once inside, after exchanging pleasantries, Lin Muqing noticed Gu Qianqian's gaze frequently darting towards the master bedroom and chuckled, saying, Sister Qianqian, our husband is still asleep. Shall we go and see him? It's been a day since you last saw him, and I'm sure you miss him. Yes, yes. Sister Muqing, you are truly wonderful. Gu Qianqian replied eagerly. Lin Muqing was indeed perceptive and considerate, bringing warmth to her heart. With a gentle pat on her shoulder, Lin Muqing encouraged, No need for thanks. Hurry along. There is still time for you to enjoy a bit more rest with him. All right. Gu Qianqian replied cheerfully, then dashed towards the master bedroom. Watching her spirited and lively figure, Lin Muqing couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. Youth is indeed a blissful state, free from worries. Turning to the wash basin, she prepared to freshen up before making breakfast. As she stood before the mirror, she realized she was clad solely in Ji Bofan's white shirt, its hem barely covering her thighs. Even more embarrassingly, there were several conspicuous red marks on her neck, remnants from the previous night. A wave of shyness washed over her. How could she have neglected to tidy herself? Gu Qianqian had seen her. She could only imagine how the girl would tease her. Flushing with embarrassment, Lin Muqing immediately sought to change her attire. Yet, halfway to the bedroom, she recalled that Gu Qianqian was inside, making it inappropriate to intrude. After a moment's thought, she turned back to her younger sister Lin Muyu's room, intending to borrow some clothes. Thankfully, her sister also resided there. As Gu Qianqian pushed open the door to the master bedroom, a familiar scent instantly enveloped her. She scrunched her delicate nose, savoring the aroma. before swiftly slipping inside. The bedroom was shrouded in dim light, yet it was still possible to discern Fan Bao sprawled comfortably across the bed, lost in a deep slumber. Gu Qianqian unconsciously pressed her lips together. She had experienced countless such mornings during her university days, when she and Fan Bao would rendezvous at a hotel. Each time, she would awaken a tad earlier, quietly observing him as he slept. The sunlight would cascade in at a similar angle, casting delicate golden flecks upon him. Gu Qianqian tiptoed cautiously to the edge of the bed. Once there, she quietly scrutinized Ji Bufan for a moment before finally succumbing to her excitement. Stepping forward to embrace him, Lin Muqing's breakfast had long been prepared, and only then did the two emerge from the master bedroom. Ji Bufan led the way, his expression relatively composed. Upon seeing Lin Muqing, he greeted her with a smile. However, Gu Qianqian, trailing behind, felt somewhat awkward, her cheeks flushed, her attire disheveled, and her hair tousled as though it had been playfully ruffled. When her gaze met Lin Muqing's, a hint of shyness surfaced on her face, as if her clandestine activities had been inadvertently exposed, prompting her to hastily lower her head, much like a kitten caught in the act of mischief. Lin Muqing, well aware of the circumstances, chose not to confront her, instead allowing a gentle smile to grace her lips. "Come, breakfast awaits, it's getting cold." She warmly beckoned the two. At the dining table, Ji Bufan savored his meal at a leisurely pace, his plate brimming with a hearty assortment of food. Lin Muqing, cognizant of his hearty appetite, had prepared an ample feast: perfectly fried eggs, golden brown whole wheat toast, succulent boiled shrimp, crisp bacon, and slices of ham. Beside him sat a steaming glass of milk. Lin Muqing occupied the seat to his right, sipping on freshly squeezed orange juice. Dressed in her sister's purple nightgown, she exuded an air of elegance, her fair skin contrasting beautifully with the fabric, her long hair casually swept back, revealing a graceful neckline. Gu Qianqian, seated across from them, was engrossed in tasting the fruit salad on her plate. The atmosphere was unusually tranquil. At that moment, soft footsteps echoed from the corridor. Ji Bufan looked up to see Teacher Lin sauntering from her room, appearing somewhat dazed as she headed toward the restroom. Her hair was slightly disheveled, her eyes barely open, and her bare face radiated a fresh beauty in the morning light. Apparently oblivious to the gathering at the dining table, Lin Muqing proceeded straight to the restroom. However, as she passed by Ji Bufan, an unexpected encounter unfolded. He seized her wrist and drew her into his embrace. With her startled gasp, Lin Muqing and Gu Qianqian simultaneously lifted their heads, their attention fixed on this sudden turn of events. Gu Qianqian's face was a canvas of astonishment, filled with questions. It was only when Ji Bufan released Teacher Lin and explained that she too would become his wife that Gu Qianqian's understanding dawned upon her. However, she was still somewhat astonished. Was it not too swift? Just a couple of days ago, Fan Bao had mentioned that the two had not progressed much. Gu Qianqian inquired, "Fan Bao, when did this happen? How could it be so fast?" Ji Bufan smiled radiantly. "Just yesterday? It might seem rather hasty, yet fate is a peculiar thing. One cannot resist it, can one?" Gu Qianqian responded. "Well then, congratulations to Fan Bao on acquiring such a wonderful wife. Teacher Lin is truly delightful. I have a great fondness for her. In fact, there is not just one." Ji Bufan continued. "I seem to have forgotten to mention that I am also to marry another wife, Song Qiao Qiao from the orphanage. I believe I mentioned her to you before." Gu Qianqian paused, slightly taken aback as her mind began to sift through her memories. After a moment, she hesitantly replied, "Oh, I think I recall. You often went on dates with her, right?" Before she could finish her thought, a nagging sense of dissonance struck her. Instinctively, she counted on her fingers, realizing the discrepancy. "Wait a moment, Fan Bao. That makes 4 people, doesn't it?" Observing Gu Qianqian's surprised expression, Ji Bufan couldn't help but smirk mischievously, teasing her. "What's wrong? Is 4 too many?" Gu Qianqian quickly waved her hands. No. As long as you're happy, Fan Bao, it doesn't matter if there are more. I have no objections. I just find it a bit unexpected." Her gaze unconsciously drifted toward Lin Muqing, who sat beside them, noticing her smile and gentle nod, indicating her awareness of the situation. Upon seeing Lin Muqing's reaction, Gu Qianqian's doubts dissipated significantly. If the first wife was in agreement, what more could she say? Moreover, she had always been obedient to Ji Bufan. As long as he was pleased, she would wholeheartedly support him. Thus, Gu Qianqian joined in the laughter, saying, "That's wonderful. As long as Fan Bao is happy, That's all that matters. Chapter 31. The Innocence of Youth as Time Passed. After finishing breakfast, Ji Bufan and Gu Qianqian set out together toward her home. The sun shone brilliantly outside, casting a warm glow. The two strolled hand in hand, with Gu Qianqian lazily leaning against Ji Bufan's shoulder, her cheeks still adorned with a lingering blush, evidently having expended considerable energy earlier. Fan Bao, my legs feel a bit wobbly. Why am I becoming increasingly feeble? She murmured softly, questioning herself. Ji Bufan chuckled, playfully ruffling her hair. Could it be that I have become stronger? Just enjoy yourself. Don't overthink it. Today, I'll be driving, so you can rest well. Thank you, Fan Bao. I'm particularly happy. Gu Qianqian's vehicle was a creamy white BMW, its rounded and charming exterior complemented by an interior she had meticulously selected in shades of pink. Just as lovely and exquisite as she was, Ji Bufan was quite familiar with this car, having driven it many times before. Skillfully, he started the engine, which purred with a cheerful roar. Let us first stop by the gift shop, Ji Bufan remarked while steering out of the neighborhood. There is no need for such formality. Gu Qianqian tilted her head to look at him. My parents have long wished to meet you. Your presence would surely bring them joy. Ji Bufan chuckled and shook his head, remarking, how can one arrive for a first visit empty-handed? He freed his right hand to gently pinch Gu Qianqian's cheek. After all, I must leave a good impression on your parents. The car halted before an upscale gift shop. Ji Bufan selected a delicate bouquet of champagne roses, complemented by baby's breath and eucalyptus leaves, exquisitely wrapped. He also chose 2 boxes of premium Longjing tea, housed in elegant celadone canisters that exuded a timeless charm. What do you think? Ji Bufan presented the bouquet to Gu Qianqian, asking if her mother would appreciate it. Gu Qianqian's eyes sparkled as she accepted the bouquet, inhaling deeply. It smells wonderful. My mother adores flowers. She will undoubtedly be thrilled upon receiving this. Fan Bao, you are so thoughtful. He chuckled. Well then, let's not keep them waiting. The car navigated through the city streets. Ji Bufan diligently followed the navigation. Gu Qianqian, seated in the passenger seat, carefully cradled the bouquet, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Sunlight streamed through the sunroof, bathing them in warmth, while a faint floral fragrance filled the air, making it seem as though even the atmosphere had turned sweet. Gu Qianqian had called home in advance, so when Ji Bufan slowly drove through the tree-lined alley and arrived at the old villa, her parents were already waiting at the door. To Ji Bufan's surprise, Gu Qianqian's parents appeared much younger than he had anticipated, seemingly no older than 40, entirely unreflective of having a 20-year-old daughter. Gu's mother possessed an enchanting grace. Dressed in a simple yet elegant qipao, she perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her face bore a delicate makeup, and every gesture she made radiated an aura of elegance and charm. Ji Bufan couldn't help but steal a few glances. Gu's father, too, was a handsome gentleman, exuding a refined demeanor, although he had a rather slender build. It seemed to be a common trait among men in this world. So this must be young Ji. Qianqian speaks of you often, and indeed, you are quite the gentleman. Oh, are these flowers for me? Young Ji, you are so considerate. Annie loves them. Gu's mother approached, her voice melodious and soft, laced with the lilting tones of Wu dialect. Upon receiving the gift, her face lit up with a radiant smile, clearly in high spirits. Ji Bufan detected a subtle fragrance of gardenias enveloping her, and he admired her graceful figure, realizing that some forms of beauty in this world were beyond the reach of youthful innocence. Gu's father's handshake was warm and dry. He spoke with a steady cadence, exuding an engaging charm. After accepting the gifts with a smile and exchanging a few pleasantries, he ushered Ji Bufan into their home. As Ji Bufan stepped inside, he admired the old villa situated in the heart of the city, feeling a pang of envy. This house must be worth a fortune. The interior decor also delighted Ji Bufan immensely. He pondered to himself that once he became affluent, he would undoubtedly acquire a complete set. However, it should not be so spacious. It must be filled with people to create a lively atmosphere. Indeed, Ji Bufan observed a significant contrast between the homes of Gu Qianqian and Lin Muqing. The Lin family resided together as a large, cohesive unit, while the Gu family lived separately. Only Gu's mother occupied this residence, while the other 2 branches seemed to reside elsewhere. This arrangement rendered the grand house rather desolate. This exemplifies 2 distinct familial atmospheres. Although the Gu residence was large and splendid, its separate living arrangements imparted a sense of coldness. Conversely, the Lin household, while possibly not as expansive, thrived in warmth and vibrancy from living together, fostering a more palpable sense of family. It is not a matter of which is superior. It ultimately depends on personal preference. Ji Bufan, however, favored a more animated environment. Upon entering the living room, Ji Bufan was ushered to the sofa while Gu's father accompanied him for tea and conversation. Gu's mother continually brought forth fruits and snacks, encouraging Ji Bufan to indulge. After a brief period of sitting together, she retreated to the kitchen to assist. Engaging in conversation with Gu's father lacked the charm of chatting with Lin Muqing's father. Despite Gu's father's warmth and attentiveness, there lingered an air of detachment. Thus, it was not long before Ji Bufan requested Gu Qianqian to show him around the house. She readily agreed and led him to the second floor. Ascending the broad staircase, its handrail polished to a smooth sheen, they passed a meticulously framed landscape painting by a moderately renowned contemporary artist at the stairs' turn. Upon reaching the second floor, the corridor revealed 4 rooms symmetrically aligned on either side. Gu Qianqian guided Ji Bufan directly to her own room. As he stepped inside, he was captivated by the scene before him, his eyes lighting up. The room, nearly 30 square meters in size, was predominantly adorned in soft shades of pink and white, exuding a warm and gentle ambience. Lace curtains fluttered lightly in the breeze, with sunlight streaming through the window, casting dappled shadows across the floor. The dressing table was adorned with an array of charming dolls and exquisite trinkets, each exuding a youthful essence. The walls were decorated with anime posters, infusing the space with vivacity and energy. In the center of the room stood a 2-meter-wide lace-covered bed, its inviting appearance beckoning one to recline and experience its comfort. Against the wall, a neatly arranged row of wardrobes stood, with doors slightly ajar, revealing glimpses of various dresses, a veritable treasure trove of beauty. Ji Bufan's gaze was irresistibly drawn, and he instinctively approached to admire them closely. Observing his interest, Gu Qianqian felt a surge of joy, seeing her beloved captivated by her collection. She quickly stepped forward to provide an introduction. She swung open the wardrobe doors, unveiling the garments previously obscured. The collection was predominantly composed of dresses, but also included an assortment of trench coats, jackets, and blouses. Indeed, an impressive array of over 100 pieces. Gu Qianqian remarked, "Fanbao, I have an immense fondness for a myriad of exquisite garments, which is why I have acquired so many. This is merely a portion. There are numerous others stored away in boxes. However, in comparison to my mother, I still fall short. Her collection is far more extensive. She possesses dozens of kipeos, and her assortment of skirts is even greater, not to mention an array of high-heeled shoes. She has a walk-in closet entirely filled with them." "Oh, is that so? Take me to see." Ji Bufan expressed his keen interest. Chapter 32. One must frequently return to accompany your mother. Ji Bufan's intrigue was solely directed towards the closet that Gu Qianqian had described. Eager to experience the allure of the unknown, without any hesitation, Gu Qianqian readily agreed and led Ji Bufan to the adjacent room. This room was considerably larger, approximately 50 square meters, exuding a sense of spaciousness. The decor predominantly embraced European luxury, imparting an overall impression of opulence. The thick, sumptuously soft carpet underfoot felt as if one were walking on clouds. Above, a magnificent crystal chandelier hung, while the walls were adorned with intricately patterned wallpaper, exuding a tactile warmth that was clearly of superior quality. The arched floor-to-ceiling windows allowed ample light to flood the room, draped with velvet curtains, complemented by an ornate wrought iron balcony outside. In the center of the room stood a grand leather bed, its headboard intricately hand-carved with European motifs, and at the foot lay a pristine white mink fur throw, casually adorned with several velvet cushions, embodying a sense of languid luxury. A gilded table lamp and several magazines rested atop the bedside table. The ivory-hued vanity displayed a plethora of cosmetics and jewelry, alongside delicate perfume bottles. Ji Bufan inhaled deeply, finally grasping the essence of a wealthy individual's world. How unpretentious yet extravagant. The room was suffused with a delightful fragrance, a subtle hint of rose-scented aroma. Gu Qianqian took Ji Bufan's hand and guided him to the closet situated at the side of the room. As she pushed open the intricately carved white wooden door, a bright illumination flooded the nearly 20 square meter space, akin to daylight. Ji Bufan instinctively squinted, and as his eyes adjusted, the sight before him took his breath away. The entire closet was impeccably designed, encircled by full-height white wooden wardrobes, their doors embellished with exquisite golden patterns. The left side was meticulously arranged with an array of capeos. Ranging from understated moon white to vibrant crimson, their satin fabric glimmering softly under the lights. Adjacent to this was a row of autumn and winter coats, featuring camel cashmere, black mink, and various trench coats, each piece exuding significant value. In the center of the closet was a rotating shoe rack crafted from 3 layers of transparent glass, showcasing hundreds of high-heeled shoes displayed like works of art. G. Buffon, lacking knowledge of footwear, noted that these shoes appeared quite similar. He could not fathom why women would desire to acquire so many pairs of identical shoes. On the top tier of the shoe rack lay an array of handbags. Yet G. Buffon found himself indifferent to them. After circling the walk-in closet, he finally discovered something that piqued his interest. Dozens of silk nightgowns hung elegantly, including a wine-red camisole adorned with intricate lace at the hem. There were also various exquisite lingerie pieces. These nightwear are quite splendid, he remarked, turning to Gu Qianqian. You should consider purchasing more of these nightgowns to wear on rotation. All right, got it. If you like them, I'll make a note to buy some. Gu Qianqian eagerly nodded in agreement. And why are there so many styles of stockings here? I've never seen such a variety. Hee. Buffon, you're not a woman, so it's perfectly normal for you to be oblivious to these things. Many of these are limited edition from renowned brands. I'll ask my mother where she bought them later. She replied. Indeed, Qianqian, you should explore different styles. I believe each unique look would bestow upon you a distinct charm. Really? I understand, Buffon. How about I try on a new outfit now? I can wear my mom's clothes. Now, perhaps another day, we should be heading out for dinner soon. G. Buffon felt a stirring of interest, but ultimately declined after a moment's reflection, fearing he might lose control. After surveying the closet once more, he found a collection of formal attire, likely belonging to Gu's mother for her professional engagements. He examined them thoughtfully, envisioning the poise and elegance she must exude in such garments, and nodded to himself in approval. Qianqian, your mother's taste is truly commendable. She would undoubtedly radiate sophistication in these outfits. Pausing for a moment, an idea struck him, and he chuckled. Honestly, Qianqian, your mother dresses so well that she hardly resembles a mother at all. She seems more like your sister, youthful and charming. Gu Qianqian's eyes sparkled as she quickly approached G. Buffon, affectionately linking her arm through his. Buffon, you are quite the charmer. If my mom hears you say that, she'll be overjoyed. But alas, my dad never appreciates such things. Oh, what is the story behind that? G. Buffon inquired, intrigued by the tales of this affluent family. Gu Qianqian bit her lip, glancing outside the closet to ensure they were alone before lowering her voice. My dad has been frequenting my stepmother and younger mother almost daily, leaving my mom alone here. There's a clear note of dissatisfaction in her tone. She may not express it, but I know she must be heartbroken. Don't you think my dad is being unreasonable? G. Buffon was taken aback. It was surprising that such a graceful and charming woman as Gu's mother was not cherished or appreciated by her husband. Was this not a tragic oversight? Truly, he regarded her as a treasure, while her husband treated her as if she were worthless. Yet, there must be a reason behind this situation, G. Buffon mused, contemplating. Qianqian, could it be that your mother possesses a rather assertive demeanor, which might displease your father? That might be a part of it, she replied, reflecting on his words. My mother, managing the company, undoubtedly exudes a certain authority, which inevitably permeates our home life. So, do your second and third mothers reside together? They must be quite beautiful as well, and perhaps a touch younger? Indeed, they are both youthful and lovely. Although Gu Qianqian is reluctant to admit it, this is an undeniable truth. At this moment, G. Buffon comprehends the situation. It is indeed a conundrum. How can Gu's mother, alone, compete with 2 young and charming women? Moreover, those 2 are even more obedient and endearing. Gu Qianqian is acutely aware of this, her voice laced with bitterness. Fanbao, can we visit my mother more often? She will be lonely all by herself. G. Buffon promptly replies, of course, we must come regularly. Gu Qianqian, deeply touched, throws herself into G. Buffon's embrace, exclaiming, thank you. Fanbao, I knew you would be the best. What are you thanking me for? Your mother is such a wonderful person, it's not easy for her. We can come over once a week to have meals and go shopping with her. G. Buffon gently strokes Gu Qianqian's back. Just as they are conversing, they faintly hear someone calling for them from outside. The 2 separate, open the wardrobe door, and step out of the bedroom. only to discover that Gu's mother is ascending the stairs. Qianqian, Xiaoji, where have you two been? I've been calling for ages. Come on, it's time to eat. Gu Qianqian responds, Mom, I took Fanbao to see your wardrobe. He really likes your pajamas and stockings. Upon hearing her daughter's words, a flicker of suspicion crosses Gu's mother's face. She casts a scrutinizing glance at Ji Bufan. However, at the instant their eyes meet, she suddenly realizes she may be overthinking the situation. Ji Bufan's clear, water-like eyes and his innocent, sunny smile make it impossible to associate him with any ill intentions. How could such a well-behaved boy harbor any malicious thoughts? Gu's mother muses inwardly. He must simply have a genuine interest in the clothing. With this thought, her face regains its warm smile, and she tells Gu Qianqian, it's hard to say if Xiao Ji truly likes them. Qianqian, why not just wear them for him? After all, you can fit into those outfits. Gu Qianqian nods in agreement. Yes, that's what I told Fanbao as well. Today isn't quite suitable. Perhaps next time. I'll wear them for him. Mom, Fanbao, let us go eat. All right, Ji Bufan responds. The Gu family hosts a splendid lunch for Ji Bufan. In the restaurant, an expansive dining table is adorned with an array of delicacies. The Australian lobsters, bright orange and impressively sized, sit alongside the glistening red shells of the extravagant king crabs. The steamed East Star grouper shimmers with a delicate pink-golden hue, resting on slices of fresh lemon, while the aroma of soy sauce wafts subtly through the air. Matsutake mushrooms stewed with mountain chicken are served in a celadon soup bowl, the clear broth dotted with goji berries, blending the rich fragrance of the mushrooms with the tender essence of the chicken into an irresistible allure. The slow-roasted lamb chops boast a crisp, caramelized exterior, elegantly accompanied by an array of seasonal vegetables, tender greens, crunchy asparagus, and a dish of stir-fried chicken mushrooms. These unpretentious vegetables add a refreshing touch of sophistication to this lavish feast. Despite having witnessed many extravagant occasions, Ji Bufan found the display somewhat excessive. It was merely a family gathering, yet he felt profoundly respected. As the guests took their seats, Gu's mother smiled warmly and presented Ji Bufan with a carefully prepared gift, a bank card containing 5,880,000, and a Patek Philippe men's watch adorned with diamonds, valued at nearly 2 million. After expressing his gratitude, Ji Bufan accepted the gifts with a smile. Gu's mother continued with a twinkle in her eye. Dear Ji, another day, I shall take you shopping for some fine clothes and perhaps a car. Regarding housing, I have several splendid apartments. Choose whichever you like, and you may move in at once. Additionally, I plan to gift you and Qianqian 2 commercial properties. You young people often start with little, and a rental income can ease your burdens. With 2 to 3 million in annual rent, your living expenses will be comfortably covered. When the time comes, I will ensure your name is included on the property deeds, as I understand that young men often seek security. In that moment, Ji Bufan comprehended the allure that led many to aspire to marry into wealthy families. Who could withstand such an overwhelming display of affluence? With such financial clout, one could not only consider marrying Gu Qianqian, but even Gu's mother herself without hesitation. The weight of it all was staggering. 5,880,000 in a bank card, a $2 million watch, and the prospect of choosing a lavish apartment alongside commercial properties generating millions in rent. Was this not worth over 100 million in total? Ji Bufan felt his values being dramatically challenged, his heart racing, and his palms damp with perspiration. He thought, Auntie, please, my burgeoning affection is overwhelming. This is enough. No more gifts. Gu's mother maintained her gracious smile, the silk qipao adorned with Su embroidery subtly swaying with her movements, exuding elegance. Little Ji, I have taken quite a liking to you since our first meeting. Do you have any requests? Do not hesitate. Whatever you desire, I shall fulfill. Ji Bufan looked up at her, increasingly enamored, and shook his head, saying, No, I have no requests. Annie, no, Mom, thank you for your kindness. Upon hearing this, Gu's mother beamed with joy, her heart swelling at being called Mom. Wonderful. Now let us enjoy our meal. Yet, at that moment, Gu's father interjected, Wait. I have not yet presented my gift to little Ji. Calmly, he produced a golden card from his pocket and extended it toward Ji Bufan with a smile. Little Ji, I heard from Qianqian that you enjoy foot baths, and coincidentally, I do as well. This is a membership card for the Blue Ocean International Foot Spa. Feel free to indulge. This is my supplementary card, and should you run out of funds, do not concern yourself. I will replenish it. Ji Bufan picked up the golden card. his heart brimming with joy, pleasantly surprised that Gu Fu had a gift for him, one that resonated deeply with his desires. "Thank you, Dad. I shall gladly accept this." Blue Seafoot Spa is renowned in the bustling metropolis, a place he had visited several times, known for its exquisite ambience and unparalleled service. Of course, the expenses are substantial. A simple foot wash could cost several thousand, and an overnight stay would amount to tens of thousands. The skilled technicians hail from around the globe, each possessing unique techniques, allowing patrons to savor not only the foot bath, but also the allure of diverse cultures, making it an experience hard to forget. Previously, Ji Buffon's financial constraints had deterred him from frequenting such high-end establishments. However, with the membership card gifted by Gu Fu, he now had the opportunity to indulge at leisure. He particularly cherished the Japanese shiatsu massage. Observing his delight, Gu Fu nodded with satisfaction and added, "This card is a premium one, entitling you to numerous exclusive services. Little G, be sure to have the staff thoroughly explain everything to you. Enjoy all that you are entitled to. Do not let it go to waste. Now, let us hasten to our meal. Otherwise, the dishes will grow cold." The group promptly picked up their chopsticks. This delightful feast was prepared by a top-tier chef invited by Gu Mu, featuring fresh, high-quality ingredients that spoke for themselves, much to everyone's satisfaction. Gu Fu also unveiled 2 bottles of the rare and nourishing sea dragon liquor, pouring each guest a glass. "Today is a day for celebration. Let us drink a little more." The sea dragon liquor, potent in strength, initially graced the palate with a smooth, sweet flavor, but once swallowed, a burning sensation surged from within, warming the entire body. Before long, Gu Mu and Gu Qianqian's fair cheeks blossomed with a rosy hue. Gu Mu gently touched her flushed face with the back of her hand, chuckling, "This liquor certainly packs a punch." At this moment, the tips of Gu Mu's ears were flushed crimson. Her porcelain skin, from the base of her ears to her neck, bore a delicate blush, reminiscent of rouge spreading across a snowy landscape. Gu Qianqian fared no better. Her originally alabaster complexion had turned a vibrant red, with beads of perspiration forming on her nose. Frowning, she pushed her glass aside, exclaiming, "Dad, I cannot handle this liquor. I shall have some chilled plum wine instead." With that, she rose and approached the nearby built-in refrigerator, retrieving a bottle of amber-hued fruit wine and 2 chilled glasses. "Mom, let us both indulge in this. That sea dragon liquor is simply dreadful," she remarked, winking at Gu Mu while pouring the drink. "It tastes bitter and astringent, akin to herbal medicine, and it leaves one feeling excessively warm." Gu Mu accepted her glass, smiling in agreement. "Indeed, I find it quite unpalatable." Gu Fu, witnessing the scene, shook his head with a sigh. "You two truly lack appreciation. This liquor is priceless and unattainable for mere money. It is crafted from dragon saliva and a millennium-old tortoise, combined with wild ginseng from Changbai Mountain and snow region cordyceps, immensely nourishing beyond measure." He turned to Ji Buffon, a hearty smile lighting up his face. "Come on, Xiao Ji. Since they aren't drinking, let's indulge ourselves a bit more." Ji Buffon nodded in agreement, yet he only sipped modestly, saying, "Dad, my tolerance for alcohol is quite poor, so just a little for me. However, this wine is truly exquisite. You must save some for me, as I wish to enjoy it again on my next visit." Gu Father laughed heartily, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. "Haha, splendid. I have a few bottles reserved just for you." Ji Buffon's lively and cheerful disposition endeared him to the Gu family, and the atmosphere at the dining table was delightful. They relished the sumptuous feast, raising their glasses in toasts, engaging in casual conversation, and fostering a harmonious ambience. Gu Mother, being quite talkative, shared amusing anecdotes from Gu Qianqian's childhood, such as the time when, at the tender age of 5, she secretly applied her mother's lipstick, resulting in her face being smeared like a little calico cat. Gu Father chimed in with timely details, causing Gu Qianqian to feel both embarrassed and annoyed as she playfully protested, "Dad, Mom, please don't share these stories in front of Fanbao." Ji Buffon also recounted some of his romantic experiences with Gu Qianqian during their school days. When he spoke of his unfortunate past, Gu Mother's eyes glistened with tears, her heart aching as she grasped his hand. "Xiao Ji, I never imagined you had such a difficult childhood. It's a rarity to see you so cheerful and vibrant now. From now on, consider this place your home. Feel free to drop by any time, and I shall prepare delicious meals for you." Gu Father nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, treat this as your own home. I'll drink with you, and afterward, We can enjoy a foot bath together. Ji Bufan felt warmth in his heart and smiled, replying, "Thank you, Mom and Dad." Gu Qianqian, resting her chin in her hand, gazed at him with a gentle smile. It seemed as if Fan Bao had seamlessly integrated into their family. Before they realized it, the meal was drawing to a close. Gu father, having indulged a bit too much, was now flushed and had begun to regard Ji Bufan as a brother. Ji Bufan, mindful of his impending visit to the orphanage in the afternoon, had restrained himself from drinking excessively and was merely tipsy at this point. Seeing her husband in such a state, Gu mother, concerned he might create a scene, stood up to assist him. "Old Gu, you've had enough to drink. Let us head upstairs for a rest." Gu father waved his hand, attempting to say something, but stumbled, nearly falling. Ji Bufan, quick on his feet, rushed forward to help. Together, they supported Gu father upstairs and settled him comfortably in the bedroom. Returning to the living room, they found Gu Qianqian had prepared chilled apple vinegar to alleviate the effects of the alcohol. She lounged languidly on the expansive leather sofa, her long legs crossed, the hem of her skirt slipping slightly to reveal a glimpse of her fair calf. "Xiao Ji, I hope I haven't embarrassed you," Gu mother remarked. Taking a sip of the sweet tart apple vinegar, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. When her father drinks, he can't help himself. He has had a bit too much again. Ji Bufan waved his hand dismissively, expressing understanding. It was perfectly normal for men to say silly things when intoxicated. It was commendable that his father-in-law hadn't succumbed to drunken antics. He turned to Gu mother, sincerely saying, "Mom, I truly appreciate all the trouble you've gone to. You prepared such a lavish meal and presented me with so many precious gifts. I am at a loss for how to thank you." Ji Bufan spoke from the heart. Through Gu Qianqian, he has come to realize that the Gu family's wealth is not as substantial as he had imagined. They merely cherish their daughter and are willing to spend money on her. The gifts promised to him today might very well claim a third of their estate. Such heartfelt intentions have deeply moved him. Gu's mother gently shook her head, saying, "Xiao Ji, you need not stand on ceremony. As long as you and Qianqian are happy and can live joyfully together, I can provide you with anything. The wealth I have earned will ultimately belong to you both." She reclined languidly against the sofa, her demeanor exuding the unique charm of a mature woman, enhanced by the effects of alcohol. Ji Bufan took a sip of apple vinegar. "Then I thank you, mother. Qianqian and I will surely be dutiful and filial to you in the future." "Very well, I shall await that," Gu's mother replied. Her spirits lifted. Xiao Ji's words affirmed that he is a grateful child, at least aware of the situation. The gifts were not given in vain. Observing the exceptional Xiao Ji alongside her treasured Qianqian, she felt that these two children were indeed well matched. Now, she only hoped they would soon have a child, allowing her to embrace the role of a grandmother. Ideally, a robust boy would be most delightful, though the odds seemed slim. Lost in myriad thoughts, the effects of the alcohol began to weigh upon her, making it difficult to keep her eyes open. She glanced at the two across from her, who were also dozing off, and thus spoke up. "Xiao Ji, Qianqian, shall we retire to the bedroom upstairs for a short rest? After drinking, it would be unwise not to take a nap." Ji Bufan replied, "Mother, you go ahead. I shall not join you. I have to leave shortly, as I have matters to attend to this afternoon." "Leave? But today is the weekend. What business could you possibly have? You should at least stay for dinner. I'll personally cook for you. Perhaps another time, mother. I am heading to the orphanage to visit the children and the elderly director. It has become a weekly habit." "What a good child you are," Gu's mother exclaimed, suddenly realizing. "How will you get there? Do you want me to send the company driver with you?" "No need. No need. My wife Mu Qing will come to pick me up soon." Ji Bufan waved his hand. "You should go upstairs and rest." "All right, and what about you, Qianqian? Will you accompany Xiao Ji?" Gu's mother inquired of her daughter. "Yes, I want to go with Fan Bao." Chapter 35. Together to the orphanage, Gu Qianqian waved her hand at her mother, indicating her desire to accompany Ji Bufan. Infatuated with him and still basking in the sweetness of their newlywed days, she naturally wished to stay by his side at all times. Moreover, she was aware that Ji Bufan's visit to the orphanage was primarily for his childhood friend, Song Qiao. She wished to meet her future sister. Upon hearing this, Gu's mother refrained from further comment. She stood up, waved her hand, and made her way to the second floor. After a moment, she recalled something and turned back to admonish, "Be sure to pay attention to safety on your way." Having said that, she turned once more, swaying her hips as she continued on her path. The swaying figure, imbued with the intoxicating allure of inebriation, was simply enchanting. Ji Buffon found himself captivated, unable to divert his gaze. Suddenly, he felt a soft presence in his embrace. It was Gu Qianqian, who had crawled into his arms from the sofa. With her delicate hands wrapped around his neck, her warm breath brushed against his ear, carrying the unique fragrance of youth. "What are you looking at? Do you think my mother is particularly charming?" Ji Buffon nodded in agreement. Gu Qianqian giggled. "Let me tell you, in a few years, when I mature a bit more, I too will possess such a captivating charm." "Indeed, I believe you," he replied. The two shared a tender moment on the sofa. But before they could take any further steps, the ringing of a phone interrupted them. Ji Buffon picked up the call, recognizing it was Lin Muqing, to whom he had previously sent a message requesting a pickup. On the call, Lin Muqing informed him that she would arrive shortly and advised him to prepare. Consequently, Ji Buffon and Gu Qianqian rose to tidy themselves before heading out. Upon reaching the outside, they soon spotted a familiar vehicle at the alley's entrance, Lin Muqing's red Audi. Ji Buffon raised his hand in greeting as the car gradually came to a stop before them. He opened the passenger door and settled in, while Gu Qianqian slipped into the back seat. The interior was suffused with a familiar scent, the delicate fragrance that belonged to Lin Muqing. "Ah, Teacher Lin, you're here too," came Gu Qianqian's surprised voice from the rear. It was then that Ji Buffon noticed another presence in the back seat, Lin Muyu. Dressed in a cream-colored dress, she sat quietly in the corner, appearing slightly shy under Gu Qianqian's enthusiastic welcome. "Teacher Lin, I never expected us to become sisters," Gu Qianqian exclaimed, grasping Lin Muyu's hand. "Hee, isn't Ji Buffon wonderful? Absolutely splendid." Through the rearview mirror, Ji Buffon observed Lin Muyu's face flush with color as she looked down, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yes, very splendid." Lin Muqing chuckled softly as she started the car, the engine rumbling to life. Turning her gaze towards Ji Buffon, she explained, "I asked Muyu to accompany us. It's a perfect opportunity for everyone to meet and get acquainted, as we will eventually be living together." Ji Buffon's left hand naturally rested on her thigh, gently patting it. "Well then, when we return, let us invite Xiao Xiao to join us for a meal together." "Sure." Lin Muqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "We can all have a drink then. It will help us bond more quickly." Ji Buffon added, "Wife Muqing, I plan to propose marriage this afternoon to Xiao Xiao and Teacher Lin. I will need your consent." The car fell silent for a moment. Lin Muyu suddenly looked up, her eyes shimmering with excitement, her lips quivering slightly. "All right, no problem," Lin Muqing replied decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Through the rearview mirror, she glanced at her younger sister and noticed the delightful flush that adorned her face upon hearing Ji Buffon's words. Her eyes shimmering with tears of joy, Lin Muqing felt a warmth swell within her, a smile involuntarily curving her lips. She was genuinely happy for her sister. This timid and introverted girl had finally found her sanctuary, and with the very same husband she had chosen for herself. From now on, they could once again share their days and nights together, never to part ways. Xiao Ji was an exemplary husband. They would strive to be worthy wives, to earn a living, nurture children, and manage their household, living a life filled with happiness and fulfillment. How wonderful! Gu Qianqian expressed her excitement more fervently than anyone else, exclaiming, "Then we shall truly be a family." She embraced the still-dazed Lin Muyu, saying, "Lin teacher, we can go shopping together, get our nails done, and take care of Fanbao." Lin Muyu was momentarily taken aback by the sudden embrace, yet a subtle smile began to form at the corners of her mouth. Stealing a glance, she caught Ji Buffon's gentle gaze in the rearview mirror, prompting her to quickly lower her head, her heart racing uncontrollably. The car glided along the spacious road, the afternoon sun streaming through the sunroof, casting a warm golden hue over the four figures inside. Lin Muqing turned on the music, and soft melodies filled the air. Ji Buffon leaned back comfortably in his seat, relishing the warmth of his palms, while listening to the quiet conversation between the two women in the back. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction enveloped him. This was the life he desired, not a solitary existence with just one person, but a vibrant home filled with warmth and laughter, shared with these lovely, beautiful women. The orphanage was situated in a rather remote area, and the car journey took nearly an hour before they approached their destination. Along the streets near the orphanage, numerous vendors had set up stalls. Ji Buffon instructed Lin Muqing to stop the car, and he purchased all the watermelons from a vendor, asking the seller to deliver them to the orphanage before returning to the vehicle. Each visit, he would buy some treats. With the warm weather, it was the perfect season for watermelon, and he thought it would bring joy to the children. The women in the car had yet to meet Song Qiao and were filled with anticipation and curiosity about their upcoming encounter. Gu Qianqian inquired, Fanbao, what kind of person is Sister Qiao? Could you tell us a bit about her? Noticing the curious gazes of the other two women, Ji Bufan replied, well, Qiao is very kind, as adorable as Qianqian, as shy as Lin Teacher, and as understanding as my wife Mooching. Wow, that sounds delightful. No wonder you visit her every week. You must share a beautiful and unforgettable love story. Absolutely. We grew up together. As you all know, there were very few boys in the orphanage. I was the only one, and I was often bullied by the girls. Qiao bravely protected me. Chapter 36. Ji Bufan's Eternal Sorrow. Ji Bufan reminisced about the past with a touch of nostalgia. Bullying is an omnipresent issue, particularly pronounced in orphanages. The institution he resides in is relatively better, overseen by a strict yet nurturing matron who ensures that he, the sole boy among the children, is well protected from any maltreatment. Unfortunately, there are still a few malicious girls who seize every opportunity to target him. It is a well-known fact that within a group, any individual exhibiting clear differences from others often becomes an outcast or a peculiar entity. Such individuals are typically more susceptible to exclusion and bullying. Ji Bufan, being the only male among a throng of girls, finds himself in such a predicament. His gender becomes a mark of original sin. The ill-natured girls, numerous and imposing, made Ji Bufan, who was still quite young at the time, a target. Although he possessed the intellect of an adult due to his unique circumstances, he lacked the strength to defend himself, suffering various humiliations, including having his pants forcibly pulled down and being cruelly taunted. This remains an indelible pain in his heart, akin to a needle's prick whenever he recalls those moments. During that time, his greatest wish was to grow up swiftly to exact vengeance upon them. However, it seemed he would have to endure many more trials before reaching maturity. Just as he was mentally prepared to persevere, Song Qiao appeared like a radiant beam of light piercing through his darkened skies, bringing him hope and clarity. She arrived during one of his bullying episodes, positioning herself protectively in front of him to shield him from the malicious girls. Upon hearing Ji Bufan's childhood tribulations, Lin Mooching and her companions felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. Lin Mooching's eyes glistened with tears, her gaze veiled by a mist of emotion as she grasped Ji Bufan's hand tightly, exclaiming, Darling, I had no idea you endured such hardships as a child. Those wretched bullies were utterly despicable. Lin Mooching's sister, Lin Mooching, fervently nodded in agreement from behind, saying, Indeed, little Ji, you have faced such adversity. Gu Qianqian, her face flushed with indignation, clenched her fists and exclaimed, Fanbao, you must have been incredibly adorable as a child. How could they bear to bully you? If only I could traverse back in time to protect you. As Ji Bufan gazed at the three women who championed his cause, a warm wave of gratitude washed over him. What did children truly understand? At that time, they merely perceived him as different, driven by curiosity. His gaze deepened, as if he were transported back to his childhood, reflecting, in just a few years, I grew taller and gained the ability to resist. It is almost amusing to think that those who once tormented me later sought my favor. Upon reflection, I did not suffer too greatly, especially with Qiao by my side during those challenging days. At that moment, the vehicle halted at the entrance of the orphanage. Beside the weathered iron gate, a few sunflowers swayed gently in the breeze. As Ji Bufan stepped out of the car, he spotted a petite figure dashing out from the yard. The sunlight adorned her with a golden halo. Even her hair glimmered with a soft sheen. Look, there is Qiao, he thought, a smile gracing his lips. The voice of Ji Bufan was particularly gentle, akin to the introduction of a rare treasure. His gaze was steadfastly fixed on that figure, and even his breathing unconsciously softened. Under the sun, Song Qiao donned a simple white t-shirt and faded blue jeans, yet they could not conceal her exquisite silhouette. Her movements were light and graceful, the alluring curves of her form subtly swaying with each step. On her pure, fair face, her bright eyes sparkled with anticipation, and a smile that could not be hidden graced her lips, radiating the joy of an impending reunion with her beloved. Ji Bufan quickened his pace, and Song Qiao's eyes instantly brightened. She hastened her steps, nearly flying towards him, her delicate arms outstretched as if to embrace the entire world. Ji Bufan opened his arms wide and securely caught her. She leaped into his embrace, the impact causing him to take a slight step back, but he quickly steadied himself, enveloping her tightly in his arms. The faint aroma of her shampoo mingled with the scent of sunshine wafted from her hair, burying her face in his chest. She softly called out his name, Xiaofan, her voice as sweet and soft as melted cotton candy. Ji Bufan replied softly, his hand gently caressing her back, savoring the warmth of the person nestled against him. They had not seen each other for a week, and Song Qiao Qiao longed for Ji Bufan. In this moment, she greedily held on to him, her cheek pressed against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat as if it could fill the void of the past few days. Breathing in his familiar scent, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. Ji Bufan's hand continued to tenderly stroke her back, and the sensation of being cherished filled her with both happiness and shyness, prompting her to bury her face even deeper. Only when she remembered the presence of others did she awaken from her reverie. Her cheeks flushed as she reluctantly extricated herself from Ji Bufan's embrace. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her shirt, her gaze flickering before she mustered the courage to look at the few young women who had gathered around. Xiaofan, are these the sisters you mentioned you found for me? They are all so beautiful, Song Qiao Qiao exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Lin Muqing and the others, a wave of admiration surging within her. Lin Muqing and her companions were indeed stunning, each radiating a unique charm, some exuding elegance, others gentleness, and yet others a lively spirit. Their attire was strikingly fashionable, as if they had stepped straight out of a fashion magazine. Their exquisite dresses perfectly accentuated their graceful figures, with every detail meticulously crafted. Their refined makeup further enhanced their enchanting allure. In stark contrast, Song Qiao Qiao felt a pang of inadequacy. She glanced down at her own simple attire of a white t-shirt and blue jeans, her feet clad in a pair of slightly faded canvas shoes. Compared to Lin Muqing and her friends, her outfit felt like a world apart. Unconsciously, her fingers tightened around the hem of her shirt, a wave of indescribable self-doubt washing over her. She began to feel anxious about living alongside such remarkable sisters and caring for Xiaofan. The pressure was immense. Meanwhile, Lin Muqing and the others were equally astonished. They found it difficult to associate this petite girl with the person who had once protected Ji Bufan. Indeed, Song Qiao Qiao was exceptionally delicate. Standing at merely 5 feet 5 inches, she barely reached Ji Bufan's shoulder when they embraced. However, it must be said that she had developed quite impressively, her cartoon t-shirt accentuating her undeniable presence. Chapter 37. 2 Marriage applications. Children raised in orphanages often lack affection and may exhibit certain character flaws. Ji Bufan, attuned to the subtleties of human emotion, noticed the self-doubt that crept into Song Qiao Qiao's expression as she faced Lin Muqing and the others. He offered a smile, but said nothing. The character of Lin Muqing and her companions was commendable. They would not look down on her, and in time, she would come to realize this. Moreover, among them, Ji Bufan held a particular fondness for Song Qiao Qiao. Although she was petite, she was undeniably beautiful. Her youthful appearance, despite being a year older than Ji Bufan, still evoked the impression of a high school student of 18 or 19. Furthermore, her body was supple and light, allowing Ji Bufan to lift her effortlessly. Most importantly, her gentle and submissive nature meant that even if Ji Bufan made excessive demands, she would not refuse. Having known each other since childhood and grown up together, their feelings blossomed into a deep intimacy, culminating in a moment of youthful folly. Time has passed, and they have weathered countless trials and tribulations together, experiencing the bittersweet essence of life. The depth of their bond is something others cannot comprehend, much less replace. Thus, Song Qiao Qiao had no reason to feel inferior. Her status in Ji Bufan's heart was unique and unassailable. With a smile, Ji Bufan facilitated introductions among the group. At that moment, the watermelon vendor arrived, prompting Ji Bufan to invite everyone to enjoy some together. It was lunchtime, and the children at the orphanage were napping, leaving the first-floor hall tranquil and undisturbed. As they savored the refreshing watermelon, conversation flowed easily. With Ji Bufan as the intermediary, the group quickly became familiar with one another. Just as Ji Bufan had anticipated, Lin Muqing and her friends exhibited immense friendliness and warmth towards Song Qiao Qiao. They not only engaged her in conversation, but also expressed their goodwill enthusiastically. Part of this was undoubtedly due to Ji Bufan's presence, but Song Qiao Qiao's inherently charming personality also played a significant role. Her petite and endearing appearance, combined with her background as an orphan, naturally evoked affection and sympathy from those around her. Song Xiao felt the kindness surrounding her and could genuinely appreciate the sincerity of their gestures. The sensation of acceptance and care gradually eased her previously anxious heart. Prior to this, Ji Bufan had mentioned during a phone conversation that he had taken several wives, which had left her feeling quite unsettled. She was entirely unaware of the personalities of those sisters and whether they could coexist harmoniously. At this moment, she could finally set her mind at rest. Ji Bufan smiled as he gazed at the warm and harmonious scene before him, feeling immense joy. This was precisely what he had hoped to witness. With everyone gathered and the atmosphere just right, Ji Bufan deemed it an opportune moment to retrieve his phone from his pocket, open the marriage management app, and initiate the marriage pairing application process. He submitted 2 marriage applications, one for Song Xiao and the other for Lin Muyu. After submitting the applications, Ji Bufan instructed both Song Xiao and Lin Muyu to click agree on their phones. Both women were filled with tumultuous emotions, managing their excitement as they completed the agreement process. Next, Ji Bufan requested his first wife, Lin Muqing, to approve the application. With a smile and without a hint of hesitation, Lin Muqing clicked the consent button. Thus, all steps had been successfully completed. Now, they merely awaited the marriage certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau, and everything would be settled. As it was the weekend, the bureau was closed. So Ji Bufan chose their home address for delivery. This way, he could comfortably await the arrival of the Civil Affairs staff with the marriage certificate the following morning. At this moment, both Song Xiao and Lin Muyu were brimming with indescribable excitement. To marry such an outstanding man as Ji Bufan was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune for them. A fortune that could elevate them above 90% of women in the world. It is often said that marriage is the grave of love. However, those who utter such words have likely encountered the wrong partner. Had they met Ji Bufan, they would understand that true marriage is a blissful haven, the most beautiful journey of life. Lin Muyu's enchanting eyes were fixated on Ji Bufan. His upright stature, handsome visage, and the charming curve of his smile made her heart race. The thought of soon becoming Mrs. Ji filled her with both anticipation and trepidation. Having experienced the previous night, she knew that Ji was quite the mischievous one, and she would likely face frequent teasing from him. Yet, having such a charming and considerate husband, even if teased, would still be a form of happiness. Song Xiao, too, gazed solely at Ji Bufan. Sitting quietly beside him, she resembled a blooming flower, exuding a subtle fragrance. Her hand tightly clasped his, her eyes brimming with affection, like a gentle spring that flowed tenderly over Ji Bufan. At that moment, Song Xiao's heart was filled with satisfaction and joy. Her dream had always been to marry Ji Bufan and care for him for a lifetime. This notion had long taken root in her heart, akin to a seed that had blossomed into a towering tree. She was uncertain when this thought had first sprouted within her. Perhaps it was during her childhood, the moment she first laid eyes on Ji Bufan, when that fleeting heartbeat buried the seed deep within her soul. Or perhaps it was on that extraordinary night when she made a vow upon receiving Xiao Fan as first love. In any case, this was the essence of her existence. Now, this dream had been partially fulfilled. She had become Ji Bufan's lawful wife. For the remainder of her life, Song Xiao resolved to devote herself wholeheartedly to caring for Xiao Fan. Although her means were limited and her financial capacity might fall short, she would strive to tend to his needs in every aspect of their daily lives. To her, Ji Bufan's happiness represented her utmost joy, and she was willing to sacrifice everything for him. At that moment, Ji Bufan began to ponder the system's lottery. Chapter 38. 2 Remarkable Rewards. Marrying 2 wives had granted him 2 chances to draw. Ji Bufan's heart brimmed with anticipation and curiosity. He was eager to discover what surprises this lottery might bestow upon him. Thus, he concocted an excuse to retreat to an empty room, summoning the system. System, are you there? Come out, I wish to draw. His voice betrayed an uncontainable excitement. Beep. Yes, host. It has been detected that you currently possess 2 reward opportunities. Would you like to draw them all? The system's voice was calm and devoid of emotion. Draw them all. Hurry, I can hardly wait. Very well, host. Now proceeding with the reward draw. The system's voice paused momentarily before continuing. Draw complete. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 rewards. Mastery of Performance and Boundless Energy. Upon hearing this result, Ji Bufan promptly examined the specifics of these rewards. Mastery of Performance. The host will automatically master and apply fundamental techniques in various aspects of performance, including voice, posture, and body language. You will possess the foundational qualities necessary to become a professional actor, capable of effortlessly commencing your performance on both stage and screen. Boundless energy. The host will possess vigor beyond the ordinary, brimming with vitality. This will render you full of life in your daily endeavors, dispelling lethargy, and significantly reducing the amount of sleep you require. When fatigued, a brief rest will rejuvenate you, restoring your spirit and enthusiasm. Well, how shall I put it? G. Buffon was quite satisfied. Both rewards were commendable. The first, mastery of performance, may not be immediately useful to him as he was not currently involved in the entertainment industry, but one can never have too many skills. In the future, he could explore this avenue. It is well known that the entertainment world is replete with beauty. Upon becoming an artist, one is presented with numerous opportunities to encounter beautiful starlets, easily igniting the sparks of romance that may lead to the sanctity of marriage. Do not be misled into believing this to be a formidable challenge. In truth, it is rather simple. As the old adage goes, a man pursuing a woman is merely separated by a thin veil. Given G. Buffon's exceptional qualities, he is a coveted individual in any realm. What he lacks is merely the chance for acquaintance. Moreover, G. Buffon has heard whispers of the profound depths within this industry, where male artists are often susceptible to unspoken rules. It must be acknowledged that he is curious to experience the allure of such entanglements. As for the second reward, an abundance of energy, G. Buffon is exceedingly content. After all, who would not desire to be filled with vitality and exuberance each day? G. Buffon harbors grand aspirations to warm the hearts of many and provide them with a home. This vibrant trait will assist him in realizing his dreams. It is crucial to understand that one cannot harbor lofty ambitions while languishing in lethargy. Should he enter into a union, he must assume responsibility. Failing to meet expectations would be akin to behaving immorally. Among the various attributes of vitality, G. Buffon particularly cherishes the ability to swiftly recover his energy. Even when completely drained, a brief moment of rest or a cup of coffee is sufficient to rejuvenate him, restoring his vigor and enthusiasm. At such moments, his mind brims with newfound knowledge of performance, and he radiates an extraordinary spirit. This system is truly commendable. The rewards are indeed delightful. G. Buffon finds himself somewhat addicted, yearning for additional rewards to enhance his strength and capabilities. Stepping out of the secluded room, he re-enters the hall, where he notices a silver-haired matron has joined the gathering. His several wives are engaged in lively conversation with her. It is evident that this lady is none other than the director's grandmother, the one who has cared for G. Buffon since his childhood. G. Buffon strides forward with purpose, exclaiming, "Director Grandma, have you seen the lovely daughters-in-law I have brought for you? Are you pleased? Are you happy?" "Indeed, I am pleased and happy. How could I not be? They are all wonderful children, and your taste, Xiao Fan, is impeccable." The director's grandmother replies with a beaming smile. As she gazes at G. Buffon, who approaches, she perceives that he has become increasingly spirited and handsome during their time apart, stirring a deep sense of nostalgia within her. In the blink of an eye, the once small child has blossomed into a man, marrying so many wives and establishing a family. How swiftly time passes. The director's grandmother gestures for G. Buffon to sit beside her, taking his hand in hers as she addresses the young women. "This child, Xiao Fan, has been under my watchful eye since his infancy. He has always been wise and considerate, a true source of comfort. He is a kind-hearted boy who, since entering university, has worked diligently, using his earnings to support this orphanage. Without him, I may not have endured until now. This orphanage would have long since closed its doors." Xiao Fan possesses many admirable qualities. However, he is not without his flaws. His most significant shortcoming lies in his lack of self-respect and his inability to refuse the advances of women. Over the past few years, he has been taken advantage of by several females. Xiao Fan, it is imperative that you remain vigilant about this matter. Once married, family should take precedence, and you must refrain from frivolous entanglements with women outside your marriage. Those women drain you of your essence. You are not their husband, and they will not cherish you. Xiao Qiao and the rest of you, it is your responsibility to keep a watchful eye on him, ensuring he does not stray. Otherwise, when problems arise, it will be too late for regrets. You must also practice moderation. Allow Xiao Fan sufficient time to recuperate. Ideally, he should rest every other day. The matriarch of the institution rambled on, her words flowing without pause. The others listened earnestly, not daring to contradict her. Such is the nature of affection from a senior. Ji Buffon was no exception. He appeared exceptionally obedient, sitting quietly with a smile, seemingly in full agreement with the matriarch's every utterance. However, this was merely a facade. In reality, he allowed her words to drift in one ear and out the other, having grown weary of the same admonishments. The elderly lady could indeed be quite chatty. On previous visits, he had often endured her incessant prattling. Fortunately, today she spoke for a shorter duration, as the little one's nap time was coming to an end. Suddenly, the children rushed out, filled with exuberance and laughter. Upon spotting Ji Buffon, they swarmed around him, calling out Brother Fan. With great affection, some even requesting to be held. Ji Buffon cheerfully greeted them and began slicing watermelon for the children. "Thank you, Brother Fan. You're my favorite. When I grow up, I want to marry you," exclaimed one. "Me too. I want to marry Brother Fan," chorused others. "We all want to marry Brother Fan." Chapter 39. The Pinnacle of Life? No. This is merely the beginning. Ji Buffon gazed at the cluster of little girls and chuckled. Then you must study diligently to gain admission to university. For Brother Fan does not favor foolish children. Moreover, when you grow up, you must avoid laziness and strive to earn money. Supporting Brother Fan requires a substantial sum, so you must work hard. The children nodded in unison, responding, "Understood, Brother Fan. We will certainly do our best." Each time Ji Buffon visited the orphanage, he brought delightful treats for the children. Occasionally, he would also provide clothing, shoes, and school supplies. Consequently, the little ones held him in great affection. Their declarations of wanting to marry him were but innocent jests, not to be taken seriously. Perhaps a few of the older children genuinely entertained such thoughts. However, most of them were rather ordinary and did not meet Ji Buffon's standards for a partner. There were, however, a few who were quite promising, possessing the potential for beauty. Ji Buffon found himself intrigued, wondering how they would blossom as they grew older. As the day drew to a close, Ji Buffon, after attending to the children, turned to the elderly director with a hint of curiosity. "Director, I've noticed that several children seem to be missing. Where have they gone?" The director sighed, her age weighing heavily upon her. "Some have been adopted, while others have been sent to different orphanages. My health is declining, and we will no longer be accepting new children here. The ones we currently have will gradually be transferred to other facilities. Once all the children are settled, this place will close its doors." Taken aback, yet quickly regaining his composure, Ji Buffon had anticipated the director's decision to shut down the orphanage, but had not expected it to happen so soon. In truth, it might be for the best. The director was nearing 70 and deserved to spend her remaining years in peace. Having founded the orphanage in her 40s and devoted nearly 3 decades to caring for countless homeless children, it was indeed time for her to rest. "Then, once you have finished here, why not come live with us? I will take care of you," Ji Buffon suggested. "You raised me when I was young. Now, let me return the favor." The director chuckled softly, shaking her head. "There is no need for that. My children will care for me." "Then allow me to give you some money." "Without funds, even biological children may not be dutiful," he remarked. "No, I do not lack for money. Once this place is sold, I will have more than enough, far more than I could ever spend." She insisted. "Then why not share some with me?" he pressed. "Absolutely not. You have plenty of wives to support you. How could you ask an old woman like me for money?" Ji Buffon was left speechless. "Didn't you say you wouldn't spend it all?" The director chose to ignore him, turning instead to Song Xiao Xiao. "Xiao Xiao, you need not come here to help anymore. Now that you and Xiao Fan are married, focus on your new life together. I wish you both happiness." Concern etched on Song Xiao Xiao's face, she inquired. "But what will happen to this place?" The director comfortingly patted her hand. "We have the 2 caretakers here for now. They will suffice. And this place will close in a month or 2 at most. I cannot keep you tied here. It's time for you to begin your new life." Song Xiao Xiao nodded. "In that case, I will look for a job." However, before she could finish her thought, Ji Buffon interjected, "What kind of job?" "You should stay home and take care of me." Having studied nursing, Song Xiao Xiao possessed considerable skills and experience from caring for the children. Ji Buffon felt it was only natural for her to tend to him at home, and when they eventually welcomed children of their own, she would be more than capable of managing both adults and little ones. The group spent a delightful afternoon at the orphanage. As evening approached, they began to help Song Xiao Xiao pack her belongings for departure. Her modest room, though simple, was well kept, and her few possessions fit neatly into 2 small bundles. At that moment, Song Qiao Qiao donned a vibrant outfit, her demeanor transformed, radiating a newfound elegance. Her upper body was adorned with a light blue, form-fitting sleeveless tee. The delicate fabric clung to her graceful figure like a second skin, perfectly accentuating her ample bosom. Simultaneously, two fair and slender arms were completely exposed. The elegant contours of her arms bore no trace of excess flesh, adding to her enchanting allure. She paired it with a high-waisted floral skirt that gracefully fell to the mid-thigh, swaying gently as she walked, occasionally lifting to reveal soft waves, offering a hint of seduction. The cinched waist design accentuated her waist, which was delicate enough to be clasped with a single hand, while the fluffy skirt brimmed with youthful innocence. On her feet were a pair of strappy sandals, the slender ties wrapping around her ankles, enhancing her overall ensemble with an air of sophistication and showcasing her feet. Smooth as jade, her attire was truly stunning. Despite not wearing any makeup, she exuded a beauty akin to a pristine lotus. Onlookers marveled, expressing their surprise at how lovely Qiao Qiao appeared in her new outfit. Faced with their compliments, Song Qiao Qiao shyly lowered her head, occasionally pressing down on her skirt, seemingly anxious about its length and fearing an accidental reveal. This outfit was a gift from Ji Bufan, who had also bought her many other beautiful pieces. However, Song Qiao Qiao's conservative nature typically led her to dress simply. After all, in the orphanage, there was little need for extravagant attire. Yet, she felt the need to present herself more attractively in the future, lest she bring shame upon Xiaofan. After bidding farewell to the matron, the group departed. Lin Muqing's Audi comfortably accommodated all five of them. Ji Bufan sat in the middle of the back seat, with his left arm around Song Qiao Qiao and his right around Gu Qianqian. In the front, Lin Muqing drove, with Lin Muyu as the passenger. At that moment, Ji Bufan felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. In his previous life, marrying any one of the four would have been a worthy achievement. He would have believed he had saved the galaxy to be so fortunate. Yet here, Ji Bufan understood that this was merely his starting point. On the ride, they deliberated and ultimately decided to dine at a restaurant near Lin Muqing's home. The meal was lively, with everyone indulging in considerable amounts of alcohol. Returning home in a tipsy state, Ji Bufan was in high spirits, ready to revel in the chaos of the night. The following morning, as dawn broke, Lin Muqing awoke, her consciousness still hazy, the surroundings appearing somewhat blurred. Rubbing her eyes, she attempted to rouse herself. The curtains were drawn tightly, casting the bedroom in a dim light, and the air felt heavy and unpleasant, a cloying mix of alcohol and sweat lingering in the atmosphere. After a while, Lin Muqing's mind gradually cleared. Almost in a hurry, she rolled out of bed, hastily picked up a piece of clothing from the floor, and slipped it on before exiting the bedroom. The living room was serene. Lin Muqing curled up in a corner of the sofa, burying her face in her knees. After some time, her cheeks remained as rosy as ripe apples. This is truly unbecoming, Lin Muqing murmured to herself. Eventually, she stood up, intending to take a shower. She had forgotten to do so the previous night, and now her body felt sticky and uncomfortable. She had come to terms with the situation, since it had already occurred. Regret and self-blame were futile. Nevertheless, she was resolute in her decision to never allow Xiao Ji such reckless behavior again. Entering the bathroom, she turned on the shower, adjusting the water temperature. The warm water cascaded from the shower head, forming a delicate curtain of droplets. Lin Muqing closed her eyes, savoring the sensation of the water washing over her. As if all her worries and fatigue were being swept away, the water flowed down her body, cleansing her flawless figure, instilling an unprecedented sense of relaxation and comfort. Once refreshed, Lin Muqing stood amidst the dissipating steam, watching the water swirl down the drain. She reached out to wipe the mist from the mirror, revealing a woman with a radiant complexion, smooth skin, and a languid gaze, exuding a glow nourished by love. Unconsciously, the corners of Lin Muqing's mouth lifted in a smile. Putting everything else aside, ever since Xiao Ji entered her life, she had indeed transformed. Not only did she feel physically and mentally rejuvenated, but her skin also appeared refined and luminous. Is this the magic of love? How wondrous! In high spirits, Lin Muqing wrapped herself in a towel and hummed an unknown tune as she exited the bathroom, preparing to make breakfast for everyone. As she reached the kitchen door, the enticing aroma of butter-fried eggs wafted through the air. Peeking inside, she spotted a petite figure bustling at the stove. Song Qiao Qiao, clad in an oversized men's shirt that barely covered her thighs, revealed her two delicate, fair legs. She was intently flipping the fried eggs in the pan, oblivious to Lin Muqing's arrival. "Chow Chow, why aren't you sleeping a bit longer? I can handle breakfast," Lin Muqing said gently. Startled by the sudden voice, Song Chow Chow nearly dropped the spatula. Turning around, she saw Lin Muqing, and her face instantly lit up with a sweet smile. "Sister Muqing, I just woke up and thought I'd make breakfast for everyone. You still have work? It's too much trouble for you. I can take care of breakfast." Lin Muqing approached the stove and affectionately ruffled Song Chow Chow's hair. "Chow Chow, you are truly diligent. Let us make it together. My husband has a big appetite, so we should prepare more." Song Chow Chow nodded vigorously, her obedient demeanor resembling that of a gentle little rabbit. Morning light streamed through the window, illuminating her graceful curves. The loose-fitting shirt could not conceal her impressive figure. Lin Muqing couldn't help but exclaim, "Chow Chow, your physique is truly enviable." Upon hearing this, Song Chow Chow shyly lowered her head, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. No, it's you, Sister Muqing, who has the better figure. I'm just too short, but your proportions are excellent." Lin Muqing replied with a smile while retrieving ingredients from the refrigerator. "Your legs are not short at all, and your bosom is so ample. Your husband must adore it, right?" Song Chow Chow's voice was barely a whisper, her ears turning crimson. Indeed, the two busied themselves in the kitchen, chatting casually, the atmosphere light and relaxed. They tacitly avoided mentioning the awkward incident from the previous night, acting as though it had never occurred. However, it wasn't long before they had to confront the matter again. It turned out that Ji Bufan had awakened. Sleepily, he entered the kitchen, and upon seeing the two hard at work, a slight smile graced his lips. He casually grabbed a fried egg and took a hearty bite before walking over to them, wrapping his arms around their waists and planting a kiss on each of their cheeks. "Good morning, my two lovely wives." Lin Muqing froze, swallowing hard as she struggled to ask, "Dear, why are you up so early today?" Typically, Ji Bufan rose late, so his early awakening was quite surprising to her. She assumed he would sleep until noon, especially after staying up so late the night before. Ji Bufan responded, "The early bird catches the worm. Don't you know this principle, Muqing? I've decided from now on to rise early and never sleep in again." "All right, you two continue with breakfast. I'll take a shower first." With that, he turned and left. Lin Muqing remained momentarily stunned. Though he said this, she wondered what he intended to accomplish by waking so early. Why not sleep a little longer and take care of your health? Stealing a glance at the equally bashful Song Chow Chow, Lin Muqing hastened her cooking, quickly eating a bit before tidying up, grabbing her bag, and heading out to work. It wasn't until she sat in her car in the garage that she realized. How did Xiao Ji become so remarkable? Chapter 41. Sweating profusely at the dining table, Ji Bufan devoured his meal with gusto. His heightened energy levels meant he required significantly more sustenance than before, resulting in an increased appetite. However, this minor side effect was negligible. Each time he recalled the joyous moments from the previous night, an indescribable sense of satisfaction welled up within him, and he silently praised himself as the illustrious Ji Bufan. Sitting beside him, Song Chow Chow observed Ji Bufan's hearty appetite, and her own throat involuntarily swallowed. Her gaze drifted toward the master bedroom, hesitating for a moment before gently suggesting to Ji Bufan, "Xiaofan, should we call Sister Muyu and Qian to join us for breakfast?" With his mouth full of food, Ji Bufan mumbled in reply, "No need. Let them sleep a little longer. They stayed up quite late yesterday." Song Chow Chow nodded and then silently resumed her meal. After a moment, she could no longer contain herself and said, "Xiaofan, you must not continue like this. The dean specifically reminded you yesterday to exercise moderation. If you harm your health, what will we do?" Her tone was laced with urgency and concern, clearly reflecting her genuine worry for Ji Bufan's well-being. Unperturbed, Ji Bufan shrugged off her concerns, replying nonchalantly, "Don't worry, Xiao Xiao. Haven't you noticed? I can eat, sleep, and work better than before." Upon hearing his words, Song Chow Chow's doubts did not diminish. Instead, they deepened. Furrowing her brow, she pressed on, "Yes, you seem much improved. But what is going on? Xiaofan, are you sure you didn't take any medication yesterday?" "Chow Chow, I realize that prejudice in people's hearts can be like an insurmountable mountain. Do you truly suspect that I would resort to such measures? Is there any necessity for that?" Ji Bufan retorted, a hint of disbelief in his voice. "But you used to be much faster," she countered. "Xiaofan, I do not mean to belittle you. You were remarkable before. Please don't take it the wrong way. Song Xiao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. All right. I am not angry, Ji Bufan reassured her. As you said, that was in the past. I was younger then. It is only natural that I have grown stronger now. Don't you like it? I do like it. At breakfast, Lin Muqing consumed half a portion. Song Xiao had one full serving, and the remainder disappeared into Ji Bufan's stomach. After downing a generous cup of hot milk that Song Xiao had offered, Ji Bufan patted his belly contentedly and left the table, leaving Song Xiao to tidy up and prepare breakfast for the two still asleep. Today, as preparations seemed insufficient, she had anticipated Ji Bufan's hearty appetite, realizing she would need to prepare more in the future. In the living room, Ji Bufan glanced back at the busy Song Xiao, and noticing she was distracted, he summoned the system to inquire. System, something feels amiss. My increasing strength should be a good thing, yet those who know me may begin to harbor doubts, and I cannot adequately explain it. Do you have a solution? Song Xiao's earlier questioning had stirred Ji Bufan's anxiety. He felt his explanations were rather weak. After all, Song Xiao was not naive and would not be easily convinced. Anyone familiar with him would likely share the same skepticism, as the transformation was indeed quite extraordinary. Previously, he had experienced both victories and defeats in one-on-one encounters. Yet now he triumphed effortlessly against 4 opponents. It was no wonder Song Xiao suspected he had taken medication. He himself had begun to wonder the same. Furthermore, this was merely the beginning. If he were to gain even more formidable abilities and undergo greater transformations, it would become increasingly difficult to provide explanations. Thus, Ji Bufan urgently sought assistance from the system. Fortunately, the system promptly alleviated his concerns with a simple solution. Having understood the host's concerns, the system now influences those around the host on a psychological level. Any changes you undergo will be perceived by others as entirely natural and expected. Henceforth, this will remain the case, and no one shall question your transformations again. Hooray! The system is truly formidable. Ji Bufan finally feels a sense of relief and happily indulges in his mobile device. Today's headlines are particularly intriguing. Recently, some experts have proposed a welfare initiative for the male demographic, suggesting that Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays be designated as men's rights days, allowing men to freely utilize this time for leisure. This proposal was approved early this morning, and the official announcement has swiftly ascended to trending status. The male populace in this world is increasingly enjoying their liberties. Ji Bufan peruses the comments, observing that the majority support the initiative, though dissenting voices and some envious remarks intermingle. Notably, it is the women who predominantly back the proposal, while the opposition largely stems from men. The comments are quite entertaining, expressing sentiments such as, "We don't need special rights days. We demand equality and the freedom to labor. I wish to work on construction sites and sweat profusely. Why must we men be confined to office jobs? We seek fairness, not special treatment. I too yearn to lift bricks on a construction site. Fishing is far too mundane." Ji Bufan chuckles at the absurdity of these individuals. They ought to be transported back to his original world, where they could truly experience the fairness they so ardently desire. And yes, let them sweat it out. As Ji Bufan is not employed, this policy holds little significance for him, and he soon finds himself engrossed in short videos, reveling in watching beautiful women dance. Before long, he rises and heads to the kitchen, playfully teasing Song Xiao. By the time he finishes, Gu Qianqian and Lin Muyu have awoken and emerge from their respective bedrooms. Gu Qianqian, spotting Ji Bufan, exclaims, "Fanbao, my mother just called, saying she has arranged a team for our wedding dress shoot. She wants to know when we should schedule it." Ji Bufan ponders for a moment and replies, "How about the weekend? 2 days should suffice, and we wouldn't want to interfere with your sister Muqing's work. You can choose the outfits and such in the meantime." Upon hearing this, Gu Qianqian nods enthusiastically. "All right, Fanbao, I'll go inform them now. I'm not going anywhere today. I'll stay here with you." "Sounds good." Ji Bufan then turns to Lin Muyu. "Teacher Lin, what are your plans for today?" Lin Muyu responds, "I need to grab a bite and then get to writing. I didn't update yesterday, so I must catch up. Little G, I want to be able to accompany you. Make sure to write swiftly and don't slack during the day. You must keep me company this evening." Is it not permissible to skip it? No way. Gu Qianqian cannot fathom why Teacher Lin would hesitate. Spending time with Fanbao seems far more enjoyable and fulfilling than writing any novel. She simply cannot understand. Having casually eaten something, she clung to Ji Bufan, remaining inseparable from him. However, despite their agreement to spend the entire day together, she hastily took a taxi home before half the day had even passed. Such a breach of promise. In the evening, at the old Gu residence, when Gumu returned home, she heard from Aunt Wu, the housekeeper, that Qianqian had come back and was resting on the second floor. She hurried to check on her beloved daughter. "Darling, why are you sleeping at this hour? Why didn't you go play with your fanbao?" "Mom, don't mention it. I'm exhausted and can't play anymore." "Oh, what happened? Do tell." Chapter 42. Always wanting to do something, Ji Bufan found his day rather dull. In the morning, Gu Qianqian had only played a couple of games with him before declaring she could no longer continue, leaving without even having lunch. Teacher Lin was engrossed in her writing, and he felt it inappropriate to disturb her. Seeking amusement elsewhere, he approached Song Qiao Qiao, only to find her with her hands clasped in a pleading gesture, claiming she needed to clean the room and buy groceries to cook. She clearly could not afford to expend all her energy on him. Ji Bufan felt helpless, his abundant energy having nowhere to go. He ended up at the Marriott International Hotel, where he spent the afternoon mingling with the long-legged sisters, Yu Ting and Yakyu, finding some semblance of activity. After this day's exertions, Ji Bufan realized his own predicament. He was perpetually brimming with energy, always yearning to engage in something. Idleness was simply not an option. Of course, he didn't necessarily seek the company of women. He was open to engaging in other pursuits, anything to avoid idleness. Ji Bufan had begun to contemplate taking up a side business. As evening approached, he took a taxi back to his community. The golden rays of the setting sun filtered through the gaps between buildings, casting a warm glow upon those returning home. While waiting in the elevator, he fortuitously encountered Lin Muqing, who was returning from work. Dressed in a well-tailored light gray professional suit, Lin Muqing's sleek attire accentuated her graceful figure. Beneath her suit skirt, her long, beautiful legs were enveloped in transparent, glossy stockings, glistening with a delicate sheen, undeniably eye-catching. Upon seeing Ji Bufan, her eyes lit up, her long lashes fluttering. "Husband? What a coincidence. Where have you been?" Ji Bufan shrugged nonchalantly, his tone languid. "It was dull at home, so I went out to have some fun for the afternoon." Lin Muqing exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as her lips parted. "Didn't Qianqian and Xiao Xiao accompany you? Why did you go out alone?" "Don't mention it," Ji Bufan replied, shaking his head in resignation. "Qianqian left before noon, and Xiao Xiao was too busy tidying up to pay me any attention. What could I do?" "Oh dear." Lin Muqing chuckled, her eyes curving into a delightful arc. Opening her arms, she said, "My poor husband, come here, let me give you a hug and comfort you." "Not poor at all," Ji Bufan said as he drew her into his embrace, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "It was quite enjoyable outside." Indeed, this sentiment rings true. One need not be as restrained outside as within the confines of home, allowing for a more liberated and enjoyable experience. As the two conversed, the elevator arrived at their floor. Upon opening the door, a tantalizing aroma of delectable dishes enveloped them. The dining table was adorned with an array of visually appealing and fragrant culinary delights, exuding an irresistible scent. Sounds of kitchen utensils clattering echoed from the kitchen, where Song Qiao Qiao was still diligently at work. A glance around revealed a home transformed. The floor gleamed, the fruit platter on the coffee table was arranged with precision, and even the leaves of the potted plants on the windowsill were polished to a shine. Clearly, Song Qiao Qiao had invested considerable effort. Lin Muqing felt a pang of guilt as she surveyed the scene before her. Particularly, when she entered the bedroom to change, she discovered it had been impeccably cleaned, with fresh bed linens adorning the bed. This meticulousness deeply moved her. She quickly donned a comfortable outfit and hurried to the kitchen, where she coincidentally encountered Song Qiao Qiao, who was carrying a plate of freshly prepared hot dishes. Lin Muqing promptly took it from her. "Qiao Qiao, let me handle this. Is there anything else that needs to be prepared? You should take a break. I can manage." With a gentle smile, Song Qiao Qiao, her bangs slightly damp with perspiration, replied, "No need, Muqing. I've finished everything. You all can wash your hands and prepare to eat while I tidy up the kitchen. Please, don't. I insist." Lin Muqing firmly shook her head. "You've worked so hard today, attending to so many chores without a moment's rest. Just relax today." Feeling the sincerity in Lin Muqing's words, Song Qiao Qiao softly responded, "I've merely done a bit of housework. It's no trouble at all. But you, Muqing, must be exhausted from work." "I'm all right. It's not too taxing," Lin Muqing replied, taking her hand and leading her to the dining room. Come, let us dine together. Xiao Xiao, you've been so diligent, making our home so pristine. As they approached the table laden with dishes, Lin Muqing suddenly recalled something and turned to Song Xiao Xiao. Did you go grocery shopping today? I forgot to give you money. I'm so sorry. Allow me to transfer a few thousand to you now, and you can use it for the time being. Understanding that Song Xiao Xiao was not financially abundant, she felt it was only fair that one should not bear both the labor and the expense. Just as she was about to take out her phone to make the transfer, Song Xiao Xiao interjected, "There's no need, Muqing. Xiaofan has already given me money. Quite a lot, in fact. You need not worry about it." Beside them, Ji Bufan chimed in. "Yes, Muqing, you needn't concern yourself with this. I've arranged for all living expenses. Let us hurry and eat before the food cools." Lin Muqing recognized Ji Bufan's current financial comfort and ceased her insistence. Turning to Lin Muqing's room, she knocked on the door to invite her to dinner. The meal was filled with warmth and joy. While Song Xiao Xiao's culinary skills may not be extraordinary, they certainly surpassed the ordinary, with her home-cooked dishes being both visually enticing and flavorful, leaving no room for criticism. After the meal, everyone pitched in to clear the remnants, with the exception of Ji Bufan. The cheerful clatter of dishes being cleaned echoed as they swiftly tidied up. Subsequently, everyone ventured outdoors, strolling along the tree-lined paths of the neighborhood under the gentle caress of the evening breeze, relishing the rare leisure time. They took the opportunity to digest their meals. The soft wind rustled through the trees, casting playful shadows, while the air was filled with the fragrant aroma of summer foliage. The streetlights elongated their silhouettes as laughter and joy flowed freely. Lin Muqing linked arms with Song Xiao Xiao and playfully remarked, "Xiao Xiao, you've truly worked hard today. I decree that your husband is to be exclusively yours tonight. How does that sound? Are you happy?" Song Xiao Xiao halted in her tracks, her fair cheeks flushing under the streetlight. "Sister Muqing, please spare me. I'm a bit scared of Xiaofan right now. I simply cannot handle him alone." Lin Muqing blinked. Her curiosity piqued as she pressed on. "How could that be? Haven't you two been together for many years? You often went on dates. How did you manage before?" "I don't even know how I got through it before," Song Xiao Xiao admitted shyly, lowering her gaze as her fingers nervously twisted the hem of her clothing. "But I certainly can't now." She discreetly glanced at Ji Bufan, who was humming a tune ahead of them, and whispered, "He's much stronger than he used to be, Sister Muqing. I suspect you'd struggle alone as well." Lin Muqing was taken aback, her lips parting slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 43, The Heartless Rider. As the night deepened, Ji Bufan leaned against the headboard, wide awake. Rising, he approached the window and pushed open the half-drawn curtain, allowing the night breeze, imbued with the vibrancy of the metropolis, to envelop him. He lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply as the smoke danced between his lips before slowly exhaling, dissipating into the night air. Outside, the city remained ablaze with lights. The glass facades of skyscrapers reflected the neon glow, resembling countless stars fallen to earth, dazzling yet ephemeral. The streets bustled with ceaseless traffic, and pedestrians hurriedly passed by. The nightlife had only just begun. However, amidst this cacophony of vibrancy, he felt a profound and inexplicable emptiness, overflowing with energy. This trait allowed him to function on merely 4 or 5 hours of sleep each night, yet it was accompanied by an abundance of unallocated time. So much idleness. An unbearable tedium. What should I do? Ji Bufan stared intently at the glowing ember of his cigarette, his thoughts drifting. Suddenly, an idea sparkled in his mind. Why not revisit his former passion, writing novels? After all, even if not for the sake of profit, the act of writing itself was immensely enjoyable. The thrill of world building, the joy of character creation, and the sense of accomplishment upon completing a piece all stirred a wave of excitement within him. Moreover, he possessed a refined skill in writing, making the task effortless. Ji Bufan narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at the distant twinkling lights, a smile gracing his lips. Perhaps it was time to seek some amusement for himself. As for his earlier proclamation about not writing at all, he retracted that thought. The following day, Ji Bufan awoke before 5 o'clock. Outside the window, a murky gray hue enveloped the surroundings, with only a faint glimmer of dawn breaking along the eastern horizon. Gently pushing away the arm that Professor Lin had draped over him, Ji Bufan quietly rose from his slumber and stepped out of the bedroom. After splashing water on his face to awaken his senses, he retrieved his laptop and commenced the plans he had devised the previous day. It was time for him to write. His fingers danced across the keyboard as he logged into China's largest online novel platform, Tomato Novel Network. Without hesitation, he registered as an author, inputting his pen name. G. Buffon did not pause, typing in his familiar online alias, "Don't call me Little G." The registration process was second nature to him. Years of experience in the world of web literature had honed his skills to the point where he could perform these tasks with his eyes closed. Although the website interface in this world differed slightly, the core functionalities remained largely unchanged. Before long, he completed the preliminary steps and began crafting a new book, selecting a title and writing a synopsis. The genre of the new work had already been conceived the night before. He intended to reimagine his past life's novel, 7 Days of Doom. In this world, there were no insect swarms, and thus 7 Days of Doom, a sensation in his previous life, did not exist here. In fact, many classic novels were absent, such as A Mortal's Journey to Immortality, The Master of Girlfriends, and Godslaying. The scarcity of male authors in this realm, with female authors dominating the landscape, contributed to this phenomenon, as the arduous nature of writing dissuaded many men from pursuing it unless driven by genuine passion. Consequently, the world was devoid of numerous extraordinary literary works. If time permitted, G. Buffon contemplated the idea of borrowing from these works to enrich the literary offerings for the enthusiasts of this world. With a new document created, he began penning the first chapter, preserving the core elements of 7 Days of Doom, such as the 7-day cycle, resonant powers, team survival, and mystery solving. However, he adjusted the narrative style and character dynamics to better align with the reading preferences of the predominantly female audience. The male characters in the protagonist group needed to be diminished to reflect the current societal norms. As G. Buffon wrote, he pondered the intricacies of emotional arcs, ensuring that the narrative was poignant and impactful. Eliciting tears from the readers was secondary. The primary aim was to imbue the content with profound depth. The rhythmic tapping of keys resonated crisply in the tranquil morning air. G. Buffon was wholly engrossed in the realm of creation, his thoughts galloping like wild stallions across a vast landscape of words. He lost track of time, oblivious to everything around him. With only vibrant characters and dramatic plots occupying his mind, he was truly passionate about writing. Before he realized it, he had completed 3 chapters, totaling 6,000 words, all within the span of less than 2 hours. This pace was indeed remarkable. G. Buffon was taken aback by his own speed. He had become a relentless writing machine. Upon reviewing his work, he found that despite the rapidity of his writing, the content was anything but superficial. On the contrary, each chapter is replete with intricacies and emotions, vividly portraying the characters and presenting a narrative that is both coherent and comfortable. It surpasses the original work by a considerable margin. After all, it is well known that the writing style of the Worm team is rather ordinary. G. Buffon nodded with satisfaction, feeling immensely gratified by his creative accomplishments. Such speed and quality imbued him with confidence for his upcoming endeavors. Mastery in writing proves to be exceedingly beneficial. Stretching languidly, G. Buffon continued to type, intending to complete a few more chapters today in hopes of signing a contract sooner. At that moment, he heard some commotion in the corridor and looked up just in time to see Lin Muching emerging, rubbing her eyes. She was clad in a simple nightgown, her hair casually tied back in a ponytail, her face still bearing traces of slumber. "Darling, why are you up so early? What are you writing?" Lin Muching yawned as she approached, enveloping G. Buffon's breath in a warm scent. G. Buffon discreetly closed the page he was working on. "Oh, nothing much. Just chatting with a girl. Would you like to see?" he asked playfully. "Not really. What is there to see?" Lin Muching shook her head. "I thought you were going to write a novel like Mu Yu with all that typing. Better that you don't see a novel. Just continue chatting. I'll take a shower. How could I possibly write a novel? I have no interest in that at all." G. Buffon was aware that Lin Muching would not support his literary aspirations, so he chose not to disclose his intentions. His plan was to pursue this endeavor discreetly. It was clear that he would not be able to write at that moment. He would have to wait until Lin Muching left for work. Thus, G. Buffon closed his laptop and made his way to the bathroom for a shower. Chapter 44. Outstanding Youth After Breakfast. Lin Muching left for work. While Lin Muching retreated to her room to write, G. Buffon resumed his writing in the living room. Song Qiao Qiao busied herself with tidying up. Time passed unnoticed until Song Qiao Qiao approached G. Buffon quietly, bearing a steaming cup of coffee. She leaned slightly, peering curiously at the lines of text dancing across the computer screen. Xiaofan, are you writing a novel? She finally inquired, her voice soft. Without lifting his head, Ji Bufan continued to type, fingers dancing across the keyboard. Yes, indeed, I am writing a novel. He paused momentarily, lowering his voice. Chow Chow. Please don't mention this to your sister Mooching. She disapproves of my writing such things. Oh, I understand. I want to say a word. Song Chow Chow nodded obediently, but couldn't help but ask, but when did you start writing a novel? I had no idea. Isn't it something you can write if you have hands? Ji Bufan answered nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on the screen. Song Chow Chow fell momentarily speechless, captivated by his profile. Sunlight cast intricate shadows along his well-defined jawline, leaving her somewhat entranced. Chow Chow, you should attend to your own tasks, Ji Bufan suddenly interjected, interrupting her reverie. I must focus on my writing. I will play with you once I finish. Oh, okay. I want to disturb you then. Song Chow Chow, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly set down her coffee cup and gently reminded, Here's your coffee. Remember to drink it. With that, she swiftly departed to continue with her household chores. There were numerous tasks awaiting her attention. It is a well-known truth that household duties, once embraced, are never truly finished. Fortunately, Song Chow Chow relished in these tasks, finding joy in every moment. Particularly, when assisting Xiao Fan with his intimate garments, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Those socks and undergarments imbued with his unique scent, along with shirts and trousers requiring careful ironing, would cause her lips to involuntarily curl into a smile. Around 10 o'clock, a knock echoed through the room. Setting aside her current task, Song Chow Chow opened the door to find personnel from the Civil Affairs Bureau, there to deliver their marriage certificate. A wave of joy surged within her, prompting her to call out for Ji Bufan before inviting the guests inside. Upon arrival, Ji Bufan recognized a familiar face and greeted them with a warm smile. The representative, with a hint of apology, explained, Mr. Ji, I truly apologize. This was supposed to be delivered yesterday, but I happened to be on leave. My colleague offered to take over, and I thought you weren't in a hurry, so I took the liberty of postponing it until today. Ji Bufan waved dismissively. No worries at all. Whether it's today or tomorrow makes little difference. What matters is that it has arrived. He paused, teasingly adding, However, my friend, you must be enjoying the new policy. Your workload has significantly decreased, allowing you to only work 2 days a week now, correct? To be honest, this job was never particularly demanding. I come to work merely to stave off boredom. Now, it's even better, the male staff member from the bureau replied with a resigned shrug. Ji Bufan noticed his female colleague rolling her eyes at the exchange. During this conversation, Song Chow Chow had already summoned Lin Muyu, and with everyone present, they commenced the process. Both women were particularly exhilarated as they received their marriage certificate. With utmost care, they opened the crimson booklet, their gazes fixed upon it, and their smiles widened. From that moment forth, they were officially married, able to walk with heads held high, proudly proclaiming, I have a husband now. The two women examined the marriage certificate repeatedly, growing increasingly delighted, unable to satiate their curiosity. In contrast, Ji Bufan appeared quite composed, having accumulated a modest stack of such documents over time. Once the staff had conveyed their well wishes, the male representative remarked, Mr. Ji, I genuinely admire you. In just a few days, you have married 4 wives. Your story has become quite the topic at our office. He paused, lowering his voice with a hint of intrigue. May I ask, do you intend to marry again? Ji Bufan, puzzled, responded, What is the matter? Is there some sort of stipulation regarding marriage? The representative rubbed his hands together, explaining, Your approach to marriage is remarkably progressive and worthy of promotion. Our bureau wishes to feature you as a model example to inspire today's youth to embrace the institution of marriage. As Ji Bufan pondered thoughtfully, he quickly added, However, for candidates may not suffice, it would be even better to have a few more. At that point, not only will there be certificates of honor and monetary awards, but if we exceed 10, we could even recommend you for this year's top 10 outstanding youths of Magic City. Well, let me think about it, Ji Bufan replied, stroking his chin. His interest piqued. After all, marriage is not a trifling matter. It requires finding the right partner. He spoke of contemplation, yet his mind was already calculating. The title of Outstanding Youth in Magic City sounded quite appealing. However, the notion was rather absurd. Marrying multiple partners and still being considered an outstanding youth? How many would be needed for city level or even national recognition? Would 100 suffice? Ji Bufan inquired. His interlocutor responded, not 100. 50 would be adequate. However, we must also consider the children. The current birth rate is quite alarming. Chapter 45. Blue Sea Hot Spring Foot Spa. Ji Bufan was taken aback by this revelation. 50 could qualify one as a national outstanding youth? The threshold seemed exceedingly low. This would be a walk in the park for him. Well, if quality were not a concern, he could easily marry enough partners. Yet, he was not one to marry indiscriminately. He held high standards for his potential spouse. Exceptional looks, good character, compatible temperament, and a soulful connection. Each criterion was indispensable. He would not marry merely for the sake of marrying, even if rewards were at stake. He would select only the best. The pursuit of a suitable partner itself was a delightful endeavor. He was quite content with his current leisurely existence, so why rush? I understand. Ji Bufan nodded at his companion. If I encounter the right one, I shall marry and do my best to cooperate with your efforts. Thank you immensely for your support, Mr. Ji. His companion beamed, then added with concern, however, do not overexert yourself. Take things at your own pace, as health is paramount. Ji Bufan chuckled, rest assured, I am well aware of my limits. He then pulled out his phone. Brother, let us exchange contacts. I feel quite a rapport with you. We should go for a foot massage together sometime. Absolutely. While exchanging contact information, Ji Bufan learned that his companion's name was Liang Zhan, a 28-year-old from a well-off family, currently working at the Civil Affairs Bureau, indeed with little to occupy his time. Mr. Ji, please remember to send me an invitation for your wedding day, Liang Zhan joked. I would love to partake in the joyous occasion. Certainly, Ji Bufan waved his hand dismissively, but Liang Gu, please refrain from calling me Mr. Ji. It feels too formal. Just call me by my name. Then I shall call you Xiao Ji. I am a few years your senior. Please, do not call me Xiao Ji. The civil affairs officer departed. Disturbed by their interruption, Ji Bufan's creative flow was abruptly halted, leaving him devoid of the inclination to write. He yearned for a moment of leisure. Observing Song Qiao Qiao and Teacher Lin, who were still enveloped in joy, a mischievous smile crept onto his lips as he approached, wrapping his arms around their waists. My two beloved ladies, on such a joyous occasion, should we not celebrate properly? Upon hearing this, Song Qiao Qiao's face instantly flushed crimson, akin to a startled rabbit as she wriggled free. No, Xiao Fan, I beg you spare me. Lin Muyu hurriedly stepped back, adjusting her glasses to mask her fluster. Xiao Ji, I can't either. I haven't finished my update tasks for today. Oh, I must quickly inform my mother about my good news regarding the marriage. Before she could finish, she swiftly retreated into her room. Ji Bufan shrugged helplessly, realizing he would have to venture out alone. Coincidentally, Gu Qianxian's father had gifted him a membership card for Blue Ocean Foot Spa, so he decided to enjoy a day there. All right then, Qiao Qiao, I'll let you off for today. I'm heading out to relax, so no need to prepare my lunch. After changing his attire, he hummed a cheerful tune as he stepped outside with a light-hearted gait. Blue Ocean Hot Spring Foot Spa is a renowned premier leisure establishment in the bustling metropolis, sprawling across tens of thousands of square meters. Its opulent complex features a variety of entertainment options, including foot therapy, business services, arcade games, and card rooms. Additionally, there are various high-end restaurants and private dining establishments for patrons to choose from. Among these, the foot massage service stands as their signature offering. With private hot tubs, elite therapeutic services, and exotic treatments, guests can indulge in royal-like treatment, provided they can afford the steep prices. The clientele here is not exclusively male. Although men possess substantial purchasing power, their numbers are ultimately limited. It is the women, particularly socialites, affluent ladies, and wealthy wives, who truly constitute the backbone of Blue Ocean Spa's consumer base. Born into privilege, they enjoy luxuries beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Here, they can freely relish the tender care that ordinary women may never experience in their lifetimes. Blue Ocean Spa has curated a selection of top-tier male therapists from around the globe, alongside locally trained elite service staff. Some may wonder why men would choose to work in such an environment. It can only be said that each individual harbors different perspectives. For instance, Ji Bufan had once contemplated taking a part-time position here. Upon arriving, he was warmly greeted by the enthusiastic staff as he entered. Ji Bufan wasted no time, directly requesting Japanese-style service, asking for two young ladies to attend to him. The staff, evidently accustomed to such requests, responded with a smile, "Certainly, sir, please follow me." He was led to the Japanese section, where upon entering, 2 ladies dressed in yukatas were already kneeling on the tatami mats, awaiting his arrival. Greetings, esteemed guest. I am Zaidanai. It's a pleasure to serve you. Greetings, esteemed guest. I am Zayuya. I look forward to your guidance. The voices of the 2 young women were melodious and enchanting, though their Mandarin was somewhat unrefined and awkward. Ji Buffan's gaze swept over their petite and delicate figures, their sweet appearances, which he found quite appealing. Let us go. Take me to the hot springs, he languidly instructed. Within the private hot spring, mist enveloped the air. Ji Buffon leaned against the edge of the pool, the warm water embracing his body, providing a comfort that made him squint with pleasure. Xiao Taonai and Xiao Yuya stepped into the pool, drawing closer to him on either side. Mr. Ji, please indulge in some sake, Xiao Yuya offered, lifting a cup to his lips. Mr. Ji, please enjoy a grape. The girl named Xiao Taonai presented a peeled grape gently towards his mouth. Ji Buffan's lips curled into a smile, relishing their attentive service. This place is indeed delightful. Chapter 46. The enchanting beauty of wives in pure white wedding dresses. As evening descended, Ji Buffon, thoroughly satisfied, prepared to leave. Just as he reached the entrance of the establishment, his phone rang. It was Lin Muqing calling to inform him that they were still selecting dresses at the bridal shop and would be occupied for a while longer, urging him to find his own dinner. Thus, Ji Buffon turned back to the restaurant, ordered 2 servings of premium Wagyu beef, and leisurely enjoyed his meal before finally heading home. Upon opening the door, he was met with silence. His wives had yet to return. The vast house felt empty with only him inside. Leaning back against the sofa, Ji Buffon reflected on the day's exploits, a satisfied smile forming at the corners of his mouth. At 9 o'clock, Lin Muqing and the others returned, chatting and laughing, their faces still glowing with excitement. Gu Qianqian was among them, leading the way. Upon seeing Ji Buffon, her eyes lit up, and she joyfully rushed towards him. Fanbao? She affectionately wrapped her arms around his neck, nearly hanging off him. We tried on so many wedding dresses today, and each one is so beautiful. I love them all. I took photos. You must see them quickly. Ji Buffon chuckled as he caught her, his gaze sweeping over the other enchanting figures that followed. Lin Muqing was gracefully changing her shoes, a gentle smile playing on her lips. Lin Laosher leaned languidly against the entrance, her figure accentuated by a snug summer shirt. Song Qiao lingered at the back, her cheeks flushed, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. He accepted the phone that Gu Qianqian handed him, scrolling through the images of his wives adorned in wedding dresses. He couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion. Usually, he thought his wives were quite lovely. But at this moment, witnessing them in their pure white gowns, he truly appreciated their beauty. These dresses varied from simple to extravagant, from vintage to modern. Yet each one showcased the splendor of his wives magnificently. Each individual radiated a unique brilliance under the allure of the wedding attire. It is no wonder they say that a woman is at her most beautiful when she dons her wedding dress. In the photograph, several women each exude their own unique charm. Lin Muqing dons a stunning mermaid wedding gown, its fluid tailoring accentuating her graceful curves to perfection. The pure white satin glimmers under the light, rendering her as if she has stepped forth from a classical oil painting, a goddess in her own right. She stands sideways, her elongated swan neck and delicate collarbone subtly revealed beneath the sheer fabric, embodying elegance intertwined with a hint of elusive sensuality. Darling, I quite adore this one. What do you think? Lin Muqing approaches him from behind, her soft voice whispering in his ear. Splendid, it truly complements your essence. Ji Buffon nods in agreement. Lin Muqing's figure is impeccably proportioned, and this gown beautifully showcases her silhouette. Ji Buffon's gaze shifts to the next image of Teacher Lin. Teacher Lin wears a deep neckline wedding dress, her full bosom tantalizingly apparent beneath the gossamer fabric, the slender waist creating a striking contrast with her exaggerated curves. She leans gracefully against a Roman column, her crimson lips slightly parted, her gaze dreamy, the purity of her wedding gown sharply contrasting with her inherent allure. Teacher Lin is undeniably impactful. Ji Buffon's Adam's apple bobbles slightly. Isn't Gu Qianqian giggles, leaning on his shoulder. The staff at the bridal shop mentioned the same. Teacher Lin's figure is simply enviable. Flipping through, Song Qiao appears in a voluminous princess gown, the layers of delicate tulle making her resemble a refined doll. Her youthful visage paired with the gown's exquisite curves achieves a harmonious blend of innocence and allure. Finally, there is Gu Qianqian's own photograph. She wears a backless sheath wedding gown, her slender waist barely graspable, her butterfly bones clearly visible beneath the sheer material. Particularly enchanting are the starry sequins adorning the skirt, rendering her as if she were a fairy descended from the heavens. There are many more to see. These are just our favorites, but the others are equally stunning, Gu Qianqian remarks. Ji Bufan gazes a while longer, feeling overwhelmed by the beauty of his wives in their wedding gowns. Fortunately, he and T accompanied them today. Otherwise, he might have struggled to contain his emotions. We shall purchase all these wedding dresses. In the future, I want you to wear them at home for me. Upon hearing this, the women shyly nod in agreement, fully aware of Ji Bufan's intentions. As the night deepens, the moonlight outside bathes the bedroom in a gentle silver glow. Lin Muqing and Gu Qianqian snuggle beside Ji Bufan, engaging in conversation. Darling, for our wedding photos, we should borrow the scenery from Hunk. It would be a perfect opportunity for you to meet my younger sister, Xiaoxue. If you find her suitable, perhaps you could marry her as well. Lin Muqing suggests. Ji Bufan nods. Of course, that sounds wonderful. Honestly, I am quite looking forward to it. Hee, Xiaoxue is eager too. I've already spoken with her, and my stepmother has called her multiple times to sing your praises. Lin Muqing replies, her eyes sparkling with warmth. If she weren't so busy with filming, she might have rushed back to meet you by now. Ji Bufan chuckled. Let her hold on for a few more days. We'll visit this weekend. Just a few days, surely we can wait. Gu Qianqian chimed in from the other side. Fanbao, do you have plans tomorrow? My mom wants to take you shopping, perhaps for a car, some clothes, and jewelry. She also wishes to invite you over for dinner. Will you come? Of course. I have no plans for tomorrow. Then you can stay at my place tomorrow night. Is that all right? Sure. It will give your sister Muqing and the others a chance to rest. Chapter 47. Let us call her Auntie. Ji Bufan's suggestion for Lin Muqing and the others to have a break truly resonated with them. After several days of relentless work, they were beginning to feel overwhelmed. If it continued like this, it might genuinely impact their normal work and lives. This was also one of the reasons Lin Muqing was eager to bring her younger sister on board, to share the burden, alleviating some pressure. Even if it was but a drop in the bucket. Her husband, Lin Muqing, pondered before speaking, why don't you stay at Qianqian's house for a couple more days? Ji Bufan raised an eyebrow. Then I'll return on Friday? That sounds wonderful. The girls exclaimed in unison. Only Gu Qianqian turned pale. Please don't. I might perish. The next day, Ji Bufan awoke before dawn. The bedroom was enveloped in tranquility, with everyone still in deep slumber. Not wanting to disturb their peaceful rest, he quietly rose and left the room to begin writing. By the time the several wives gradually awoke, he had already penned 5,000 to 6,000 words. Yesterday I wrote almost 10,000 words. Today, with this progress, I could easily reach the 20,000 word mark for my contract. I must say, I am quite the rapid scribe. Ji Bufan praised himself inwardly. After breakfast, Gu Qianqian took Ji Bufan out, driving him to her mother's company. Her mother needed to address some business matters before they could go shopping. The car stopped in front of a skyscraper adorned with a glass curtain wall. Ascending to the upper floors via the elevator, Ji Bufan was led into a spacious, luminous, luxurious office. The panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the Huangpu River in the morning light, with the Oriental Pearl Tower appearing dreamlike in the gentle rain. Gu's mother was seated behind a large walnut desk, diligently reviewing documents, while two executive-looking subordinates stood on either side, whispering reports. Upon their entrance, Gu's mother looked up, displaying an elegant smile, and gestured for them to wait in the reception area. Ji Bufan settled onto a leather sofa, his gaze irresistibly drawn to Gu's mother at work. This was his first time witnessing Qianqian's mother in formal attire, and he had to admit, she looked splendid. The well-tailored light gray Armani suit accentuated her graceful figure. The silk white blouse slightly unbuttoned, revealing a glimpse of her delicate collarbone. Beneath the suit skirt, her legs, clad in black stockings, crossed elegantly, with black high-heeled shoes gleaming with a subtle sheen. Dressed in formal wear, she appeared even younger, under the perfect embellishment of her makeup. The well-maintained visage bore not a trace of the passage of time, appearing far less than her actual age of just over 40, resembling instead a captivating 30-something professional woman. Ji Bufan regarded her with an appreciative gaze for quite some time. Eventually, Gu's mother closed the folder with a graceful motion. She elegantly stretched, lifted the delicate porcelain coffee cup from the table, took a gentle sip, then glided around the desk to stand before Ji Bufan. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Xiaoji, she said with a hint of remorse, her smile softening the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. This morning has been rather busy with company matters. No need to worry, Mom. I'm not in a hurry. Ji Bufan quickly rose, yet found himself irresistibly drawn to the elegance in her every gesture. Let me change my outfit and we shall be off, Gu's mother replied, pausing momentarily with a hint of hesitation. By the way, Xiaoji, perhaps you could call me Auntie instead? The term Mom feels a bit uncomfortable for me. Of course. Ji Bufan's eyes sparkled with delight, his smile radiant. Auntie, we are on the same wavelength. I too find it a bit awkward. Oh, is that so? Gu's mother raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise shimmering in her gaze. Yes. Ji Bufan earnestly met her eyes. Auntie, your outfit today is truly beautiful and exudes such grace. Really? Gu's mother covered her mouth with a light laugh, her eyes dancing. Xiaoji, don't just flatter Auntie. I might take you seriously. Absolutely. Ji Bufan nodded earnestly. This professional attire suits you exceptionally well. Even more so than the strong women on television. At this, Gu's mother's smile deepened. She gently adjusted the collar of her shirt and turned towards the wardrobe, her high heels leaving a delicate echo in the air. Before long, Ji Bufan and Gu Qianqian were on their way to the dealership in Gu's mother's vehicle. By this time, she had changed into a relaxed summer outfit. The top was a solid-colored silk-wrap short-sleeve shirt, its smooth fabric catching a soft sheen with her movements. The bottom was paired with navy blue linen wide-leg trousers, radiating a sense of lazy sophistication. On her feet were a pair of low-heeled leather shoes, both comfortable and refined. The weather was rather dismal, with a fine drizzle falling. Soon, tiny droplets condensed on the windows of the Mercedes Maybach, transforming the external clamor into a blurred backdrop. The windshield wipers traced regular arcs across the glass. Gu's mother skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, navigating through the rain with a calm demeanor. In the back seat, Ji Bufan casually glanced upward, observing from the side rear view. She appeared as if she were a watercolor painting, infused with the rain's gentle touch, radiating an air of tranquility honed by the passage of time. As for the car he wished to purchase, Ji Bufan had already formulated a plan. He had no desire for Gu's mother to buy him a luxurious sports car. His focus was primarily on practicality for the family. A Volkswagen Beetle for Song Qiao Qiao to use for errands, and a 7-seater Lexus for family outings. In response, Gu's mother naturally acquiesced to his request, fervently praising him as a humble and responsible man who understands the value of life. The process of purchasing the cars was relatively smooth, with the only hindrance being minor traffic congestion along the way. The total expenditure for the two vehicles amounted to approximately $1.5 million. Gu's mother readily made the payment with her card. The car dealership's manager, beaming with a smile, assured them that all necessary paperwork would be completed expeditiously and delivered to their residence. After leaving the dealership, the trio proceeded to the Hang Lung Shopping Center on Nanjing Road. They began their excursion with a meal at an upscale restaurant on the top floor, after which Gu's mother enthusiastically led the two young people into a shopping spree. Chapter 48. The more he rejected, the more she insisted the Hang Lung Shopping Center could be described as a paradise for luxury goods. The entire mall was adorned with elegant beige marble flooring, and the soaring dome was graced with dazzling crystal chandeliers, while each boutique resembled a meticulously curated art gallery. Gu's mother initially intended to purchase gold jewelry for Ji Bufan, planning to acquire a complete set of 10 pieces, including a substantial gold chain, bracelets, rings, and anklets, which represented the most extravagant bridal gifts of the time. However, Ji Bufan repeatedly declined, ultimately accepting only an ancient-style gold bracelet. This left Gu's mother feeling that she had not adequately demonstrated her sincerity and financial capability. Nevertheless, Ji Bufan insisted that he did not fancy such items, prompting her to relent. Consequently, when it came to selecting clothing, Gu's mother became particularly generous and decisive. From formal wear to casual attire, from sportswear to loungewear, she procured several complete outfits for Ji Bufan from the latest collections of renowned luxury brands. Even undergarments and socks were carefully chosen from the highest quality selections. When they arrived at the sleepwear section, Gu's mother attempted to venture inside once more. Auntie, really, it's not necessary. Ji Bufan quickly interjected, I truly do not need sleepwear. How can that be? Gu's mother chided gently. Aren't you staying at home tonight? You must wear pajamas. However, Ji Bufan wished to express that he slept without such garments, preferring to sleep in the nude. No, but just listen to Auntie. Gu's mother insisted, and in one breath, she selected 5 silk pajamas for him. "Little G, the more you refuse, the more I am determined to buy for you," she said, her eyes sparkling. "There are too few considerate young men like you these days. It is a blessing for our family that Qianqian has met you." With a soft sigh, her tone turned reflective. "Many young men today are quite disappointing. They demand exorbitant bride prices and housing even before marriage, and once married, they often threaten divorce over the slightest disagreements, squabbling over inheritance. The young women in my company have all become fearful of marriage. It may sound amusing, but I was once concerned about Qianqian, worried she might encounter such a man. However, ever since she got together with you, I have been at ease. I can see that you are different. You are a good boy. You possess admirable character." Hearing such praise, Ji Bufan smiled shyly and responded, "In truth, I am not as remarkable as you say, Aunt. I just believe that it is not easy for girls. If one were to consider their perspective, one would realize that we ought not to be overly demanding. After all, in matters of the heart, mutual understanding is essential for longevity. That in itself is quite rare." Mrs. Gu, feeling reassured, gently patted his hand. "Your ability to empathize shows that you are thoughtful and wise. Many boys today seem to want it all: emotional support, spiritual reliance, and high material demands. Can you imagine the immense pressure that places on the girls?" She lamented. Though no longer young, she remained in touch with societal realities. As a business owner, she was acutely aware of the phenomenon of young employees shunning marriage and parenthood, genuine occurrences in contemporary society. Thus, she appreciated Ji Bufan's character deeply. The young man had asked for nothing in return when he married her daughter, and today he had insisted on refusing to indulge in extravagant purchases, expressing that she worked hard for her earnings and should save where possible. This was truly touching. Consequently, her rebellious spirit ignited. The more he declined, the more she wished to provide. Observing this modest, understanding, and handsome young man brought her immense joy. After their shopping expedition, evening descended, and the sky outside darkened ominously, the low-hanging clouds threatening to unleash a torrential downpour. The air was thick with moisture, and distant thunder rumbled ominously. The group decided to hasten homeward. The mall staff assisted in carrying their numerous shopping bags as they hurried to the underground parking garage. Just as their vehicle departed the shopping center, the rain began to pelt the windows with vigor. Before long, the storm intensified. Fierce winds swept the streets, bending trees in disarray. The weather forecast had warned of a typhoon passing through that night, and Mrs. Gu gripped the steering wheel tightly, navigating cautiously, surprised at the sudden onset of the storm. The windshield wipers struggled against the onslaught of rain, unable to keep pace with the deluge. Under the headlights, the rain cascaded like a silver curtain, enveloping the city in a shroud of mist. Fortunately, they arrived home without incident. In the cozy, brightly lit living room of their old European-style house, Aunt Wu had nearly completed dinner preparations. "Gee, tonight we are having Ningxia Tenyang hot pot," Mrs. Gu announced while removing her coat. "It was a special gift from a client, and they say the lamb is raised on sand onions, making the meat exceptionally tender. This weather is perfect for a warm meal." Ji Bufan gazed at the dining table, where, beneath the warm yellow light, the blue and white porcelain hot pot steamed invitingly. Surrounded by an array of ingredients, fresh mushrooms, Shanghai greens, and an assortment of seafood including geoduck clams and peony shrimp. Several large plates of sliced lamb and a few refreshing cold dishes were also laid out. At first glance, it was evident that this feast had been meticulously arranged for his arrival. Mrs. Gu's hospitality was truly commendable. Several individuals washed their hands, preparing to indulge in a sumptuous dinner. Just before the meal, Mother Gu granted Aunt Wu a reprieve, allowing her to return home despite the pouring rain. Subsequently, she retrieved the high long wine from the cupboard, smiling as she poured a glass for Ji Bufan. Observing this, Gu Qianqian felt a pang of anxiety and wished to intervene, but it was too late. With urgency, she exclaimed, "Mom, please don't let Fanbao drink that. It's too nourishing for him. He won't be able to handle it." However, Mother Gu dismissed her concern with a laugh, saying, "Who can't handle it? You're being ridiculous. Young men like Xiao Ji should replenish their strength to avoid depleting their health. I'm an experienced person. I know these things." Gu Qianqian, exasperated, stamped her foot. I can't handle it." Chapter 49. "Auntie, can't you sleep either?" Gu Qianqian felt a sense of trepidation. The last time Ji Bufan had consumed that high long wine, she and Lin Muqing had endured considerable hardship. Today, she was alone. Her mother truly had no regard for her well-being. She subtly tugged at Ji Buffon's sleeve, her eyes shimmering with a pleading expression. Ji Buffon understood and smiled gently, saying, "Auntie has already poured it. I must drink this glass. However, after this, I shall switch to beer. Is that acceptable?" Gu Qianqian felt as if a great weight had been lifted, eagerly agreeing. Yes, yes, beer is great. I'll have beer too." Seeing this, Mother Gu followed suit. "Then let us have beer tonight. Qianqian and I will drink it chilled, while you, Xiao Ji, can have it at room temperature. It's better for boys to avoid cold drinks." "That's all right, Auntie," Ji Buffon replied with a cheerful smile. "I'm young and full of vigor. I'm not afraid." A bit of cold beer pairs perfectly with hot pot. Outside, the wind howled and rain poured, yet inside, the atmosphere was warm and inviting. The exquisite flavor of Ningxia lamb delighted everyone, and laughter filled the dining room as they savored their meal. However, most of the delicacies found their way into Ji Buffon's stomach. Mother and daughter Gu, mindful of their figures, merely sampled the dishes, busily serving Ji Buffon while occasionally taking a bite themselves. Watching Ji Buffon relish his food, Mother Gu felt a deep sense of contentment. To be able to eat is a blessing. A man with a hearty appetite is robust. After enjoying their feast, the group tidied the table and piled the dishes into the kitchen, planning to leave them for Aunt Wu to clean up the next day. With some time to spare, Ji Buffon suggested watching a movie to pass the time, which was met with enthusiastic agreement from the Gu women. They chose a light-hearted comedy, settling into the sofa to watch and chat. During dinner, everyone had been moderate with their drinking, and now, none felt inebriated. After the film, their meals had mostly digested, and the Gu women changed into workout attire, beginning a pre-bedtime aerobics routine. Ji Buffon sat nearby, thoroughly enjoying the sight of their graceful movements. It must be said, it was indeed a feast for the eyes. Gu Qianqian, in particular, exuded vitality, her youthful form perfectly proportioned and devoid of any excess. She danced with a lightness and grace, exuding the essence of youth in every gesture. To Ji Buffon's surprise, Gu's mother also possessed an exceptional figure. After changing into a form-fitting athletic outfit, her curves were accentuated, radiating a captivating allure. The way she moved carried just the right touch of charm, distinctly contrasting with Gu Qianqian's youthful exuberance, yet each possessed its own unique appeal. As the night deepened, the group retreated to their respective rooms to wash up and rest. In the main bedroom on the second floor, Gu's mother, having finished her shower, donned a silk nightgown, turned off the lights, and lay alone on the spacious bed. Outside, the sound of rain pattered softly, droplets tapping against the glass with a rhythmic cadence. She tossed and turned, sleep eluding her. After an indeterminate amount of time, she finally threw off the covers, rose, and quietly made her way downstairs. Simultaneously, in the adjacent room, Ji Buffon also found himself wide awake. Beside him, Gu Qianqian had succumbed to exhaustion, her breathing deep and steady. After a while, he gently moved the girl's arm that lay across his waist and cautiously got up. His robust vitality rendered him particularly alert at that moment, far from feeling drowsy. Rather than languish in this state, he thought it more prudent to seize the opportunity to write. He had brought his laptop with him, resting on the coffee table on the first floor. Donning a robe, Ji Buffon padded softly down the stairs. The first floor was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any light. He had no intention of switching on the lights, preferring to navigate in the shadows towards the sofa to write. As he felt his way forward, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a vague silhouette near the sofa. "Auntie," he called out tentatively. The figure stirred slightly, and Gu's mother's voice, tinged with surprise, responded, "Ji, why are you down here?" "I couldn't sleep. Just came down to stay for a bit." "What about Qianqian?" "She has already gone to bed." "Auntie, you can't sleep either?" Ji Buffon took a few steps forward, his eyes gradually adjusting to the darkness. With the faint light filtering in from outside, he discerned the scene before him. Gu's mother, clad in a silk nightgown, was curled up on the leather sofa, a glass of red wine in hand, the deep crimson liquid gently swirling. "Ji, would you like to join me for a drink?" Gu's mother swirled her glass, suggesting that a bit of red wine could aid sleep. Ji Buffon noticed a languor in her voice, her features imbued with a subtle allure. At that moment, he realized that the wine bottle on the nearby coffee table was already half empty. It seemed Gu's mother had been drinking for a while. With nothing pressing to occupy him, writing was hardly more engaging than savoring a drink with her. It was more respectful to acquiesce. Upon hearing this, Gu's mother propped herself up, barefooted, and walked to the wine cabinet to retrieve another glass. Ji Buffon accepted the glass, poured himself some wine, then raised his glass to gently clink with hers, producing a crisp sound. The taste of red wine unfurls in the mouth, initially tinged with bitterness. Yet upon further savoring, it reveals a lingering aftertaste. Subsequently, the two individuals curl up at opposite ends of the sofa. Outside, the rain patters softly, occasionally illuminated by a flash of lightning that momentarily brightens the living room before plunging it back into darkness. Neither of them utters a word. They merely lift their glasses from time to time, sipping gently, allowing the wine to dissolve slowly on their tongues, where bitterness intertwines with sweetness, mirroring the complex and subtle emotions of this rainy night. Ji Buffon is unaware of what Gu's mother is contemplating at this moment. Perhaps her mind is a blank slate, simply immersed in this rare tranquility, allowing the alcohol to course through her veins, alleviating the fatigue and loneliness of the day. He has heard from Gu Qianqian that Gu's father often remains absent, leaving this vast house frequently occupied by her alone. He can envision her, on numerous such nights, seated on the sofa, consuming glass after glass of red wine until the intoxication blurs her senses before she drags her slightly tipsy body back to the empty bedroom. Nobody pays heed to whether she is drunk, nor does anyone offer her a glass of warm water when she is inebriated. In this moment, her gaze is slightly unfocused, her fingertips gently caressing the rim of the glass, as if tenderly touching upon an unvoiced secret. Ji Buffon suddenly feels that the red wine in her glass may represent not merely a beverage, but a form of indescribable solace. The sound of rain persists, and the room is filled solely with their breathing and the soft clinking of wine swirling within the glass, until the bottle of red wine is nearly emptied and another is opened, half of it consumed as well. Ji Buffon senses it is time to conclude this evening. His vision begins to blur, thoughts drifting as if floating on clouds. He rises, his steps slightly unsteady, and approaches Gu's mother, steadying her arm. "Auntie, let me help you back to your room to rest." Gu's mother tilts her face upward, a faint smile gracing her lips, her voice laced with a hint of drunken raspiness. "Yes, it is indeed time to sleep. Auntie, you must work very hard, don't you?" he murmurs, his tone imbued with compassion. Gu's mother pauses, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her gaze, and after a long moment, she sighs softly. "Xiao Ji, you understand me." Chapter 50. Anti-Radiant. Does Gu's mother endure hardship? That depends on how one perceives it. In this world, there are no women who do not toil. Some women, lacking ability and facing unfavorable circumstances, labor tirelessly throughout their lives without ever experiencing the sweetness of companionship, struggling to make ends meet. In contrast, Gu's mother is undoubtedly fortunate. She is not short of money, has a husband, and enjoys a life of comfort and abundance. Yet, all of this is a result of her own relentless efforts. Over the years, she has painstakingly managed her company, investing immeasurable effort that remains unseen by others. The outside world only witnesses her glamorous facade, oblivious to the times she has humbly pleaded for a contract, drinking to the point of gastric bleeding. Now, she possesses everything, yet her inner self grows increasingly hollow. What she lacked was a sense of spiritual solace and refuge. Ji Buffon stood at the end of the second-floor corridor, gazing blankly at the curtain of rain outside the window. The faint warmth lingered on his fingertips, mingling with the aroma of red wine, particularly vivid in the stillness of the night. He lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply as the smoke curled slowly into the darkness. After a long while, he extinguished the cigarette and turned back to the bedroom. The following morning, Ji Buffon hesitated for a moment upon waking, ultimately deciding to rise quietly. After a simple morning routine, he descended to type. The sound of rain continued to patter outside, while the clattering of the keyboard resonated clearly in the serene living room. By around 8 o'clock, he had amassed 20,000 words and promptly submitted his application for a contract. At that moment, there was no sign of movement from the mother and daughter upstairs, and feeling a bit hungry, Ji Buffon decided to venture out for a bite to eat. He took his keys, an umbrella from the hallway, and stepped outside. The moist air immediately enveloped him. The typhoon had passed, leaving only sporadic droplets of rain. The streets were strewn with branches and leaves torn down by the wind and rain. Sanitation workers were already braving the rain to clean up the mess. Ji Buffon held up his umbrella and made his way to a small dumpling shop at the street corner, where he enjoyed a few baskets of dumplings and packed some to take home. Gu Qianqian slept until 9 in the morning, awakening to find the space beside her empty and devoid of warmth. She speculated that Fan Bao must have risen early. A smile crept across her lips. This Fan Bao was always so disciplined. How could one not feel a pang in their heart? Stretching lazily, she quickly got out of bed. As she groomed herself, her reflection in the mirror sparkled with sweetness. As she opened her bedroom door, she collided with her mother, who was emerging from the adjacent room. Gu Qianqian blinked. Mom, did you just wake up too? Yes, I overslept a bit, her mother replied. Mom, you look really good today. Really? Perhaps I slept more soundly last night. As the two women descended the stairs, Ji Bufan was leisurely leaning on the sofa, watching the morning news. Hearing their footsteps, he immediately stood up, a gentle smile spreading across his youthful, handsome face. Auntie, Qianqian, you're up. I bought some freshly steamed dumplings. They're still warm. Come and try them. Upon hearing this, Gu Qianqian's face instantly blossomed with a radiant smile. She dashed into Ji Bufan's embrace like a joyful fawn, planting 2 quick kisses on his face. Fan Bao, you're so thoughtful. Ah, I love you so much. Ji Bufan affectionately wrapped his arms around her waist, whispering softly in her ear, I love Qianqian the most. Gu Qianqian nestled her face against his shoulder, nuzzling slightly, her voice dripping with sweetness. Fan Bao, I'm really so happy. Ji Bufan tenderly ruffled her hair, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Gu's mother, who stood nearby. Little Ji is truly remarkable. Gu's mother gently tucked her loose strands of hair behind her ear, her tone laced with a hint of embarrassment. I should have prepared breakfast myself. It's all Auntie's fault for indulging in slumber. Auntie, you are being too modest. Ji Bufan replied with a warm smile, his voice clear and bright. It's merely breakfast. Whoever buys it makes no difference. I would suggest that you take a little more time to enjoy your beauty sleep. Just look at your complexion today. One could easily believe you are 20. At his words, Gu's mother covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes smoothing out. You are such a sweet talker. Is it really that exaggerated? If I could look like I am in my 30s, I would be thoroughly satisfied. As she spoke, she unconsciously caressed her own cheek and inquired, Does Annie really look good today? Qianqian just mentioned the same thing. Absolutely. Ji Bufan's gaze was earnest. Auntie, you are positively radiant today, more so than ever. Gu Qianqian peeked out from Ji Bufan's embrace, playfully blinking her eyes. Mom, you are practically glowing today. Tell me, did you secretly use my essence? Qianqian, what nonsense are you talking about? Gu's mother playfully scolded her. The trio sat at the dining table enjoying their soup dumplings, while Ji Bufan nestled comfortably on the sofa, continuing to type. Outside the window, the sky was overcast, suggesting that it was not a day suitable for outings. He decided to seize the opportunity to write more, eager to see how his work would fare. The sound of his fingers tapping on the keyboard resonated crisply through the living room. Before long, Aunt Wu entered, moving with familiarity toward the kitchen to tidy up. Ji Bufan glanced at the time, estimating that she would soon be preparing lunch. Just as he was deeply engrossed in crafting his narrative, Gu Qianqian bounced over, carrying a plate of soup dumplings. Fan Bao, she sweetly called, settling beside him, nibbling on the dumplings while curiously peering at the computer screen. Not long after, Gu's mother approached gracefully with a cup of tea and took a seat on his other side. The two of them sat quietly, one on each side, watching him type away. Ji Bufan's fingers danced skillfully across the keyboard, and the words flowed onto the screen like a gentle stream. After a while, Gu's mother could no longer contain her curiosity and softly asked, Little Ji, are you writing a novel? Yes, Auntie, Ji Bufan replied, his fingers never pausing. I'm just writing for fun in my spare time. Wow, you are really writing a novel, Gu's mother exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Your typing speed is astonishing. She watched in awe as his slender fingers flew across the keys, each character seemingly leaping onto the screen with a touch of magic. You could easily make a living with your looks, yet you are so talented as well. Gu Qianqian, having known about Ji Bufan's writing since yesterday, proudly chimed in, Mom. Isn't Fan Bao impressive? He got locked up on the very first day of his debut. He's busy revising his work now, and in the future, he will share some content in the author's notes. Everyone should keep an eye on it. It's best not to listen to the audio versions, as one might miss out on many wonderful details. In the 51st chapter, the top sister of Ji Bufan, Mother Gu solemnly nodded, her eyes glimmering with admiration. She had never anticipated that her esteemed son-in-law possessed such remarkable talent, capable of penning novels. She had indeed underestimated him. At that moment, curiosity surged within her. prompting a desire to delve deeper into the psyche of this young man through his literary creations. After all, one often glimpses the inner world of a person through their artistry. "Gee, may I take a look at your novel?" Mother Gu inquired tentatively, her tone tinged with expectation. "Of course," Ji Buffon replied readily. He paused his typing and turned to her. "Annie, do you enjoy reading novels?" "Not really. I used to read some martial arts and romance stories when I was younger," Mother Gu reminisced, then added uncertainly, "Does that count?" "Well, it does," Ji Buffon chuckled, "though it's quite different from the style of contemporary online literature. Here, let me download a reading app on your phone so you can read at your convenience." "Oh, splendid." Mother Gu eagerly handed over her phone, akin to an eager student thirsting for knowledge. Ji Buffon took the device and, with a few deft taps, completed the installation in no time. He then returned it to her. "There you go, Annie. Enjoy my work." Privately, he felt fortunate that his writing was of a respectable nature, devoid of any content that might evoke discomfort. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. What does the 7 days of the end mean? Mother Gu mused, her brow furrowing slightly as she pondered the title. Being well-educated, she understood that end signifies finality, but the addition of 7 days left her perplexed. Did it imply the last 7 days? She wondered. Fortunately, the synopsis provided some clarity. It revealed a narrative about a group of individuals caught in a 7-day cycle at the end of existence, primarily revolving around themes of reincarnation and redemption. To be honest, such unconventional genres typically failed to pique her interest. Had it been the work of another, she would have likely dismissed it entirely. However, since it was penned by Ji Buffon, the situation was different. Even if she had to force herself, she would see it through to the end. She was already contemplating how to complement Ji Buffon's talent, even if the writing was subpar. With that thought, she began to read. Yet, as she progressed, she felt an inexplicable compulsion to continue. Despite finding certain aspects challenging to comprehend, her intrigue only deepened, and she felt as though her mind were expanding. At that moment, Mother Gu reclined gracefully on the sofa, her posture relaxed as she leaned against the soft cushion, utterly absorbed in the tale before her. She rested one hand on her cheek while the other tightly grasped her phone, her knuckles turning slightly pale, as if she feared missing a single word on the screen. Her gaze was firmly fixed on the display, her pupils quivering gently with the flow of text, as though drawn by an invisible force into a realm she had never before traversed. Her brow remained furrowed, indicating that the words were not merely a story, but a puzzle that required her careful interpretation. Adorned in a somewhat conservative nightgown, its understated hues and minimalist design exuded a sense of quiet elegance. Yet, in stark contrast, she wore stockings on her legs for reasons unknown. Her feet, encased in stockings, casually slipped into a pair of slippers, occasionally giving a gentle kick, as if this were an unconscious habit. Time slipped away unnoticed until Ji Buffon could no longer resist glancing at Gumu beside him. He found himself perplexed. With only 10 chapters, it should have been a swift read, yet she had been engrossed for so long. Driven by curiosity, he leaned closer to inspect Gumu's phone screen. To his astonishment, she was only on the 7th chapter, and yet over half an hour had elapsed. Such a slow pace. However, upon closer observation of her reading method, he came to a realization. Each time Gumu turned a page, she would pause for an extended moment, and occasionally flip back to reread sections, seemingly savoring the nuances and meanings within the text. No wonder she was taking her time. At that moment, Gumu seemed to sense Ji Buffon's gaze. She looked up and, smiling, said to him, "Xiao Ji, your novel is truly wonderful. I cannot fathom how you managed to write it. My mind simply cannot keep pace." Upon hearing this, Ji Buffon wore a modest smile and replied, Annie, do you really think my writing is that good? Not just good, it's exceptional." Gumu exclaimed, waving her hands. "Xiao Ji, you are incredibly talented. Though some parts are quite profound, I must ponder over them repeatedly to grasp their meaning." Ji Buffon explained, "This is precisely the allure of a mystery novel. It aims to lead readers to gradually unveil the truth through contemplation. If you're not interested, there's no need to force yourself," he added thoughtfully. Gumu immediately shook her head. "How could that be? I absolutely love it." At that moment, Gu Qianqian approached with a radiant smile, placing a translucent lychee into her mother's mouth. "Mom, when did you develop a love for reading novels? Even I find Fanbao's writing hard to comprehend. Are you sure you can understand it?" "If I can't, I'll just read it multiple times. I'm sure I'll get it eventually," Gumu replied, chewing the lychee. Xiao Ji worked so hard to write this. Of course, I must show my support. By the way, can this platform accept tips or gifts? I want to support Xiao Ji. Ji Bufan quickly declined, saying, Auntie, there's no need to spend so much. I appreciate your kindness, but it is unnecessary. However, Gumu insisted on expressing her goodwill. With Gu Qianqian's assistance, she found the tipping page and unhesitatingly gifted 20 of the most extravagant items, each worth 1888, totaling over 37,000 yuan. This act catapulted Ji Bufan's new book to the pinnacle of the platform's gifting leaderboard, and she proudly ascended as Ji Bufan's foremost supporter. Ji Bufan felt a surge of emotion. Gumu was genuinely kind to him, and he couldn't find a way to reciprocate. Indeed, Gumu's kindness was not measured by monetary gifts. It was the affection reflected in her eyes and the concern conveyed in her words that mattered most. This bond of genuine emotion far outweighed any cold figures. Ji Bufan had always been a person who valued gratitude. When someone treated him well, he felt compelled to repay it tenfold. He had secretly resolved to find a way to repay Gumu's kindness. If no opportunity arose, he would create one. On the side, Gu Qianqian, witnessing her mother's unwavering support for Ji Bufan, was not to be outdone. She took out her phone and swiftly gifted 10 extravagant items, becoming Ji Bufan's second supporter. This time, Ji Bufan did not intervene. After all, most of the money spent would eventually return to him, making it not entirely wasteful. The primary concern was not to reject her heartfelt gesture. The total amount gifted by the two exceeded 50,000 yuan, allowing Ji Bufan's 7 Days of Doom to soar ahead on the gifting leaderboard, leading the second place by more than double. Ji Bufan felt a sense of anticipation. The exposure from the gifting leaderboard would undoubtedly bring considerable traffic to his new book. This auspicious start could be deemed perfect. He wondered if this book could recreate the phenomenal success of his previous life. Gumu went to prepare lunch for Aunt Wu, keen to showcase her culinary skills to Ji Bufan. Meanwhile, Ji Bufan continued to write, with Gu Qianqian by his side, occasionally feeding him fruits and snacks, engaging in affectionate gestures without disturbing his concentration. In the meantime, readers indeed began to trickle in to view Ji Bufan's 7 Days of Doom. The immediate impact of topping the gifting leaderboard was palpable. Among these readers were fellow authors, who were most attentive to various rankings. They were curious about the identity of this remarkable author who had ascended to the top of the gifting leaderboard with merely 20,000 words signed. Was it a renowned author from another platform? Or was it a new male writer being lavished with attention? With various speculations in mind, the crowd clicked to explore this novel. Those with discernment promptly added the book to their shelves and followed the author, sensing that both the book and the author were destined for success. Some furrowed their brows as they perused a few pages, hesitating before ultimately deciding to add it to their shelves for future consideration. Others merely glanced and shook their heads before departing. After all, the Tomato platform boasts millions of authors, and varying standards of taste are to be expected. Nevertheless, the data curve for the 7 Days of Doom has already begun to exhibit a pronounced upward trend. The website's sophisticated data monitoring system astutely detected this anomaly and reported it through various channels. Algorithms passed it to human review, which was then forwarded by the operations staff to the editorial department, ultimately landing on the desk of a novice editor. Ji Xiang, a recent graduate who joined Tomato last year, felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the pseudonym "Don't Call Me Xiao Ji" in the back-end notifications. The author of the 7 Days of Doom, whom her editorial office had just been discussing, had been assigned to her. She had recently completed reading the manuscript, recognizing the author's evident talent, especially given the backing from a prominent figure. This book had the potential to become a bestseller. Fortune was smiling upon her. Taking a deep breath, she opened the friend request interface and solemnly typed a message. "Hello, I am your editor, Ji Xiang." Ji Bufan was taken aback by the swift approach of a real editor. He had anticipated waiting until his work made its debut and garnered some success before an editor would reach out to him. In his previous life, he had endured a prolonged period of obscurity with several books before finally attracting an editor's interest, accompanied only by the robotic assistance of Fan Fan. Of course, in this world, there was no Fan Fan, only She. Curiosity piqued, Ji Bufan accepted the friend request from the editor named Ji Xiang. She responded almost instantly. "Hello, esteemed author. I will be your editor moving forward. I look forward to working with you." With such a humble demeanor, she seemed to be a junior editor. However, Ji Bufan was unconcerned with titles. He replied courteously, "Greetings, Ji Xiang. I look forward to your guidance." The dialogue box quickly displayed a new message. "You are too gracious. I have read your work, and it is simply astounding. Your writing is polished, and the plot flows effortlessly. You must not be a novice. May I inquire about your previous pen name? Don't call me Xiao Ji. I am indeed a newcomer." After a brief silence, the other party responded, "Ah, I hope I'm not being too forward. Is there anything I can assist you with? Would you like me to review your outline or detailed outline? Don't call me Xiao Ji. No need." Another awkward pause ensued. Ji Xiang then inquired, "If I may be so bold, could I ask your gender? Don't call me Xiao Ji male." Ji Xiang, "Ah, esteemed author, I won't keep you any longer. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions. Don't call me Xiao Ji, okay?" After concluding the conversation, Ji Bufan redirected his focus back to the writing interface. He did not intentionally adopt a distant demeanor. Rather, he was genuinely at a loss for words. As for the outline mentioned by the other party, what was that? Lunchtime arrived. At the dining table, Ji Bufan lavished high praise on Gu's mother's culinary skills, repeatedly expressing his admiration. Gu's mother's eyes crinkled into slits as she smiled, continuously serving him more dishes. When they had nearly finished eating, Ji Bufan set down his chopsticks and turned to Gu Qianqian, saying, "Qianqian, could I trouble you with a small favor? My computer's keyboard is rather unresponsive. It feels a bit stiff when typing. Could you possibly help me purchase an external keyboard?" Gu Qianqian's eyes brightened immediately, and she nodded eagerly. "Of course. What brand does Fanbao want? I'll go get it right away." To her, this was no trouble at all. The thought of running an errand for Ji Bufan filled her heart with sweetness. Ji Bufan pondered for a moment. "I would like the Ranfone electrostatic capacitive keyboard. There is a specialty store over at Technology Square." Technology Square? Gu Qianqian furrowed her brow slightly, realizing it was a bit far. The round trip might take over 2 hours. Yet, she quickly brightened, saying, "But that's all right. I'll go right after I finish my meal." Ji Bufan chuckled and playfully pinched her cheek. "Thank you for your hard work, darling. Oh, and could you also bring back some mangosteen? I'm suddenly craving it." Gu Qianqian's cheeks flushed slightly, her tone light and cheerful. "Fanbao, don't say it's hard work. I'm more than happy to help you buy things. Is there anything else you want? I can get it all at once." "Nothing else. This is more than enough." Gu Qianqian hurriedly finished her last few bites of food, grabbed her bag, and excitedly dashed out the door. After satisfying his hunger, Ji Bufan lazily nestled back into the sofa, casually switching on the television to watch Bunny Bears. Meanwhile, Gu's mother glanced at Aunt Wu, who was tidying up the dishes, and after a brief hesitation, spoke. "Sister Wu, once you finish cleaning up, you can head home. You can come back tomorrow morning." Upon hearing this, Aunt Wu nodded eagerly, her hands moving quickly to finish her tasks. Gu's mother continued, "I'm going upstairs for a short nap. You can leave directly after you're done. No need to say goodbye." After watching 2 episodes of Bunny Bears, Ji Bufan waited a while after Aunt Wu had left before slowly heading upstairs, preparing to take a nap. Chapter 53. Do come to visit often. Ji Bufan enjoyed an exceptionally refreshing nap, feeling as though he were enveloped in soft clouds. Upon waking, he stretched luxuriously. After showering, he descended the stairs, playing with his phone while savoring the delightful memories of earlier. Just then, Gu Qianqian pushed the door open and called out, waving the shopping bag in her hand, "Where's my mom? Why are you here all alone?" Ji Bufan looked up, smiling. "Qianqian, you're back. Auntie is still taking her nap. Are you tired? Come over and rest for a bit." Gu Qianqian's voice rang out like a wind chime. Tired? Not at all. Yet the glistening beads of sweat upon her forehead betrayed her. Why is my mother still napping? What time is it? I must rouse her, or she will struggle to sleep tonight. No. Ji Bufan rose and gently grasped her wrist. Your mother seldom has a day to rest. Let her sleep. You need not worry. He suddenly leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear. It has been 3 hours since we parted, my dear Qianqian. How I miss you. Gu Qianqian's earlobes instantly flushed crimson, her heart racing within her chest. Ji Bufan truly possesses an extraordinary ability to evoke emotional resonance. Is there any more melodious declaration of love than this? Unable to contain herself, she leapt into Ji Bufan's embrace. He caught her securely, reclining onto the sofa. Did you miss me? Ji Bufan's voice murmured in her ear, deep and magnetic, as if emanating from the very depths of her soul. His fingers danced like playful sprites, tracing her long hair with a gentle touch that sent shivers down her spine. Gu Qianqian's voice was barely a whisper, akin to the flutter of a gnat. She buried her flushed cheek in the crook of Ji Buffon's neck, like a docile kitten, nodding lightly. Ji Buffon, feeling her response, could not help but smile. Gazing at Gu Qianqian nestled in his arms, her bashful beauty stirred both affection and tenderness within him. Today, she adorned herself in a charmingly sweet ensemble. The fitted light blue short-sleeved top, with its refreshing hue, accentuated her luminous complexion. The neckline was whimsically adorned with a pink bow tie, adding a playful touch. Below, she wore a pink tulle skirt, layers of delicate netting exuding an inherent cuteness. The high-waisted design cleverly elongated her leg line, perfectly complementing the short top, showcasing her slender, graceful figure. Her twin ponytails danced joyfully with her light steps, resembling two mischievous little rabbits. At this moment, her face radiated youthful innocence. "Fanbao, I wish to take a shower," she murmured softly, nervously twisting the hem of her skirt. "I perspired quite a bit when I stepped out." Before she could finish, Ji Buffon interjected, "No need. Even your sweat is fragrant, Qianqian." This remark rendered Gu Qianqian's cheeks aflame, her eyes shimmering with delight. "Fanbao, I love you dearly." It was only as twilight approached that Gu's mother made her way downstairs. The evening light filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft, warm glow upon the furniture. She descended the ornate staircase with grace, the hem of her silk robe trailing softly against the steps, producing a delicate rustle. Upon rounding the corner of the staircase, the scene below unfolded before her eyes. On the genuine leather sofa, her daughter languidly nestled in Ji's embrace, her hair cascading into his arms. Ji's long fingers gently combed through her tresses, while his other arm encircled her waist. They whispered sweet nothings, their brows touching gently, sharing intimate secrets. Upon hearing footsteps, Gu Qianqian lazily tilted her face upward, the remnants of a rosy blush still lingering at the corners of her eyes. A sugary smile danced upon her lips as she sweetly inquired, "Mom, you're awake? What shall we have for dinner tonight?" At her words, Gu mother paused on the last step, contemplating for a moment before responding, "Shall we order some takeout? I simply lack the energy to move today." "All right," Gu Qianqian drawled, snuggling closer to Ji Buffon. "I feel the same way. I have no strength either." Though termed as takeout, the fare from affluent households is distinctly different. Gu mother promptly contacted a well-known restaurant, ordering several signature dishes to be delivered. Additionally, she requested an assortment of wines and beverages, intending to ensure Ji Buffon thoroughly relished this sumptuous dinner. Knowing that Ji Buffon would be departing the next day to join her and her daughter for a wedding photo shoot, and that such gatherings would be rare in the near future, Gu mother felt a pang of reluctance. This young man was like a warm ray of sunshine, illuminating her long-dormant life. His wit and charm never failed to elicit hearty laughter from her, and his thoughtful demeanor enveloped her in warmth. Each time she witnessed the affectionate bond between him and her daughter, her life felt vibrant once more. Soon, the dining table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, and the trio raised their glasses in a toast, engaging in lively conversation that flowed from mundane matters to the latest gossip, their laughter ringing throughout the room. Eventually, Gu Qianqian, weary from the day's exertions and having indulged in a fair amount of wine, succumbed to slumber, her head resting on the table. With a tender shake of her head, Gu mother, filled with concern for the child, carefully teamed up with Ji Buffon to escort her back to her bedroom. Once Gu Qianqian was settled, the two returned to the first floor to continue their revelry. Gu mother, rarely so open, shared amusing anecdotes from her youth, while Ji Buffon reciprocated with tales from his daily life, and their conversation persisted well into the night. The following morning, Gu mother prepared a lavish breakfast for the two young ones. As they prepared to part ways, she grasped Ji Buffon's hand tightly, reminding her daughter to take good care of him. Turning to Ji Buffon, she added, "Be sure to come back and visit Annie often." She stood at the door, lingering long after the vehicle carrying the two had vanished from sight. Chapter 54. Visiting Gu Qianqian's bridal home. Ji Buffon and Gu Qianqian took a taxi, first heading to Gu mother's company to retrieve her car, which had been abandoned there a couple of days prior. After collecting the vehicle, Gu Qianqian drove with practiced ease, while Ji Buffon reclined lazily in the passenger seat, idly toying with a piece of jadeite that was a vibrant green. The summer sun streamed through the car window, casting a warm glow upon the jade surface, reminiscent of a tranquil pool of water flowing within his palm. "Qianqian, your mother has truly been kind to me," Ji Buffon remarked, lifting the jade to eye level, squinting as he scrutinized its quality. The color, the clarity. This must be a family heirloom, and you're simply gifting it to me? His fingertips gently caressed the cool surface of the jade pendant, its texture as delicate as congealed fat. Just moments before parting, Gu's mother had forcibly pressed this piece of jade into his hands. At that time, he regarded it merely as an ordinary object, and after some reluctance, he accepted it without much thought. Now, under the sunlight, upon closer inspection, he discovered that the jade pendant was entirely translucent, its emerald hue seemingly ready to drip. Clearly a rare treasure. Gu Qianqian, one hand resting on the steering wheel, cast a casual glance. Just accept it. I recognize this jade. It was a gift from my grandmother to my father. However, my father didn't value it and passed it on to my mother. I never expected that my mother would give it to you today. According to her, this jade is quite valuable. It's a grandfather green. She suddenly winked mischievously. Fan Bao, when we find ourselves in a tight spot, we can sell it for some cash. Indeed, it is grandfather green. Ji Bufan exclaimed in astonishment. But we cannot part with it. I must preserve it well. Your father may not cherish it, but I certainly do. At his words, Gu Qianqian's lips involuntarily curved into a smile. She was delighted by Ji Bufan's attitude. My mother will be overjoyed. She always said this piece of jade should be given to someone who truly appreciates it. Upon returning home, Song Xiaoqiao was busy tying on a floral apron, tiptoeing to wipe the glass door of the kitchen. Xiaofan, Qianqian, you're back, she exclaimed upon hearing the door open, immediately setting aside her tasks to run over. A few stray hairs on her forehead were still damp, and fine beads of sweat glistened on her nose. Ji Bufan reached out to tousle her hair, his fingers brushing against the slightly damp strands. How many times must I tell you? There's no need to clean so diligently. He surveyed the impeccably tidy living room and added helplessly, the house is already spotless. What is there to clean? Gu Qianqian hung her bag at the entrance and casually took the cloth from Song Xiaoqiao's hands. Exactly. We could just hire a cleaning lady. We aren't short on money. And your hands, she held Song Xiaoqiao's pale, soapy hands, should be well cared for. No need for that. Song Xiaoqiao quickly shook her head, her ponytail swaying behind her. I enjoy doing housework. Besides, idleness is rather dull. Ji Bufan chuckled at her response, throwing an arm around her shoulders. Today, you are not allowed to work. If you're bored, come play games with me. He turned to call into another room. Teacher Lin, stop hiding and come out to play. Huh. Song Xiaoqiao grimaced. She found cleaning much easier than gaming. Nonetheless, seeing Ji Bufan's enthusiastic demeanor, she obediently went to prepare. In the afternoon, with nothing pressing to do, Gu Qianqian suggested that everyone visit her new house, which she had received as part of her dowry. This apartment was chosen by Ji Bufan, located not far from here. Yet they had yet to see it. It was the perfect opportunity to take a look since they had some free time that afternoon. If everyone liked it, they could consider moving there, as the current space felt a bit cramped. For the time being, they could still squeeze in, but surely, in the future, they would have to move. Eventually, they would have to relocate, a sentiment shared by all, including Teacher Lin. Although her mind lingered on her writing, the allure of gaming was too distracting, prompting her to suggest a stroll to refresh her mood. Thus, they all ventured out towards the new residence. The new abode was merely a 5-minute drive away. Soon, they arrived at their destination, a luxurious residential area named Yunqi Garden. The architectural style of the complex was modern and grand, complemented by splendid greenery. Outside the car window, neatly trimmed plants and uniquely designed fountains flashed by, creating a soothing and pleasant ambience. Gu Qianqian's apartment, perched on the top floor, boasted a spacious layout of 380 square meters. That one, Gu Qianqian indicated towards a nearby building. Looking up from the ground, the expansive balcony and enormous floor-to-ceiling windows were particularly eye-catching. They entered a lobby that rivaled a 5-star hotel, where a uniformed steward greeted them with a smile and ushered them to the exclusive elevator. When the elevator halted at the 32nd floor, the double doors of the entrance slowly swung open, and everyone held their breath. They were greeted by a vast foyer, adorned with natural patterned Italian marble flooring, while a crystal chandelier cast delicate shadows overhead. Wow! Came an exclamation from the crowd, as the living room's spaciousness seemed to echo. The 270-degree floor-to-ceiling windows provided an unobstructed view of the city skyline. Song Xiaoqiao could not resist stepping to the window, gazing down at the urban landscape, murmuring, "This view is beyond extravagant." The kitchen was open plan, featuring a complete set of high-end German appliances seamlessly integrated into matte gray cabinetry. The island countertop, crafted from a single piece of natural stone, gleamed with a gentle luster. The sleeping quarters were located on the opposite side, with the master suite boasting its own walk-in closet and bathroom, where one could soak in the tub while overlooking the city lights. The 2 additional guest rooms were also spacious and bright, each equipped with its own bathroom. Furthermore, there was a guest room, a children's room, and a study. Lin Muyu surveyed the surroundings, unable to contain her awe. This place is more than twice the size of our current home, isn't it? Gu Qianqian nodded in agreement. In the future, everyone will have their own space, and we will no longer have to fight for the bathroom. The apartment was exquisitely decorated, with all necessary furnishings and appliances, requiring only the addition of some minor electrical appliances and daily necessities for immediate occupancy. As they surveyed their surroundings, delight sparkled in their eyes. Such a spacious home, with the living room alone larger than their current residence, promised an unparalleled comfort. Ji Baifan called Lin Muqing, inviting her to come see the place if she wasn't too busy. If she had no objections, they could then arrange the logistics for the move. The group joyfully explored the apartment, their laughter resonating through the empty rooms. Only Song Chao Chao gazed at the vast space, her brow slightly furrowed. How on earth would she manage to clean such a large house? Chapter 55. Don't be modest, just occupy the master bedroom. Noticing the troubled expression on Song Chao Chao's face, Ji Fan immediately discerned her thoughts. He approached her, playfully nudging her with his shoulder, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Chao Chao, this house is spacious enough, don't you think? A perfect canvas for you to showcase your skills. Are you not pleasantly surprised? Upon hearing this, Song Chao Chao's eyes widened in disbelief, her small fists raised in indignation. Yet, upon seeing the sly glint in his eyes, she deflated, reluctantly lowering her hands. Surprised my foot. With such a big house, when will I ever have time to play games with you? Ji Fan's hearty laughter echoed through the living room as he affectionately tousled her fluffy hair. Silly girl, I've already planned ahead. We'll arrange for professional cleaning twice a week. And he deliberately elongated his tone, raising a finger in a mock display of secrecy. I'm preparing to get you a little assistant. A little assistant? Who is it, Xiao Fan? Song Chao Chao perked up, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity. That's a secret for now, Ji Fan teased, but I can reveal that she is a lovely girl, just like you. For some time, Ji Fan had been contemplating candidates for his future wife. Although he had encountered countless girls, over 100, perhaps even 1,000, only a handful truly suited the role of a spouse. Among them was a petite and adorable girl from his school, who particularly captured his heart. Ji Fan intended to invite her to join this warm family once his current matters settled. This spacious house could easily accommodate a few more residents. Yet he thought it prudent to limit the number. After all, too many people could lead to chaos and diminish the quality of life. The existing few already created a warm atmosphere, and adding a charming little girl would be just right. Imagining the petite figure and gentle nature of the schoolgirl, Ji Fan felt a surge of anticipation. Surely, she and Song Chao Chao would get along splendidly. 2 sweet and gentle girls together would undoubtedly enhance the warmth of the household. Lin Muqing arrived swiftly. Upon receiving Ji Fan's call, she set aside her work without hesitation and rushed over. To her, no job could rival the importance of her husband. The moment she stepped into the luxurious flat, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. Such a grand house must be worth at least tens of millions, she mused, reassessing the wealth of the second family. Gu Qianqian. This dowry was simply extravagant. At that moment, she remained unaware that the second family had also gifted Ji Fan 2 commercial properties worth over $1 billion. Otherwise, her astonishment would have been multiplied. My dear Qianqian, I wholeheartedly welcome your move here, she said with a radiant smile. Once we complete our wedding photos, we can relocate. How does that sound? Lin Muqing had no intention of obstructing the move. After all, who would willingly forsake such a splendid residence to cram into a smaller place? While her own home was not particularly small, it paled in comparison to this luxurious estate. As the first wife, she recognized the importance of setting an example, embodying the qualities of a gracious and magnanimous hostess. She could not allow her feelings to be clouded by the fact that this was the second wife's dowry residence. Nor could she impose any hindrances. Such behavior would only reflect poorly on her character and create discord. Since everyone cherished this place, she felt compelled to display her support. Thus, She not only readily agreed to the move, but also cheerfully told Gu Qianqian, Qianqian, this is your dowry house. You should occupy the master bedroom. I shall choose a secondary room. Gu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback and quickly shook her head, insisting, no, Sister Muqing. You cannot possibly reside in the secondary room. The master bedroom must be yours. You are the first wife of Fanbao. What does it matter who is first or second? Lin Muqing gently interjected, smiling. Qianqian, let us not stand on ceremony. We are all one family, and it matters little who occupies the master bedroom. As she spoke, she gently grasped Gu Qianqian's hand, her tone tender yet firm. Moreover, this house is your dowry. It is only fitting that you inhabit the master bedroom. Absolutely not. Sister Muqing, we cannot disrupt the rules. Gu Qianqian firmly protested. If you do not reside there, then neither will I. At that moment, Ji Bufan interjected. All right. You two need not be so modest. He chuckled as he embraced both women. How about this? You both can share the master bedroom. After all, the space is ample. And you both lived this way before, didn't you? Upon hearing Ji Bufan's suggestion, both Lin Muqing and Gu Qianqian flushed with embarrassment but nodded in agreement. Yes. That sounds good. The blush on Lin Muqing's cheeks lingered, as she had not anticipated that the familial atmosphere would evolve to such warmth and intimacy. This blend of shyness and tenderness filled her with immense joy. It is worth noting that such harmonious scenes are exceedingly rare in ordinary households. One might be hard-pressed to find even a single instance among 100 families. Gu Qianqian, too, was filled with delight. Lin Muqing's earlier suggestion for her to occupy the master bedroom had genuinely startled her. While the intention was sincere, she understood the nuances of their relationship. In this society, there exists a hierarchy among wives. Even in the best of relationships, distinctions must be made in significant matters. If she were to proceed in that manner, her mother would certainly chastise her upon returning home. Furthermore, she had never intended to contest for the master bedroom. Having any room to call her own sufficed, as she planned to frequently return home to spend time with her mother. In summary, Lin Muqing's conduct as the first wife left Gu Qianqian thoroughly satisfied. Affectionately, she linked her arm with Lin Muqing's and excitedly exclaimed, Sister Muqing, did you know? Fanbao is planning to give us another sister. Is that so? I truly had no idea. Lin Muqing widened her eyes in astonishment, asking where her new sister was. Qianqian, have you seen her? No. I've heard she is as adorable as Qiao Qiao. Gu Qianqian turned to Ji Bufan, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Fanbao, when will you bring her for us to meet? Ji Bufan rubbed his nose and replied, Soon. I will arrange it once this busy period is over. Lin Muqing had matters to attend to at her company, and after staying for a while, she hurriedly departed. Not long after, Ji Bufan and the others returned home as well. Time swiftly passed to the next morning, where the sun shone brightly and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Everyone rose early, their spirits lifted by the splendid weather outside. Today marked the long-awaited journey to capture their wedding photos. Chapter 56. Departure to Hungyan Film City before 8 o'clock. Everyone had finished breakfast and was ready to set off. At that moment, the filming crew's convoy arrived punctually. This was a top-tier wedding photography team from the bustling metropolis, arranged by Gu's mother, specializing in bespoke services for high-end clients. Thus the grandeur was undeniable. Outside the community, a line of luxurious vehicles was parked in neat rows, including spacious vans loaded with costumes and props, as well as RVs equipped with changing rooms to ensure every detail of the shoot was executed flawlessly. As everyone boarded, the convoy slowly commenced its journey towards Jinyang City in Zhejiang Province, located 300 kilometers away. Their destination was the renowned Hungyan Film City, where they would immortalize their most cherished wedding images amidst the settings that had witnessed countless classic cinematic works. The estimated travel time was 4 hours, with an expected arrival before noon. Ji Bufan and 4 others were divided between 2 vehicles, with him, Lin Muqing, and Gu Qianqian seated in the first car. Inside, the head of the filming team was meticulously outlining the itinerary. This capable female supervisor began with appropriate compliments for Ji Bufan's talents and looks, congratulating him on his impending blissful marriage. Before transitioning to the details, Mr. Ji, we will arrive at the finest 5-star hotel in Hungyan before noon. After lunch and a brief rest, we will commence the first shoot theme palace of the Song Dynasty at 3 in the afternoon. If all goes smoothly, we will proceed to capture the series depicting the Republic of China. Otherwise, it will be scheduled for the following day. She glanced at Lin Muqing, adding, We have communicated with General Manager Lin beforehand, primarily to avoid delaying your dinner arrangements for tonight. It is rumored that Miss Lin, General Manager Lin's sister, may also participate in the shoot. We have prepared accordingly, with ample costumes and props at our disposal. The entire shooting period is estimated to last 3 to 5 days, featuring over a dozen distinct thematic styles. In addition to the aforementioned Palace of the Song Dynasty and Republic of China themes, we also have French vintage, Chinese wedding traditions, church ceremonies, and pastoral forest series among others. Should you have any special requests during this period, Mr. G, please feel free to express them, and we will do our utmost to accommodate your needs. Ji Bufan nodded slightly after listening, appreciating the well-thought-out arrangements. Lin Xiaomei is scheduled to dine with them tonight, a fact that Lin Muqing has already communicated to him, and he finds himself rather looking forward to it. It is highly probable that Lin Xiaomei will become his fifth wife, seamlessly joining this filming project. However, as the other party is currently engaged in shooting, it remains uncertain whether she can spare a moment. Ji Bufan's gaze shifted back to the production supervisor. This poised middle-aged woman exudes professionalism and possesses a commendable sense of propriety. During their previous meeting, when they shook hands, she withdrew her hand promptly, refraining from taking advantage of him. Her recent, coherent explanation of the schedule was impeccable. Director Feng, let us proceed according to your arrangements. Ji Bufan said with a gentle smile. I appreciate your assistance with this filming. You are too kind, Mr. Ji. It is my honor to serve you. Director Feng replied politely. Please take a moment to rest. Feel free to call me should you require anything. The journey thus far had been smooth, albeit somewhat monotonous. Shortly after 11 in the morning, the convoy arrived at Hungyan Film and Television City, pulling into the parking lot of the reserved hotel. This establishment is the only 5-star hotel in Hungyan, reputed to host stars who film there year-round. Ji Bufan surveyed his surroundings with keen interest, secretly hoping to encounter a renowned actress. As the staff busied themselves unloading the luggage, Song Xiaoqiao and Lin Muqing approached Ji Bufan in succession. Concerned, Ji Bufan inquired, Xiaoqiao, Teacher Lin, how are you? Are you feeling fatigued? Both women shook their heads in unison. The luxurious and comfortable vehicle, paired with a skilled driver, allowed them to travel without discomfort, and they even managed to catch a nap out of boredom. Ji Bufan's attention lingered more on Song Xiaoqiao. This young lady rarely ventured out and possessed a gentle and shy demeanor. He had initially worried that she might struggle with the long journey. Yet, at this moment, Song Xiaoqiao appeared remarkably vibrant, her clear eyes sparkling with excitement, and her fair cheeks flushed with a delicate rosy hue, reminiscent of blossoming cherry blossoms in their prime. Ji Bufan speculated that this exuberance stemmed from the novel environment and her anticipation of shooting wedding photos, which imbued her with a newfound radiance. Today, Song Xiaoqiao had deviated from her usual modest attire, presenting herself in an exceptionally fashionable manner. The light blue strapless cropped top accentuated her slender waist beautifully, complemented by a matching high-waisted denim skirt that showcased her youthful vivacity to the fullest. A delicate white belt tastefully adorned her outfit, adding a touch of elegance to her overall appearance. The light blue denim hat atop her head harmonized perfectly with the white canvas bag slung over her shoulder, flawlessly embodying a sweet, yet cool style. Ji Bufan couldn't help but steal a few more glances, internally astonished. He had not anticipated that the ordinarily unadorned Song Xiaoqiao could shine so brilliantly with a touch of embellishment, akin to a meticulously polished pearl glistening under the sun. It seemed imperative to encourage this young lady to embrace a more refined style in the future, as it would enhance her confidence and be a visual delight. Truly, a win-win situation. Amidst laughter and camaraderie with the ladies, they collectively approached the hotel to check in. Supervisor Feng had kept a close eye on Ji Bufan, and upon observing his attentive and considerate demeanor towards the women, she could not help but feel a pang of envy. How remarkable it was that such a youthful and handsome man possessed an innate ability to cherish and care for women. With a temperament so amiable, he was indeed a rare gem in this world. She mused privately. If only she could marry such a man, even winning $1 billion would seem inconsequential. Alas, her age was a barrier. Had she been a decade younger, she might have dared to pursue him. The duck soup for the day was ready, and the brothers were urged to indulge. After completing the check-in process, Ji Bufan and his entourage settled their luggage in the guest room and then partook in a light lunch. Supervisor Feng had reserved a luxurious suite on the hotel's top floor, featuring multiple bedrooms and a spacious living area, perfectly suited for their sizable group of couples. Post-lunch, one would expect a few hours of respite. However, the makeup team soon arrived to prepare Lin Muqing and the others for their shoot. As they were to don ancient costumes for an afternoon photo shoot, the makeup application alone would consume several hours. Every detail was meticulously attended to, from the foundation to eye makeup, and from hairstyles to accessories, striving for a flawless embodiment of classical elegance. Coupled with the intricate and elaborate hanfu attire, the process involved numerous steps just to secure the garments. The arduous nature of women preparing for wedding photos was evident. Fortunately, they embraced the hard work with enthusiasm. Ji Bufan also required makeup, though his preparation was relatively straightforward, needing only half an hour beforehand. Everyone was considerate of him, urging him to rest in the bedroom to ensure he wouldn't be fatigued during the afternoon shoot. In truth, he was not weary at all. Nevertheless, he acquiesced to their kindness, retreating to the bedroom to engage in some writing, as his presence might distract the makeup artists. Before long, it was 3 in the afternoon, and the group set off in splendid attire towards the Song Dynasty Film City for their shoot. At that moment, Ji Bufan's wives were breathtakingly beautiful, adorned in flowing ancient garments that seemed to have traversed the sands of time. Lin Muqing dazzled in a bright red gown embellished with golden phoenix embroidery, her hair elegantly styled. Song Xiaoqiao wore a lotus-colored skirt, her waist adorned with jingling accessories, resembling a lady stepped out of a painting. Gu Qianqian's lake blue wide-sleeve dress accentuated her porcelain complexion, while Lin Muqing's moon-white long gown exuded grace and refinement. Ji Bufan found himself utterly captivated by their beauty. "What's the matter? Have you been enchanted?" Lin Muqing teased, playfully waving her hand before his eyes. Recovering from his reverie, Ji Bufan couldn't help but chuckle. "Indeed, I was mesmerized. I scarcely recognized you all in such splendid attire." "Fanbao, you are equally stunning," Gu Qianqian chimed in with a playful laugh. Indeed, Ji Bufan donned a robe of deep black adorned with intricate patterns, a jade belt cascading with a warm radiance at his waist, while a jade crown accentuated his countenance, resembling a flawless gem, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Gu Qianqian took out her mobile phone and captured several photographs of Ji Bufan, declaring, "I must send these to my mother, so she can behold how remarkably handsome our young master is." The film's set, steeped in antiquity, featured pavilions and towers, streets and alleys, all meticulously restored to reflect the charm of ancient times. The day's shoot predominantly showcased solemn and elegant court attire, interspersed with the spirited elegance of ancient martial heroes. The photographer had arrived early to await their arrival, immediately rushing to arrange their positions and lighting upon seeing them. "Come, the groom shall stand in the center, with the brides flanking him on either side." Ji Bufan was positioned centrally, with his 4 wives standing beside him, some holding fans to veil their faces, others brandishing swords, or leaning affectionately against his shoulder, creating a scene both beautiful and harmonious. "Excellent. Maintain this posture and smile." Click. The shutter captured the essence of their happiness in that fleeting moment. The photography session spanned the entire afternoon, transforming through several outfits, from regal to understated elegance. Each set of images breathtakingly stunning. As evening approached, the sun dipped low, casting golden rays upon the rooftops of the ancient city, adding a dreamlike quality to the entire tableau. "This will be our final set. Let us take a silhouette," suggested the photographer. Thus, Ji Bufan and his 4 wives stood atop the city tower, their backs to the setting sun, leaving only their intertwined silhouettes, hazy and romantic. "Perfect." The photographer nodded in satisfaction. Today's shoot had been remarkably successful. In the car on the return journey, the women leaned against their seats, though weariness graced their eyes. Sweet smiles lingered upon their lips like honey. The sunset outside cast a gentle glow upon them, even their hair shimmering with golden hues. "Tired, are you?" Ji Bufan's fingertips grazed Lin Muqing's earlobe, his voice a tender inquiry. "Not at all." Lin Muqing's lashes fluttered as she mustered her energy to shake her head. What delicate creatures we women are! She caught sight of several female makeup artists whispering nearby, her ears warming slightly. "Darling, you mustn't be so attentive. Others will find it amusing." Lin Muqing felt a twinge of shyness. "Where can one find a man so considerate of women?" she remarked. "But what of you, my husband? You've toiled all afternoon. You must be exhausted. Do I appear weary to you?" "You know my stamina well enough," Ji Bufan chuckled, following Lin Muqing's gaze. He noticed the makeup artists hastily averting their eyes. Their envy was palpable. Let them admire from afar. I simply wish to concern myself with you. My dear, your kindness may spoil me, Lin Muqing teased. Upon returning to the hotel, Ji Bufan encountered Lin Xiaomei, a sweet and innocent young woman of striking beauty. Indeed, those who navigate the entertainment industry possess undeniable allure. She had been resting on a sofa in the hotel lobby, and upon catching sight of Ji Bufan and his companions, her eyes sparkled with delight. Elder sister, second sister, Lin Xiaomei sprang up with joy, her voice ringing clear as silver bells. She gracefully leaped in front of her two sisters, radiating youthful vitality. When her gaze shifted to Ji Bufan, the girl tilted her head slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering like delicate wings. Surely, he must be the brother-in-law. She suddenly stepped closer, mischief sparkling in her eyes. Far more handsome than I had imagined. Brother-in-law? You are so handsome, she exclaimed, playfully winking, her innocent demeanor eliciting a chuckle. Ji Bufan responded with a warm smile, nodding in acknowledgement, his eyes discreetly surveying her. Before him stood a vision of beauty, her skin fair as snow, her brows and eyes exquisitely drawn. Clad in a simple yet elegant qipao, the delicate inked blossoms accentuated her graceful figure, while her lustrous black hair cascaded like satin, shimmering softly under the light. Her beauty was understated yet infused with a natural, ethereal purity, reminiscent of flowers blooming on a spring day, fresh and vibrant. Indeed, she was the type Ji Bufan adored. A long-forgotten flutter stirred within him, a rush of emotion. He was resolute. He must marry Lin Xiaomei without delay. Tonight, they would consummate their union. Chapter 58, Director. I need to take leave tomorrow. Lin Xiaoshua's beauty astonished Ji Bufan beyond his expectations. Such a stunning woman, even if she could not earn a living. He would gladly take her as his bride. His thoughts drifted uncontrollably. How should he cherish her tonight? With tenderness or with a touch of dominance? Should he shyly retreat into her embrace? Just imagining her blushing visage made Ji Bufan's breath deepen. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiaoshua's heart was equally tumultuous. As Ji Bufan appraised her, she too was scrutinizing him. His tall, athletic frame, broad shoulders, and sharply defined profile were illuminated by the light, casting a striking silhouette. Most captivating were his eyes, which sparkled with a hint of amusement, as if they concealed a secret. Lin Xiaoshua instinctively gripped the hem of her dress, her fingertips tingling with warmth. Her mother had spoken true. This man was indeed extraordinary. If only she could. Her cheeks flushed suddenly, and she hastily lowered her head, fearing he might perceive her fanciful thoughts. Yet her heart raced uncontrollably, as if attempting to escape her chest. Oh no, this was the sensation of infatuation. He appeared even younger than she envisioned, rumored to be a year her junior. What fortune had her elder sister encountered to wed such a remarkable man? Not only did she marry, but she also brought along her second sister. Now, it seemed she too might have a chance. Lin Xiaoshua bit her lip, cautiously raising her eyes, her gaze laced with expectation and subtle hints directed at her elder sister, Lin Muqing. Lin Muqing's lips curled into a smile as she affectionately ruffled her younger sister's hair, then turned to Ji Bufan, asking, "Darling, what do you think? Does Xiaoshua catch your eye?" Ji Bufan chuckled softly, his voice low and gentle. "Yes, quite impressive. Really, brother-in-law?" Lin Xiaoshua was filled with joy, her hands instinctively intertwining, the delicate polish on her nails leaving faint crescent imprints on her palms. Hee, just wait, we shall apply for marriage shortly." Ji Bufan reached out and tousled her hair, his gesture reminiscent of Lin Muqing, yet imbued with a touch of intimacy. "Yay, that's wonderful," Lin Xiaoshua exclaimed, leaping in exuberance. In an instant, she flitted into Ji Bufan's embrace like a jubilant lark, her cheek pressed against his sturdy chest, where she could distinctly hear the rhythmic thrum of his heartbeat. Witnessing this scene, everyone wore expressions of delight. The sisters, Lin Muqing and Lin Muyu, were particularly pleased. Lin Xiaoshua, their beloved younger sister, was to wed a man of such admirable qualities, filling their hearts with contentment. Gu Qianqian and Song Qiao had no objections either. Ji Bufan had always exerted considerable pressure on them, and now with an additional ally to share the burden, their spirits were lifted. The two exchanged knowing smiles, their worries visibly dissipating. "All right, Xiaoshua, don't cling to your husband too much." Lin Muqing gently patted her sister's shoulder after a moment. "He has been busy all afternoon. He must be hungry. Let us tidy up and prepare for dinner. Everyone is waiting." She winked playfully, assuring her that there would be ample time for intimacy later. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxue reluctantly disentangled herself from Ji Bufon's embrace. Her youthful cheeks were already tinted with a rosy flush, radiant as the peach blossoms of March. After everyone retreated to their rooms to bathe and change, they gathered in the hotel dining hall to indulge in a sumptuous feast. During the meal, Ji Bufon skillfully operated his phone to submit the marriage application, and Lin Muqing, as the principal wife, promptly confirmed with a smile. When the system announced the successful marriage registration, Lin Xiaoxue's eyes instantly glimmered with tears of joy. Lifting a crystal glass, she toasted to each family member present, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. The family banquet unfolded amidst laughter and merriment. The sisters tacitly decided to leave the evening's intimate moments with Ji Bufon for the newlywed Lin Xiaoxue. Initially shy, she hesitated to accept, but ultimately, under their playful teasing, she shyly nodded in agreement. As the night deepened, Lin Xiaoxue cozily curled up in her velvet blankets, her features radiating satisfaction. She felt as though she were floating on a cloud of happiness, even her fingertips tingling with sweet bliss. Suddenly recalling something, she reached for her phone on the bedside table and dialed a familiar number. "Hello, Director," her voice still soft and tender. "I would like to request a day off tomorrow. I truly lack the energy to perform." On the other end, the director's displeased voice erupted. "Lin Xiaoxue, what nonsense are you up to now? You are the lead character's personal maid. Your role is substantial. How can we proceed without you?" "But I really have matters to attend to," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "What could possibly be so urgent? Is it just to meet your sister and brother-in-law? I'll let you leave early this afternoon. Don't push your luck." Director Lin Xiaoxue bit her lower lip, her voice tinged with an unmistakable sweetness. "I married my brother-in-law today." A peculiar silence enveloped the other end of the call, and 3 seconds later, the response came, "Wow. Lin Xiaoxue, you are impressive. Here I am, single at this age, and you've managed to secure your brother-in-law." Embarrassed, Lin Xiaoxue buried her entire face into the pillow. All right, the director's tone softened. "Considering it's your wedding, I'll grant you half a day off. However, you must come in the afternoon. The budget for the production is tight, and you know how much it costs to delay even for a day." "Just half a day?" she protested softly. "What more do you want?" "That's the deal, now hang up. Hearing your sweet voice irks me. Damn it. You're enjoying yourself while I'm stuck working on night shoots." The director retorted grumpily. Lin Xiaoxue replied, "Okay, Director, thank you for your hard work. Goodbye." "Wait, don't hang up yet." The other party suddenly interjected. "Xiaoxue, may I ask, is your husband handsome?" Lin Xiaoxue was taken aback. I'd like to invite him for a cameo role. You know how desperately we need male actors for our production." Lin Xiaoxue felt a bit troubled. Her brother-in-law was indeed handsome, but he had no experience in acting, and he was there to accompany her sister for wedding photos, so he might not have the time. "Oh, it doesn't matter if he can act or not. Just help me ask him." The director became unusually enthusiastic. "Where else would the wedding photos be taken if not at our production set?" "All right, I'll ask my brother-in-law," she replied softly. "Yes, hurry and ask. If you can get him on board, I'll give you tomorrow off." After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaoxue discreetly glanced at Ji Bufon, who was lazily reclining against the headboard, his bare torso defined and a playful smile gracing his lips. "Hubby," Lin Xiaoxue's ears turned red. "Did you hear that? Would you be willing to go? Just consider it a bit of fun." Ji Bufon interrupted with a grin. "You want me to go?" She nodded gently. "You would sell me out for half a day off?" Ji Bufon chuckled, pinching her nose playfully. "You heartless little thing. That is not it." Lin Xiaoxue, embarrassed, shrank deeper into the quilt, revealing only her watery eyes. "It's just that I'm really exhausted, and the director is my senior. She usually looks after me." Her voice dwindled, though she can be a bit fiery. "Ah, yes, your senior," Ji Bufon mused. "No wonder you share such a good rapport. What kind of drama are you filming?" Seeing his attitude soften, Lin Xiaoxue immediately propped herself up, the thin blanket slipping from her shoulders without her noticing. Her eyes sparkled as she explained, "It's a web drama set in the Song Dynasty, a domestic struggle. It's quite interesting. I play an important maid." She hesitated a moment before tentatively asking, "So, hubby, does that mean you agree? Should I reply to the director?" Ji Bufon's gaze lingered on her bare shoulder for a second before he smiled and nodded. "Go ahead." Having received her approval, Lin Xiaoxue picked up her phone and sent a message to the director, expressing that her brother-in-law had consented. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Ji Buffon, accompanied by several of his wives, continued the shooting of the wedding photos. By afternoon, Lin Xiaoxue, whose complexion appeared somewhat pale, arrived at the scene. Although her health had not fully recovered, she was determined to participate in the photography session. "Why aren't you resting at the hotel?" Ji Buffon inquired with concern, steadying her slightly swaying figure with his hand. Lin Xiaoxue stubbornly shook her head and softly replied, "How could I possibly miss being in the wedding photos?" She pressed her lips together, which had lost some color, asserting that even if she could not participate throughout the entire process, she at least wanted to take a few solo and group shots. Observing her tenacity, Ji Buffon felt a surge of admiration. Indeed, the girls in this world possess remarkable strength. As the sun began to set, the day's shooting finally concluded. Upon returning to the hotel, everyone was utterly exhausted, except for Ji Buffon, who remained invigorated. Noticing their fatigue, he resolved to ensure they had a restful evening. "Let us see about treating you all to burgers tomorrow," he mused. As dinner was winding down, Lin Xiaoxue received a phone call from her director. After hanging up, she said, "Brother-in-law, the director has arrived at the hotel and wishes to meet you. Is it really necessary for her to come all this way just to see me for a cameo role?" Ji Buffon raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "Indeed it is," Lin Xiaoxue replied. "Brother-in-law, male actors are a rare commodity in the film industry nowadays. Having a few more like you in a drama can significantly boost its viewership. Naturally, the director would take this seriously." Ji Buffon nodded in understanding. Consequently, the two hastily finished their meal and proceeded to the hotel lobby. The crystal chandelier in the lobby cast a gentle light, reflecting fragmented glimmers across the marble floor. Hand in hand, Ji Buffon and Lin Xiaoxue traversed the spacious hall, their gazes sweeping over the scattered guests in the lounge area. "There," Lin Xiaoxue whispered, gesturing towards a sofa area by the window. Ji Buffon followed her gaze to see a woman, seemingly in her 30s, engrossed in something she was reading. She wore a light blue blouse, paired with black wide-leg trousers, and her short hair framed her face neatly, giving her a fresh and tidy appearance. "Director, we have arrived," Lin Xiaoxue announced as they approached. The female director closed her script and stood up. Ji Buffon then noticed that she was taller than he had anticipated. Wearing flat shoes, she was nearly eye-to-eye with him. Her features were not striking, yet together they exuded a unique charm. Sharp eyebrows, a prominent nose, thin lips, and eyes that, though not large, sparkled with vitality, radiating a certain aura. "Xiaoxue, is this your brother-in-law?" The director's gaze flicked briefly to Lin Xiaoxue before turning to Ji Buffon, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Ji Buffon had just changed into a simple short-sleeved shirt and casual pants, without any deliberate embellishment. Yet, his tall stature and sharply defined features were particularly striking under the lights, exuding an undeniable vitality, akin to fireflies shimmering in the night. The director was visibly pleased, fixating her gaze on him with the focused admiration one bestows upon a masterpiece, scrutinizing him closely. Lin Xiaoxue introduced, "Yes, director, this is my brother-in-law, Ji Buffon." "Brother-in-law?" "This is Director Mou, a graduate from the same school as I, though a few years my senior. She is a wonderful senior who has offered me great support. Without her, I wouldn't have secured such a remarkable role." "Xiaoxue, just call me senior in private," Mou said, a smile gracing her lips as she extended her hand to Ji Buffon. "Mr. Ji, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to assist us." "Director Mou," Ji Buffon replied, shaking her hand with an appropriate firmness. "Xiaoxue often speaks highly of you, claiming you are her most admired director. Meeting you today, it is indeed a well-deserved reputation." "Haha, Xiaoxue certainly doesn't exaggerate," Mou laughed, shaking her head. "Please, let us sit down and converse." Once seated, a waiter approached at the opportune moment. Lin Xiaoxue ordered an iced Americano for Ji Buffon and hot milk for herself. Mou, gently toying with her nearly untouched coffee cup, said earnestly, "Mr. Ji, I sincerely thank you once again for your assistance, and I apologize for taking up your time. Rest assured, filming is quite straightforward. You need not worry about that. I will ensure the crew provides you with top-notch logistical support, and it won't be too arduous. Furthermore, you will be compensated generously." Ji Buffon smiled calmly. "Director Mou, those matters are of little consequence. I have always harbored an interest in acting and have been studying it in my own time." "Really? That's marvelous." Mou's eyes brightened, her hands instinctively clapping together. "When can you join the cast? I need to adjust the shooting schedule accordingly." At most in 2 or 3 days, he replied. Splendid. Mo retrieved a script from her bag and handed it to Ji Bufan. Here is the script. Please familiarize yourself with it. Let us exchange contact information for easier communication. After just a few exchanges, Mo was eager to depart, and her haste was not without reason. Initially, she had intended for Lin Xiaoshua's brother-in-law to play a minor role, but upon meeting him in person, her mind shifted. Such a promising talent deserved to be given more substantial scenes, and she was determined to expand his role significantly. His expressed interest in acting, despite seeming trivial, was irrelevant. His exceptional appearance alone sufficed for him to be on screen. She resolved to return to collaborate with the screenwriter on the script to identify a suitable character for him. And whether he would be willing to join the cast would be considered later. Before departing, she cast a meaningful glance at Lin Xiaoxua and playfully remarked, Xiaoxua, I must say, you are rather inexperienced. Upon hearing the director Mo's teasing, Lin Xiaoshua's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a startled kitten with wide, round eyes. Just as she was about to retort, she noticed that Mo had already walked away with graceful strides, leaving only a suave silhouette behind. Humph. In frustration, she stamped her foot, only to inadvertently aggravate an old injury, causing her to gasp in pain and stumble slightly. Ji Bufan, quick to react, wrapped his arm around her slender waist, feeling the gentle tremor of her warmth. Looking down at the aggrieved girl in his embrace, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Our Xiaoxua is simply the best. Who dares to say you are inexperienced? Lin Xiaoxua tilted her face upward, her large, watery eyes brimming with defiance. Exactly. I am clearly working very hard. Her pouting expression resembled that of a child denied a sweet treat. Brother-in-law, you must help me teach that senior a lesson. All right. Ji Bufan affectionately ruffled her hair, though his gaze followed Mo's departing figure with thoughtful intent. A knowing smile graced his lips as he mused. Once we enter the production team, just wait and see how your brother-in-law will assist you in seeking revenge. Upon returning to the penthouse suite, Lin Muqing and the others were lounging on the living room sofa, discussing the wedding gown photos taken that day. Spotting them, Lin Muqing immediately waved. Darling, Xiaoxua, come here and take a look at this shot. Ji Bufan leaned in to admire the photograph for a moment, then took Lin Muqing's delicate hand in his. Wife, there is something I need to discuss with you. He paused before continuing. The crew for Xiaoshua's project needs me to make a cameo, so I may have to stay here for a few more days. Hearing this, Lin Muqing's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, Darling, how about I finish the wedding photos first and then head back? I need to keep an eye on things at the company. Here, let Qianqian and the others keep you company. She turned to Gu Qianqian. Is that all right, Qianqian? Of course, no problem at all. Sister Muqing. Gu Qianqian's eyes sparkled. Then she teasingly added, But Sister Muqing, don't miss your husband too much. Ji Bufan laughed as he pulled Lin Muqing into his embrace, pressing a kiss on her smooth forehead. Don't worry, it's just a few days. I'll be back before you know it. Do you need me to accompany you tonight? Lin Muqing was tempted but eventually shook her head. Let us wait until I'm about to leave. I'm quite exhausted these past 2 days. Very well. Ji Bufan nodded in agreement. That evening, Lin Xiaoxua remained by Ji Bufan's side. Everyone was considerate of her, granting her and Ji Bufan the space to relish their newlywed solitude. Of course, the main reason was that they were all quite fatigued. In the spacious master bedroom, the central air conditioning was pleasantly cool. Lin Xiaoxua lay upon the soft bed, covered with a velvet blanket, while Ji Bufan reclined at the head of the bed, typing away on his laptop. The room was enveloped in a serene silence, punctuated only by the gentle tapping of keys, creating an atmosphere that was remarkably soothing and comfortable. Lin Xiaoxua lay on her side, her gaze lingering on the focused and earnest expression of Ji Bufan. His occasional furrowed brow and the slight upward curve of his lips stirred sweet ripples in her heart. Lin Xiaoxua felt as though she were immersed in a dreamlike realm, where life had never been as blissful as it was at that moment. Unbeknownst to her, her eyelids grew heavier, and her consciousness began to blur. Eventually, she slowly closed her eyes, drifting into a realm of sweet slumber. Ji Bufan was entirely absorbed in his creative world, his thoughts flowing like a fountain as his fingers danced across the keyboard, lines of text flashing rapidly on the screen. It was only after he completed an entire chapter that he paused momentarily to stretch his somewhat stiff fingers. At that moment, he heard a faint snore beside him. Turning his head, he discovered that Lin Xiaoxua had fallen asleep. Her sleeping face was beautiful, with a faint smile gracing her lips, as if she were savoring the taste of happiness even in her dreams. Ji Bufan couldn't help but smile slightly, reaching out to pull the blanket up over Lin Xiaoxua to shield her from the chill. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the system, preparing to engage in a lottery draw. Yesterday, he had married Lin Xiaoxua, and the system had rewarded him with a chance to draw. But he had been too busy until now to take advantage of it. Filled with anticipation, Ji Bufan gazed at the system interface, curious about the surprises this draw might hold. System, please conduct the draw for me. Beep. Understood, host. Now initiating the reward draw. Congratulations, host, you have obtained music proficiency. Music proficiency. The host will possess professional level knowledge of music theory and vocal techniques, encompassing various styles such as classical, pop, and jazz. Your pitch accuracy, sense of rhythm, and improvisational skills will be significantly enhanced, allowing you to proficiently master over 10 musical instruments, including the piano, guitar, and violin. Furthermore, you will be endowed with absolute pitch talent, enabling you to instantly recreate melodies you have heard and even analyze complex chord progressions. Ji Bufan stroked the stubble on his chin, his expression somewhat nuanced. This reward seemed to be steering him toward the entertainment industry. He found it difficult to assess this blessing. In contrast, he yearned for rewards that would enhance his personal strength, such as martial arts skills, extraordinary physique, or perhaps even a genetic serum that would allow him to surpass physical limits. After all, a man's pursuit of power is often an unending journey. However, upon reflection, he conceded that his current physique was, at the very least, adequate. Moreover, his serendipitous entry into Lin Xiaoxua's production team could be seen as a tentative step into the entertainment realm. With the skill of music proficiency, he was certain to soon make a name for himself in this sphere, thriving with great success. Very well, I shall reluctantly accept this. Ji Bufan shrugged, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his lips. He wondered if the goddesses of the entertainment industry were ready to welcome him. After a brief moment, he collected his thoughts and resumed typing. His recent novel, The 7-Day Apocalypse, had been performing admirably, garnering considerable rewards. He could not afford to disappoint his readers. The flow of words must not cease. Meanwhile, in the bustling metropolis, at the Lin family residence, a family meeting was underway. The members of the Lin family had learned of Ji Bufan's union with their youngest daughter, Lin Xiaoxua, and their faces radiated with joy and excitement. Particularly, Lin Xiaomama beamed with delight, her happiness overflowing, eager to share the news that her daughter had married a remarkable young man. Had it not been for Ji Bufan being out of town these past few days, she would have already driven to fetch him home. Within her mind, she was already devising plans on how to host this esteemed son-in-law. The principal agenda of this family meeting was to determine the amount of dowry to be given to Ji Bufan. They had yet to provide a dowry for their second daughter, Lin Muyu, and now with the addition of Lin Xiaoxua, it was the perfect opportunity to settle both at once. Clearing his throat, Lin father initiated the discussion. What are your thoughts? Speak up. He emphasized the importance of the topic, setting the tone. Let it be known, Ji Bufan has helped our family resolve a significant dilemma. With 3 daughters involved, we must ensure he does not bear any loss. Lin Xiaomama readily agreed. Absolutely. I believe we should offer our entire family fortune to Ji Bufan. She counted on her fingers, though it may not be substantial. It is at least a token of our appreciation. Indeed, Lin Mama nodded fervently, if necessary. We can take out a loan. This young man has been through so much. While Lin mother remained silent, she nodded solemnly in agreement. They were all aware of the family's savings, amounting to approximately 5 million. This had been their hard-earned savings, originally intended for the marriages and homes of their daughters. They felt no reluctance in offering this amount to Ji Bufan, for in truth, it was not an exorbitant sum. Should all 3 daughters marry normally, with dowries and the purchase of homes and vehicles, it would undoubtedly be insufficient. Lin father gazed at his understanding wives, a contented smile gracing his face. Our savings can barely accumulate to 5 million. I suggest we find a way to borrow a bit more, perhaps reaching a total of 5.88 million. That number is auspicious. He paused before continuing. As for the other wedding expenses, we shall devise another plan. In any case, we must ensure that Ji Bufan is celebrated in style. What do you all think? Agreed. It shall be done, came the unanimous chorus of approval. In their eyes, the prospect of resolving the lifelong affairs of their 3 daughters with such a modest sum was nothing short of a miraculous blessing. Even if it meant enduring a period of hardship, it was deemed worthwhile. After all, they could still earn. As the meeting drew to a close and the evening grew late, it was time to rest. This night, it was Lynn's father's turn to attend to the second family's affairs. After finally managing the obligations, he felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. He couldn't help but think of Xiao Ji. This child must be equally weary, if not more so. After all, he had married 5 times already. Alas, this child was truly unfortunate. Suddenly, Lynn's father felt a strong desire to converse with Ji Bufan, to offer him some comfort and share a few grievances about their burdensome lives, exchanging perspectives on the struggles faced by men. Considering that the younger generation tended to stay up late, he assumed Ji Bufan was still awake at this hour. He picked up his phone and sent a message. "Brother, what are you doing? Are you asleep?" Ji Bufan, busy typing away, glanced at his phone's illuminated screen, revealing Lynn's father's message. Confused, he looked at the peacefully sleeping Lin Xiaoxue beside him and replied, "No. No. Dad, is there something you need?" Lynn's father pondered the response. The second no clearly indicated he was awake, but if the first was about that particular matter, shouldn't he have replied with "not yet"? Unable to make sense of it, he chose to let it go. "Xiao Ji, how have you been lately? Are you managing all right?" "Fair enough," Ji Bufan cautiously replied, uncertain of his father's intent. "You must take good care of your health. Your well-being is the foundation of your endeavors. If Mu Qing and the others are being too much, just let me know, and I will stand up for you." "There's no need, Dad. They are all quite fine." "Ah, don't be stubborn. We are all men, and I understand you. To be honest, I feel quite guilty about this situation." "It's all right, Dad. I am not being stubborn." "Look at you, still being stubborn." As night deepened, the conversation between the two men continued under the soft glow of the phone screen, one filled with guilt, the other bemused. Lynn's father was unaware that Ji Bufan was merely a slacker, oblivious to the true extent of his peculiar abilities. Otherwise, his concerns would be directed towards his daughters. After concluding the chat, Ji Bufan found himself devoid of the motivation to continue writing. He decided to smoke a cigarette before heading to bed. It was a rare occasion to enjoy a good night's sleep. However, after searching for quite some time, he realized he could not find his cigarettes, likely left behind somewhere during the day. He usually didn't smoke much, barely a few a day, so it wasn't a significant loss. Yet, having finished his writing, he suddenly craved a smoke. As is well known, smokers often experience an intensified urge when they are out of cigarettes. Ji Bufan could no longer sit still. He got up, dressed, and took the elevator down to the lobby, where he purchased a pack of cigarettes before strolling outside the hotel. The moment he lit the cigarette, the aroma of nicotine enveloped the night air. In the stillness of the night, Hunk remains ablaze with light. This Oriental Hollywood gathers countless dreamers, each harboring aspirations of stardom. Even at this late hour, the streets are bustling with activity. In the distance, several extras, having just wrapped up their work, are strolling towards a bustling food stall, while others engage in live broadcasts, energetically performing before their mobile cameras. Ji Banfan takes a deep drag of his cigarette, the bitterness of nicotine spreading across his tongue, and he reflects on his surroundings. This factory of dreams perpetually stages the most absurd dramas. Some achieve fame overnight, while others languish in the shadows for a decade. Like the young man on the street corner, strumming his guitar and singing with a defiant yearning in his voice. The night breeze disperses the smoke rings. Ji Banfan gazes at the ancient architecture of the filmed city in the distance, illuminated under the lights, casting ethereal outlines that float between reality and dreams, resembling a mirage. He suddenly realizes that his current situation bears a striking resemblance to those dreamers around him. They are all interpreting the script of life, firmly believing they can rewrite their endings. As Ji Banfan extinguishes his cigarette and prepares to turn back to the hotel, his peripheral vision catches a familiar figure seated by a flower bed not far away. In the moonlight, the silhouette appears somewhat solitary. Is that Supervisor Feng? Ji Banfan squints to confirm. What is she doing here at this hour? After a moment's hesitation, he strides over. As he approaches, he sees Supervisor Feng holding a can of beer, drinking alone amidst the night. She is dressed casually, shedding her usual professional demeanor, exuding an air of lazy allure, infused with a different kind of charm. Supervisor Feng, why aren't you resting at this late hour? Ji Banfan greets her softly. Supervisor Feng is taken aback, nearly dropping her can. Upon recognizing Ji Banfan, her tense shoulders relax slightly. Oh, it's Mr. Ji. I couldn't sleep, so I came out for some fresh air. She shakes the beer can in her hand with a wry smile. What a coincidence. You're still awake too. Yes. I stepped out for a smoke and was just about to head back. Then let us go together. It's rather unsafe for a young man like you to be out alone at this hour. Supervisor Feng finishes the remaining beer in her can and accompanies Ji Banfan back to the hotel. As they pass her floor, Ji Banfan smiles and says, Supervisor Feng, I'm a bit thirsty. May I trouble you to get a glass of water in your room? Huh. Supervisor Feng blinks in confusion, momentarily caught off guard. Once she perceives the playful glint in Ji Banfan's eyes and comprehends the implication in his words, a flush of crimson swiftly colors her ears. She bites her lip, a flicker of surprise and shyness flashing in her eyes. Is there such a delightful opportunity? Chapter 62, a three-layered burger, a feast for the senses. To be honest, Supervisor Feng is quite an admirable person. In her 30s, she possesses a captivating charm. The competitive nature of the workplace in this world is particularly fierce. To ascend to a managerial position, one must not only possess exceptional abilities, but also exhibit commendable physical attributes. This is due to the multitude of outstanding women vying for recognition. Only by meeting various standards can one hope to stand out. Supervisor Feng exemplifies such a person. She possesses remarkable professional skills, providing impeccable service to Ji Bufan and his colleagues, leaving no room for criticism. Furthermore, she exudes a captivating charm. Every smile and gesture radiates a refined elegance. It is this unique allure that prompts Ji Bufan to regard her with newfound admiration, leading him to bestow upon her an opportunity for intimacy. At dawn, at 5:30, the sky outside still bore a slate hue as Ji Bufan awoke. Beside him, Supervisor Feng remained in deep slumber. Her softly curled hair spread across the pillow, a gentle smile gracing her lips, while one arm possessively encircled his waist. The thin blanket had slipped from her shoulders, revealing a dark crimson love mark upon her collarbone. Ji Bufan stared at the ceiling, lost in thought for a moment, before gently shifting his body in an attempt to rise without waking her. Supervisor Feng's eyelashes fluttered slightly, yet she remained in slumber. It was not until the door emitted a faint click that she slowly opened her eyes. The bed, now empty, still retained the warmth of their shared moments. She buried her face in the pillow he had occupied, inhaling deeply, the lingering scent of him enveloping her senses. A sigh escaped her lips, echoing hauntingly in the stillness of the room. Supervisor Feng understood better than anyone that a man like Ji Bufan was akin to grains of sand slipping through her fingers. Impossible to grasp. The tender moments shared the previous night were merely a fleeting dream, a gift bestowed upon her, with the morning light piercing through the darkness. It was time to awaken from such a reverie. Her fingertips brushed lightly over the mark on her collarbone, and she offered herself a self-deprecating smile. Ultimately, she had not summoned the courage to awaken while Ji Bufan departed, fearing the potential estrangement reflected in his gaze. Perhaps this was for the best. At least in her memories, she could eternally cherish his gentle yet wild visage. Upon returning to his suite, Ji Bufan first took a shower and changed his attire, then settled into the living room to engage with his phone. After a while, the others began to rise one by one. Today, they were to proceed with the wedding photo shoot as planned. However, Lin Xiaoxue, due to filming commitments, could only lament her absence. She pouted and incessantly expressed her grievances, her eyes brimming with discontent. She too yearned to partake in the beautiful wedding photos. Alas, her senior director would not permit it. Ultimately, she could only helplessly contemplate whether she could carve out time in the afternoon or the following day to at least capture a few shots. After breakfast, everyone dispersed to pursue their respective activities. At 9 in the morning, Ji Bufan's phone suddenly pinged with a bank notification, an account deposit of 588 million yuan. He stared at the screen, double-checking the notification several times, puzzled by the sudden influx of wealth, when a timely call from Lin's father interrupted his thoughts. Little Ji, this is the dowry for Xiao Yu and Xiao Shui. You should accept it. Lin's father's voice carried a note of satisfaction. After hanging up the phone, Ji Bufan still found it hard to believe. Although the Lin family was reasonably well off, they were not exceedingly wealthy, and such a substantial sum of money held profound significance. He approached Lin Muqing, who was changing her attire, seeking clarification. Muqing, your father just transferred 588 million to me as a dowry. Isn't that rather extravagant? Lin Muqing smiled gently. My mother called last night and mentioned that they felt we were putting you at a disadvantage by marrying into our family. They wanted to compensate you for that. However, Ji Bufan furrowed his brow, Such a sum is not insignificant for your family, is it? Lin Muqing nodded softly. It's nearly their entire savings, and they even borrowed a bit. Ji Bufan pondered for a moment before solemnly stating, Muqing, we cannot accept all of this money. Let us return 1 or 2 million to your father. And also, we should return your mother's 1 million in private savings. We are not in need of money at the moment. We shouldn't burden our elders this way. Ji Bufan reflected that if they were to rely on anyone, it should be Gu Qianqian's mother, who had the means and was willing to support them. He couldn't bear the thought of the Lin family struggling for their wedding. In the end, he was simply too kind-hearted. Lin Muqing felt a rush of emotions, her eyes glistening with tears. She hadn't expected Ji Bufan to make such a decision. Her lips quivered as she struggled to find her voice. In truth, she too felt a deep sympathy for her parents. They had devoted their life savings to support her and her sister's marriages, all in hopes of ensuring their happiness. She had intended to repay this kindness through her own hard work over time. Yet, she was taken aback by Ji Bufan's thoughtfulness, willing to return part of the dowry just to spare her parents any discomfort. This was profoundly moving. A man like him was indeed rare. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, but her heart felt warm. Women are often strong. They rarely cry when faced with hardship. Yet, when someone understands and empathizes with them, they can easily break down. Lin Muqing was experiencing this now. Not only was she affected, but Lin Muqing's sister, Lin Muqing, who was nearby, also discreetly wiped away her tears. Even the staff assisting them in changing clothes felt a lump in their throats from the poignant scene. If it weren't for the feeling of unworthiness, they too would have wished to marry Ji Bufan. Thank you, my love, Lin Muqing said, lifting her tear-streaked face, her eyelashes adorned with glistening droplets. Thank you for considering my parents so thoughtfully. Her voice trembled, almost unrecognizable, as her fingers clutched the hem of Ji Bufan's shirt tightly. Ji Bufan chuckled softly, reaching out to gently wipe away the tears from the corner of her eye with his thumb. There's no need for thanks. It's only right not to take so much money from our elders. His fingertips were warm and dry, exuding a reassuring strength. Enough, stop crying, or we will have to trouble the makeup artist to retouch your makeup, he said, turning to Lin Muyu, who also had red-rimmed eyes. And you, Teacher Lin, please don't cry anymore. If you do, your makeup will be ruined, and it won't look good. The two staff members standing nearby sparkled with admiration. The younger one whispered, where could we ever find another man like this? Ji Bufan felt somewhat uncomfortable in this atmosphere. He released Lin Muqing and elegantly waved his hand. I'm off to see Qianqian and Xiao Qiao. With that, he turned and walked away, his tall figure casting a refined silhouette in the sunlight. Lin Muqing gazed at his retreating form, a torrent of fervent emotions surging within her. She pressed her hand against her heart, which was pounding as if a butterfly were desperately trying to take flight. In her heart, she silently vowed to treat this man well for the rest of her life, to work hard and ensure he wanted for nothing, to fulfill all his desires, even the unreasonable ones. Sister Lin Muyu gently touched her arm, her voice a tad hoarse. Xiao Ji is so wonderful. I think I love him even more. Lin Muqing grasped her sister's hand, noticing both of their palms were clammy with sweat. They exchanged knowing smiles, mutually recognizing the same determination in each other's eyes. That evening marked Lin Muqing and Lin Muyu's last night there. The wedding photo shoot was nearing its conclusion, with only one final styling session to complete the next morning before they would embark on their journey back to the bustling metropolis in the afternoon. With departure imminent, the two naturally wanted to bid a proper farewell to Ji Bufan. Lin Xiaoxiu had joined them for this final gathering. As night deepened, Ji Bufan suddenly felt a pang of hunger and ordered a towering triple-decker hamburger, indulging himself heartily. Chapter 63. Entering the film crew. Why so many scenes? Lin Muqing now had a love-hate relationship with Ji Bufan. This fellow had too many mischievous ideas. How could he act like that? It was truly infuriating. She found herself at a loss for words. Of course, it was impossible to genuinely harbor hatred. She was far too enamored with Ji Bufan. Since she could do nothing about it, she decided to simply indulge him. Watching him childishly demand a hamburger, Lin Muqing felt a wave of tenderness wash over her. She donned an apron and called her two younger sisters into the kitchen to prepare a meal for him. After all, there were no outsiders present. As long as he was happy, that was what mattered. The next day, as the morning light broke, a new day arrived as promised. The wedding dress shoot concluded joyously, capturing the happiest moments of Ji Bufan and the others. At the celebratory banquet that afternoon, amidst the clinking of glasses. Ji Buffon raised his cup to express his gratitude to Supervisor Foam for her attentive care during this time. Supervisor Foam accepted the cup, her gaze flickering with an indescribable complexity, as if she had 1,000 words to say, but ultimately, it transformed into a faint smile. She tilted her head back and drained the cup of wine, a slight dryness lingering in her throat. Today, she was to return to the magical city once more. This parting felt monumental, with mountains and rivers sprawling between them. Who could say whether their paths would cross again in this lifetime? The memories of that night, filled with passionate entanglements, remained vivid, evoking a sense of nostalgia. At this moment, Supervisor Foam was unaware that soon enough, Ji Buffon would seek her out again to capture wedding photos, and this time, there would be even more companions. After lunch, everyone went their separate ways. After bidding farewell to Lin Muqing and Teacher Lin, Ji Buffon took Gu Qianqian and Song Qiaoqiao back to their room to rest. Having indulged in a bit of wine and feeling the fatigue of recent days, the trio decided to unwind thoroughly. The luxurious top-floor suite had been reserved for Ji Buffon and his companions, allowing them to stay as long as they desired, with expenses to be reimbursed by Gu's mother. As evening approached, Lin Xiaoxue returned from her work. After dinner, the four of them strolled through the streets of Hongdian, relishing the freedom that came without adult supervision. To them, Lin Muqing and Teacher Lin represented the adult world. The film set was ablaze with lights under the night sky, resembling a vast dreamscape, where they frolicked like children. This joy continued even as they returned to their hotel room. The following morning, they boarded the cruise shuttle bus to the filming location. Mr. Ji, welcome, welcome. We have eagerly awaited your arrival. Upon their arrival, Director Mou expressed immense enthusiasm for Ji Buffon's presence. She held a thick stack of scripts, thrusting them into Ji Buffon's hands. This is a role we specifically added for you in the script. The character is particularly charming. You can take a look while getting your makeup done. As Ji Buffon glanced through the script, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. This was not at all what he had envisioned. Why were there so many lines? Was this really just a minor role? Clearly, it was a significant supporting character. The script was filled with densely packed lines and scene descriptions, with numerous handwritten notes. Ji Buffon felt a wave of panic. Director Mo, what is the meaning of this? Did we miscommunicate? I am getting married soon. How long will it take to shoot all of this? Mr. Ji, please proceed with your makeup. It certainly won't delay your wedding. While it may appear extensive, these scenes are relatively easy to shoot, and we will prioritize your scenes. Rest assured, she added, a hint of curiosity in her tone, if I may be so bold. When is your wedding? Realizing her oversight, Mo felt a twinge of regret. Given that he was here for wedding photos, a ceremony must follow. Caught up in her enthusiasm, she had overlooked this detail. Ji Buffon replied, on the 18th of next month, in about 20 days. That should be manageable, right? Mo felt a twinge of uncertainty, but decided to proceed as planned. Let's take it one step at a time. After all, the filming process is rife with unpredictability. She tugged at Ji Buffon's sleeve, leading him toward the makeup room. Lu, quickly, take Teacher Ji to the makeup room. Use the finest makeup artist. In the makeup room, Ji Buffon sat elegantly before the mirror, allowing the makeup artist to work on his visage. His fingers gently flipped through the script, his gaze intently scanning each line of dialogue, pausing occasionally to ponder over certain passages. Gu Qianqian and Song Qiaoqiao flitted about him like two joyful butterflies, one on either side. Gu Qianqian wielded a folding fan, creating a refreshing breeze for him, while Song Qiaoqiao held a thermal cup, occasionally bringing it to his lips. Both young ladies were visiting a film set for the first time, their large, glistening eyes filled with wonder as they whispered to each other, careful not to disturb Ji Buffon's concentration on the script. The makeup room bustled with activity. Crew members hurried past, pushing racks of costumes, while prop masters navigated carefully with fragile antiques in their arms. Many staff members couldn't help but steal glances at Ji Buffon. Even the lead actors of the drama made a point to come over and exchange pleasantries. Ji Buffon politely nodded and engaged in brief conversation with them. The male lead, a charming young man, was quite handsome, though just slightly less so than Ji Buffon. The female lead was young and strikingly beautiful, fitting Ji Buffon's preferred type. Shortly thereafter, Director Mou approached, script in hand, and took a seat beside Ji Buffon. Mr. Ji, I'm here to give you a brief overview of your character. She began, opening the script and lightly tapping it with her finger. You've already read the original script, This is a quintessential female-led drama. It narrates the story of a young lady from a fallen family who, through a childhood betrothal, marries into the prestigious Yu family, navigating the complexities of life within their grand estate. Ji Bufan closed the script. So, my role is that of the third master of the Yu family, a youthful general. Mou's eyes sparkled with the fervor unique to creators as she leaned forward, her voice tinged with excitement. For your character, we specifically restructured the entire script to introduce an external crisis that could potentially overturn the Yu family. This crisis surpasses the capabilities of the female lead and everyone in the Yu household. Just at this critical juncture, you return. In the narrative, you are rebellious and were sent to the military at the age of 14. 8 years of rigorous training have forged you into a remarkably accomplished young general. After 8 years stationed at the border, you return to the capital, rewarded for your valor in combat. Mou stood, her voice rising unconsciously, infused with the distinctive charisma of a director. Imagine this, clad in gleaming silver armor, a sword at your side, riding a magnificent steed to the gates of the Yu residence, sunlight dancing upon your armor, as all the servants hold their breath. In that moment, everyone realizes the once unruly third master of the Yu family has returned, now grown into a formidable talent capable of standing on his own. With your presence, no one dares to underestimate the Yu family any longer. Mou turned to gaze at Ji Bufan, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. The seemingly insurmountable crises faced by the female lead will be effortlessly resolved with your return. Mr. Ji, doesn't such an entrance feel particularly exhilarating? Chapter 64, Teacher Ji. It turns out you truly can act. It must be said that director Mou has invested considerable effort in crafting the character of Ji Bufan. Alongside the screenwriter, she endured several late nights, meticulously refining the character's design, ultimately reaching a consensus on this role. She then exerted great ingenuity to devise an entrance that not only aligns with the character's persona, but also possesses a striking visual impact, truly honoring Ji Bufan's presence. Naturally, her primary motivation for this was to enhance the viewership of the series. Web dramas are produced in a simultaneous cycle of filming, editing, and airing. Now that the series has progressed to its mid to late stages, the broadcast has reached a critical juncture. However, the viewership data remains lukewarm, barely maintaining a passing grade. The issue lies in the fact that the series lacks standout qualities. In this era, where short dramas, short videos, and live broadcasts vie for attention, traditional costume dramas find it exceedingly challenging to break through. Mou is acutely aware that, given the current trajectory, recovering the production costs would be a stroke of luck, let alone generating substantial profits for the investors. After all, costume dramas entail exorbitant production costs, with expenditures on costumes and props often starting in the tens of millions. This is precisely why she has devoted so much thought and effort into this endeavor. Ji Bufan possesses remarkable physical attributes. He is bright, handsome, and stands tall with an energetic demeanor. Mou secretly rejoices at having successfully cast him in the project, yet the pressure on her is immense. The budget for the crew is already quite strained. Nevertheless, she managed to squeeze out a significant amount from the tight budget to lease top-notch costumes and props for Ji Bufan's character. Now, she can only hope that Ji Bufan will deliver some surprises. After listening to Mou's account, Ji Bufan nodded in agreement. The entrance indeed holds an intriguing charm, and the character of Yu San is quite appealing and distinctive. He finds himself genuinely interested. Director Mou has truly put in great effort, he remarked with a nod. Haha, as long as Mr. Ji is satisfied, let us proceed to sign the contract. Mou magically produced an acting contract from seemingly nowhere and presented it to Ji Bufan. Taken aback by the need to sign a formal performance contract, Ji Bufan glanced through it and was further astonished to discover a remuneration of 300,000. Director Mou is quite generous. If he could complete the filming in half a month, he would be earning 20,000 a day, surpassing what he made in his part-time job at the Blue Sea Hot Spring Spa. No wonder it's said that money flows easily in the entertainment industry. It truly does. After thoroughly reviewing the contract terms, Ji Bufan found it to be well-structured and meticulous, devoid of any traps. The penalty for breach of contract was a mere token sum of 1 yuan, a clear indication of the other party's sincerity. Thus, he hesitated no longer, took the pen, and swiftly inscribed his name. Upon receiving the contract back, Mou was elated. Teacher Ji, the The finance department will transfer a portion of the fee to you in the next few days, and the remainder will be settled once your scenes are wrapped. Please continue with your makeup. We will be filming your scenes shortly." Having spoken, she departed briskly. Shortly thereafter, Ji Buffon's styling was completed, and the stage manager led him outside for his official photo shoot. Along the way, Ji Buffon could feel the gazes directed at him from all directions. Whispers rippled behind him like gentle waves, all extolling his good looks. Indeed, his ensemble was truly eye-catching. The gleaming silver armor accentuated his perfect proportions of broad shoulders and narrow waist, while the red tassel on his helmet swayed lightly with his stride, enhancing his commanding presence. Even Gu Qianqian and Song Qiaoqiao, who saw him daily, gazed at him with unmistakable admiration. Upon entering the ancient-style courtyard, the previously bustling atmosphere gradually fell into silence, and soon all eyes converged upon him. Director Mou, who had been engaged in a discussion with the leading actress, abruptly abandoned her to stride over to Ji Buffon, scrutinizing him from head to toe while expressing his approval with a series of clicks of his tongue. The actress, Su Wen, stared at Ji Buffon for a considerable time before pulling her maid, Lin Xiaoxue, aside and exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, Xiaoxue, your husband is incredibly handsome. I absolutely adore him. What should I do? What should I do? Stay away. Don't covet my sister's husband. How audacious. How could you speak to the young lady like that? I implore you, Xiaoxue, quickly elevate your brother-in-law's status in my eyes." Ji Buffon's stunning appearance left Mou in awe. He exuded even more charisma than she had envisioned for the youthful general, Yu Sanyi. Throughout the entire process of capturing his official photos, she lingered nearby, reveling in the moment, while secretly commending her astute decision to bring Ji Buffon into the production. This choice was indeed sagacious. Without a doubt, once these promotional images were shared online, they would garner significant attention and traffic for the show. Recently, the streaming platform had been eager to withdraw her drama from its recommended list, but now, this was assuredly secured. However, the surprises Ji Buffon brought her were just beginning, and the magnitude of this astonishment nearly overwhelmed her. As preparations concluded, the day's filming officially commenced. Undoubtedly, the narrative would primarily revolve around Ji Buffon, who would be the focal point of the day's scenes. Yet, the first shot he was to film would not be his entrance. That particular scene was too grand and challenging to manage effectively. Mou planned for Ji Buffon to acclimatize to the set for a few days before gradually entering his role and then attempting the more complex scenes. There was another reason for this approach. Large-scale shots necessitated extensive coordination, requiring the involvement of numerous extras. A minor error could necessitate a complete reshoot, potentially consuming an entire day for just one scene. Since Ji Buffon was new to the set, it was better to begin with simpler shots, ensuring he felt at ease with the filming process, lest he be frightened away. "Teacher Ji," Mou approached him, her tone gentle. "In this scene, you have a few lines to deliver. There is no need to memorize them. Just remember the number of words in each line, and you can count them when the time comes." The primary focus was on controlling expressions and movements, as filming was about to commence. Mou decided to have Ji Buffon run through the scene first. The lines were inconsequential, merely requiring him to open his mouth, as professional dubbing would be added later. Once she finished her instructions, she stepped aside, allowing the leading lady to rehearse with her maid. This scene depicted the initial encounter between the character Yu Sanyi, played by Ji Buffon, who had just returned. It consisted of a few simple actions and lines. After the actors took their positions, the sharp clack of the clapperboard signaled an immediate hush on set. The leading lady, accompanied by her maid, gracefully performed a curtsy while reciting her lines, to which Ji Buffon, portraying Yu Sanyi, stepped forward to offer a gentle support. "No need for such formalities, my lady." He did not recite a sequence of numbers, but instead delivered the lines he had memorized. Following some polite exchanges, this shot came to an end. Ji Buffon exhaled softly, feeling a twinge of nerves for his first performance. Nevertheless, bolstered by his adept acting skills, he adeptly captured the character's demeanor and delivered his lines with precision and clarity, without any missteps. This astonished director Mou, who approached him with an incredulous expression, her excitement palpable. "Teacher Ji, you truly can act." "Indeed. I believe I mentioned it to you last time," Ji Buffon replied, maintaining an unruffled demeanor. In that moment, he was still immersed in the role of the youthful general, Yu Sanyi. He bestowed upon Mou a faint smile, one that resembled a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a lake, creating delicate ripples amidst his striking features. The bright silver armor glinted coldly under the spotlight, accentuating his countenance, which appeared increasingly warm and refined. Imoyu momentarily succumbed to his charm, her thoughts momentarily adrift. She instinctively held her breath, her cheeks flushing slightly. After all, Ji Buffon's allure was undeniably potent to women. Did she not notice the starry-eyed expressions of nearly all the young girls on set? Even the older women were captivated, their eyes sparkling with admiration. After a brief pause, Imoyu regained her composure and cleared her throat to mask her fluster. "Ah, yes. You did say so." She smiled bashfully. "I just did not anticipate you would perform so splendidly." Ji Buffon shyly replied, "I felt there were a few areas I could improve upon. Director Imo. Shall we try another take?" No. Imoyu interjected almost immediately, her eyes alight with excitement. "Teacher Ji, just maintain the same state as before. We are officially commencing filming now. All departments, prepare." Soon, the scene was successfully filmed. In front of the monitor, Imoyu scrutinized the footage repeatedly, growing increasingly pleased. Ji Buffon had indeed surprised her beyond her expectations. This take surpassed the previous one. His performance was nothing short of professional excellence. Whether it be the precise control of dialogue, the delicate management of expressions, or the perfectly timed physical gestures, all reveal an extraordinary talent for performance. This innate sense of being on camera compelled the seasoned Imoyu to privately marvel. Truly, she is a natural-born actor. For a newcomer to achieve such a level of proficiency in her first acting endeavor is quite unbelievable. Imoyu couldn't help but suspect that Ji Buffon was indeed a prodigious talent in acting. However, after watching the playback twice, her brow furrowed, and a surge of indignation welled within her. Initially, she had focused solely on Ji Buffon, neglecting the two actresses sharing the scene with him. Upon closer inspection, she was appalled. What on earth were they performing? "Su-won, Lin Xiaoxue, come here," she bellowed. "Look at yourselves. What are you two doing? Are you even professional actresses? Su-won, you Sanya is your uncle, not your husband. Why are you casting flirtatious glances his way? Are you attempting to seduce your uncle? And you, Lin Xiaoxue, I understand he is your husband, but we are filming now. Can't you wait until we wrap up to indulge your fever?" Imoyu unleashed her frustration upon the two actresses. The two women fell silent, their heads bowed in submission. Not far away, Ji Buffon reclined in a wicker chair beneath a sunshade, enjoying the attentive fan service from Gu Qianqian and Song Qiaoqiao, and he chuckled at the unfolding scene. He had noticed the duo's previous distractions, frequently breaking character. Now, they deserved the reprimand. After receiving her scolding, Lin Xiaoxue glanced at Ji Buffon and shook her small fist at him, protesting his evident amusement. In contrast, the leading actress, Su-won, showed no signs of anger. Instead, she flashed a radiant smile at Ji Buffon and even playfully winked at him. Ji Buffon beheld her in a colorful embroidered dress, her waist slender, as the hem of her skirt danced with her movements, her figure both exquisite and charming, her features refined and elegant. He reciprocated her dazzling smile. As a newly minted star in the online drama, the actress named Su-won certainly possessed striking beauty and charm, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Xiaoxue in terms of looks. Truly, she was a sight to behold. Having had a light breakfast, Ji Buffon suddenly felt a twinge of hunger. The filming continued. Following the director's outburst, everyone on set became invigorated, and under such earnest circumstances, the pace of filming quickened considerably. This was primarily due to Ji Buffon's exceptional acting, as he rarely caused delays. His performances flowed seamlessly, with each take passing on the first attempt, propelling the entire crew ahead of schedule. In truth, Ji Buffon felt there were aspects he could improve upon and wished for another chance. Unfortunately, Imoyu did not permit it, deeming it unnecessary. The world exhibits a high tolerance for male actors, and Ji Buffon had already distinguished himself remarkably, even surpassing the performances of many actresses. In this industry, male actors are deemed competent if they can merely engage with the camera and possess a modicum of acting skill. Should their performance be more polished, they are regarded as exceptional. However, if one possesses both remarkable physical attributes and a commendable level of acting prowess, ascending to stardom and even clinching the title of Best Actor is not an insurmountable feat, as Imoyu sat before the monitor. Witnessing Ji Buffon flawlessly execute his performance once again, she felt a mixture of joy and bittersweetness. Unable to resist, she cast a glance at the male lead, Lin Jaeyong, who was idly engrossed in his phone in the nearby resting area. This fellow's acting was rather unrefined, and he hadn't even memorized his lines, relying entirely on post-production dubbing and a stand-in to prop him up. The comparison was stark. If only Ji Buffon could take on the leading role. She closed her eyes momentarily, suppressing her feelings of discontent. Alas, had she encountered Ji Buffon sooner, she was certain that his future in the entertainment realm would be illustrious. In this production, she intended to diligently hone his acting skills and guide him effectively. Yet, the time for that was not now. Presently, she merely hoped to swiftly film Ji Buffon's scenes and hasten the production process, so they could air the show and salvage it. She had resolved to shoot that pivotal entrance scene for Ji Buffon the following day. As evening descended, they wrapped up filming for the day. Originally, MOU had planned to treat Ji Buffon and the creative team to dinner that night, hosting a welcoming feast for Ji Buffon's arrival. However, due to the pressing need to prepare for the grand scene to be filmed the next day, the dinner was postponed. Later that night, in the spacious hotel suite, Ji Buffon reclined against the headboard, pen in hand, scribbling notes on a notepad. Gu Qianqian, having indulged herself, had already succumbed to slumber. Song Qiaoqiao and Lin Xiaoxue nestled beside him. Lin Xiaoxue, languidly, remarked, "Brother-in-law, Suwen wishes to add you as a friend. Should I connect you with her? Go ahead." Ji Buffon replied casually, "Humph, she must have ulterior motives. She harbors ill intentions and wishes to seduce you. Then let her. What is the problem? Are you unwilling? Or is she unworthy? No, how could I be unwilling? Suwen is not the type to engage in frivolous affairs. She comes from a respectable background and is quite discerning. Even the male lead, Lin Jiayong, has shown her interest, but she has not acquiesced. What then is your concern?" Lin Xiaoxue's ears flushed crimson, her voice dipping to a whisper. "I simply do not want her to experience the sweetness of being with you too soon." Chapter 66. MOU fainted. Lin Xiaoxue's face was flushed. She never contemplated preventing Ji Buffon from enjoying himself outside. That would be unethical. Given that the industry now encourages such behavior, how could she oppose it? Besides, Ji Buffon possessed ample energy for such pursuits. She merely wished to tease Suwen a bit, not wanting her to gain access to Ji Buffon's affections too quickly. In truth, she and Suwen shared a rather amicable relationship, having spent several months in the same production, coexisting harmoniously. Suwen had never taken advantage of her seniority or fame to bully or belittle her. Rather, she had been considerate and supportive throughout their time together. They were as close as sisters, often inseparable, even sharing meals and sleeping together. Occasionally, Suwen would hold her while they slept, playfully teasing her to the point where she began to wonder if Suwen might not be fond of boys. Now, seeing Suwen take an interest in Ji Buffon, Lin Xiaoxue felt a sense of relief, realizing that she had perhaps overthought things. Ji Buffon chuckled softly at her words, ruffling her hair. "I didn't expect you to be so mischievous, Xiaoxue. Why tease her?" Lin Xiaoxue pouted, her cheeks flushed. "I simply must. After all, she mocked me the other day, calling me a little useless." She tugged at Ji Buffon's arm playfully. "Brother-in-law, you must give her a good lesson for me. Clear my name." Her eyes sparkled as she added, "Oh, and don't forget about Senior MOU. She said I was terrible too. When will you help me settle this score, brother-in-law?" Ji Buffon looked at her with fondness. "Tomorrow, I'll go find her." "Wonderful." Lin Xiaoxue clapped her hands in delight. "Please don't go easy on her." She mischievously winked at Song Qiaoqiao. "Perfect. We three can take a break tomorrow." Song Qiaoqiao nodded in agreement, feeling exhausted. "Don't worry," Ji Buffon replied gently, continuing to write on his notepad. Content. Lin Xiaoxue took out her phone and handed Suwen Ji Buffon's business card. After sending the message, she tilted her head, curiously asking, "Brother-in-law, what are you writing? It looks like a melody to me." Ji Buffon smiled slightly. "Yes, I'm composing a piece for my upcoming scene, intending to pair it with a song." "Wow, you're amazing, brother-in-law." Lin Xiaoxue leaned closer, examining the notes on the notepad, soon humming softly to the tune. Ji Buffon was surprised that she understood melody and asked, "Xiaoxue, can you read music?" "Of course. I graduated from the Drama Academy in Magic City. I have a formal background. I've studied performance, body language, and music theory." She then inquired, "But how is it that you can write songs? And this melody is quite pleasant." "Huh, do you believe me when I say I'm a genius?" "I do." "How could you not be a genius with such great acting skills and songwriting abilities?" Lin Xiaoxue nodded. "What about the lyrics? Please fill them in. I want to see if the song is good." At her encouragement, Ji Buffon began to write the lyrics as she wished. He based this song on a popular piece from his previous life titled Jingwei, with a captivating and enchanting melody that was highly addictive. However, he intended to rewrite the lyrics entirely, as the original text was somewhat hollow and overly ornate, not fitting his character, Yu Sanyi. He aimed to create lyrics that resonated more closely with the character's persona and storyline. This task was not particularly challenging for him, especially since he had an advantage. The system's reward for musical mastery is no trivial matter. It is etched in the long streets of anticipation, where all love has matured into resilient pines and cypresses. May the mountains and rivers remain unscathed, and spring forever flourish. As I behold the scene, the flames of war transform into lights, the cold armor safeguarding the city walls. And with a flourish of long spears, we jest about the fare of the Xiongnu. Chapter 67, Gu Qianqian, Fanbao, My Mother Misses Us. Before long, Ji Bufan had completed the lyrics he whimsically concocted with a modicum of mental effort. I must say, even though they were hastily written, they adhered remarkably well to the rhythm and rhyme. Upon finishing, Lin Xiaoxue eagerly reached out to take the note, and after a brief melody, she began to sing. Her voice crisp and sweet, an exquisite delight to the ears. However, Ji Bufan felt something was amiss. She was unaware of the essence of this song. The rhythm must be lively, and the melody melodious, infused with a hint of theatrical flair. Thus, after she concluded, Ji Bufan sang it himself. From the moment he began, the theatrical tone emerged, his voice flowing like water, rising and swirling gracefully. Lin Xiaoxue and Song Qiao were captivated. His body gently swayed in rhythm, one hand softly tapping on his leg, as if he were one with the music. His voice, slightly raspy yet crystal clear, articulated each syllable with precision, keeping a rapid pace without losing coherence. Lin Xiaoxue's eyes widened in astonishment, her beauty shining through. Song Qiao, though lacking knowledge of musical theory, found it enchanting. In the chorus, Ji Bufan's pitch soared, seamlessly blending theatricality with popular singing styles, his emotions particularly rich. As the final note lingered in the air, Lin Xiaoxue applauded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "My goodness, brother-in-law, your singing is extraordinary. You are simply remarkable. You can do anything, brother-in-law." She excitedly leaped into Ji Bufan's embrace, her eyes sparkling with desire. "Brother-in-law, teach me to sing. Of course, I'll teach you another day. But it's too late tonight. We ought to sleep." Ji Bufan replied with a smile. "But I can't sleep right now." Lin Xiaoxue pouted. Moments later, she added, Qiao, help me." The following day, filming resumed as usual. The grand scene was shot rather smoothly, wrapping up early in the afternoon. Director Mo Yu was in high spirits, and in her exuberance. She allowed everyone to leave early for a well-deserved rest. That evening, the crew reserved a large private room at a seafood restaurant near the filming base to welcome Ji Bufan's arrival. By the time it concluded, it was already past 9 o'clock. Mo Yu had consumed quite a bit of alcohol and was slightly tipsy. She contemplated returning to her hotel room for a shower to refresh herself before checking on the production team, particularly to urge the editing of Ji Bufan's scenes. Warm water washed away her fatigue, and when Mo Yu emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe, droplets still clung to her hair. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Who is it?" She tucked her damp hair behind her ear. "Director Mo, it's me." The voice of Ji Bufan resonated through the door, indicating he had a matter to discuss. Mo Yu hurriedly fastened the belt of her robe and upon opening the door, was greeted by a refreshing scent of cedar. Ji Bufan had changed into a light gray knit sweater, his hair slightly damp, clearly freshly bathed. "Teacher Ji, are you not resting at this late hour?" she inquired, instinctively softening her tone as she stepped aside to allow him passage. "I prefer to stay up late, Director Mo. I hope I haven't disturbed you," he replied, his gaze politely fixed on her face without wandering. "As it happens, I share the same fondness for late nights." Mo Yu chuckled lightly, pouring him a glass of water. Upon her return, she noticed he had brought along a guitar. "What is this?" she asked. "Oh, I composed a song for my character and would like your guidance," he explained. As the strings vibrated, Mo Yu was momentarily entranced. When the melody, akin to a siren's whisper, enveloped her ears, the enchanting notes penetrated the depths of her heart. Overcome by the intoxicating sound, she fainted. Chapter 68, Gu Mu's Sudden Business Trip. When Mo Yu awoke, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. The impact Ji Bufan had on her was immense, leaving her momentarily breathless. He had actually written a song for his character, and it was remarkably beautiful and fitting. As a director, Mou possessed a refined sense of appreciation. Her artistic discernment revealed that this was not merely an ordinary piece of background music. The melody flowed with a resonance that echoed the character's soul, and the lyrics inscribed the narrative of their fate. Just moments before, Ji Buffon's bright voice, accompanied by the guitar, had reverberated throughout the room, raising the hairs on her arms. Visions of breathtaking scenes began to materialize before her. Yu Sanyi, clad in battle armor, galloping in, with the background music seamlessly intertwining and the crowd's exclamations ringing out. Look, Yu Sanyi has returned. Ah, it truly is Yu Sanyi. This scene was destined to become the pinnacle of the entire production. Mou felt an unwavering certainty that such a perfect amalgamation of sight and sound would leave a profound impression on the audience. It would not merely become a sensational classic moment, but would also inspire countless reinterpretations on short video platforms, ultimately transcending the typical boundaries of fame. This was indisputable. At that moment, Mou was resolute. Her production was secure. Ji Buffon's talent would surely be recognized by the world. After all, a good song could effortlessly elevate a production and an actor's stature. Gazing at Ji Buffon beside her, admiring his chiseled profile and recalling his earnest demeanor, Mou was once again swept away by happiness. The night passed in silence. The following day, Ji Buffon returned to his hotel suite at around 5 in the morning. When he arrived at the set and saw Mou, she had already regained her usual commanding presence. She wore a sharply tailored white shirt paired with flowing black wide-leg trousers, her flat shoes making a crisp sound against the floor. Her iconic short hair danced lightly with her brisk steps, as if she were a whirlwind sweeping through the entire set. Today's filming schedule was demanding, and the atmosphere was charged with tension. Her clear voice resonated throughout the set, an undeniable tone that heightened the vigilance of all the crew members. Ji Buffon stood at the sidelines, his gaze instinctively following her figure. At this moment, Mou was a stark contrast to her persona of the previous night. Last night, her eyes sparkled with allure, her crimson lips slightly parted, swaying gracefully under the dim yellow light, akin to a blooming night-blooming jasmine, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Yet now, her sharp gaze sliced through the monitors, her slender fingers etched fierce lines upon the script, enveloped in an aura that warned others to keep their distance. However, upon closer inspection, one might notice that her gait bore a softness uncommon for her. Those long legs, usually steady and powerful, seemed to tread with subtle hesitation, occasionally brushing against the prop table at the edge of the set. At such moments, a fleeting blush would grace her alabaster earlobes, vanishing so quickly that it could easily be mistaken for an illusion cast by light and shadow. During a brief intermission, Lin Xiaoxue stealthily approached Mou like a mischievous cat. Tilting her head, her eyelashes fluttering, she wore a triumphant smile. "Senior, what do you think? Do you still consider me inexperienced?" Mou's breath caught. Her fair cheeks instantly flushed with a hue reminiscent of the evening sky, even her neck turning crimson. "Go away." Chapter 69, Call Me Manny. Understood. Lin Xiaoxue chuckled softly, stepping back without further teasing. She was already content to witness her senior director's current demeanor. Continuing to jest might provoke a flustered response. Watching Lin Xiaoxue's retreating figure, Mou's expression grew complex. The morning light outlined the girl's delicate silhouette, her vibrant presence stirring a sense of inexplicable envy within her heart. On Ji Buffon's side, taking advantage of the break, he was rehearsing lines with the leading lady, Su-won. After a few days of interaction, they had become somewhat familiar. Su-won was polite and considerate, maintaining an appropriate distance. After adding each other as friends, she had not flirted overtly, merely sending greetings each morning and evening, occasionally sharing weather updates, gently reminding him to dress warmly and take an umbrella, exuding a refined restraint. However, Ji Buffon could discern that she harbored feelings for him, primarily evidenced by the glimmer in her eyes. Her autumn-like gaze always held a faint smile when she looked at him, yet she would shyly avert her eyes the moment their gazes met. Her concealed emotions were not well hidden, her thoughts were laid bare. Ji Buffon resolved to seize the opportunity to capture her heart in the days to come. As they wrapped up their scene and prepared to shoot again, Gu Qianqian approached Ji Buffon, whispering, "Fanbao, how much longer do you think you'll be filming here?" Ji Buffon replied, "Probably around 10 days or so." "Why do you ask?" "Just moments ago, my mother called, Her voice softened as she inquired about when we would return, expressing how much she missed us both. With a gentle gaze, Ji Bufan replied, "Let me call her and let her know. To be honest, I too find myself missing Auntie. Yes, I miss Mom as well. We've never been apart for such a long time. Fan Bao, let us hasten our return. I yearn for my mother's cooking. I too long for it." The following day, Ji Bufan made his way back to the filming location before the crew commenced work. "Brother-in-law, did you truly not spend the night with Senior Shui?" At the set, Lin Xiaoxue approached Ji Bufan, intrigued by the confident stride of director Mou. Ji Bufan was seated in his designated resting chair, reviewing the script for the day's shooting. Without lifting his head, he replied, "Didn't I mention? We're discussing serious matters. Do you think your brother-in-law is joking?" "Indeed, I thought you were jesting." Lin Xiaoxue leaned against the back of his chair, a faint fragrance of gardenias wafting through the air. She lowered her voice unexpectedly. "Brother-in-law, what do you think of Senior Shui? Do you have feelings for her?" Ji Bufan finally lifted his eyelids, responding, "She's fine. Why do you ask? If she's fine, then marry her." Lin Xiaoxue leaned closer to his ear, her warm breath brushing against him. "You're so remarkable. You can certainly handle it. Senior Mou is exceptionally talented, and she is well suited for you." Stop. Ji Bufan snapped the script shut, lightly flicking her forehead with his fingers, a wry smile playing on his lips. "There are plenty of exceptional women. I cannot possibly marry them all, can I? Please, don't complicate things, you little rascal." Lin Xiaoxue clutched her forehead, feigning a pitiful expression. "But Senior Shui is truly outstanding. She has a great figure, impeccable character, and an undeniable charm. Plus, she's an emerging director. Her temper may be a tad fierce during shoots, but she is very gentle otherwise. Other women may be exceptional, but you're not unfamiliar with them, are you? Senior Mou is right here, and she has shared a bed with you. Her opportunities for marriage are dwindling. If you do not marry her, she may end up with someone else." Chapter 70. Lin Xiaoxue. As the matchmaker Lin Xiaoxue spoke with heartfelt sincerity. She had known Mou for several years. Their relationship a blend of mentorship and friendship. She was genuinely concerned about Mou's marital prospects while also wishing to repay her kindness and support. Of course, she harbored a touch of selfishness. Having a director as a friend would undoubtedly open doors for her in the future. Ji Bufan instinctively wanted to counter her words. He was not well acquainted with Mou. Their relationship had merely been a fleeting indulgence, and he had never entertained the thought of marrying her. Deep down, he believed that a moderately renowned director would not struggle to find a suitable husband. However, Lin Xiaoxue's words made him question this notion. "Does Director Mou truly lack a husband?" he asked, perplexed. "Brother-in-law, how could you say that?" Lin Xiaoxue shot him a reproachful glance. "Which woman does not desire a husband? Is it really necessary for her to rely on the state to arrange her match? If a suitable partner is elusive, settling for someone less than ideal should suffice. Shouldn't it? This seems to indicate a reluctance to compromise. Mou, our senior, is quite discerning. I have yet to witness her take an interest in any gentleman. Except for you, of course." "Oh," Ji Bufan mused, stroking his chin, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the distant silhouette. Lin Xiaoxue, noticing his distraction, leaned in closer and lowered her voice. "For all these years, our senior has devoted herself entirely to her career. Though she appears to bask in glory, the more accomplished she becomes, the more solitary she feels. You cannot fathom how lonely she truly is." Just as she spoke, Mou approached, directing the set arrangements. Today, she radiated an extraordinary allure. The meticulously tailored black high-waisted trousers accentuated the graceful lines of her long, slender legs. The pristine white shirt, with its sleeves casually rolled up, revealed a delicate forearm that shimmered in the sunlight like porcelain. The hem of her shirt was nonchalantly tied at her waist, exuding an air of elegance. As she spoke, her subtly lifted chin displayed a distinct line, her demeanor imbued with poise and determination. Ji Bufan found himself irresistibly drawn to her presence. Mou was enveloped in a unique aura, akin to a finely honed sword, simultaneously sharp and restrained. Her striking features, while not lacking in beauty, were enhanced by this aura, lending her a degree of coolness that overshadowed softness. Yet, it must be said, this very quality bestowed upon her an exceptional charm and charisma. Ji Bufan suddenly recalled the night she had trembled against his shoulder, having shed all her armor, with droplets of water still clinging to her hair. "Xiaoxue." Ji Bufan lowered his voice. "Don't just urge me. Have you inquired about what Director Mo thinks? Is it necessary to even ask? If she were to marry you, she would surely be overjoyed. Brother-in-law, does this mean you agree? I shall convey this delightful news to her at once. Lin Xiaoshua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed. I have no objections. However, you should discuss it with your elder sister. Very well, I'll take care of it. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Xiaoshu bounded away like a jubilant fawn. Ji Bufan turned to the two quiet observers, Gu Qianqian and Song Qiaoqiao, and inquired, "Do you both have any objections?" "None," they replied in unison, shaking their heads. Before long, Ji Bufan felt a scorching gaze upon him. Lifting his eyes, he found Mou staring intently, her typically cool eyes now brimming with surprise and incredulity, sparkling radiantly in the sunlight. Chapter 71. Mou joins the family meeting. Mou's gaze. Ji Bufan offered a warm smile and nodded slightly in her direction. In that instant, he noticed her fair cheeks flush crimson, even the tips of her ears turning pink. However, this woman certainly possessed remarkable composure. She bit her lip for but a moment before regaining her usual calm demeanor. Turning, she picked up the intercom, her voice still cool. "All departments, prepare yourselves. We are about to commence filming for the first scene today. Let us get moving." Ji Bufan couldn't help but chuckle. If it were Lin Xiaoxue or Gu Qianqian, they would have already excitedly dashed over, clamoring for the bridal chamber, leaving no room for any other distractions. Meanwhile, Gu's mother enjoyed a deep slumber until noon and, after partaking in lunch, set off back to the bustling metropolis. Upon arriving at the old foreign-style house in the city, twilight had already enveloped the sycamore-lined streets. The warm yellow glow emanating from the floor-to-ceiling windows cast dappled shadows upon the stone path in the garden. As she entered, she found Aunt Wu reclining on the genuine leather sofa, the coffee table adorned with preserved plums and almond cakes, while a popular family drama played on the television. "Aunt Wu, weren't you supposed to be resting today? Why haven't you gone home?" Gu's mother asked. Discarding her high heels and allowing her bare feet to sink into the plush carpet, her delicate toes curling slightly as she melted into the sofa like a languid cat. She casually grabbed a velvety cushion to support her neck. The taut nerves from her long journey finally relaxed at that moment, her breath elongating in relief. Seeing the mistress return, Aunt Wu promptly stood up. "It's rather dull at home. I thought it better to come back and tidy up a bit." "Madam, you've just returned? Have you eaten?" "Not yet. Please make me a bowl of Yangshan noodles." Gu's mother's voice carried a hint of hoarseness. "Certainly. I'll also fry you a poached egg, slice some beef, and saute 2 large prawns," Aunt Wu replied, hastening towards the kitchen. She turned back for a moment, adding, "You look exhausted. Your legs seem unsteady and are trembling, but your complexion is still quite good." Before long, Gu's mother was called to dinner. After a brief respite, she headed straight back to her room for some much-needed rest. Meanwhile, in Hungdian, Ji Bufan and his wives were enjoying their dinner. Thanks to Ji Bufan, Mou was also indulging in a delightful meal at this 5-star hotel, and she even had the privilege of staying there. Previously, she had been lodged in a nearby 3-star hotel with the crew, as they were not a large production and had limited funds. At this moment, she sat at Ji Bufan's right side, her fingers caressing the stem of her wine glass, an undeniable smile illuminating her face. Just moments ago, Ji Bufan had completed their marriage application on his phone, and he had already received confirmation and consent from his legitimate wife. Now, she too was a married woman, and to such a young, handsome, and talented younger man at that. What extraordinary fortune had befallen her, she mused silently. Her grateful gaze unconsciously drifted towards Lin Xiaoxue. Seated across from her, it was all thanks to this junior's efforts. Lifting her glass, she watched the champagne bubbles joyfully dance within. "Xiaoxue," Mou's voice brimmed with excitement, "I must toast you. Were it not for your matchmaking, I would have never had this opportunity." As she spoke, her ears flushed a deep crimson, as if they might bleed. Lin Xiaoxue smiled warmly, raising her glass in return. "Senior, you truly ought to thank me. You are unaware of the considerable effort I expended to persuade my brother-in-law." Her gaze swept across everyone present, and she proclaimed, "From now on, we are all family. Come, let us raise a toast. Welcome, dear senior, to our family." The crowd raised their glasses in unison, while outside the restaurant's floor-to-ceiling windows, the nightscape of Hungdian sparkled like a river of stars. Mou gazed at the reflections of those around her in the glass, momentarily entranced by the beauty of it all, which felt almost surreal. She discreetly pinched her thigh, The pain served as a reminder that this was indeed not a dream. She truly had a family now. Although, admittedly, this family was rather large. Before long, her perception of this household evolved once more. It was a tad chaotic. As the night deepened, several girls had already retired for the evening. Mou leaned against Ji Buffan's shoulder, feeling drowsy herself. She languidly nestled closer, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. "Darling," she murmured, gently rubbing against his shoulder, "can we keep our marriage a secret from the crew for now? I fear it may create an undesirable impact. Once you finish filming, shall we inform everyone then?" Ji Buffon tenderly wrapped his arm around her soft waist, replying, "Of course. However, when we hold our wedding, would you prefer to join everyone, or should we have a private ceremony?" Mou shifted in his embrace to find a more comfortable position, contemplating, "Let us have it together. It will save us the trouble." She tilted her face upwards, her eyes sparkling with sweet delight. "One day, let us find a bridal photography studio here and take a few wedding photos. We don't need many, just enough to convey the sentiment." "Very well, as you wish." Ji Buffon tightened his embrace slightly. "Darling," Mou's voice gradually softened, imbued with affection, "you are truly wonderful." The couple exchanged no further words, simply relishing the warmth of each other's presence as time flowed gently in the serene night. After an indeterminate duration, Mou's breathing became long and steady, and she finally succumbed to a deep slumber in his arms. Ji Buffon carefully extricated himself, ensuring she was comfortably settled, tucking her blanket around her. He then attended to the other girls, covering them with light blankets before rising to leave. He stepped into the living room, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant city lights, his eyes reflecting a deeper hue. "System," he whispered. Having married Mou, he had also gained an opportunity for a system lottery. This could be considered an unexpected delight. After all, Ji Buffon had come to Hungyan merely to shoot bridal photographs, and his plans had only included winning over Lin's younger sister. He had never anticipated playing a cameo in her production, let alone winning the affection of the director. No, to be precise, he should say he had been won over. Regardless, it was clear that plans often fall short of reality. Life, indeed, is full of surprises. Upon reflection, Mou was truly an exceptional woman. She was of a similar age to Lin Muqing. In terms of personality, they shared similarities. Both were capable, career-oriented women with aspirations. Yet, the talents of the two individuals are distinctively unique. Lin Muqing excels in business ventures, while Mou shines as a distinguished student in the directing department of the Shanghai Drama Academy, possessing remarkable artistic prowess. Her physical attributes are equally impressive. Standing at a height of 175 centimeters, she surpasses many males, and her long legs are particularly striking, radiating allure and playfulness. Moreover, her emotions are refreshingly genuine. This can certainly be regarded as a serendipitous connection. Reflecting on her earlier playful demeanor in his embrace, Ji Buffon unconsciously smiled. "Zongzi brother, it's time for the lottery." He silently reminded himself. "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have attained mastery in Xingyiquan." Xingyiquan, one of the traditional internal martial arts, is characterized by its straightforward movements, rapid offensive strikes, the unity of heart and intention, as well as the coordination of shoulders and hips, merging the inner and outer aspects. It embodies the values of fitness, combat, and health cultivation. The host shall automatically master the profound techniques of Xingyiquan, becoming proficient in foundational stances, the 5 elements fist, and the 12 animal forms, among other advanced martial practices. Consequently, the host will also experience a transformation in temperament, gaining qualities such as masculinity and resilience, alongside a significant enhancement in physical fitness. "Wonderful!" Ji Buffon exclaimed with delight. This was precisely the reward he had yearned for. At this moment, he felt as though he had become a martial arts master. As a torrent of vast knowledge flooded his mind, he understood how to sink his chi into the dantian while standing in stance. The fierce power of the 5 elements fist manifested in actions such as chopping, crashing, drilling, cannon strikes, and horizontal blows. The intricate transformations of the 12 animal forms, including the dragon, tiger, monkey, and horse, flowed through him as if he had practiced for over a decade. His body felt imbued with immense strength. Instinctively, he assumed the San-Ti stance, feeling as if his feet had rooted into the ground, and as he extended his arms, a sharp sound sliced through the air. This Xingyiquan is extraordinary. Without hesitation, He commenced practicing the fist techniques, beginning with the 5 elements fist. The chopping punch resembled an axe cleaving through mountains. The crashing punch flew forth like an arrow. The drilling punch pierced the air with electric speed. The cannon punch reverberated like thunder. And the horizontal punch crashed against the shore like waves. The 5 elements fist was powerful and commanding, while the 12 animal forms danced with fluidity and change. In the dragon form, he moved gracefully, akin to a soaring dragon, his spine aligned with each motion, embodying both softness and strength. In the tiger form, his strikes were imbued with a fierce aura, his hands resembling claws capable of tearing through gold and iron. The monkey form exhibited agility and swiftness, reminiscent of a monkey darting through the trees, elusive and unpredictable. In the horse form, his steps thundered like a galloping steed, nearly damaging the carpet beneath him. After completing the series of movements, G. Buffon stood still, his body radiating warmth, his skin tinged with a gentle blush. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, which coalesced without dissipating, extending 3 feet before gradually fading away. Remarkable, he marveled, gazing at his hands. His previously slender arms now showcased defined muscle lines, tendons coiling like dragons. As he lightly clenched his fist, he could feel an explosive force within. Even more astonishing was the newfound sharpness of his senses. He could distinctly hear the conversations of passers-by outside the window. The distant flight of insects, their winged trajectories, appeared to him as if captured in slow motion. With each breath, his lungs swelled like a bellows, his exhalations deep and resonant, devoid of any lingering heaviness. Feeling the surging power within him, a smile graced his lips. From this day forth, I shall conquer 10. Chapter 73. Third Master S. Martial Arts. I truly cannot endure sweat beaded on G. Buffon's skin. He stretched his body, feeling as though he had been reborn, in a state of unparalleled vitality. Initially, after attending to a few delicate wives, he had felt somewhat drained. Yet now, he sensed that even several rounds of intimate pleasures would pose no challenge to him. Warm water cascaded over his robust physique, the bathroom enveloped in a soft mist. Standing before the mirror, he admired his nearly flawless form with satisfaction. A slight smile curved his lips, and a glimmer of pride sparkled in his eyes. With a physique like this, surely even men would feel envy, let alone women. The next day, at dawn, G. Buffon rose early and practiced Xingyi Quan. Subsequently, he sat at the desk in the living room, typing away. Time slipped by unnoticed. Click. The bedroom door creaked open gently. Gu Qianqian emerged, rubbing the sleep from her eyes, her silk camisole rippling softly with her movements. She lazily yawned, but upon raising her gaze, she froze in place. Damn, she exclaimed, her sleepiness evaporating instantly. She beheld her beloved Fanbao, sitting naked by the window, the morning light streaming in, casting a golden halo around him, making him appear almost ethereal. His focused profile displayed resolute lines, his Adam's apple bobbing with contemplation. The contours of his chest rose and fell gently with each breath, muscles firm yet understated. Each line exuded a sense of restrained power. His abdomen was flat and smooth, the subtle textures visible in the interplay of light and shadow, neither overtly accentuated nor lacking in vibrant life. The lines of his back were balanced and expansive, subtly shifting with his keystrokes, radiating a calm yet potent energy. Gu Qianqian could not help but swallow hard. What quickened her heartbeat most was the masculine aura that enveloped G. Buffon, an irresistible virility that drew her in. Fanbao, she unconsciously called out, her voice softer than usual. Upon hearing her, G. Buffon turned, sunlight dancing upon his lashes. Seeing Gu Qianqian's dazed expression, a tender smile spread across his face. Qianqian, my dear, you're awake? That smile rendered Gu Qianqian utterly captivated. Today, Gu Qianqian could not accompany the crew to the film set, nor could Song Qiaoqiao. In truth, it wasn't just the two of them. Director Mou and Lin Xiaoxue would have preferred to stay away if circumstances permitted. Heaven knows the restraint they both exerted to resist G. Buffon's infuriating charm and their own inner turmoil. Never assume that women lack desire. The fervor with which women become enamored is truly beyond imagination. Just observe Gu Qianqian and Song Qiaoqiao. They had barely risen when they succumbed to slumber once more. Upon arriving at the film set, G. Buffon found himself the center of attention, even more so than usual. Although he had always garnered interest, today was markedly different. The gazes of the actresses seemed ravenous, as if they wished to devour him. The crew members frequently concocted excuses to draw near, some to offer water, others to adjust costumes or lighting. There were even instances where individuals stumbled, nearly falling into his arms. "Mr. G, your costume looks splendid today," a makeup assistant said. Her cheeks flushed as her fingertips grazed his arm ever so lightly. "Brother G, would you like some water?" The script supervisor handed him a bottle of mineral water, her fingers brushing against his as he accepted it. Fortunately, a system was in place to subtly influence the perceptions of those around him. Otherwise, they might have quickly recognized that G. Buffon's demeanor, appearance, and even the very essence of his being were strikingly distinct from his usual self. For now, they merely perceived him as more radiant and captivating than before, inciting an irresistible urge to draw closer, to possess him, to ravage him. G. Buffon felt a sense of exasperation as he brushed away the unwelcome advances. Today, without the protection of Gu Qianqian and Song Qiaoqiao, he found himself in quite a predicament, as many seemed intent on taking liberties with him. It was beyond mere voyeurism. Lin Xiaoxua, unable to fend for herself, stamped her feet in frustration. "You all mustn't go too far." Yet, her pleas fell on deaf ears. It wasn't until a sharp command rang out, "Everyone, back off," that the atmosphere shifted. Director Mo strode over, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, retreating awkwardly. With a disdainful huff, Mo waited until the coast was clear before turning to G. Buffon and quietly saying, "Darling, stay close to me today. I can't let this crowd devour you." G. Buffon sighed in relief. All right. What G. Buffon had not anticipated was that the martial skills he had acquired the previous night would come into play so soon. The scene slated for filming today involved Yu Sanyi practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Yu Sanyi, a general on the border, had made a habit of physical training. Even upon returning to the capital, he maintained a daily practice routine. Initially, this scene was to be executed by a female stunt double, requiring G. Buffon to only capture a few close-up shots. However, the stunt double's performance today was subpar, her movements lacking vigor. Mo, increasingly exasperated, called for multiple takes, his expression darkening with each failed attempt. "Let's take a 10-minute break," he finally declared. Observing the situation, G. Buffon pondered for a moment before stepping forward. "Director Mo, why not allow me to handle this scene myself?" Mo paused in surprise. "You want to do it yourself, Mr. G? This is a martial arts scene. Are you capable?" G. Buffon smiled slightly. "Let us give it a try. To be frank, I have some knowledge of martial arts." Though Mo was somewhat skeptical, he ultimately nodded. "All right, let us see what you can do." The crew swiftly adjusted the equipment, and G. Buffon stepped in front of the camera, taking a deep breath. In the next moment, he moved with sudden intensity, his fists slicing through the air, his steps steady and powerful, exuding an imposing aura with each technique. The entire venue was astounded. "My husband truly possesses martial prowess?" Mo exclaimed, her eyes wide and her lips moving in disbelief. Then, with excitement, she slapped her thigh. "Yes, this is the Yu Sanyi I wanted." On screen, G. Buffon's figure flowed like a river, his punches and kicks generating a palpable wind, prompting even the martial arts director to exclaim, "These movements are more graceful than those of professional martial artists." The set was abuzz with restless whispers, all eyes riveted on G. Buffon. The leading lady, Su Won, felt her heart race and her chest grow warm, her breath quickening. "Sanyi knows martial arts. I can hardly bear it." She clutched her chest with one hand and grasped the arm of her close maid, Lin Xiaoxua, saying, "Xiaoxua, I can't take it anymore. Did you see that? Your brother-in-law can actually fight." Lin Xiaoxua's cheeks flushed, her gaze fixated as she murmured, "I saw it, and I'm nearly overwhelmed too." "Xiaoxua, I think I've fallen for your brother-in-law. What should I do?" Her humble plea was clear. "Could you let me have him for just one night?" Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoxua replied, "No way. Why not? Aren't we good sisters? I'm doing this for your own good. One night, you really can't handle it." Chapter 74. Truly in tears, Lin Xiaoxua's words left Su when incredulous, not believing a single punctuation mark. She pouted slightly, the corners of her mouth lifting. "Xiaoxua, do you underestimate me? If you're reluctant, just say so. I come from a background in dance. My stamina is exceptional." Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxua snorted through her nose, turning away. "Believe it or not, you'll be the one crying in the end. Does that mean you agree?" Su Wen's expression changed instantly as she affectionately linked her arm with Lin Xiaoxua's. "Thank you, Xiaoxua. Good sisters share a blanket. I will remember your kindness." What good is your agreement? Lin Xiaoxue shrugged off her hand, asking, what about my brother-in-law? The atmosphere on set was so fervent it felt almost ready to boil over. Everyone's gaze seemed magnetically drawn to the man encircled by 3 cameras at a 360-degree angle. Their eyes sparkled with infatuation, some even unconsciously biting their lower lips, their breaths quickening. However, amidst this joyous tumult, one individual appeared distinctly out of place. The leading man, Lin Jiayong, stood in a corner with a bitter expression, his heart heavy with discontent. He observed as all the attention was commandeered by Ji Bufan. Everyone, including his several wives and assistants, gazed at Ji Bufan with admiration. The feeling of being overshadowed was a deep source of sorrow for him. Once upon a time, these people revolved around him. Yet now, no one seemed to pay him any mind due to Ji Bufan's presence. This disparity pierced his heart like a knife. Humph, women truly are fickle, easily swayed by novelty. He sneered inwardly. Ji Bufan is merely slightly more handsome, possesses a touch more charm, and exhibits superior acting skills. Not to mention, he seems to have some martial arts prowess. Why is he so exceptional? Why must there be Ji when there is Lin? Lin Jiayong was engulfed in profound frustration, a wave of despondency washing over him, rendering life utterly mundane. He quietly approached the monitor and lowered his voice to ask, Director Mo, when will Teacher Ji's scenes be completed? Huh, what did you say? Director Mo did not lift his gaze, fixated on every motion of Ji Bufan on the screen. I am inquiring when Teacher Ji's filming will wrap up, Lin Jiayong emphasized with increased intensity. Oh, it's still quite early. No need to rush. Director Mo waved dismissively, awakening from his reverie. How can I not be anxious? Lin Jiayong exclaimed, nearly hopping in place. I am the leading man. The entire crew is revolving around Teacher Ji, and I, the male protagonist, am becoming nothing more than a background figure. Huh, what? Mo finally turned his head, yet wore a perplexed expression. Little Lin, if you have nothing to do, you might as well take a break. Today is your day off? I am quite busy here. With that, he immediately turned back to the screen, where his husband was executing an impressively flawless sidekick. Lin Jiayong opened his mouth, speechless and filled with indignation. He gazed at Ji Bufan, wishing to confront this infuriating individual and eject him from the production. However, he felt he would not prevail in such a confrontation. Better to let it be. After all, what need is there for men to trouble one another? Ji Bufan, a newcomer, was not without his struggles either. His martial arts debut astounded everyone present. With the director's call of cut, enthusiastic applause erupted throughout the venue. Those closer to him, like Lin Xiaoxue and Su Wan, clapped while approaching Ji Bufan, offering him drinks and inquiring about his well-being. Seeing this, Mo, concerned that Ji Bufan might be taken advantage of, summoned him to her side for protection. Then, she contemplated the footage just shot, considering editing a highlight reel to release online for some pre-publicity. With Ji Bufan's fluid martial arts performance, it would undoubtedly ignite fervent discussions on the internet. The drama's popularity would surely soar. The only regret was that, according to the broadcasting schedule, Ji Bufan's formal scenes would not be unveiled to the audience until the weekend. Mo could hardly contain her anticipation for the audience's reaction. Surely, they would be enamored, especially since Ji's husband is so remarkable. As time passed, the sun began its descent. The evening glow bathed the film set, cloaking the bustling scene in a warm golden hue. Mo clapped her hands and addressed everyone. That will be all for today. Thank you for your hard work. The crew members began methodically packing up the equipment, while the actors gradually made their way to the makeup room to remove their makeup and change. Just as Ji Bufan had finished changing out of his costume and was wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel, he suddenly heard a light footstep approaching from behind. Teacher Ji, Su Wan, hurriedly approached him, still clad in her costume, her elegantly made-up face tinged with a hint of shyness. With her head slightly bowed, she spoke softly. Do you have time this evening? I would like to invite you for dinner. Ji Bufan gazed at the anxious young woman before him, a gentle smile gracing his lips, yet he shook his head lightly. I'm sorry, I have matters to attend to this evening. What? Su Wan abruptly lifted her head, her delicate cheeks instantly flushing crimson. It felt as though her heart had been tightly squeezed, rendering her breathless. Had she just been rejected? This was her first brave attempt at pursuing a boy. God knows how long she had mentally prepared for this moment. Moreover, it was Lin Xiaoxue who had assured her that Teacher Ji did not dislike her, prompting her to take this step. Why had it turned out this way? She bit her lip in distress, her slender fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her attire, wishing she could vanish into thin air. "Then I shall take my leave," she stammered, turning away in a flurry, her eyes already glistening with unshed tears. "Wait." G. Buffon's voice suddenly called out from behind, tinged with barely suppressed amusement. "Miss Sue, I haven't finished speaking yet." Sue froze in place, lacking the courage to turn back. "I truly cannot dine with you, but perhaps later we could share a drink. I need to record a song with Director Mo and should be done before 10. Would that be acceptable?" Yes, I can wait. It doesn't matter how late it is." Sue spun around in sudden delight, nearly leaping for joy, only to quickly cover her mouth, fearing she might reveal her excitement too overtly. That evening, G. Buffon indeed had to record the song. After several days of effort, the music company had completed the arrangement, and the song was finally set for recording. The recording session that night proceeded more smoothly than anticipated. Several hours passed, and they had successfully recorded several commendable versions. With just a bit more refinement, they could achieve perfection. By the time they finished, it was already quite late, around 10:30. He sent a message to Sue, inviting her to meet in his room at the 5-star hotel he was staying in. Given the crowd around her, it wouldn't be appropriate for them to meet there. Therefore, he had specifically booked a room for this occasion. That night, Sue truly cried. She called Lin Xiaoxue, pleading for help. Chapter 75. G. Buffon's screen debut the following morning. Sue, wrapped in her silk quilt, lazily dialed Mo's number, her voice imbued with a hint of playful reproach. "Director Mo, I'm in dire straits. I simply cannot get out of bed today. Could I possibly take a day off?" Beside her, Lin Xiaoxue leaned closer to the microphone in agreement. "Me too. I also wish to take a leave." On the other end, Mo's temper flared instantly. "Are you two staging a rebellion? One is the lead actress, and the other is her devoted handmaiden. How can we proceed with filming if both of you are absent? Tell me how we are to shoot this." "Blame me then. It's not my husband's fault," Sue murmured softly, already aware of the relationship between G. Buffon and Mo. Mo, rendered speechless by anger, retorted, I'm going to see what is happening right now. Since it's raining outside, I doubt we can film this morning anyway." It's raining? How wonderful." Sue and Lin Xiaoxue cheered. "You both were oblivious to such heavy rain outside. We had no idea. We are completely out of the loop," they replied. Soon after Mo arrived, she too found herself at a loss. Ultimately, the production team decided to grant a day off, allowing everyone to rest. G. Buffon enjoyed a leisurely day. After attending to his several wives, he found himself free. Having been busy recently, he relished this rare moment of tranquility that belonged solely to him. He first called his wife Mu Qing and teacher Lin, listening to their gentle voices and engaging in light conversation. Following that, he checked in on Gumu, discussing mundane family matters with genuine concern. Next, he brewed some tea and began to write. Speaking of which, his latest novel, The 7 Days of Doom, had recently attracted the interest of a wealthy patroness who was particularly generous. Every time he updated, she would send several extravagant gifts. In a matter of days, she had dethroned Gu Qianqian from her second-place ranking and was swiftly approaching the first position held by Wen Yublum. G. Buffon intended to write more today and offer her a few extra chapters. He also thought to remind Gu Mu not to compete with this patroness for the top spot, as such superficial fame held little significance. Thus, the day of leisure slipped by quietly. In the following days, G. Buffon's life revolved primarily between the film set and the hotel, a monotonous routine. Apart from stealing moments to shoot several wedding photos with Mo and completing the recording of a song, there was little of note. Notably, Sue had nearly moved in with G. Buffon, seamlessly integrating herself into his household. She spent her days frolicking with everyone, their interactions harmonious. However, she never broached the subject of marriage with G. Buffon. Puzzled, he inquired with Lin Xiaoxue, who revealed that Sue harbored lofty ambitions and desired to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry, believing marriage might impede her progress. Additionally, at her young age, she felt no urgency. G. Buffon felt a twinge of regret upon realizing this. To be fair, Sue was indeed a rare beauty, possessing a soft figure and outstanding charisma. As an emerging starlet, she had garnered some fame in the industry, enhanced further by the aura of celebrity. Whenever they gathered, her star status was often a source of light-hearted banter, adding a delightful vibrancy to their lives. G. Buffon particularly cherished the time spent with her, especially upon hearing that her family had some background. Her aunt was apparently the head of a film company. Marrying her would certainly not be a loss for him. Although the other party currently has no intention of proposing, Ji Bufan estimates that it is only a matter of time. After all, he is true to his name. During their time together, Suwon cried every day. Time, like a fleeting shadow, swiftly brought them to Saturday, a day of special significance. Tonight, Ji Bufan's portrayal of the character Yusan will make its debut in the drama How Deep is the Courtyard. The Lin sisters, Lin Muqing and Lin Muyu, have also come to visit, seeking solace in their longing. As night fell and the lights began to twinkle, the living room of the hotel's top-floor suite was ablaze with illumination. Ji Bufan reclined lazily on a genuine leather sofa, flanked by Lin Muqing and Lin Muyu, who nestled beside him, their faces radiating contentment. Other family members gathered around in small clusters, engaging in cheerful banter while occasionally casting glances toward the television screen, eagerly awaiting the on-screen debut of their beloved husband. Simultaneously, across the nation, countless individuals either sat in front of their televisions or clutched their phones, anticipating the introduction of this new character. The production team had previously released numerous stills and behind-the-scenes footage featuring Ji Bufan online, piquing the public's curiosity. No one had anticipated that this seemingly ordinary historical drama, nearing its conclusion, would introduce such an astonishingly talented actor previously unknown to them. After witnessing Ji Bufan's fluid martial arts sequences, many were captivated, their hearts stirred with impatience. Numerous viewers set aside their tasks, focusing on the drama, subscribing for early access to the streaming platform, eager to behold the charm of Yusan in the actual episodes. Lu Tingting, a worker from the lower strata, typically spent her days delivering takeout. Unlike usual, today she finished her orders early, skipping the evening rush. She purchased the cheapest fried rice from a roadside stall and a bottle of ice-cold beer from a convenience store before hastily returning to her rented room. As she took out her phone, her fingers trembled slightly. A few days prior, during a short break between deliveries, she had stumbled upon Yusan. In that fleeting moment, something struck her heart, a dizzying sensation that constricted her breath. For the first time, she felt the urge to follow a star, yearning to uncover the essence of this seemingly perfect man. She desired to know everything about him. Typically, Lu Tingting did not watch television dramas. After a long day of deliveries, she was too exhausted to do anything but collapse into bed, occasionally scrolling through short videos or watching a few films to satisfy her bodily needs. However, today, for Yusan, she downloaded the Tungda video app, upgraded to a premium membership, and purchased early access. As the screen illuminated and the opening theme played, Lu Tingting nervously swallowed. When Yusan finally appeared on screen, her breath nearly caught in her throat. Clad in a general's armor, his sword swayed gently at his waist with the rhythm of the galloping horse, producing a subtle sound of metal clashing. The camera slowly advances, casting delicate shadows from his slightly lowered eyelashes upon his eyelids, while the faint smile at the corner of his lips seems to conceal a multitude of unspoken words, as if it carries the weight of the hardships endured on the battlefield. Suddenly, an upbeat accompaniment fills the air, followed by a soulful operatic voice that pierces the heart. In the scene, the gathered crowd erupts in excitement, exclaiming, "It's Master Yusan. Master Yusan has returned." Lu Tingting feels a rush of warmth surge to her head, her throat parched with thirst. In a flurry, she grabs a chilled beer and tilts her head back, gulping down several mouthfuls. The icy liquid glides down her throat, yet it cannot extinguish the inexplicable heat rising within her. There are many others like Lu Tingting. Such scenes are unfolding in countless corners. After all, Ji Bufan's martial arts video has been trending, attracting a multitude of admirers. Upon witnessing this electrifying moment, some gasp in excitement, while others stand mesmerized. Some hurriedly dial friends to share the news, urging them to pay attention to this treasure of a young man, Ji Bufan. Naturally, there are those who quietly exit the interface and navigate to obscure websites. Emotions surge, uncontrollable. Reactions vary widely. In the Magic City, the Lin family is gathered in their living room, eyes glued to the television. On the screen, Ji Bufan's stunning appearance and exceptional talent dazzle everyone. "Is this really our little Ji?" Lin father exclaims, disbelief evident in his voice. "I hardly recognize him. I didn't know he could act," murmurs Muqing, Lin mother. Her eyes bright with barely concealed joy, adds, "It must be true. Several children called to tell me." Yet, she pauses, her gaze returning to the screen, acknowledging that little Ji is indeed remarkably handsome, rivaling even the hottest male stars. In the corner, Aunt Lynn unconsciously tightens her grip on her handkerchief. Gazing at the radiant G Buffon on the screen, she secretly muses, "Little G is so exceptional. My daughter would be incredibly fortunate to marry him." With this thought, she quietly resolves to take on more private work, keeping the earnings to support little G. Meanwhile, Aunt Lynn, leaning against the sofa, absent-mindedly brushes her hair aside. Her autumn-like eyes reflect the screen's soft glow, their gaze dreamy and fluid. In the old of the Gu family, Gu mother and Aunt Wu are also captivated by the television. Wow, Aunt Wu cannot help but exclaim, "I never expected Mr. G to look so splendid on screen." Qianqian is truly fortunate. Gu mother smiles, yet her eyes remain fixed on the screen as she softly replies, "Indeed, I didn't expect it either." In truth, her phone is already filled with countless photos sent by her daughter. The young girl almost daily sends her a few snapshots of G Buffon's everyday life, whether he is dining, reading scripts, or even just napping on the sofa, his profile captured in a serene moment. At this moment, the commanding presence he portrays on screen feels remarkably familiar. Otherwise, she wouldn't have unexpectedly embarked on a business trip last week. Aunt Wu remains lost in admiration, shaking her head in disbelief. How astonishing! Mr. G, whom I have encountered several times, is undeniably a gentle and polite young man. Yet, once he appears on television, he transforms into such a formidable general. That is all acting. Gu's mother chuckles lightly, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the rim of her teacup. I know, but he performs so convincingly. It's truly remarkable. Aunt Wu's eyes sparkle as she suddenly lowers her voice, infused with a hint of urban gossip. "Madam, someone like Mr. G must earn quite a fortune through acting, right?" Gu's mother lowers her gaze, sipping her tea, her smile deepening. "Who knows? As long as Xiao Ji enjoys it, that's what matters." Qianqian supports him. Aunt Wu suddenly feels a twinge of jealousy. She is aware that actors can earn substantial sums, especially male actors. This son-in-law of the Gu family, who not long ago was an ordinary person, has now transformed into a dazzling star. How fortunate is that girl, Qianqian? Reflecting on the matter, she has always held a certain disdain for Qianqian, viewing her as a frivolous rich second generation, idling her days away, either shopping or indulging in afternoon tea, utterly lacking in ambition. At this rate, she would inevitably squander the family fortune. Yet who could have predicted that fortune would smile upon her? With her husband suddenly striking it rich, though relying on a man for support may not sound commendable, who isn't envious. First, her mother provided for her, and now her husband continues to do so, ensuring a life of comfort and luxury, devoid of hardship. In stark contrast, she thinks of her own daughter, toiling late into the night, laboring tirelessly for others. The meager earnings she brings home barely suffice to purchase a single bag that Qianqian casually carries. Aunt Wu feels a pang of bitterness and cannot help but sigh inwardly. Ah, the destinies of people truly differ. Comparing one with another is enough to rattle the soul. Unbeknownst to Gu's mother, Aunt Wu has unwittingly added her own dramatic flair to the situation. She gazes at the tall figure on the screen, momentarily lost in thought. After a long pause, she picks up her phone, tapping the screen to send a message. "Xiao Ji, please return NES call when convenient." Meanwhile, G Buffon is surrounded by laughter and merriment, the atmosphere vibrant. Everyone watches the screen, where a flurry of comments appears, eliciting laughter. Some declare their intention to marry G Buffon, others wish to bear his children, while some jest about wanting to smother him with affection or even support him financially. The commentary is a cacophony of playful banter, each more outrageous than the last, provoking fits of laughter. G Buffon glances at the comments, shaking his head with a smile. Most are simply keyboard warriors indulging in humor, not to be taken seriously. The truly wealthy are the ones toiling away, sweat pouring down as they are dragged into the fray. Those without riches can only pause their devices to magnify their view. The virtual realm is a facade, enchanting yet illusory. In stark contrast, reality is unforgiving. Those women who claim they wish to bear his children may very well struggle to pay next month's rent. Wow, Fanbao, your followers have surged again. You're nearly at 300,000. Gu Qianqian exclaimed, her voice brimming with uncontainable excitement as she held up her phone. During this period, Gu Qianqian had been assisting in managing G Buffon's social media accounts, meticulously sharing behind-the-scenes snippets, candid photographs, and promotional videos for the character Yu San Yi released by the production team. Initially, Ji Buffan's account boasted only a modest following of about 20,000, accumulated during his university days. However, through diligent efforts, that number had now swelled to over 100,000. Remarkably, just moments ago, even before the airing of a single episode of the drama was complete, the follower count had astonishingly doubled. Such an exponential growth was akin to riding a rocket. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before it surpassed 1 million. Ji Buffan, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy and excitement. With so many fans, it was likely that a significant number were young women. Among them, there must be a fair share of quality individuals. Even if it's 1 in 1,000, there could still be dozens. Could I perhaps start to cultivate a fan base? Chapter 77. The Taste of Fame in the Living Room. MOU's phone incessantly rang. Ever since Ji Buffan's character Yu San Yi made his debut, invitations and inquiries from various directors and investors had flooded in, all eager to discover where she had unearthed such a gem in Ji Buffan. MOU, who else wants me to make a cameo? Ji Buffan inquired as she concluded a call, waving at her with a smile. MOU shook her head as she approached, leaning against his shoulder. There have been many who wished for you to make a cameo, but I've turned them all down. None of the roles were particularly enticing. Besides, you have no time. A smile graced her face as she continued. That was just our production's investor calling to inform us they wish to add 8 million to the budget. Out of that, 2 million is meant as an increase in your compensation. Your initial pay was set too low. Such good fortune exists? Ji Buffan queried, perplexed. Yes, our investor is quite generous. However, it is also due to your influence that she has earned significantly more than anticipated. MOU explained. That is indeed a rare occurrence. I am compensated for my work in film, after all. Investors take risks when they finance projects. It is only fair they reap rewards. For them to be willing to allocate additional funds is commendable. Exactly. By the way, my dear, the head of that investment firm will be coming tomorrow. She wishes to meet you, so be prepared. Prepared for what? They certainly wish to sign you. This boss not only invests in films, but also owns a talent agency with numerous artists under her management. By the way, Soo-won is affiliated with them. And it seems the owner is her aunt. MOU glanced at Soo-won and asked, Little Sue, Sue Monley, the general manager, is your aunt, Iasintishi? I'm not mistaken, am I? At that moment, Soo-won was engrossed with Gu Qianqian, analyzing the rapid increase in Ji Buffan's followers, and upon hearing the question, turned to answer, Yes, Director Mo, she is indeed my aunt. Why do you ask? MOU replied, Your aunt is coming tomorrow. Are you aware? Why is she coming? Soo-won inquired, clearly unaware of the news. However, she soon deduced the reason. Oh, it must be because of Teacher Ji, right? MOU replied, Indeed, tomorrow evening. President Soo is hosting a dinner. You should join us. Soo-won nodded. Of course, no problem. At that moment, Ji Buffan tightened his arm around MOU's waist and said, Wife, let's not discuss other matters for now. What should I do about the contract? I certainly do not wish to be constrained. Ji Buffan instinctively felt apprehensive about contracts. This stemmed from his previous life, where he had witnessed numerous cases of deceit linked to contracts online, such as with Lee Ziki and Chef Sway. He perceived such companies as parasitic. Sensing Ji Buffan's anxiety, MOU gently patted the back of his hand, reassuring him, Do not worry. I will keep a close watch. If the contract is unsuitable, we simply won't sign it. Her tone was tender. However, nowadays, male actors are pampered by their agencies, and the terms are quite lenient, so they want to be bound. The key is to negotiate a fair revenue-sharing ratio and the conditions for termination. Can't I just be a free agent? Ji Buffan asked somewhat naively. MOU could not help but chuckle. Of course, you can. She counted on her fingers. But who will manage your schedule? Who will handle legal, financial, and tax matters? What about publicity, endorsements, media operations, copyright management, and crisis public relations? Ji Buffan felt overwhelmed, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. All right. I see I was thinking too simplistically. Silly, MOU said, her eyes filled with affection. The most important aspect of a good agency is to assist you in planning your acting career. Her tone grew serious. For instance, they will shield you from low-quality dramas that could tarnish your reputation, filtering out truly valuable scripts that can enhance your worth. Soo-won, who had been listening nearby, suddenly interjected, They can also help you avoid those ill-intentioned dinner invitations, so you won't be subjected to the advances of unscrupulous women. Ji Buffan thought that was unnecessary. But MOU nodded vigorously. Yes, that is also very important. A good agency will protect you comprehensively. President Sue is quite commendable. I have never heard of her male artists being mistreated. Of course, Suwon replied proudly, straightening her back. My aunt is very principled and has no tolerance for those who bully men by virtue of their wealth and power. She herself sets an example, never allowing any sordid dealings within her company. Mo nodded in agreement, her gaze tinged with admiration. Listening to their conversation, Ji Bufan could not help but feel a growing curiosity about this President Sue, whom he had yet to meet. He wondered what she looked like, her age, her worth, and whether she was in a stable marital situation. That night, the atmosphere among everyone was quite lively, even late into the night. The room was filled with bursts of laughter and joy. Yet, for some unknown reason, there were also faint sounds of sobbing interspersed within. The next morning, as Ji Bufan opened the door to his room, he sensed a subtle shift in the surrounding atmosphere. In the hallway, hotel staff paused in their tracks, casting eager glances in his direction. Good morning, Mr. Ji. The sound of greetings echoed, accompanied by perfectly timed smiles. Several guests turned their heads frequently, their eyes sparkling with the delight of recognizing a celebrity. Ji Bofin nodded slightly, a composed smile gracing his lips. Yet a flicker of curiosity stirred within him. Was this the essence of fame? However, as he stepped out of the hotel, the sight before him halted his stride. Over a dozen young girls brandished meticulously crafted signs, proclaiming Yu San Yi is the best. Fan Fan, I love you. In the morning light, vividly striking. Upon seeing Ji Bofin emerge, these fervent fans erupted with astonished joy, rushing towards him, startling Ji Bofin. Fearing they might whisk him away, he instinctively took a couple of steps back. Yet, his 6 wives and Suwon quickly positioned themselves in front of him, anxiously shielding him from the crowd. Fortunately, the fans retained a semblance of rationality, halting a few meters away. They bombarded him with an array of peculiar questions. Senyi, did you sleep well last night? Fan Fan, you are so handsome. Have you married enough wives? Do you have children? Do you like twins? They also clamored for his autograph. Observing these enthusiastic yet restrained young women, Ji Bofin gradually relaxed his tense demeanor. The morning breeze, carrying a slight chill, could not dispel the warmth brought by their care and admiration. He accepted the offered pen and, with a sincere smile illuminated by the morning sun, expressed, "Thank you all for your affection. Please take care. My preferences are quite normal. Thank you." Once aboard the production crew's bus, Ji Bofin waved goodbye to them through the window. The fans erupted in excited screams, some even teary-eyed, running a few steps after the vehicle in reluctant farewell. Mo chuckled, "Darling, you were truly kind to them. I reckon these people will become your loyal supporters in the future. They have it tough too." Ji Bofin gazed at the gradually receding crowd outside, sighing softly, pondering how long they had been waiting here, and how they had managed to discover his whereabouts so quickly, clearly investing considerable effort. While he did not fully comprehend the actions of these fans, he expressed his respect. Mo nodded. "You performed admirably just now, showing great poise." "Well, aside from those initial 2 steps back, which seemed a bit flustered, I was startled indeed." Ji Bofin laughed. At that moment, Lin Muching, still shaken, furrowed her brow and remarked, "That was truly frightening. What if there were some crazed individuals? The consequences could be dire. Darling, should we reconsider this acting career?" Ji Bofin affectionately ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "Don't worry. With so many of you protecting me, I feel safe. Besides, they all seem to understand their boundaries." Pursuing their admiration politely. In truth, Ji Bofin, aside from the initial surprise, quickly regained his composure. The laws of this world provide special protections for men. Encountering the vile incident of harassment by men, the penalties are exceptionally severe, often resulting in imprisonment without hesitation. Thus, ordinary individuals would refrain from seeking discomfort. Even in the instance that just transpired, had Ji Bufan reported the matter, accusing them of sexual harassment, the authorities would have swiftly intervened, apprehending them without room for explanation, leading directly to a conviction. After all, no young man would jest with his own integrity. It is merely that Ji Bufan would not resort to such measures, considering it utterly unscrupulous. Lin Muching furrowed her brow, still feeling somewhat uneasy. She had initially planned to accompany Ji Bufan to the film set in the morning and return to Shanghai with her sister in the afternoon, with Song Xiaoqiao joining them. This girl, unable to remain idle, had been indulging in leisure with Ji Bufan for days, feeling increasingly restless. With no laundry to do, no meals to prepare, and even cleaning being taken care of, she felt as though she might become utterly useless. Song Xiaoqiao was eager to return and tidy up their new home. She had heard that Muqing and her companions were close to finishing their move. Lin Muqing contemplated the situation, realizing that very few would remain by Ji Bufan's side. Her gaze shifted to Lin Muyu, and she resolved to keep her there. Muyu, you shall not accompany me this afternoon. Stay here with your husband. You are quite sturdy and can protect him well. Upon hearing this, Lin Muyu's expression turned somewhat troubled. Sister, can I not stay? Absolutely not. You must remain. Lin Muqing replied sternly. School has not yet commenced, and you can write your novel anywhere. Your husband requires protection. However, Lin Muyu's ears tinged with a faint blush as she hesitated. I have no issue with safeguarding Xiao Ji, but I fear I may struggle with the proximity. Lin Muyu felt that meeting Ji Bufan once a week was just right. Being together every day felt overwhelming. With a mix of frustration and exasperation, Lin Muqing poked her forehead. Can you not muster some resolve? Look at Xiaoqiao, so petite, and yet she has stayed here for quite some time. Why can't you learn from her? It's settled then. Very well. Lin Muyu resigned herself to the decision. Lin Muqing then turned to Gu Qianqian and Lin Xiaoxue. Qianqian, Xiaoxue, remember to purchase a few bottles of defensive spray to carry with you, just in case. Understood. Sister Muqing, Gu Qianqian nodded obediently. Got it, big sister. Lin Xiaoxue gestured affirmatively. With such arrangements in place, Lin Muqing felt a sense of security. Upon arriving at the filming location, everything appeared to be in order. The set was guarded, preventing any outsiders from entering. However, Ji Bufan could sense the gazes directed towards him were more fervent than ever. Everyone was offering their congratulations, scrutinizing him as he officially commenced filming. As it happened, the progress of Ji Bufan's scenes had been remarkably swift. They were nearing completion. In the drama, he portrayed Yu Sanyi, who returns to the capital for official duties, intending to stay for over a month before returning to the border. His role was nearing its conclusion, comprising approximately 10 episodes in total. At the outset, MOU harbored concerns that there might be an excessive number of scenes to shoot, and with Ji Bufan's limited time, the production might not come to fruition. However, the filming process unfolded with astonishing ease. Ji Bufan's performance was exceptional, leading to an accelerated shooting schedule that prompted the need to devise ways to add more scenes for him. MOU had already delegated the task to the screenwriter, seeking to find a means for Ji Bufan's character, Yu Sanyi, to remain in the capital for an additional month. Ji Bufan had no objections, as he still had ample time and was in no rush to return to Magic City. After all, where one plays is merely a matter of perspective. Moreover, having recently received $2 million from the investor, he could not possibly wrap up filming so soon. Based on his previous rates, that amount would equate to 200 shoots. The afternoon arrived swiftly. Today, MOU accompanied Ji Bufan and Su Wen as they left the set early. President Su had already arrived in Hungdian, and they were to meet her. Shortly thereafter, in the Hotel ST room, Ji Bufan encountered the gracious and captivating Su Xiaogu, whom he had long admired. Amidst the fragrant tea, a woman of exquisite Eastern elegance sat composedly. She wore a sleeveless black qipao, its flowing cut perfectly accentuating her graceful silhouette. Her lustrous black hair was styled into an intricate bun, revealing a beautifully contoured neck. A pair of jade earrings swayed gently with her movements, while a translucent jade bracelet adorned her wrist, enhancing her complexion that resembled fine porcelain. When she raised her gaze with a gentle smile, her eyes radiated the warmth and charm characteristic of a mature woman. The subtle smile at the corner of her lips seemed to conceal untold stories. Xiaogu, we have arrived, Su Wen greeted with a wave, then introduced Ji Bufan. Teacher Ji, this is my Xiaogu. That's nonsense. She is clearly your sister. Ji Bufan did not anticipate that Su Wen Xiaogu would possess such allure and charm. She exuded a unique elegance, a refinement sculpted by time and wealth. The passage of years had not diminished her brilliance. Instead, it had bestowed upon her a lustrous, jade-like quality. Truly enchanting. As he spoke, the three women present burst into laughter. Su Wen, her eyes sparkling, approached and linked her arm with Xiaogu's. See? I told you Xiaogu resembles my sister. She looks so youthful. Su Xiaogu covered her lips with a soft laugh. Teacher Ji certainly knows how to flatter. Alas, time is unforgiving at my age. I cannot compete with you young people. President Su is being too modest. Ji Bufan replied earnestly. Your grace and charm are unattainable for many young women. You, Teacher Ji, are the true embodiment of youthful talent. Su Xiaogu responded with a smile, her gaze tinged with admiration. Mou, unable to resist teasing, chimed in. All right. If you two continue this mutual flattery, I might just get goosebumps. Having known Su Xiaogu for many years, her tone was both familiar and casual. As the guests settled into their seats, Su Xiaogu personally poured tea, her slender fingers delicately cradling the teacup, movements flowing with grace. Teacher Ji, I am sincerely grateful for your assistance with the production of Deep Courtyard, she said, inclining her body slightly, her voice soft and gentle. I have long wished to meet you, but have been unable to find the time. I hope you can forgive me. Turning to Mou, gratitude flickered in her eyes. Xiaomo, thank you for your discerning eye in discovering such a treasure as Teacher Ji. I had not anticipated that this production would yield profit. It is truly a delightful surprise. Ji Bufan humbly waved his hand, a polite smile gracing his lips, fully aware that these were mere formalities and should not be taken to heart. However, Mou playfully winked. How much has Su Zong earned? Share it with us so we may revel in your joy. Well, Su Xiaogu chuckled lightly. I cannot disclose that. But rest assured, you will receive a substantial red envelope. She then shifted the conversation, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. But you haven't told me. Where on earth did you find Teacher Ji? His acting is exceptional, and he possesses such charm. Is he part of your magical troupe? Not at all. Speaking of which, my meeting with my husband was also a matter of fate, Mou replied, wrapping her arm around Ji Bufan's. Observing this scene, Su Xiaogu's teacup trembled slightly, nearly spilling its contents. Her eyes widened. Xiaomo, what is going on between you two? Indeed, we are already married. Mou beamed with joy. Su Zong, aren't you envious? Her tone was filled with sweet pride. Su Xiaogu paused momentarily before her face broke into a radiant smile. Envious? Oh, I am indeed envious. Her voice carried heartfelt blessings. Xiaomo, congratulations. You have truly persevered. Yes, Su Zong, do not lose heart, Mou gently reassured her. You two shall surely find your Prince Charming. The other woman shook her head softly. I think I shall pass, she murmured, lowering her gaze to caress the jade bracelet on her wrist, her voice trailing off, the spirit of hope seemingly fading. Ji Bufan, intrigued, glanced at Su Wen, silently inquiring about the situation. Understanding his look, Su Wen subtly beckoned him closer. Leaning into Ji Bufan's ear, she whispered, My aunt lost her husband in a car accident 10 years ago. She has not found someone suitable in all these years. It has been quite lonely for her. At this revelation, Ji Bufan's eyes flickered with surprise and sympathy. How could this be? After a brief silence, he couldn't help but ask softly, given your aunt's qualities, why has she not found a suitable partner? Su Wen shook her head. It is not so simple. She glanced at her aunt, who was conversing with Mou, her voice dropping further. Many men pursue her for her wealth. Following her gaze, Ji Bufan observed Su Xiaogu, who gracefully lifted her teacup, a warm smile adorning her face. Yet beneath that exquisite facade, he sensed a well-concealed loneliness. The setting sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft halo over her profile, rendering that solitude all the more poignant. He truly wished to console her. Such a thought suddenly arose in Ji Bufan's mind. When one has an idea, it must be acted upon. If opportunities do not present themselves, one must create them. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Su Wen and said, Wen, it seems your aunt has had quite a challenging time. She has treated me so well, gifting me 2 million. I wish to express my gratitude. Su Wen blinked. Momentarily perplexed, express? What do you mean by that? Ji Bufan playfully tapped her thigh. What else could I mean? I am a man. What else could I offer? What do you think? Wow. Su Wen gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Really? Teacher Ji, are you truly willing to do this for my aunt? You're so wonderful. However, Ji Bufan feigned hesitation. But would your aunt be willing to accept? Naturally, Su Wen intended to respond affirmatively. Yet, recalling her aunt's aloof and reserved nature, she found herself uncertain. By all accounts, a handsome man like Ji Bufan would surely captivate any woman's heart, across all ages. Her aunt would be no exception. However, to pursue something genuine might require some persuasive effort. Teacher Ji, Su Wen smiled, her eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief. Leave this matter to me. My aunt has led a rather plain life these past few years. It is high time she indulged in something delightful. Chapter 79, Aunt. You also have the chance to pursue Teacher Ji Bufan and Su Wen were engaged in hushed whispers, their demeanor overly intimate. This prompted Su Xiaogu to furrow her brows, her gaze flitting between the two. She couldn't shake the feeling that their relationship was rather unconventional. Puzzled, she turned to Mou, who merely smiled and nodded, further deepening Su Xiaogu's confusion. She was acutely aware that her niece, Su Wan, had no intention of marrying for her career's sake these past few years. Thus, it appeared that the girl was merely toying with young Ji. Yet, why was Mou so indifferent to the situation? Was she truly so unconcerned? If it were her, Su Xiaogu knew she could never tolerate such behavior. Her views remained quite conservative. Even in a society that celebrated open relationships, she believed that the best approach was to see no evil. Witnessing such antics would undoubtedly infuriate her. However, after tonight, many of her long-standing beliefs would be utterly transformed, and her awareness would be significantly elevated. As the group shared tea and chatted, they soon made their way to the dining room as the lights began to shimmer. Beneath the crystal chandelier, glasses clinked amidst laughter and conversation. Ji Bufan, with his cheerful disposition and clever quips, punctuated the atmosphere perfectly, ensuring that the sounds of joy and laughter filled the air. Due to the marital relationship between Mou and Ji Bufan, Su Xiaogu expressed that the contract she had previously prepared for Ji Bufan was somewhat unsuitable and needed to be elevated. Upon hearing this, Mou, with a playful glimmer in her eyes, remarked, "President Su, you must show sincerity for my husband and me, you know. You have no idea how many agencies are queuing up to sign my husband." Su Xiaogu smiled knowingly, her tone resolute. "Xiao Mo, you need not worry. You know my character well." She cast a penetrating gaze toward Ji Bufan, declaring, "I am unafraid of fair competition. I dare say no other company can offer terms more favorable than mine." That's reassuring. Mou raised her glass in acknowledgement. "Then I shall express my gratitude to President Su on behalf of my husband." After they clinked their glasses and drank, Ji Bufan timely raised his glass as well. "I also toast to President Su. I hope for your continued guidance." "Are you two trying to get me drunk?" Su Xiaogu teased, yet she readily lifted her glass and drank it all. After downing 2 glasses, Su Xiaogu felt a slight warmth in her cheeks. The effects of the alcohol surged, prompting her to excuse herself to the restroom for a splash of water to regain clarity. As she rose to leave, Su Wan, putting down her utensils, followed suit. "Cousin, I'll join you." In the restroom, the warm yellow light illuminated the smooth mirror. Su Xiaogu lowered her head to wash her hands, the cool water flowing over her fingertips slightly dispelling the effects of the alcohol. She looked up at her reflection. Her eyes slightly reddened, but unable to conceal her joyful expression. Su Wan stood nearby, touching up her makeup, delicately applying lipstick. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, "Cousin, what do you think of Teacher Ji? He is undoubtedly wonderful." Su Xiaogu responded without hesitation, her tone brimming with admiration. She felt elated, especially since Ji Bufan had just indicated that he would prioritize signing with her company. Even if other agencies offered slightly better terms, as long as the disparity was minimal, he would not easily waver. This sincerity touched her deeply. In her mind, she was already calculating a sufficiently generous and flexible contract for Ji Bufan, hoping to convey that she, Su Manli, never shortchanges her own. Moreover, Ji Bufan was indeed exceptional. It had been a long time since she encountered such a remarkable young man. Not only was he strikingly handsome, but his acting skills were solid, and his personality was refreshingly cheerful. Earlier at the table, she had unintentionally consumed a few extra drinks, all because he made her laugh heartily, leaving her feeling joyous and at ease. Indeed, it had been a long time since she had felt this happy. Suddenly, Su Xiaogu had a thought and turned to Su Wan, narrowing her eyes as she questioned, "Wan, you must confess, have you developed a relationship with Teacher Ji?" Su Wan nodded candidly. "Yes, I am with Teacher Ji." Su Xiaogu widened her eyes in disbelief. "How could you be so reckless with someone else's boy? Can you take responsibility?" "He didn't ask me to," Su Wan replied. Su Wan pouted. "Besides, Teacher Ji is quite fond of me. We share mutual feelings. How could that be considered frivolous? Is that your justification for playing with someone's emotions?" "Oh dear." Su Wan found herself in a mix of laughter and tears. "I have already stated that there is no frivolity nor manipulation involved. If we must speak frankly, I am the one being wronged here, all right? You wouldn't understand how remarkable Teacher Ji is. Silly girl, you've already begun to stray. Didn't I advise you to maintain a proper lifestyle? And here you are, forgetting it all in an instant. I haven't forgotten. I've only been close with Teacher Ji, dear aunt, so please don't scold me." Su Wan replied playfully. then suddenly shifted the topic. Actually, there is an opportunity now, dear aunt. You might also have a chance to engage with Teacher G. What? On, clarify your words. Aunt Sue took a step back in shock. Her tone shifted. When Ji Buffon met Aunt Sue again, he keenly noticed something unusual in her demeanor. The moment their gazes met, hers would instinctively avert, her cheeks slightly flushed, revealing a hint of undeniable shyness. A stirring in Ji Buffon's heart prompted him to glance at Sue Won, who smirked triumphantly, raising an eyebrow at him, her eyes shimmering with mischievous delight. In an instant, Ji Buffon understood the implication, a knowing smile forming at the corner of his lips. He silently expressed his appreciation to Sue Won with a thumbs up. The dinner that followed concluded swiftly in a subtle, yet charged atmosphere. Everyone tacitly quickened their pace, soon rising to leave the table. Aunt Sue had also booked a suite on the top floor. They all took the elevator upstairs together. MOU, already aware of Ji Buffon's intentions for the evening, teased. Darling, Suzong just had quite a bit to drink. Why don't you take the trouble to escort her back to her room? Sure, MOU my dear. You should also head to your room and rest early. Ji Buffon readily complied, gently supporting Aunt Sue's arm. She intended to decline, but upon feeling his strong and steady arm, the words caught in her throat. She could only glare at MOU in annoyance, allowing Ji Buffon to guide her toward her room. Shortly after, she glared at Sue Won in frustration. What are you still doing here? Aren't you leaving? Of course. I'm staying to help. Sue Won blinked her innocent eyes. Not necessary. All right, dear aunt, you said it yourself. I'll go to the next room and wait for you to ask for my help. Chapter 80. The Worth of Humanity. Sue Monley never imagined that one day she would become the very type of person she once detested and scorned. At this moment, she found herself leaning against Ji Buffon's sturdy chest. The pleasant aura emanating from the young man enveloped her, causing her to unwittingly succumb to its charm. The sensation was so delightful that it nearly made her forget the weight of moral constraints. In the past, when friends animatedly extolled the virtues of youthful charm, she would respond with a disdainful smirk, considering such enthusiasm mere frivolity. Yet now, she finds herself irresistibly drawn to it. Indeed, Xiao Ji is utterly enchanting. He resembles a meticulously crafted cocktail, initially crisp and refreshing, yet leaving a lingering sweetness that renders one unable to resist. Sue Monley gazes at his striking profile, his eyelashes casting shadows in the light, as if concealing countless secrets of youth. Her heart skips a beat, only to resume a fervent rhythm. This unfamiliar thrill bewilders her. For years, she has held herself to high moral standards, maintaining a decorous distance from male artists in the company, even when they made advances. Of course, she is not devoid of desire or detached from the world. During those restless, moonlit nights, when silver beams filter through the curtains and dance upon her bed, she allows herself to indulge in tantalizing fantasies. Fantasies of an alluring visage, of a dazzling star, engaging in tales best left unspoken. Yet, fantasies remain just that. She steadfastly believes that an intimate relationship devoid of emotional foundation pales in comparison to the purity and pleasure of solitary contentment. Such thoughts and actions have never brought her shame. Human beings possess myriad emotions and desires. A lady may inquire outwardly but seldom delve inwardly. If one were to truly interrogate the heart, it seems there would be no genuine ladies left in the world. Otherwise, how could Qijang Fantasy Company ascend to the ranks of the Fortune 500 by merely selling a trivial toy? The room is enveloped in tranquil air, punctuated only by the gentle sounds of breathing. Sue Monley reclines languidly, her thoughts ebbing like the tide. She recalls her niece Sue Won's fervent persuasion and her own genuine affection for Ji Buffon. Fortunately, she did not reject this unexpected serendipity. This decision has imparted to her the notion that life is indeed worth living. In the haze of her musings, she begins to envision the myriad possibilities of the future. How shall she interact with Ji Buffon? What fate awaits them? Perhaps she should prepare a more generous contract for him. The remnants of alcohol blend with fatigue, gradually enveloping her, her consciousness beginning to blur. In the final moments before succumbing to slumber, she hears the soft sounds of Sue Won's gentle snoring beside her. When Ji Buffon returns to his suite, the clock has just struck 10. In the living room, Gu Qianqian lounges lazily on the leather sofa, engrossed in her phone, while Lin Xiaoxue nestles closely beside her, their heads nearly touching. At the desk by the floor-to-ceiling windows, Teacher Lin is intently typing on her laptop, the blue glow illuminating her focused profile. Scanning the room, he notices the absence of Mou, who has likely retired to her room for rest. Ah, Fan Bao is back, Gu Qianqian exclaims, setting her phone aside and teasingly winking. I heard you were devoured by President Su. Do share, how does it feel? Lin Xiaoxua lifted her head, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Even the sound of Lin's typing momentarily faltered. Observing this, Ji Buffan's lips curled into a playful smirk, as if to say, what? Are you all so intrigued? Has a day without a scolding made you restless? The clatter of the keyboard suddenly quickened, and Lin's ears subtly flushed with embarrassment. However, Gu Qianqian and Lin Xiaoxua remained undeterred, defiantly raising their chins. Consequently, Ji Buffon employed the most straightforward method to compel them to acknowledge their mistakes. Ultimately, the innocent Lin was drawn into the conversation. Lin, how have your recent literary endeavors fared? Ji Buffon inquired. Lin Muyu's eyes sparkled with delight. Oh, quite well. Far better than before. I've trimmed some superfluous content and adopted the new title you suggested. My earnings have tripled recently, with daily revenues surpassing 1,000. Her excitement was palpable as she spoke. Not bad at all. Ji Buffon ruffled her hair. With your talent, if you maintain consistent updates, you're bound to achieve great success. I have faith in you. Blushing, Lin Muyu nestled closer to his hand. It's all thanks to your guidance, dear husband. Once I earn some money, it will all be yours. Such obedience? Yes, my mother always said that finances should be entrusted to the husband. She blinked her glistening eyes, softly requesting, Husband, may I go back to writing? I haven't met my word count for today yet. Just wait 5 more minutes. After 3 days in Hungdian, Su Monli decided it was time to leave. She could no longer stay. As the afternoon sun streamed through the curtains, illuminating her reflection in the mirror, eyes tinged with redness, skin radiant, her fingertips unconsciously brushed against the fading marks on her collarbone. Over the past 3 days, she had been ensnared in Ji Buffon's web of affection, not once stepping out of the hotel suite. If this continued, she bit her lip, fearing she might truly perish in his embrace. Having gathered her belongings, Su Monli cast a final glance around the room filled with enchanting memories, her fingers lingering on the disheveled sheets for a moment longer. Ultimately, she adjusted the collar of her silk qipao and departed. Perhaps distance would allow her to reclaim her sanity. At the very least, she needed to return home to recuperate her nearly shattered self. Once the car pulled away from the hotel, Su Monli retrieved her phone from her bag and sent Ji Buffon a message. Teacher Ji, something urgent has come up, and I must return to Hangqing. Let us reschedule for another time. After sending the message, she leaned back into the leather seat, as if shedding a heavy burden, pressing her flushed cheek against the cool window. Through the rearview mirror, she watched the hotel's silhouette gradually fade into the morning mist, while the lingering warmth on her collarbone served as a reminder of her recent encounter. Meanwhile, Ji Buffon, waiting on set, raised an eyebrow upon receiving her message. Leaving already? He murmured softly to himself, a hint of an unfinished smile playing at the corners of his mouth, expressing that he had not yet had his fill. Chapter 81. Su Wen's voice is hoarse. The sudden departure of Su Xiaogu left Ji Buffon somewhat reluctant. Over the past few days, this woman, who appeared aloof yet exuded a fervent warmth beneath the surface, had captivated him. In public, she was dignified and composed, graciously charming, yet in their private moments, her flushed cheeks and loss of control revealed a striking contrast that was utterly addictive. Ji Buffon squinted, his throat tightening as he resolved to tease her thoroughly the next time they met. This Su Xiaogu, despite being in her 30s, resembled a novice in his presence, which he found incredibly amusing. He had no intention of concluding this playful game so soon. 3 days swiftly passed. Ji Buffon's filming had concluded, and his fruitful journey to Hongdian was approaching its end. That evening, the production team hosted a wrap party for him at the renowned Haidang Pavilion seafood restaurant, where over 100 members of the crew gathered, creating a magnificent scene. Had it not been for the ample funding of the production, such an extravagant affair would have been unfeasible. During the banquet, the crew bid Ji Buffon a heartfelt farewell. In just over 10 days of camaraderie, this cheerful young man had endeared himself to everyone. His easygoing nature and sincerity, coupled with his lack of pretentiousness, allowed him to mingle effortlessly with the staff, even indulging in their playful antics. Such an approachable actor was indeed a rarity in the industry. Everyone took turns raising their glasses to him, filled with bittersweet emotions as they anticipated future collaborations. Among the crowd, the most elated was the leading man, Lin Jiayang. The group's darling, Ji Bufan, was finally departing, allowing him to reclaim his coveted status. Holding his glass, Lin Jiayang wore a meticulously practiced expression of regret. Brother, I have to film tomorrow, so I might not be able to see you off. Safe travels, and I hope we can work together again in the future. Ji Bufan chuckled at his words. Is that so? I look forward to acting alongside you, Lin Gu. I heard that Director Mo's next project is in the works. How about we collaborate then? Lin Jiayang was taken aback, his fingers gripping the glass stiffly. He had merely offered polite words. Who in their right mind would want to act with you? Damn it. I am the protagonist here, yet since your arrival, not a single person has paid me any mind. If I weren't keeping a close watch, my wives would surely be vying for your attention. No, I must keep my distance from you. Realizing this, Lin Jiayang hurriedly corrected himself. Director Mo is filming a new project? I truly had no idea. But what a pity. I plan to take an extended break after this film wraps up, and I want to be accepting any roles for the latter half of the year. He feigned regret, shaking his head as if lamenting the lost opportunity to collaborate with Ji Bufan. Upon hearing this, Ji Bufan's smile deepened. That is indeed a pity. Let's aim for next year then. Wherever you go for your next project, I shall make a cameo. There will surely be opportunities for us to work together. Indeed, there is no need for such complexity. It is quite simple. I aspire to make a cameo appearance. I doubt any production team would decline my request. With a confident smile gracing his face, Ji Banfan acknowledged that his fan base has surpassed 2 million during this period, establishing him as a burgeoning star. The online discourse surrounding him has flourished, particularly after the broadcast of his fluid martial arts performance, which garnered him a legion of fervent admirers. Nowadays, he must don sunglasses and a mask whenever he ventures out. Invitations from various production teams have come pouring in, which certainly lends credence to his assertions. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiayang's lips twitched imperceptibly. After downing the contents of his glass, he pondered whether he should withdraw from the industry altogether. As the evening progressed, with spirits high and dishes savored, Mo suddenly rose, gently tapping her glass. The crisp sound silenced the raucous atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, she said with an unmistakable smile, I have joyous news to share. Teacher Ji and I have obtained our marriage certificate and are now husband and wife. In an instant, the room erupted into a cacophony of astonished exclamations. Faces turned to one another, followed by a chorus of enthusiastic inquiries. Wow, Director Mo, this is quite sudden. When did you manage to win over Teacher Ji? Please share your secrets. Indeed, we too wish to win Teacher Ji's affection. Director Mo's discretion has been impeccable. Congratulations. Director Mo, when shall you treat us to a celebratory feast? Amidst the jubilant cheers and playful banter, someone even pounded the table in jest. We envy Director Mo tonight. She can snuggle up to Teacher Ji. Mo's cheeks flushed with delight as she raised her hand for silence. On the 18th of this month, Teacher Ji, Lin Xiaoxue, and I will be holding our wedding in the bustling metropolis. Anyone wishing to attend is welcome. The production team will grant a day off, and the assistant director will arrange transportation. Pausing to let her words sink in, her smile widened. Tomorrow, I will accompany Teacher Ji back to the city to prepare for the wedding, so I entrust the work here to the assistant director and all of you. Thank you. As her words settled, a wave of lament filled the room. Director Mo, are you abandoning us for your own enjoyment? Indeed, how can we, the single ones, bear this? Amidst the laughter and merriment, only Lin Jiayang silently sipped his drink. As the leading man, he suddenly felt as if he had become inconsequential in the director's eyes. The reflection in his glass revealed a strained smile. He should not have joined this production. It was ultimately a misplaced endeavor. That evening, it was Lin Xiaoxue who felt the most reluctant to part ways. Similarly, Su Wen's disappointment was not to be underestimated. Lin Xiaoxue still had 3 days of shooting left on set before she could return to the city. As for Su Wen, being the female lead with neither the role of a bride nor any special reason, she naturally had to travel with the production team to the wedding venue. Moreover, on the day of the wedding, the groom, Ji Bufan, had little time to indulge in frivolities with her. Thus, this evening became her final moment of tender intimacy with Ji Bufan, a time she cherished profoundly. That night, her voice was rendered hoarse from weeping. In Chapter 82, the meeting of Ji Bufan and his in-laws took place. The following day, as Ji Bufan prepared to leave, Lin Xiaoxue and Su Wen were still ensconced in deep slumber. He stood at the doorway, shaking his head in resignation. On the very first day since Mo's departure, These two dared to sleep until late morning. The assistant director was likely infuriated. He had contemplated waking them, but upon reflection, he realized that it would be futile. Even if they were roused, they would likely be lethargic and yawning, lacking the energy for filming. It seemed better to allow them some extra rest, especially since they had indeed stayed up far too late the previous night. On the highway heading towards the bustling metropolis, MOU's car glided smoothly. Ji Bufan occupied the front passenger seat, while Lin Muqing and Gu Qianqian settled in the back. The car's sound system played soft music, and the four engaged in light conversation about trivial matters. MOU occasionally answered calls, all concerning Ji Bufan's involvement in the production, which she politely declined, as Ji Bufan was not taking on any new roles at the moment. The journey was uneventful, and by noon, they arrived at the Yunqiuan community. As they pushed open the door to their home, a delightful aroma of cooked dishes wafted through the air. "We're back," Gu Qianqian exclaimed joyfully. Lin Muqing emerged from the kitchen, her face adorned with a gentle smile. "At last, you've returned." She hurried over to take the luggage from their hands, thoughtfully adjusting Ji Bufan's slightly disheveled collar. She had just rushed back from her workplace, eager to welcome Ji Bufan and the others. Earlier, she had been assisting Song Qiao in the kitchen. At that moment, Song Qiao emerged from the kitchen, carrying the final dish of West Lake water shield soup. Steam rising from the bowl, with vibrant green water shield floating atop, filling the air with its enticing fragrance. "Dinner is ready. Everyone wash your hands and come eat," she called out. Gathered around the dining table, everyone enjoyed a harmonious meal together. Except for Lin Xiaoxue, who was still busy on set, the family had convened. Each dish was met with enthusiastic praise. Song Qiao's culinary skills were indeed commendable. With no other obligations, she had devoted her time to mastering the art of cooking and household chores. Rarely did she indulge in watching dramas. Most of her free time was spent scrolling through short videos to learn new recipes. Her home-cooked meals were a feast for the senses, rivaling even the finest restaurants. Among them, although MOU was the newest member of this family, she had already forged meaningful connections with everyone, feeling comfortably at home. As she savored the delectable dishes and basked in the warmth of family, a profound sense of happiness welled up within her. She felt incredibly fortunate to have met Ji Bufan, to have united with him in matrimony, and to have formed sisterly bonds with such kind and lovable girls. Moreover, this residence is truly vast and splendid. MOU also possesses a home in the bustling metropolis, albeit considerably smaller than this one. She had initially harbored concerns regarding her living situation, but now she feels entirely at ease. Such a spacious abode could comfortably accommodate even more inhabitants. After dining, the guests busily cleared away the remnants of the meal. Ji Bufan led Song Qiao and Lin Muqing to the bedroom for a brief respite, while the others sought their respective chambers to unwind. Later that evening, at an upscale restaurant on Huaihai Road, Ji Bufan, accompanied by his wives, awaited the arrival of their esteemed parents-in-law. Gu's father and mother were the first to arrive. Gu's father retained his scholarly elegance, while Gu's mother exuded even more charm, warmly greeting the younger generation. Following them were Lin's father and mother, with Lin's father offering an approving pat on Ji Bufan's shoulder, signifying admiration. Lin's mother, adorned in a tasteful qipao, moved with grace. The last to arrive was MOU's elder sister, Mo Bing, who donned a simple yet elegant long dress, radiating gentleness and refinement in her every gesture. With MOU's parents having passed away, her elder sister assumed a maternal role, attending this gathering in place of the elders. MOU hurriedly approached her sister, and the two exchanged smiles, their silent communication brimming with affection and trust. Ji Bufan couldn't help but steal glances at MOU's sister. He had heard she was also involved in the arts, a luminary in the realm of folk performance. Though she lacked the extravagant costumes and ornate headpieces of the stage, her understated attire still painted an exquisite picture, her expressive eyes and graceful demeanor resonating with depth and elegance. The purpose of this gathering was twofold: to allow the elders to meet and familiarize themselves, and to discuss the forthcoming wedding arrangements for the children. The entire process unfolded in a delightful atmosphere. Gu's mother initially wished to cover all expenses, but reconsidered, realizing it might place the other families in an awkward position, and thus proposed to share the costs according to the number of guests from each family. After all, a banquet priced at 20,000 per table was not a burden for anyone, except for Song Qiao, who had no relatives and at most 2 tables of classmates. This modest expense was easily manageable for everyone. Once the formalities were settled, the ambience of the banquet became exceedingly harmonious. Laughter and merriment filled the air, with everyone expressing admiration for the impending nuptials. Ji Buffon, as the new son-in-law, conversed with poise and charm, earning widespread acclaim. The table was alive with laughter, each face glowing with a rosy tint of happiness. Meanwhile, in the capital, the lights of the Zhangxi Novel Office building gradually dimmed, leaving only the workstation of the editor. Jixiang, illuminated by a harsh white light. The cool glow of the computer screen reflected on her slightly fatigued, delicate visage. While the data chart showcasing the trajectory of 7 days to the end sparked a gleam in her eyes. It depicted an almost flawless upward curve. Her fingertips unconsciously tapped the table as her gaze flitted between her phone and computer. On her phone was the social media account of Don't Call Me Xiaoji. Could it truly be the same individual? Jixiang bit her lip, murmuring to herself. The striking similarity in usernames and profile pictures between the 2 accounts indicated a high probability of them belonging to the same person. She yearned to send a message. Yet the recollection of the other party's previous aloofness instilled a tinge of hesitation within her. Despite the remarkable performance of her debut, she felt a lingering belief that it could soar even higher, if only she could lend it an additional push. Gazing dreamily at the photograph of the newly minted male deity on her phone, she mused that if he truly was the esteemed G, a live broadcast to attract more viewers would surely propel the 7 Days of Doom to unprecedented heights. After all, this esteemed figure boasted over 2 million followers. After much internal conflict, she could no longer resist and typed a message on her phone. Esteemed one, are you busy? May I ask if you are Yusani? As seconds turned into minutes, the chat remained eerily silent, and her heart began to sink. Just as she was about to leave, her stomach rumbling in hunger. Her phone vibrated unexpectedly. The screen displayed a succinct reply that made her leap with joy. Yes. The long-suppressed anticipation finally erupted into excitement. Chapter 83. Mother Gu. I have no emotions. Ji Buffon discovered the message from the editor, Jixiang, only after the banquet had concluded and he was on his way home. He did not conceal his acknowledgement and replied briefly in the affirmative. To his surprise, mere moments later, a flurry of messages filled his screen, punctuated with exclamation marks. Wow. Esteemed one, it's truly you. Your portrayal of Sanny was magnificent. I simply adored it. And the song you sang is incredibly beautiful. I play it on repeat every day. Esteemed one, with so many fans, could you possibly host a live stream to promote the 7 Days of Doom? I believe your book possesses immense potential. His long fingers tapped thoughtfully on his knee as Ji Buffon contemplated this suggestion. After a brief moment, he replied, I will see if I can carve out some time soon. I am getting married in the next few days and am quite busy. If not, I will do it once things settle down. The prospect of hosting a live stream to draw attention to the 7 Days of Doom did not displease him. With such a vast following, it would indeed be a shame not to utilize it. Originally, he had planned to engage with his fans through a live stream when time permitted, fostering a closer connection while simultaneously expressing gratitude for their affection. However, he had not considered the possibility of directing traffic towards his novel. After sending the message, he casually tucked his phone into his pocket. Just after passing 2 traffic lights, his phone vibrated once more. A prominent red envelope appeared on the screen, accompanied by a note that read, Congratulations on your marriage, esteemed one. A humble token of respect. Upon opening the envelope, the auspicious figure of 888 yuan prompted him to raise an eyebrow. Ji Buffon smiled as he accepted the payment and responded with a simple thank you. Turning to Lin Muqing beside him, he remarked, My dear Muqing, please prepare an extra invitation. I have a friend named Jixiang. Ji Buffon surmised that this editor, working in the capital, likely lacked substantial funds, so he planned to assist her in booking round-trip tickets and accommodations. He could send her a red envelope, and the recipient was quite discerning, so she couldn't appear to be lacking. Meanwhile, Jixiang stared at her phone screen, feeling a tangle of emotions as she read Ji Buffon's brief reply of thanks. She bit her lip, her fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of her phone. Surely, 888 was merely a trifling sum for someone of his stature? She murmured softly, letting out a sigh. After all, that amount represented several days' worth of her meals. Yet, for him, it might just be a casual gesture. Forget it, forget it. Consider it a contribution, she reassured herself, though a pang of regret lingered in her heart. Having only worked for a year, Her salary barely sufficed for rent and sustenance in the capital. She often hesitated to indulge in expensive takeout. This time, her decision to send a red envelope stemmed purely from her admiration for the esteemed G, coupled with a fleeting impulse. She hoped he would remember her and perhaps engage in conversation more often. Oddly enough, she mused, he didn't seem so aloof after all. As she dismissed the chat interface, she was blissfully unaware that her esteemed G was about to send her an invitation to attend his wedding, complete with accommodations and airfare covered. The following day, when she received the invitation, she was utterly bewildered. As dinner concluded, everyone returned to their respective homes. Initially, Mother Gu intended for her daughter to accompany Ji Bufan to her place for the night, but after a moment of contemplation, she opted to invite them to visit the next day instead. Back at the old villa, Mother Gu kicked off her high heels, rubbing her aching ankles, and hung her handbag on the gilded coat hook by the entrance. Having indulged in several glasses of red wine at the banquet, the pleasant inebriation urged her to hurry to the bathroom and then to bed. Father Gu followed closely behind, his gaze involuntarily tracing the figure of his wife. The dark green qipao she wore swayed gently with her movements, accentuating her alluring curves. Strangely enough, he had lost interest in Wang Manny over the past few years. Yet, recently, the subtle charm she had begun to exude, coupled with the pearl-like sheen of her skin, stirred memories of youthful infatuation within him. "Manny, let me help you upstairs," he said, hastening his steps to place his palm on her ample waist, the warmth of his touch seeping through the silk fabric, perfect for a shared bath. Mother Gu stiffened at his words, an awkward expression flickering across her face. "Old Gu, I'm not in the mood today." "How could that be?" Father Gu replied in surprise. "It's been a while since we've been together." "I don't know," she said softly, gently freeing herself from his arm and rubbing her temples. "Perhaps it's just menopause. If you're truly eager, go find the second or third one. I'm really not interested." Father Gu awkwardly withdrew his hand, conceding, "Very well then. Whenever you feel inclined, just call for me." Chapter 84. MOU. Elder sister, you should marry Xiao Ji as well. Meanwhile, MOU and her elder sister, Mo Bing, returned home, specifically to the apartment under MOU's name. Upon entering, MOU furrowed her brow. The space was imbued with the essence of daily life, clearly indicating that someone resided there regularly. She could not help but ask, "Sister, have you been living here lately?" Mo Bing replied indifferently, preoccupied with changing her shoes and attire. "Sister, are you still considering staying with him?" She pondered. "I haven't made up my mind yet. Let's just take it one step at a time." Mo Bing's tone remained calm, yet her hands did not cease their movements. She shed her dress, discarding her undergarments as she began to change into comfortable home attire. Mou gazed at her older sister's exquisite figure, a pang of sorrow swelling in her heart. Her sister, blessed with such beauty, skin as fair as snow, a graceful form, and exceptional qualities, was unfortunately ensnared in an unhappy marriage. She had wed a worthless husband, one incapable of providing her with even a child. What was more infuriating was that this inept man had taken several wives yet failed to fulfill his duties. Wasn't that a disservice to others? Mou understood that her sister appeared cold as ice, just as her name suggested. Yet within her burned a fervent passion for life, coupled with high expectations for the quality of her marriage. One could only imagine the depths of her sister's anguish in such circumstances. "What are you dazing about? It's late. Hurry up and get ready for bed," Mo Bing urged, noticing Mou lost in thought. She recognized her sister's worry for her, and after a soft sigh, she said, "You need not concern yourself with me. I've grown accustomed to it over the years. If it comes to it, I can always divorce and live on my own." She hesitated, pondering. "But you, why have you chosen my old path?" "What old path?" Mou asked, bewildered. "You, little G. Marrying so many wives at once. Will you find happiness in that?" Mo Bing could not help but tap her sister's forehead gently. "Why not?" Mou retorted. "Why are you even questioning this?" Mo Bing raised her voice slightly. "Can he manage all of them? You know very well what I've endured these past years." She shook her head. "Had I known you would choose such a partner, I would have never consented. Alas, it is too late for regrets." Upon hearing this, Mou hastily clarified, "Sister, you misunderstand. My little G is different. He is truly remarkable." "Oh, in what way is he remarkable?" Mo Bing raised an eyebrow. "How can I explain this to you?" Mou stammered. "He is simply extraordinary. At least he makes me feel quite challenged. Yes, he can handle several people at once." "Is that true?" Mo Bing questioned, her expression skeptical. "Of course it is. I will prove it to you with a video another day, Mou declared earnestly. Really? Is he truly that impressive? Seeing her sister's unwavering confidence, Mo Bing finally wavered. Could there be such a vast difference between people? Indeed, had I not experienced it myself, I wouldn't dare to believe it, Mou exclaimed excitedly. Sister, you have no idea how vibrant little G's energy is. No matter how late he sleeps, he rises early the next day, full of vigor. He even knows martial arts. Have you seen those videos of him practicing online? Yes, I've seen them. I thought they were fake. How could they be fake? They are all real, unscripted footage. I am not familiar with the intricacies of your entertainment industry, Mo Bing remarked, a slight smirk gracing her lips. With technology advancing at such a rapid pace, I thought it was merely a matter of face swapping. She paused, her expression softening. But let's set that aside for now. Little sister, from what you've said, it seems you are quite happy? That is wonderful, truly wonderful. Mo Bing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, genuinely pleased for her sister's happiness. Yes, elder sister, Mo gently grasped her sister's hand. After a moment's hesitation, she voiced her innermost thoughts. Perhaps, dear sister, you should consider divorce. Who knows, your next relationship might bring you as much joy as mine has. She carefully observed her sister's expression, fearful of reopening old wounds, and thus chose to remain silent. Mo Bing merely shook her head, offering no further words. As night deepened, the sisters concluded their evening routines and settled into bed. Once the lights were extinguished, the only illumination came from the moonlight filtering through the curtains. Mou turned to embrace her sister, relishing the familiar warmth. She recalled how, in their childhood, she often fell asleep in her sister's arms. Time had flown by, and now both sisters had established their own families. Mou understood that such intimately shared moments would become increasingly scarce. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through her mind, growing increasingly plausible with each passing moment. She bolted upright, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Elder sister, why not hasten your divorce and marry Xiaoji instead? Mo Bing was taken aback by this unexpected suggestion. Are you joking? At my age, do you think Xiaoji would even consider me? You are not that old. Merely in your early 30s. Not that old. I am a decade older than Xiaoji. Do you truly believe he would fancy me? Mo Bing shook her head vigorously. How could he not? Xiaoji is not picky. Mou insisted eagerly. I have a friend who is an investor, and she is 36. Xiaoji is quite fond of her, having been quite infatuated recently. Really? Wait a moment, Mo Bing suddenly realized. With so many wives already, does Xiaoji even have the capacity for more? Of course. Didn't I mention how remarkable he is? Mou whispered. Not only is it about that President Su, but even his niece, who plays the lead role in my drama, has connections with Xiaoji. You wouldn't believe it. That girl cries every time. Mo Bing was left speechless, her shock rendering her momentarily mute. After a prolonged silence, she shook her head. Little sister, it's not that I don't believe you. What you're saying seems rather exaggerated. Then I shall send you a video. You will see I'm not lying. All right. But it's not that I genuinely wish to witness your escapades. I am merely curious. Chapter 85. Must-play projects at school. Ji Buffon remained oblivious to Mou's efforts in orchestrating a new romantic prospect for him, one that involved her elder sister. Had he known, he would likely have been deeply touched, immediately offering her a reward worth billions. At that moment, Ji Buffon was peacefully asleep, cradled by several lovely wives. The following morning, as was his custom, he awoke early, moving with utmost care so as not to disturb his slumbering spouses. In the spacious living room, he practiced an entire set of Xingyi Quan. After completing his martial arts routine, he retreated to the study, where his fingers danced across the keyboard. By the time he finished 2 chapters of his novel, the morning sunlight flooded the room, and several women gradually awoke. They languidly stretched their bodies, their skin beneath silk robes glistening with a pearlescent sheen. Nourished by blissful love, their gazes sparkled with charm, and even their hair seemed to shimmer with a soft glow. Each resembled a blooming flower in spring, vibrant and captivating. Today, Ji Buffon's task was to distribute wedding invitations. In the evening, he would accompany Gu Qianqian to her home to meet her mother. After breakfast, Lin Muqing headed to work, while Song Qiaoqiao tended to household chores. Teacher Lin and Gu Qianqian gathered around Ji Buffon, assisting him in filling out the invitations. They shared mutual friends from school, and the trio deliberated on the wording together. Although Ji Buffon was acquainted with many, thousands of seniors and juniors, as well as teachers from his school and nearby campuses, The majority were mere acquaintances. In truth, only about 100 were close enough to warrant an invitation. As Gu Qianqian wrote, she teased him, "Fanbao, your title of Golden Moonlight is truly well-earned." Indeed, her circle of friends, combined with teacher Lin's, paled in comparison to Ji Buffan's. Once they completed the paper invitations, Ji Buffon began confirming details over the phone. For those far away, he arranged for local courier services, while for those nearby, he prepared to make personal visits. Amidst his busy schedule, his phone chimed, and Lin Muqing sent over the completed electronic invitation. Ji Buffon promptly forwarded it to several friends in other cities. Meanwhile, in a distant city, Ji Xiang was engrossed in reviewing manuscripts when her phone suddenly displayed the electronic invitation from Ji Buffon. Upon opening it, she was momentarily taken aback. The gilded invitation boldly proclaimed the wedding date and the address of the hotel in the bustling metropolis. She calculated the travel and accommodation expenses, her heart sinking at the thought of the costs involved. Gazing at the wedding photos of Ji Buffon and several brides on the invitation, she bit her lip, caught in a dilemma. Just as she contemplated a polite excuse to decline, her phone vibrated again. "Please send me your ID number. I'll help you book the flight and hotel." Ji Xiang's face flushed crimson. Having only contributed a red envelope of 888, she felt it inappropriate to impose further expenses on him. She quickly replied, "No need, big boss. I'm quite busy with work and might not be able to take leave." "I'm truly sorry." He responded instantaneously. "The 18th is a weekend." Caught off guard, Ji Xiang hesitated, her fingers hovering above the screen, feeling awkward and unsure of how to reply. She racked her brain and weakly added, "I might have to work overtime on the weekend." Ji Buffon urged, "Stop the nonsense. Just send it over quickly." Ji Xiang stared at the screen, biting her lip in distress. Ultimately, she sighed in resignation. Oh, after sending the message, she suddenly felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Last night, she was still lamenting over the modest gift money, yet now she felt an overwhelming sense of shame that prevented her from lifting her head. Not only had the esteemed Xiao Ji taken care of the airfare and accommodations, but he was also insistent on her attendance. In comparison, her meager red envelope paled in significance. "This is rather extravagant," she muttered softly, feeling both touched and embarrassed. Her gaze fell once more upon the wedding photograph, where Ji Buffon looked dashing in a black tuxedo, his gentle, smiling eyes stirring her heart. The brides, adorned in flowing white gowns, radiated joy, each beauty captivating enough to leave one breathless. "If only I were one of them," the thought emerged, prompting her to pinch herself sharply. "Li Rui, what are you thinking? Do you even deserve it?" The name Li Rui sounded rather pleasant, a fitting match for her online persona. Ji Buffon, glancing at the identity information sent by Ji Xiang, pondered silently. Born in 2002, she was now 23, the prime of youth. He wondered what she looked like. He deftly maneuvered his phone, booking flights and accommodations, and soon sent the details to her. Upon receiving the information, Ji Xiang stared at the flight and hotel details repeatedly, her heart racing slightly. She began to contemplate which outfit to wear, wondering if she should purchase a new dress, considering the grandeur of Xiao Ji's wedding. She certainly did not want to embarrass herself. Having completed this task, Ji Buffon set out with teacher Lin and Gu Qianqian to distribute wedding invitations. Their first stop was naturally their alma mater. During the summer vacation, the Shanghai Social University, often referred to as Mo Shida, still had a considerable number of faculty and students on campus, many of whom were on Ji Buffon's guest list. As he entered the campus, he was met with waves of enthusiastic greetings. Once a campus superstar, Ji Buffon was not only recognized as the school darling, but also humorously dubbed a must-experience attraction of the central campus. Now, with his status as an actor and singer, he garnered even more adoration. Those with whom he had shared a bond sought to rekindle their connections, while those who had not aspired to bask in his charm. Ji Shuedi, a senior, swiftly approached, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "What brings you back to school today? Did you see all the messages I sent you?" Ji Shuezhang, a junior nearby, blushing, inquired, "Do you have time today? I would like to invite you to dinner." Even passing teachers paused to greet him. "Xiao Ji, come here, come here. Spend some time in my office. I heard you're interning now. How's that going? Do you need any recommendations for better opportunities?" Amidst the cacophony of greetings, Ji Buffon maintained an appropriate smile, effortlessly managing each enthusiastic encounter. He deftly navigated through the crowd, neither losing his manners nor lingering excessively. Gu Qianqian watched with amusement, clearly accustomed to such scenes, while teacher Lin was still adjusting, making an effort to adapt. Most of these individuals are rather ordinary, and Ji Bufan is disinclined to engage with them too deeply. After a perfunctory exchange, he hastens his steps. However, upon delivering invitations to the hosts, the atmosphere becomes increasingly vibrant. Upon learning of his impending nuptials and the multitude of brides, the crowd casts envious glances at Gu Qianqian and teacher Lin, expressing a fervent hope that Ji Bufan might include them as well. They unanimously declare their ability to earn a living and their lack of fear towards hardship, requesting merely the occasional morsel to eat. Modest requirements indeed. In their eyes, Ji Bufan embodies the quintessential partner for marriage, possessing no faults save for a slight frailty. And he would surely bring them prestige when introduced to others. Chapter 86. The Young Lowly Jr. By Ji Bufan's demeanor towards these individuals shifts noticeably, revealing a more earnest attitude. Their various attributes are relatively commendable, with many being individuals Ji Bufan wishes to maintain a long-term relationship with, even contemplating marriage. After exchanging pleasantries, they agree to meet again for a private gathering. Ji Bufan departs to continue his journey of delivering invitations. Eventually, he arrives at a milk tea shop run by his aunt in Shanghai. As he pushes open the glass door, the wind chimes amid a melodious sound. He seeks out Bai Li, the young junior who has been working part-time there over the summer, and who was previously mentioned to Song Qiao as a potential helper. Upon hearing his voice, Bai Li looks up from behind the counter, her eyes instantly sparkling upon recognizing him. "Senior," she calls out timidly, her fair cheeks flushing a visible crimson, even the delicate lobes of her ears tinged with pink. Her slender fingers unconsciously twist the edge of her apron, betraying her inner nervousness and excitement. Ji Bufan, amused by her demeanor, taps lightly on the counter. "Xiao Bai, why don't you ask me what I'd like to drink?" His voice carries a hint of playful teasing, eyes glimmering with mirth. Bai Li, jolted back to reality, hurriedly grabs the ordering tablet, her fingertips trembling slightly. "Why yes. What would you like to drink, senior? Our new goji berry milk tea is quite delicious." Her voice diminishes with each syllable, her ears nearly transparent with blush. Observing her flustered state, Ji Bufan can't help but chuckle. "Then I shall take your recommendation. 2 cups, less ice. And 2 iced Americanos as well." "All right." Bai Li quickly operates the tablet, suddenly summoning her courage to look up. "Senior, let me treat you." "No need, I'll handle it myself." Ji Bufan efficiently reveals his mobile payment code, completing the transaction. As the beverages are prepared, Bai Li's heart races uncontrollably. Ever since Ji Bufan noticed her earlier this year, and they shared a few intimate moments, she has secretly admired him. At this moment, a flurry of thoughts rushes through her mind. "Senior inquired about where I was working a few days ago. Could it be that he came to find me? Is he hoping to ask me out again? However, I must work part-time until quite late today. Never mind. If it becomes unmanageable, I shall take a leave of absence. Furthermore, this time I must be proactive in paying the rent. I cannot allow my senior to bear the expenses any longer." Her thoughts drifted further away, yet her hands moved with practiced ease, though the flush on her ears betrayed the tumult within. Ji Bufan leaned against the counter, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over her name tag, which read Bai Li, adorned with a crooked little heart beside it, reminiscent of idle doodles. He casually inquired, "Why aren't you returning home for the summer break?" "I wish to earn some living expenses," Bai Li replied, her head bowed. "What is the hourly wage here?" he asked softly. 15 yuan an hour, she answered in a whisper. Ji Bufan raised an eyebrow at her response, but chose not to comment further. Before long, 4 cups of beverages were prepared. Ji Bufan slid 1 cup of goji berry milk tea towards Bai Li and said, "This is for you. Step outside for a moment. I would like to speak with you." With that, he picked up the other 3 cups and turned to walk outside. Sunlight streamed through the glass door, casting dappled shadows on his upright figure. Bai Li was momentarily taken aback, hastily removing her apron to follow him outside. Ji Bufan reached the car, handing the drinks to Gu Qianqian and Mr. Lin inside. As he turned, he noticed Bai Li timidly standing at the entrance of the shop. She was petite, exuding a sense of fragility with her slender wrists and ankles, reminiscent of a still-growing middle school girl. Yet, Ji Bufan's gaze subtly roamed over her, fully aware of the well-developed curves concealed beneath her somewhat loose clothing. Chapter 87. A proper return of favor Xiao Bai. "I have found a job for you with a monthly salary of 6,000 yuan, including meals and accommodation. Would you be interested?" Ji Bufan, understanding Bai Li's modest background, refrained from mentioning his marriage to avoid putting her in an awkward position regarding gifts. Instead, he devised a reason to assist her and, in turn, welcome her into his larger family. Bailey exclaimed in surprise. She had initially thought Ji Buffon was inviting her to a hotel, not offering a job. What kind of job is it, senior? I don't possess many skills. Will I be able to manage? The allure of a 6,000 yuan salary along with food and lodging was irresistible, stirring her interest. Ji Buffon smiled. It's quite simple, just cleaning and tidying up. Anyone with hands can do it. I am willing to go. Bailey responded almost without hesitation, as this income far surpassed her earnings at the milk tea shop. However, her expression soon turned troubled. Senior, after summer break, I must return to school. Once school resumes, you can switch to part-time work during your free hours. It won't interfere with your studies. Yes, that sounds perfect, Bailey replied, her spirits lifted after receiving his assurance. Ji Buffon provided her with Song Xiao's phone number, instructing her to contact her when she was ready to go. I will resign from my current job today and head over first thing tomorrow morning. Bailey paused momentarily, gripping the hem of her garment, and cautiously inquired, Senior, is this position still open? I wish to bring my mother along. Ji Buffon expressed mild surprise. Your mother? What was her profession? How old is she? She is a caregiver, skilled in childcare and household management, and she is not yet 40. Such youth? Did your mother marry early? Ji Buffon asked. Yes, she came to the city to work when she was young, met my father, and they married, leading to my birth. Ji Buffon contemplated briefly before arriving at a resolution. Bailey's charm assured him that her mother must be equally remarkable at under 40. She was in her prime and could certainly join them. Furthermore, as a caregiver, she could assist Lin Muqing and others when they have children. Yes, let your mother join us. We shall offer her a monthly salary of 8,000. By the way, can she live on site? Is she currently unemployed? Bailey's eyes sparkled. 8,000 was a substantial amount, and living on site was feasible. She is working now, but the family she is with is particularly challenging, and she wishes to resign. Oh, I see. Understood. The family I am introducing you to is quite manageable. As Ji Buffon's vehicle gradually disappeared around the corner, Bailey remained rooted in place, gazing absently in the direction it had gone. The warm July breeze tousled her hair, carrying with it the unique heat and tenderness of summer. She lowered her gaze and took a sip of her iced milk tea, the cool, sweet flavor spreading across her palate. After a moment, she retrieved her phone and dialed her mother's number. Mom, I found a job with a monthly salary of 6,000, including meals and accommodation. I also secured a position for you with an even higher salary of 8,000. Really? My dear girl, you haven't fallen for a scam, have you? Of course not. It's Senior Ji who helped me. He is now a big star. How could he deceive me? Mom, our good days are finally here. Gu Mu was in high spirits today, her work efficiency remarkably heightened. Within the span of the morning, she completed all her tasks. After lunch, she compelled herself to take a nap. Normally, she did not have the habit of napping, but today was an exception. Her daughter and son-in-law were coming over for dinner, and she needed to be in prime condition to host them well. She specifically instructed her secretary to avoid any disturbances, even silencing her phone. The nap was particularly rejuvenating. Upon waking, it was already 3 in the afternoon, and she felt refreshed. Even the fine lines at the corners of her eyes seemed to have smoothed out. Gu Mu left the office directly, first visiting the hotel where her daughter's South wedding would take place, ensuring that all preparations were in order before departing with satisfaction. Upon returning home, she indulged in a luxurious rose bath and then sat at her vanity, applying a subtle yet elegant makeup. In her wardrobe, she meticulously compared several outfits before finally selecting a purple silk dress that was both dignified and fashionable. As evening approached, the doorbell rang. As Gu Qianqian stepped through the door, her eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, Mom, you look absolutely stunning today." She hurried forward, meticulously scrutinizing her mother. "This dress must be new, right? The purple hue is indeed enchanting, and it complements your complexion beautifully. Your makeup is exquisite." Gu's mother, flattered by her daughter's praise, felt a touch of bashfulness, yet the smile in her eyes was unmistakable. "You certainly know how to flatter. Come inside. Xiao Ji, do come in as well. Annie has prepared a plethora of your favorite dishes." With that, she gently linked her arm with her daughter's, her gaze flitting between Ji Bufon and Gu Qianqian, her face radiant with joy. Gu's mother had indeed gone to great lengths to prepare a sumptuous dinner. While most of the dishes were crafted by Aunt Wu, Gu's mother had also lent a hand. Moreover, she had instructed Aunt Wu early on to procure the freshest and finest ingredients, a thoughtful gesture that was truly commendable. As per tradition, Aunt Wu was granted a day off. As she departed, she cast a lingering glance at the living room, inwardly musing, "Why is it that every time the new son-in-law visits, Madam is so eager for me to leave? I would love to stay and chat with Ji Bufan. This is my closest encounter with a celebrity. Madam, Aunt Wu wishes to find an excuse to linger a bit longer. Just leave it. We can manage ourselves." Gu's mother chuckled as she escorted her to the door. "Just remember to come a little later tomorrow." With the door gently closing behind them, the home was devoid of outsiders. Gu's mother retrieved a bottle of wine from the cabinet, personally pouring for the two young ones. "Qianqian," she said softly, "it's a rare occasion for us to gather, so feel free to indulge a little, all right?" "Of course." Gu Qianqian's eyes sparkled as she nudged her glass forward. "Mom, pour me a bit more." She had initially intended to drink a little more to bolster her courage. Although she was genuinely happy to bring Ji Bufan to meet her mother, she often felt somewhat inadequate when faced with him alone. A slight inebriation would help her relax, ensuring a peaceful sleep afterward, awakening refreshed the following day. The wine swirled within the glasses, reflecting the joyous smiles of the three. The aroma of delectable dishes wafted through the dining room, heralding the unfolding of a heartwarming family feast. Gu's mother frequently served Ji Bufan, increasingly finding him to her liking. She had never anticipated that Xiao Ji was not only exceptionally capable, but also talented in various arts, including singing and acting, which was indeed rare. A twinge of envy for her daughter's fortunate union filled her heart with contentment. Once satisfied, Gu Qianqian began to attend to Ji Bufan, serving him dishes and pouring more wine. The two took turns catering to him, allowing Ji Bufan to simply indulge, occasionally raising his glass to clink lightly with theirs before sipping. He could see the abundant happiness reflected in their eyes. Ji Bufan had a hearty appetite, devouring nearly all the lavish dishes laid before him. After the meal, he accepted a napkin from Gu's mother, dabbing at the corners of his mouth. Following dinner, the trio tidied up the table briefly before stepping out for a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. The sweltering heat of the summer night gradually dissipated, giving way to a gentle breeze that caressed the face, evoking a sense of exquisite comfort. However, after merely half an hour of strolling, Gu Qianqian began to murmur about feeling dizzy from the excessive drinking and expressed her desire to return home. Consequently, the group made their way back. Ji Bufan assisted Gu Qianqian to the second-floor bedroom to rest. Approximately an hour later, he stealthily descended to the first floor. The ambience on the first floor was tranquil and warm, with most lights extinguished, leaving only a few wall lamps casting a soft glow. The television screen illuminated the room, playing an art film at a subdued volume. Gu's mother lounged languidly on the leather sofa, quietly engrossed in the cinematic beauty. The floor-to-ceiling windows were ajar, allowing the night breeze to carry the faint fragrance of the garden blossoms into the room, bringing a refreshing coolness. Ji Bufan settled beside the sofa. Upon hearing his movements, Gu's mother slightly straightened, inquiring with concern, "Is Qianqian asleep?" "Yes, she's sleeping soundly," Ji Bufan replied softly. As the night deepened, the flickering shadows from the television danced upon their faces, creating an atmosphere that was both subtle and serene. Shanghai, the city that never sleeps, was alive with the glimmer of neon lights and the ceaseless flow of traffic under the night sky. Yet, within this bustling metropolis, the chasm between wealth and poverty was starkly pronounced. Some lived in opulence, like Gu's mother, residing in a spacious and comfortable old villa, indulging in a lifestyle that was unattainable for the average person. With hardwood floors, crystal chandeliers, a garden fragrant throughout the seasons, and servants at their beck and call, their life was one of privilege. Conversely, others struggled to survive, like Bai Li and her mother. They resided in a cramped and dilapidated rental unit, where the walls bore the marks of mold, and the sole window faced a dark alley, rendering sunlight a luxury. At that moment, Bai Li was squeezed alongside her mother on a single bed, and fortunately, their petite frames allowed them to fit, albeit uncomfortably. On this stifling summer night, the old fan whirred feebly, failing to dispel the oppressive heat within. Bai Li was absorbed in the screen of her phone, captivated by a scene featuring Ji Bufan as the character Yu Sanyi. She was so engrossed that she barely registered her mother's voice. "Xiaoli, I'm talking to you." Bai's mother gently prodded her arm, her tone laced with weariness. "Huh." Bai Li finally came to her senses. "What did you say, Mom?" Bai's mother sighed, her voice tinged with concern. I was asking if this G senior of yours is truly reliable. With your 6,000 and my 8,000, that's 14,000 altogether. Can there really be such a good job? Bailey placed her phone against her chest, her eyes shimmering under the dim light. Of course there is, Mom. Don't overthink it. We'll know for sure when we go see tomorrow. She paused, lowering her voice, and I suspect he might even be the one hiring us. What? Bai's mother exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Why is he being so kind to us? I don't know, Bailey admitted. Bailey bit her lower lip, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Perhaps Senior G was genuinely kind-hearted. Perhaps he held feelings for me, caring for me in his own way. In that case, we must strive to repay his kindness. Within the cramped confines of the room, the conversation between mother and daughter gradually diminished, leaving only the hum of the fan and the occasional honk of a car from outside. The night in the bustling metropolis remained brilliantly illuminated. Chapter 88. The enthusiastic song Chow Chow. The following morning, Ji Bufan awoke and took a shower. Upon returning to the bedroom, with his hair still damp, he found Gu Chanqian deep in slumber. The silk quilt had slipped to her waist, revealing a delicate expanse of her abdomen. The light pink silk camisole clung to her form, accentuating the graceful curves of her figure. The hem of her dress swayed gently with her breath, catching the morning light with a soft, pearlescent sheen. Her long hair sprawled across the pillow, a few rebellious strands playfully resting against her flushed cheeks, while her eyelashes cast delicate shadows like tiny fans. Unable to resist, Ji Bufan lay back down, enveloping her tenderly in his embrace, savoring this rare moment of intimacy. After indulging in the warmth for a while, he reluctantly descended the stairs to write. At this time, the eastern sky was just beginning to blush with the hues of dawn, and the dewdrops on the rose petals in the courtyard teetered precariously, as if they might fall at any moment. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Bai Li and her mother were also rising. In their modest rented apartment, the mother and daughter swiftly dressed and prepared themselves. With no time to have breakfast at home, they hurried out. The day before, Bai Li had added Song Chow Chow as a friend, and she had sent her location. They would need to transfer buses twice to reach her, a journey that would take 1 or 2 hours. Along the way, the pair stopped at a small shop to purchase a few buns to stave off their hunger. Bai Li took small bites of her bun, gazing nervously out at the rapidly retreating scenery through the window. After a hurried journey, they arrived at Yunqi Garden just past 8 o'clock. Before the grand European-style entrance, a uniformed security guard blocked their path. After explaining their purpose and confirming via phone, they were finally granted passage. As they traversed the meticulously manicured greenery, the mother and daughter spotted a sweet girl in a dress waving at them from the foot of the apartment building. Is that Bai Li and Auntie? Song Chow Chow exclaimed, her light footsteps bringing her closer. I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. She affectionately linked her arm with Bai Li's, a gesture that momentarily stunned both women. They had not anticipated that this well-dressed hostess would come down to greet them personally. Moreover, she bore none of the airs of wealth. Instead, she radiated the warmth of a friendly neighbor. However, their astonishment did not end there. Once inside, Song Chow Chow insisted that they partake in breakfast. The table was adorned with a delightful spread, golden fried eggs, crispy oil cakes, several exquisite side dishes, steaming white porridge, and freshly ground soy milk. We've already eaten, Bai's mother said, fidgeting with her hands. Before she could finish her sentence, Song Chow Chow interrupted. Auntie, please don't be modest. Have a bit more. This is specially prepared for you. With a compelling smile that left no room for refusal, she ushered the two of them to the dining table. Bailey sipped the rich soybean milk delicately, casting surreptitious glances at the restaurant's decor. Sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the marble countertop and causing the exquisite bone china dinnerware to sparkle. Bai Ma remained reserved. After years of working in domestic service, it was her first encounter with such a gracious host. The fact that they had prepared breakfast for her and her daughter felt almost surreal. After tidying up the dining area, Song Chow Chow guided them through the expansive luxury flat of over 300 square meters. With each door she opened, the two women gasped in awe. The master bedroom boasted a walk-in closet larger than their rented apartment, and beside the massage bathtub sat aromatic candles. The study featured a full wall of floor-to-ceiling bookshelves. This is the guest room. In the future, Xiao Bai and Annie can stay here, Song Chow Chow announced as she opened a beige door, prompting Bai Ma to inhale sharply. The guest room was indeed magnificent, spacious and bright, fully furnished. with brand new bedding that exuded immense value. This was no mere guest room. It rivaled the best hotel suites. Bailey gently caressed the silk duvet, the delicate texture evoking a fleeting sensation that she was part of a luxurious scene from a television drama. Chapter 89. The Car Enthusiast Xiao by Auntie. Song Xiao Xiao suddenly pulled out her phone. I'll transfer you a month's salary first. It's 14,000, right? Her fingers danced over the screen. Oh, no rush. Bai Ma waved her hands in a flurry. We haven't even started working yet. It's not right to receive payment beforehand. We'll work first and get paid later. It's already been sent. Song Xiao Xiao reassured with a smile. It used to be just me cleaning this house. To be honest, it was quite exhausting. With you here, I can finally take it a bit easier. Thank you, Miss Song. You are truly kind. My daughter and I will certainly do our best. From now on, you can take a break. We'll handle all the chores, Bai Ma expressed. Her voice thick with emotion, her eyes glistening as she bowed slightly. Oh, please don't. Song Xiao Xiao hurriedly supported her. Auntie, no need for such formality. Just call me Xiao Xiao. It feels strange for me to be addressed as Miss Song. Song Xiao Xiao's warmth stemmed not only from her inherently kind nature, but also from Ji Bufon's specific instructions that they were to consider themselves family. Moreover, given that this mother-daughter duo was there to assist her, she felt compelled to treat them with genuine sincerity. Bai Ma gripped the hem of her clothing tightly, her knuckles turning pale. Throughout her years in domestic service, she had catered to demanding wealthy wives and dealt with fastidious elite couples. Yet she had never encountered a host quite like this. Not only had they prepared breakfast for her, but they had also sent a full month's wages even before work commenced. She had initially taken leave today to come and see, as her previous employer still owed her a substantial amount of her hard-earned wages. However, at this moment, she had resolutely decided not to return. That employer had relentlessly exploited her. Although she was hired as a nanny solely for the children, she was burdened with all sorts of tasks. Rising at 5 in the morning to prepare soup, and, in the dead of night, making hangover tea for the male head of the household. They treated her as if she were less than human. Yet here, she felt a warmth that surpassed that of family. Xiao Xiao, you are truly wonderful. Bai Li's melodious voice shattered the silence. The young girl clasped her mother's trembling arm, her eyes sparkling. Mom, I told you that Senior Ji is reliable, didn't I? She gazed out at the shimmering Huangpu River through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the sunlight dancing upon her eyelashes. As if the goddess of fate were unveiling a new chapter in their lives amidst the golden glow that filled the room. The Bai mother and daughter, brimming with excitement, immersed themselves in their new work, tying on aprons and diving into their tasks. Their faces radiated joy, their hearts filled with beautiful visions of a hopeful future. Meanwhile, in the old villa of the Gu family, Gu mother stepped out after a delightful breakfast, her spirit vibrant as she headed to work. She walked lightly, seeming to have shed years, her eyes and brows betraying an unmistakable joy. With practiced grace, she entered a silver-gray Mercedes Maybach, elegantly starting the engine. As the window slowly descended, she waved to her daughter and son-in-law standing at the door. Qianqian, Xiaoji, I'm off to work. Mom, drive safely, Gu Qianqian urged with concern. Auntie, take care on the road, Ji Bufon echoed. Bathed in the morning sun, Gu Qianqian affectionately linked arms with Ji Bufon, watching her mother depart for work. In that moment, she felt as though she were enveloped in warm honeyed milk, every pore radiating a sweet sense of contentment, her being filled with bliss. Her mother was thriving in her career, yet remained devoted to showering her with affection. Though her beloved husband had a penchant for playfulness, he was exceptionally talented, humorous, handsome, and capable. Their lives were devoid of worry, overflowing with abundance. Each day was carefree, allowing her to pursue her desires. What could be more blissful than this? After a restful night, Gu Qianqian was now brimming with energy, her fair cheeks flushed with a healthy pink, delicate as a newly blossomed cherry blossom. The morning breeze tousled her hair, carrying a subtle scent of jasmine. Fanbao, let us go back inside. Gu Qianqian purred like a playful kitten, gently nuzzling Ji Bufon's cotton pajamas with her cheek. Through the thin fabric, she could distinctly feel the firm lines of his muscles, causing her ears to heat slightly. Ji Bufon tousled her hair affectionately. All right, let us head back. By the way, Qianqian, do you have any plans for today? Plans? I have none, Gu Qianqian replied, tilting her face upwards. As long as I can be with you, Fanbao, that's all I need. She deliberately elongated her final syllable, her voice sweet enough to make honey drip. Ji Bufon gently pinched her rosy cheeks, and said, "I have to step out shortly. Su Wen's aunt has arrived in the city and has requested to meet with me. Would you care to join?" Initially, Ji Bufan had planned to heed the suggestion of editor Ji Xiang and host a live stream to pass the time. After all, idleness could be transformed into interaction with his fans. However, just as he was enjoying breakfast, he received a message from Su's aunt indicating her arrival and her desire to discuss contract matters. Ji Bufan understood that her intentions likely extended beyond mere contract discussions, or else she would not have chosen to meet at a hotel. To alleviate any potential pressure on her, he decided to bring Gu Qianqian along for support. Additionally, he intended to invite Mou. Upon hearing this, a delicate blush appeared on Gu Qianqian's fair cheeks, reminiscent of early spring cherry blossoms kissed by the dawn light. She was not well acquainted with Su's aunt, which made her feel a mix of apprehension and shyness. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, casting gentle shadows upon her eyelids. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothing, entwining and releasing. After a moment of hesitation, she pressed her rosy lips together and eventually lifted her clear gaze, softly responding, "Yes, Fanbao, I will go." The two retreated to the second floor to change. Ji Bufan opted for a somewhat formal attire, donning a light-colored shirt paired with well-tailored ash-gray trousers, exuding an air of effortless sophistication. Gu Qianqian meticulously selected a sleeveless striped blouse from her wardrobe, the fine vertical lines accentuating her slender figure. She paired it with a black pleated skirt that fell just above her knees, revealing her straight, fair legs. As she gathered her long hair to one side, she showcased her delicate collarbone, presenting a fresh yet playful demeanor. Before long, the two set off in the car. Meanwhile, Mou, having received the news, had also begun her journey. She felt elated, as it seemed she would have the opportunity to shoot a video today, enriching her older sister's experiences. Mou had been busy with sending out invitations the previous day. She had initially thought she would need to wait until the evening to visit Ji Bufan for video material. The unexpected opportunity during the day delighted her. She could easily discern the underlying intentions of Su Monli, the general manager. It was evident that she was captivated by Ji Bufan and could not resist the urge to meet him. After all, she could have waited a few days to come over, signing the contract during the wedding festivities without the need for a dedicated trip. A prominent figure like her had precious time, and wasting several days on this was simply impractical. At that moment, Mou was in high spirits, her lips curling into a smile as she drove, finding the situation particularly amusing. The thought of the usually serious general manager, Su, being so easily entranced by Ji Bufan struck her as remarkably entertaining. Yet, she couldn't help but reflect that she too was not immune to such enchantments. Since the very first encounter, she has found herself unable to part with Ji Bufan. The Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Pudong stands majestically by the Huangpu River along the Bund. Within the opulent suite, which commands a daily rate exceeding 10,000, Su Monli paces the room, her anxiety palpable. She has received a response, and her counterpart is en route. Yet she cannot help but wonder how much longer it will take. The anticipation gnaws at her, and she longs to meet him without delay. To calm her racing heart, she steps onto the expansive terrace. The breathtaking view of the Huangpu River and the shimmering skyline of the Bund fills her with awe. A gentle breeze caresses her face, offering a modicum of solace to her troubled mind. It has been merely 2 or 3 days since she departed from Hungyan. Yet Su Monli finds her yearning to see Ji Bufan insatiable. Rationality admonishes her, compelling her to suppress such thoughts, but yesterday, this longing finally shattered the confines of her reason. This sensation is akin to a person who has savored the fullness of a meal, unable to endure the pangs of hunger thereafter. Had she never experienced the bliss of satisfaction, perhaps she could have remained content in her current state. Yet, once she has tasted that fulfillment, returning to the past becomes an impossibility. Even though her niece, Su Wen, would arrive in 3 days, she cannot bear to wait a single day longer. This woman, perceived by others as affluent and possessing an air of nobility, once believed her life was destined for tranquility, free from tumultuous waves. Yet, unbeknownst to her, whether by fate's design or life's capriciousness, she encountered Ji Bufan. In those brief 2 days and 3 nights in Hungyan, she experienced feelings she had never known before. The fleeting moments shared with him opened a portal to a new realm. Ji Bufan did not introduce her to the superficiality of a glittering world, but rather delivered a profound resonance that struck her very soul. The moments they spent together shimmered in her memory like a crystal enchanted. refracting dazzling hues that left her spellbound. For the first time, she realized that life could be so rich and fulfilling, with every instant brimming with exhilarating tremors. Recently, she has noticed subtle changes unfolding in her life. In the stillness of the night, the image of Ji Buffon frequently surfaces unbidden before her. And in the soft light of dawn, the first thoughts that dance across her mind are of him. This state of yearning fills her with both ecstasy and trepidation. She begins to reassess her existence. Those days she once deemed perfect now appear to be a carefully woven tapestry of self-deception. Ji Buffon's presence is like a bolt of lightning, illuminating desires deep within her that she had never before acknowledged. This realization brings her both exhilarating joy and unsettling anxiety. She feels as though she has lost her way. Upon arriving at the Ritz-Carlton, Mou calls Ji Buffon, and learning that he is nearing, she waits at the entrance. Soon enough, a creamy white BMW glides gracefully along the driveway, its body shimmering like pearls under the sun, and it comes to a steady stop before the entrance. As the car doors swung open simultaneously, Ji Buffon and Gu Qianqian alighted. Gu Qianqian casually tossed the car keys to the approaching valet. Subsequently, she met Mou's gaze, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Sister Mou." Mou's lips curved into a gentle smile as she stepped forward to take her hand, her tone warm and familiar. "Qianqian is here too? That is wonderful. I was worried about helping alone and feeling a bit overwhelmed." With that, she turned slightly, her arm naturally looping through Ji Buffon's. Her eyes glimmered with mirth as she said, "Darling, you truly thought of everything." Ji Buffon instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist, his fingers grazing the curve of her waist through the thin fabric, and he chuckled softly. "Wife Mou. Did you miss me after not seeing me for a whole evening?" I did," Mou replied, tilting her head to look at him. The commanding presence she usually wielded as a director on set seemed to dissipate, replaced by a youthful innocence that sparkled in her eyes. Ji Buffon had always admired Mou's character. Having immersed herself in the avant-garde entertainment industry for years, her views were refreshingly open-minded, devoid of any antiquated notions. Just as he often devoted energy to caring for those around him, she never minded, wholeheartedly supporting him and occasionally teasing him with a smile, her eyes brimming with approval. Not to mention her tall and graceful figure, especially her exceptionally long legs, which he found endlessly captivating. Today, Mou was particularly radiant. She had notably swapped her usual sharp business attire for a white lace top that draped loosely over her shoulders, subtly revealing the delicate texture of her skin, romantic yet understated. Her lower half was adorned with frayed denim shorts that perfectly outlined her sleek waist and hips. Her long legs, bathed in sunlight, appeared as though dipped in jade, exuding a light and confident grace with every step. This vibrant and lively demeanor, richer in warmth than usual, prompted Ji Buffon to steal a few extra glances. The trio strolled into the grand lobby, where the warm light from the crystal chandelier cascaded down, enveloping them in a soft golden glow. The sound of Mou's high heels striking the marble floor echoed like a cheerful rhythm. Gu Qianqian flitted about like a joyful bird, occasionally whispering into Ji Buffon's ear, eliciting low chuckles from him, the vibrations resonating through his arm to Mou's palm. "This hotel has such a lovely ambience." Gu Qianqian's warm breath, imbued with sweetness, brushed against Ji Buffon's ear. "Darling, we could come stay for a night sometime." Ji Buffon leaned down, playfully nuzzling her hair, his voice low and teasing. "That would require you to invite a few more friends. Your darling is no longer the same as before." Gu Qianqian blushed slightly at his jest, playfully punching his arm. The elevator ascended smoothly, reaching the 51st floor. Guided by a waiter, the three arrived at Su Monli's door. Ji Buffon raised his hand and pressed the doorbell, its crisp chime echoing twice down the corridor before the door swiftly swung open. Su Monli's visage appeared through the crack of the door, her exquisite makeup accentuating her gentle beauty. Beneath her willow-like brows, her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness, clearly having awaited this moment for quite some time. However, as her gaze swept over the three individuals at the entrance, particularly landing on Gu Qianqian's unfamiliar smiling face, a flicker of confusion clouded her eyes. She had anticipated Mou's arrival, having prepared for her assistance with the contract. Their long-standing acquaintance allowed for such familiarity. Yet, did the unexpectedly present young lady, G, fail to comprehend the essence of her phone call last night? Chapter 91. Styling the eldest sister, Su Monli cast a slightly melancholic glance at Ji Buffon, only to be met with his radiant, sunshine-like smile. In that brief moment, all her uncertainties dissipated. What did it matter if there were outsiders present? At this instant, she yearned to cast aside all reservations and savor this rare gathering. She quickly composed herself, gracefully stepping aside to welcome everyone into the room. Upon entering, Ji Buffon cheerfully introduced, "President Su, this is my wife, Gu Qianqian. I brought her along for a bit of fun." "Oh, I see." Su Monli's features relaxed, her heart feeling more at ease knowing she was not in the company of strangers. She subtly assessed Gu Qianqian, who radiated youthful vitality. Her delicate beauty accentuated by almond-shaped eyes and cherry lips, complemented by charming dimples when she smiled. Indeed, Ji's taste was commendable, extending her hand with a warm smile. Su Monli greeted, "Qianqian, it is a pleasure to meet you." Gu Qianqian promptly grasped her hand, her voice sweet and soft. "Hello, President Su." Previously, she had only caught distant glimpses of Su Monli on 2 occasions, but standing before her now, she was struck by the allure of this woman. Her refined makeup and elegant demeanor exuded the composure and charm of a mature woman, leaving a profound impression. Suddenly, Gu Qianqian found herself lost in thought, envisioning the enchanting scene of such an elegant and sophisticated Su Monli being playfully embraced by Ji Buffon. Naturally, the conversation turned to business matters. Su Monli retrieved a contract from her limited-edition crocodile skin handbag, the gilded pen lightly poised on the paper. "Teacher Ji, please take a look. This is the exclusive management contract I have drafted for you." Ji Buffon accepted the document, his eyes scanning the terms, his brows slightly arching in surprise. The contract explicitly stated a profit-sharing ratio of 19-1, with him receiving 90% while the company retained merely 10. Moreover, it specifically noted the absence of any mandatory performances or rigid requirements for commercial endorsements, nor any annual workload obligations. This implied he would wield complete control over the pace of his work, free to orchestrate his artistic career as he wished. It was, indeed, an extraordinarily lenient arrangement. In the realm of entertainment, while male artists were a rarity, typical newcomers were often offered a mere 37% share, and those with a modicum of fame could negotiate 28% at best. As for those who can secure a 90% share, they are undoubtedly the CR de la CR of the industry. Yet, at this moment, Su Monli unexpectedly presented such a contract to him, a budding newcomer. A knowing smile graced Ji Buffon's lips. This sincerity and audacity were indeed intriguing. Su Monli remarked, "Teacher Ji is a rare talent, and I have always valued long-term collaborations with exceptional artists. This contract imposes no time constraints and carries no penalties for breach. You may unilaterally terminate it at any time." Beside them, Imoyu could not help but lean in, her eyes wide with astonishment. Being part of the industry, she understood the extraordinary nature of such terms. This was not merely a management contract. It was, in essence, a gift agreement. Even Gu Qianqian gasped in surprise. Faced with such a contract, there was no room for hesitation, and Ji Buffon readily signed. After signing, he shook hands with Su Monli. As their palms met, his hand enveloped hers with just the right amount of warmth. "Your sincerity is truly moving. I find it impossible to decline. I hope you can also feel my earnest intentions," he said, his voice clear, with the final word rising slightly, laden with significance. Upon hearing this, Su Monli felt a shiver run up her spine, her meticulously crafted makeup unable to conceal the sudden flush that crept over her cheeks. Instinctively, she pressed her legs together, the silk of her skirt whispering softly as the tips of her high heels traced a subtle arc upon the carpet. Ji Buffon observed this with a hint of amusement in his gaze. He discreetly tightened his grip, his thumb brushing lightly over the delicate skin of her hand before he finally released it. Su Monli felt her heart skip a beat, biting her lip to mask the flutter of her emotions. Moments later, in an effort to ease the atmosphere and facilitate their next steps, Su Monli produced a bottle of red wine she had prepared in advance. The crisp sound of crystal glasses clinking together accompanied the amber liquid as it shimmered. Before long, Su Monli, who had been sitting upright on the guest sofa, found herself leaning into Ji Buffon's embrace, though she was unaware of when it had transpired. Ji Buffon, engrossed in his work, suddenly sensed a gaze upon him. He looked up to find Imoyu holding her phone, capturing the moment, the camera slightly trembling. "Imoyu, what are you doing?" he asked, a note of confusion in his tone. Mou adjusted her angle, her eyes glued to the screen. Just capturing some casual footage. You carry on, don't mind me. Just don't post it indiscriminately. I'm indifferent, but Sue's status is special, he cautioned. I know. Mou interrupted with a light laugh. This is just for my sister to see. I'll delete it after. Sister? Ji Buffon paused, his eyes suddenly brightening. The image of Mou's alluring elder sister danced in his mind, with her graceful figure and captivating charm. He cleared his throat and straightened his posture subtly. Shall I arrange a pose for your sister? Mou smiled knowingly, adjusting the camera to focus once again on her husband. All right, let us show my sister your most spirited side. In the frame, Xiao Ji stood proudly, exuding an extraordinary charm, with a slight turn of his body. His jawline became particularly pronounced, radiating the allure of youthful masculinity. Mou gazed contentedly at the viewfinder, pondering whether her sister could possibly resist after seeing this. Ji Buffon and his companions departed from the hotel in the early evening. At this moment, Gu Qianqian and Mou were still in good spirits. They had merely come to lend a hand today, expending little energy and feeling quite refreshed. In stark contrast, Su Zong in the suite likely lacked even the strength to turn over. The heavy blackout curtains were tightly drawn, and the rumpled sheets bore the creases of a long day, while a half-finished bottle of Evian glimmered faintly in the dusk. This billionaire businesswoman, at this moment, seemed unable even to muster the energy to press the service bell. Chapter 92. Sister, you're eating exceptionally well. Ji Buffon and his companions bid farewell at the hotel entrance. He and Gu Qianqian returned home, while Mou, eager to showcase the footage she had captured, hurried back to her own residence, excited to reveal just how remarkable her Xiao Ji was. The engine purred as the car glided into the deepening night. Mou steered with one hand, gently tapping the center console with the other, her gaze sweeping over the neon lights that began to illuminate the streets. A smile danced at the corners of her lips, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Tonight, she intended to flaunt her husband. Upon returning home with Gu Qianqian, Ji Buffon found his wife, Lin Muqing, arriving just moments after him. The dining table was laden with an array of delicious dishes, exuding tantalizing aromas. Song Qiao Qiao and teacher Lin were in the living room, seemingly waiting for their return to dine together. Ji Buffon surveyed the room, but noticed the absence of the young student by Li and her mother. He inquired of Song Qiao Qiao. Did Xiao Bai and her mother come today? They did, but left just a few minutes ago. Didn't you see them? Song Qiao replied. No, perhaps they took a different route. Ji Buffon responded. The residential community was designed to separate pedestrian and vehicle traffic, so it was understandable that he had missed them. However, hadn't it been agreed that they would live here? Why had they left? Before he could ask further, Song Qiao volunteered. Xiao Bai and her mother went home to pack some things. They will be living here starting tomorrow. Oh, Ji Buffon nodded, then asked, what do you think of them? Are they efficient in their work? Absolutely. Song Qiao nodded emphatically. Xiao Bai and her mother are incredibly diligent. They hardly stop working and can't be persuaded to take a break. Aunt Bai's cooking is delightful too. She prepared all these dishes. You'll see for yourself soon, she said, gesturing toward the table. All right, Ji Buffon replied. Before long, Lin Muqing and Gu Qianqian had changed into comfortable home attire, and everyone gathered around the dining table to begin their meal. As expected, Bai Li's mother's culinary skills were indeed impressive. Every dish was a feast for the senses, enticing everyone to sing its praises. Song Qiao and teacher Lin had already had the pleasure of savoring Bai Mu's culinary skills in advance, and now they were lavish with their compliments. Xiao Fan, Song Qiao said, cheerfully picking up a piece of steamed fish, with Aunt Bai and Xiao Bai's assistance. My tasks have become considerably lighter. Aunt Bai is remarkably efficient, and Xiao Bai is both obedient and adorable. She paused, blinking her eyes as she inquired. Are you planning to marry Xiao Bai? Ji Buffon, thoroughly enjoying his meal, raised his head at her remark and nodded candidly. Indeed, that is my intention. The few women present were not surprised by his response, nor did they express any opposition. On the contrary, they all exhibited expressions of relief. Having another sister in the family meant a slight alleviation of their burdens. Lin Muqing silently chewed her food, her heart brimming with myriad emotions. Her transformation in mindset was most pronounced. Initially yearning for a world of two with Ji Buffon, she now found herself in a household that had grown increasingly crowded with sisters, to the point where even the spacious bed felt cramped. She could never have imagined that her life would evolve into its current state. Her gaze unconsciously swept over her sisters at the dining table. The amiable and charming Song Qiao Qiao was serving Ji Bufan, while the vivacious Gu Qianqian animatedly recounted the day's amusing anecdotes in between bites. Even her younger sister Mu Yu had seamlessly integrated into this large family. Lin Muqing was astonished to discover that she felt not a trace of jealousy or displeasure. Instead, warmth surged within her. This transformation was astonishing, even to herself. From possessiveness to acceptance, from resistance to embrace, her emotional journey felt almost magical. Perhaps it was the unique colors each sister brought that enriched their lives so vibrantly. Each night, the tender scene of the sisters nestled together warmed her heart. The sensation of being enveloped in love, the warmth of mutual support, deeply enchanted her. Although the atmosphere could occasionally become chaotic, the sweetness within made it all the more irresistible. Lin Muqing picked up a chopstick full of vibrant greens, and as she gently nibbled, a serene smile graced her lips. This life, though starkly different from her initial imaginings, unexpectedly led her to discover true happiness. At that moment, Song Xiao Qiao continued to extol the virtues of the Bai mother and daughter. Xiao Fan, you have no idea. Aunt Bai is not only capable, but also quite beautiful. She appears remarkably youthful, and her figure is well maintained. At first glance, one would hardly believe she is Xiao Bai's mother. Ji Bufan, intrigued, raised his eyebrows. Oh, is that so? Meanwhile, Imoyu was nearing home, skillfully maneuvering her car into the underground garage as she rounded the last corner. During the few seconds the elevator ascended, she could feel her heartbeat quickening, a feeling of eagerness to share that she hadn't experienced in quite some time. The desire to share is a marvelous emotion. When one encounters or receives something extraordinarily delightful, the joy feels akin to cradling a pocketful of stars. An irresistible urge to share it with others arises. This is not an act of boasting, but rather resembles the innocent exuberance of a child who has discovered treasure. Look what I have found. Such exquisite joy is often too precious to keep to oneself, compelling the desire to share it with those closest, until the mirrored brilliance in their eyes confirms that happiness has truly taken root. The yearning to share is not a display of arrogance, but a gentle softness nestled within the heart. It stems from the belief that this beauty deserves to be witnessed, and the faith that there will always be someone who genuinely rejoices in your happiness. As the elevator doors opened and she stepped into her home, Imoyu heard her elder sister's languid voice emanating from the living room. Little sister, I thought you wouldn't be back tonight. Imoyu hurried into the room, shaking her phone playfully. Sister, guess what I have brought for you? Her smile bore a hint of pride, mingled with a touch of secret anticipation. Are you ready to rekindle your acquaintance with my little husband? Mo Bing lazily propped herself up, her silk robe slipping off her shoulders. Recently, her work had been light, devoid of any performance obligations, granting her a leisurely respite. As she casually accepted the phone, she suddenly straightened upon the screen, illuminating, her fingers instinctively tightening, her heart fluttering, and her breath quickening. Goodness, she unconsciously sighed. Even before reaching the halfway mark, she felt a constriction in her throat. Once the video concluded, the living room fell into a brief silence. Mo Bing slowly lowered the phone, and when she turned to look at Mou, her typically languid eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness. Little sister, her voice was somewhat hoarse. Do you usually eat this? You must eat quite splendidly. Mou tilted her head, grinning mischievously like a cunning little fox. So, sister, would you care to join me for a Michelin feast? At this, Mo Bing felt her throat gently constrict. Without much contemplation, she nodded slightly, her voice trembling. I would like that. Mou beamed at the sight of her sister's longing gaze. It was a rare moment indeed, to witness the usually poised and elegant Mo Bing displaying such emotion. She swiftly tapped on her phone screen, sending a message. Hubby, sister has agreed to sample your culinary skills. She added a smug little fox emoji at the end. After sending the message, she looked up at Mo Bing, deliberately winking. Sister, do not regret it. Chef G's cooking can be quite addictive. Mo Bing cleared her throat, turning her face away, yet her ears betrayed her, flushing subtly. Stop being so cheeky. At that moment, she was earnestly contemplating her younger sister's prior suggestion to hastily divorce and then be with little G. Although in this society, a woman proposing divorce often bears the brunt of disadvantage, receiving neither a fair share of the family assets nor reclaiming her initial dowry. Yet she willingly pays such a price. Having witnessed Ji Buffon's graceful movements in the kitchen and the exquisite delicacies crafted under his skillful hands, she cannot bear to remain trapped in this stagnant marriage, even if it means leaving with nothing and bearing the weight of gossip. Beneath Mo Bing's seemingly fragile exterior lies a burgeoning courage to gamble at all. She merely hopes that Xiao Ji will not look down upon her, though the likelihood of this seems slim. According to her sister's description, that man is charming and carefree, seemingly unselective in his partners. Mo Bing considers herself reasonably attractive, and though she has experienced marriage, it feels almost as if she has not at all. With this thought, Mo Bing senses the dawn of a new life approaching, and an unfamiliar anticipation stirs within her. Sister, has your husband replied? When will we set a date? When Ji Buffon received Mo's message, he had just finished his meal. The moment his phone screen lit up, his pupils constricted, followed by a surge of joy within him. Mou is truly remarkable. An exceptional wife. Did she really persuade her elder sister? The scene from their last meeting flashed before his mind. Mo Bing's enchanting figure in a light blue qipao became increasingly vivid in his thoughts. The subtle glimpse of her fair skin where the dress split, the graceful sway of her waist as she moved, the delicate orchid-like fingers as she poured tea, and the tear mole beneath her enchanting eyes all replayed in his memory. Most captivating was the occasional theatrical inflection in her voice, with a melodic lilt that was particularly alluring. The more Ji Buffon thought, the more he felt drawn to her. He swallowed hard, his throat tightening. Mo Bing, being a leading performer in a traditional opera troupe, possessed an innate classical and artistic aura, reserved, understated, tranquil, and elusive. Yet it was precisely this quality that ignited his desire. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he contemplated his schedule for the following day and replied, Mou, you are amazing. I will come to your place tomorrow evening. Please have your sister ready. After sending the message, he felt it lacked warmth and added a kiss emoji. He yearned to rush over immediately, but reason dictated that he must not act too hastily. He still needed to pacify his other wives. Lin Xiaoxue would be returning home tomorrow, likely arriving in the afternoon. Once he settled matters with her, he could head to Mo's residence. As night enveloped the world outside, Ji Buffon leaned against the back of the sofa, a smile playing on his lips. At this time tomorrow, he could almost envision Mo Bing's enchanting, painted eyes gazing at him, filled with unspoken sentiments. The night passed in silence. The next morning, golden sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow over the beige fabric sofa. The lingering aroma of breakfast still hung in the air, and sunbeams danced upon the empty glass cups, creating a mosaic of light. Song Xiao had just finished clearing the breakfast dishes, her apron still speckled with water stains, when the crisp sound of the doorbell shattered the morning tranquility. She approached, wiping her hands, and quickly walked to the door. Peering through the peephole, she saw the mother and daughter standing outside. Hastily opening the door, a warm smile graced her face. Xiao Bai, Auntie, please come in. She stepped aside to make way, turning her head to softly call towards the study. Xiao Fan, Xiao Bai, and Annie have arrived. The sound of a chair being moved came from within, and Ji Buffon emerged from the study, clad in a simple white t-shirt that accentuated his well-defined arms. He wore a smile as warm as jade. Xiao Bai, Auntie, good morning. Bai Li stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. The canvas bag in her hands falling to the ground with a thud. Sunlight cascaded down upon her slightly trembling eyelashes, casting delicate shadows. Senior, is it really you? The excitement was palpable in her voice. Upon seeing Ji Buffon nod with a smile, she bowed deeply, her long black hair cascading from her shoulders. I knew it was you helping me and my mother. Noticing her demeanor, Ji Buffon quickly stepped forward to support her shoulders. The warmth from his palms seeped through the thin fabric of her clothing, an irresistible comfort. There's no need for that. From now on, we are all family. He then smiled warmly at Bai Ma, his gaze gentle. Bai Ma hurriedly inclined her body slightly, her voice soft and sincere. Mr. Ji, I truly do not know how to thank you enough. She appeared somewhat anxious, her fingers unconsciously entwined, knuckles turning pale. I told you not to be so polite, Auntie. There's no need for that. Ji Buffon released Bai Li and turned to assist Bai Ma. His gestures were natural and considerate, as if he genuinely regarded them as family. Though his eyes continually assessed the mother and daughter duo, his gaze first fell upon Bai Li. Today, she wore a simple white dress, her slender waist delicate, with the subtle contours of her calves glistening enticingly in the morning light. Her long black hair brushed against her exquisite collarbone as she trembled with excitement. And the flush on her cheeks, stirred by her emotions, resembled that of a ripe apple. Shifting his gaze to Bai Ma, his expression deepened. Bai Ma exuded a gentle maturity, also dressed in a skirt that perfectly accentuated her well-proportioned figure. Her curves spoke of a graceful femininity unique to mature women. Her features were beautiful, and one could faintly discern the youthful resemblance to Bai Li, albeit softened by the gentle touch of time. The faint lines at the corners of her eyes did not detract from her beauty. Rather, they added an air of calmness born from life's experiences. Quite remarkable, Ji Bufan mused, his eyes filled with admiration. Feeling a stir of emotions, after exchanging a few pleasantries, he invited Bai Li to accompany him to the study. Trusting him completely, she nodded obediently and followed. Not long after, a soft click echoed as the study door opened, and Ji Bufan and Bai Li emerged in succession. Bai Li followed behind, her steps seemingly unsteady, her once bright eyes veiled by a delicate mist, long eyelashes drooping as if devoid of strength to lift. A peculiar flush adorned her cheeks, spreading from her ears down to her jawline, even her neck tinged with a faint hue. She appeared weary. Yet there was an unusual softness about her, reminiscent of something gently steeped in warm water. In front of her, Ji Bufan remained radiant and lively, his shirt unbuttoned at the collar, revealing a glimpse of his collarbone, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. He surveyed the living room, casting his gaze over the gathered individuals before speaking. Aunt Bai, Xiao Bai, you need not tidy up today, the house is quite clean. Take a day to rest. He then turned to Gu Qianqian and Song Qiao. Qianqian, Qiao, please take Xiao Bai and Annie to the mall. Help them pick out some new clothes and shoes. Buy several complete outfits from head to toe. Oh, how could we? Aunt Bai hastily waved her hand, but Ji Bufan gently yet firmly interrupted. Auntie, please don't be so polite. Consider yourself one of us. With a burst of enthusiasm, Gu Qianqian leaped up. No problem, Fan Bao. Leave it to me. She eagerly grabbed Song Qiao's hand, suggesting they also buy some new clothes for Qiao. Ji Bufan smiled and nodded. Do buy some for yourselves as well. All right. Gu Qianqian winked and dashed towards her room, her cheerful voice echoing in the corridor. Everyone, get ready. We're leaving soon. Her exuberance instantly dissipated the earlier atmosphere of ambiguity. Once the crowd had departed, the spacious house fell into a serene silence. Ji Bufan returned to his writing. As the clock approached 10, he began to set up his live streaming equipment, preparing for his first broadcast since achieving fame. He reminisced about his university days when, during financially tight times, he would live stream to earn some extra cash. Those youthful days felt like mere yesterday. In the blink of an eye, he had married so many wives and had not streamed for nearly a year. For this occasion, he had specially announced the event on his social media the night before. This was not only a special event to give back to his fans, but also a chance to accumulate gifts, earn a bit of money, and draw more attention to his novels. Before long, the equipment was ready, and Ji Bufan took a deep breath before hitting the start button. Although there were still a few minutes until 10 o'clock, a surge of viewers flooded into the live stream, indicating that many had been waiting eagerly. Among them were editors like Ji Xiang from the capital, Su Monli residing in a luxurious suite at the Ritz-Carlton, Mo Yu and her elder sister Mo Bing, and Su Wan, who was filming in Hongdian, among others. Of course, the majority were Ji Bufan's steadfast fans. The barrage of comments flooded in like a tidal wave. Third Master. It's really Third Master. Oh my, he's even more handsome than in the drama. Third Master is finally live. We've waited so long. Is Master Sen not filming today? How come he has time to live stream? Wow, he looks so youthful. Are you at home? I love you, Master San. As the screen filled with affectionate calls for Master San, Ji Bufan couldn't help but smile. The character that catapulted him to fame in the online drama Deep Courtyard has now become an endearing moniker among his fans. Clearing his throat, he cheerfully responded, "Thank you all for your concern. My scenes in Deep Courtyard have all been wrapped up. I'm currently resting at home, which is why I've taken the time to chat with everyone." The comments section erupted. What? You finished filming? How infuriating. Why isn't it airing yet? Exactly, I'm so eager to watch. Could you take off your shirt? I want to see your abs. Ji Bufan chuckled at the rapidly scrolling comments, shaking his head in amusement. Leaning slightly forward, he patiently explained, while my scenes are complete, post-production also requires time, and the airing schedule is predetermined. Please be patient. At that moment, the screen was not only filled with comments, but also an abundance of gifts. Ji Buffon smiled at the screen full of presents and said, "There's no need to send me gifts. Let's just chat like friends." After a brief pause, he mischievously winked. "Of course, if you really want to express your feelings, a little gesture is fine, but please, don't stop." This last remark sent the comments into a frenzy. With laughter and declarations of Master Sand is too adorable flooding the screen. Ji Buffon leaned back in his chair, his smile unwavering as he basked in the enthusiastic reactions of his fans. However, the internet is a mixed bag. Amidst the harmony, some individuals made unkind remarks, questioning whether he had relied on his looks to gain favor, if he had climbed into the director's bed, or if his action sequences were performed by a stunt double. Ji Buffon chose to ignore these comments. The more attention he gave them, the more persistent they became. The best response was to disregard them, rendering them pointless. Yet, one particularly persistent comment caught his attention. "What gift can the host receive to take off his shirt? I want to see his abs." This comment not only appeared repeatedly, but also incited others to join in. Ji Buffon chuckled helplessly. "Dear sister, this is a serious live stream, not a meat market. No matter the gifts, I won't be taking anything off, thank you." But the individual seemed undeterred, continuing to press the issue. Others chimed in. "A rocket car probably won't do, but would a carnival suffice?" Ji Buffon, both amused and exasperated, thought the request for abs should be directed elsewhere. "If you want to see that, go find another live stream. No hard feelings." Yet the insistence continued. "I just want to see you." Ji Buffon raised an eyebrow. "May I ask, just out of curiosity, are you quite wealthy? What is your monthly salary to be so bold?" 2008. The other party surprisingly replied. This response elicited a chuckle from Ji Buffon. 2008? "Sister, I suggest you focus on improving your own life instead of imitating others by showering gifts." He momentarily set aside his jesting demeanor, speaking earnestly. "The gifts in the live stream represent everyone's goodwill, but what truly matters is living well. Can one truly thrive on a salary of 2008? Enough of this chatter. What gift can lead to undressing?" Ji Buffon was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he declared, "You need not send gifts. I shall undress. Right now?" His impulsive decision stemmed from an overflow of empathy. How ironic it was that someone earning a meager 2008 would resort to gifting for him to disrobe. At first glance, it appeared humorous and surreal. Yet, upon deeper reflection, it revealed a poignant truth. Indeed, 2008 makes it nearly impossible to live well. This woman would rather exchange her hard-earned money for ephemeral solace, employing the clumsiest means to combat the weight of her existence. Poverty had not extinguished her dreams. Rather, it rendered her desires strikingly authentic. Her aspirations were undeniably grand. Chapter 95. Only a minute. Please capture screenshots promptly. In truth, 90% of the world's populace is impoverished, toiling for meager wages merely to sustain their lives. It is not that they lack effort. Rather, such endeavors often yield little change. Resources are limited, and social strata have become entrenched. The relentless struggles of ordinary individuals throughout their lives may pale in comparison to the advantages possessed by those born into wealth. From a certain perspective, this woman's actions exemplify a tragic spirit of resistance. With the only currency at her disposal, she seeks fleeting comfort and a sense of control in the virtual realm. Is this not a form of alternative defiance against the harsh realities she faces? The comment section soon filled with voices of admiration. Those earning $28,000 cannot comprehend the plight of those with 2008, earning $50,000 a year. I feel particularly inadequate. I envy the courage and determination of this sister. Can one truly live well on 2008? She sees through it all. How did I go from laughing to tears? How can one thrive on 2008? Ha. I too earned 2008. Goodness, Senyi has really undressed. Oh my goodness. At this moment, Ji Buffon had shed his shirt and returned to the live stream camera. The sunlight streamed in at an angle, resembling a natural spotlight that cast a delicate halo over his nearly flawless physique. His shoulders were broad and straight, with collarbones carved deeply, leading down to the well-defined contours of his chest. The muscle definition was not exaggerated. Rather, it flowed gracefully like an exquisite Greek sculpture, subtly rising and falling with each breath. The mermaid line at his waist hinted at his form, with abdominal muscles clearly delineated yet not overly pronounced, resembling meticulously polished jade arranged in a way that glimmered healthily in the sunlight. No one anticipated that while Ji Buffon appeared slim in clothing, he would reveal such a robust and powerful frame once undressed. Wow, Mom asked me why I'm glued to the screen, and I replied, because I see a living bodhisattva. Now she and I are vying for attention, and I find myself responding, what about that sister from earlier? I shall refer to you as my eternal deity. Lick. I want to lick the screen until it bursts. G. Buffon cast a glance at the barrage of comments, smiling as he remarked, in just 1 minute, I shall don my clothes. So those of you wishing to take screenshots or record, do so swiftly and do not miss the moment. With that, he picked up a nearby glass of water and tilted it back to drink. The crystalline droplets cascaded down the side of the glass, refracting shards of light under the sun. As he swallowed, his alluring Adam's apple bobbed, and the graceful curve of his neck was accentuated. A mischievous droplet slid down his jaw, pausing briefly at his collarbone before continuing its descent into his sculpted chest. He remained entirely indifferent to the fact that his physique was on full display for everyone to see, exuding an air of composure and confidence in every gesture. The sunlight danced upon his fair, smooth skin, delineating the perfect contours of each muscle. At this moment, he was unaware that this segment of his bare-chested live broadcast would soon ignite across the internet like wildfire, becoming a visual feast revisited by countless individuals in the solitude of night, meticulously archived as a special feature for innumerable sleepless nights. Thank you, Master San, for the reminder. I have already started recording, exclaimed a viewer. Never before had one encountered such magnanimity and open-heartedness. Suddenly, a familiar comment caught everyone's attention. Host. I want to watch for free. Here is a sports car for you. It was indeed that fan who earned a modest monthly salary of $2,800, yet was fervently determined to persuade G. Buffon to shed his clothing. An effect indicating the sports car gift illuminated beside her avatar. This act seemed to unleash a floodgate, prompting previously silent spectators to begin showering gifts. I want to watch for free either, though my monthly salary is only $5,000. I must send a rocket to express my sentiments. Accompanied by the animation of the rocket soaring into the sky, the entire screen was bathed in a fiery red hue. I'm a student, but I still want to send a firework as a token. I'm a sanitation worker. Here is a hot air balloon. I'm a boss. 10 carnivals to show my appreciation. The continuous display of 10 dazzling carnival effects propelled the atmosphere of the live stream to a crescendo, as golden streamers and fireworks instantaneously engulfed the screen. What a generous boss. Master San, shouldn't you also take off your pants to express gratitude to the boss lady? Today, a scene is simply magnificent. Amid the frenzied scrolling of comments, the effects of various gifts rose and fell, casting G. Buffon's muscular form in a flickering light. The popularity of the live stream surged at a visibly rapid pace, quickly ascending to the top of the platform's real-time ranking. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, Sue Monley reclined languidly on the plush, comfortable bed. She was not alone. A local friend from Shanghai, Lu Qing, had come to visit her and was sitting beside her. At this moment, the woman's fingers danced swiftly across the screen, occasionally emitting excited gasps. Monley. Lu Qing suddenly grasped Sue Monley's wrist, her gaze still fixed on the screen. Can we arrange for this little G? She inquired. I wish to treat him to a meal. Her eyes lingered on G. Buffon's chiseled abs, her throat convulsing slightly. Sue Monley took a sip of champagne, her ruby lips curling into a playful smile. Just a meal? She teased, deliberately elongating her tone. Lu Qing playfully tapped her shoulder, feigning annoyance as she tucked a loose curl behind her ear. Of course, I desire more than just a meal. She then turned serious. It must be mutual, right? As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Sue Monley, acquainted with friends of her own caliber, wealthy and noble, knew Lu Qing all too well. In her 30s, Lu Qing embodied the grace of a mature woman while still possessing the vivacity of youth. The sparkle in her eyes, familiar to Sue Monley, betrayed an unmistakable excitement and yearning. Yet, Lu Qing maintained a decorous restraint, transforming that fervent passion into elegant composure. I shall inquire on your behalf, Sue Monley offered, gently swirling her glass, the ice cubes clinking melodiously. Little G is quite amiable, and you possess an undeniable charm. He should not refuse. She met her friend's gaze, a mischievous smile playing at her lips. However, you should express your sincerity with a few more gifts. And when you meet, temper your gaze. Don't frighten him away with that intensity. Monley, you are the best. Lu Qing exclaimed, unable to contain her joy, her lips curving into an enchanting smile. I shall send gifts immediately. Her slender fingers danced across her phone screen, dispatching 50 carnival gifts in rapid succession. The dazzling effects danced across her exquisite profile, illuminating her fervent desire reflected in her bright eyes. Chapter 96. A Bountiful Livestream. Lin Xiaoxue returns goodness. 50 carnivals at 3,000 each. That amounts to 150,000. Ji Bufan exclaimed, his smile broadening. This truly is a generous sister. In the past, he would have gone to great lengths to express his gratitude, but now, he was somewhat of a figure in the spotlight. While he had the inclination, he refrained from such overt displays, especially not in front of thousands of viewers. He resolved to add this generous sister as a friend, hoping she would share a few photos. If she was as delightful as he anticipated, he would suggest a meeting, regardless of distance, even if it meant traveling across the country. Thank you, Sister Qing, for the 50 carnivals. You are too kind. Please, do not stop. Ji Bufan jested. To his surprise, the sister took him seriously, and the screen erupted with another series of carnival effects. She sent another 50, another 150,000. Such an extravagant display of wealth. Ji Bufan himself felt somewhat embarrassed. He was not a greedy individual and repeatedly urged others not to spend excessively. His pleas were heeded, and the gifts ceased to flow, yet the screen continued to be adorned with extravagant presents, for the live stream was filled with numerous viewers. The atmosphere had been thoroughly ignited, with everyone eagerly following the affluent lady's lead in enthusiastic spending. Take Mo's elder sister, Mo Bing, for instance. She had initially no intention of gifting, merely passing time by watching Ji Bufan's stream, knowing they would meet later that evening. Having already seen his physique, he was not just bare-chested but had been scrutinized in all his glory. She found herself entranced by the flurry of gift animations on the screen, her fingers involuntarily tapping away, sending out dozens of rockets, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of dollars had flown away. What an impulse, she muttered, biting her lip, yet she could not resist sending a few supercars as well. Similarly, there was the editor Ji Xiang from the capital. Despite being financially constrained, he couldn't help but feel he was getting a bargain while admiring the chiseled abs of the young Master Ji in the live stream, and thus contributed a few $100s as a token gesture. Then there was Su Wan, the deputy director on set in Hunk, who had been urged multiple times to hasten her filming but remained stubbornly unmovable. Meanwhile, in a luxurious apartment in Yangcheng, a woman sat staring blankly at the screen. Once a leading singer in the country, she had retreated from the limelight due to unforeseen circumstances and spent her days tending to her garden and nurturing her soul. To pass the time, she occasionally indulged in online novels. Last month, she stumbled upon a book titled The 7 Days of Doom, finding it utterly captivating, and had been following its updates while sending a few gifts to support the author. Though she had long since faded from the music scene, her royalties remained substantial. She had more than enough to spend. Just yesterday, while reading, she had sent 2 gold medals to urge the author for updates, only to discover that the author was going to host a live stream. Thus, today she made it a point to be present, eager to see the enigmatic creator. After all, authors have always been shrouded in mystery, piquing the curiosity of readers. Little did she anticipate that this author was also an actor and singer, enjoying a modest fame, and so young, so handsome, with an enviable physique. In an impulsive moment, she found herself showering the stream with over 100,000 in gifts. Ji Bufan took note of some familiar names among the gift givers. For instance, when we meet, Flowers Bloom was none other than Gu Qianqian's mother. There was also someone named Haidang Yijio, who he recognized as his novel's top supporter. To his surprise, she had followed him into the live stream and generously gifted him again. He resolved to connect with her, hoping to cultivate a relationship with this benefactor. As a minute swiftly passed, Ji Bufan donned his attire and engaged earnestly with the audience. As time progressed, the popularity of the live stream continued to soar. After he performed his song Yu San Yi Lai Lu, the number of online viewers surged to 200,000. Seizing the moment, he revealed his identity as an author and promoted his novel, which naturally elicited a chorus of astonished reactions. What else can San Yi do? He is truly multifaceted. Let's show our support. The live stream lasted for a full hour, during which Ji Bufan remained vibrant and engaging, effortlessly interacting with the barrage of comments. While the gift effects on the screen were almost incessant, he garnered considerable rewards, amassing nearly 2 million in gifts alone. After deducting the platform share, his net income approached 1 million. It was undeniably a lucrative endeavor. Furthermore, both his fan engagement and personal influence saw a significant enhancement. Contentedly, Ji Bufan powered down his equipment, resolving to hold such live events regularly in the future. Stretching leisurely, he took a moment to rest. As noon approached, Lin Xiaoxue returned. Upon seeing him, she leaped into Ji Bufan's embrace. Today, Lin Xiaoxue wore a light blue puff-sleeve blouse, adorned with a dainty bow at the neckline. Below, she donned a pale khaki-pleated skirt, the hem of which fluttered gently as she rushed towards him, revealing her calves clad in white knee-high socks, and her feet in light beige canvas shoes, exuding a refreshing student-like charm. Her hair was casually tied into a high ponytail, with a few stray strands sticking to her slightly flushed cheeks from her hurried journey, and her nose glistened with a fine sheen of perspiration. "Darling, I've missed you so much," she murmured, burying her face in the crook of Ji Bufan's neck, her voice muffled and breathy, her arms entwining around his waist like tendrils of a vine. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxue's eyes and heart were filled entirely with him. Despite only a few days apart, her longing had grown uncontrollably, wrapping around her reason tightly. Before Ji Bufan could respond, she rose onto her toes, the soles of her canvas shoes tapping lightly against the floor with an impatient cadence, her soft lips eagerly pressing against his. The kiss, imbued with the warmth of the outside sun, mingled with her slight breathlessness from rushing, carrying a hint of sweetness that instantly sent ripples of emotion through Ji Bufan's heart. He could feel the gentle flutter of her eyelashes and the slight tremor of her tongue, brimming with unreserved dependence and desire. Ji Bufan chuckled softly, effortlessly sweeping her up in his arms. Lin Xiaoxue gasped, instinctively tightening her grip around his neck, the hem of her pleated skirt cascading down, brushing against his forearm. He leaned down to place a kiss atop her head, cradling her as he made his way to the bedroom. The bedroom door was gently closed, shutting out the brightness of the outside world, leaving only a sliver of sunlight seeping through the curtain, casting a long beam of light across the floor. In Chapter 97, Lin Xiaoxue indulges herself and prepares to visit Mou's home. Ji Bufan showcased his culinary prowess, presenting a lavish feast. "Wow, brother-in-law, you are absolutely amazing." Lin Xiaoxue clung to the edge of the dining table, her eyes wide with anticipation, darting among the colorful dishes as if they might emit a radiant glow. Unable to contain herself, she swiftly grasped a pair of chopsticks and lifted a thick slice of red sausage to her mouth. The meat was firm and succulent, imbued with a savory saltiness mingled with a hint of sweetness, growing more delectable with each chew. She squinted in satisfaction, her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster that had pilfered a nut, mumbling indistinctly, "Delicious. Even better than what they serve at restaurants." "Slow down. No one is going to snatch it from you," Ji Banfan chuckled, shaking his head as he took a soup spoon to serve her a bowl of yam and pork rib soup. "Have some soup first to ease your stomach. Don't choke." Yet, Lin Xiaoxue could hardly be restrained, her chopsticks barely pausing as she alternated between gnawing on a juicy rib and slurping up vermicelli with a scallop, her mouth overflowing as she enthusiastically commented, "This fish is so tender. The chicken wings are exquisitely sweet." By the end of the meal, she slumped back in her chair, her belly round and full, releasing 2 satisfied burps, waving her hand weakly. "I really can't eat another bite. My stomach feels like it's about to burst." Ji Banfan glanced at the remaining dishes on the table and, smiling, turned to knock on the study door, summoning Teacher Lin, who was engrossed in her writing. Away from her computer. "Stop writing. Come help us finish this feast. Don't let it go to waste." Upon seeing the array of delectable dishes and inhaling their enticing aroma, Teacher Lin found herself rooted to the spot. The two settled into their seats, cooperating harmoniously, one with chopsticks and the other with a spoon, leisurely devouring the remainder of the meal, ensuring that this culinary artistry was not in vain. With their appetites satisfied, the afternoon sun illuminated the summer's embrace, casting dappled shadows through the leaves outside, while the cicadas lazily droned on. Lin Xiaoxue curled up on the sofa, clutching a cushion, and soon drifted into a gentle slumber. Teacher Lin reclined in a rattan chair, flipping through a leisurely book, her eyelids growing heavy. Ji Banfan too reveled in this rare moment of tranquility, the air imbued with a relaxed warmth. As evening approached, the sound of keys turning in the door broke the serene atmosphere. Gu Qianqian and Song Qiao entered, burdened with bags, followed by the mother and daughter, both equally laden with shopping bags, clearly having indulged in a day of retail therapy. We're back, Gu Qianqian announced, placing the shopping bags on the floor of the entryway. Her melodious voice ringing through the living room like a wind chime, reverberating with delight. As her words faded, her gaze swept across the room, and, upon spotting Lin Xiaoxue, nestled in the sofa munching on an apple, her eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to two bright stars. She exclaimed in a higher pitch, "Wow, Xiaoxue, you're back. That's wonderful." Gu Qianqian and Lin Xiaoxue were of similar age and shared a vibrant, straightforward nature. They had bonded while filming in Hunk, quickly becoming inseparable confidants, and had continued to chat incessantly on WeChat after parting ways. With that, Gu Qianqian joyfully tossed aside her shopping bags, throwing her arms wide open as she dashed toward Lin Xiaoxue, creating a gust of lively air in her wake. "Don't, Qianqian, don't pounce on me." Lin Xiaoxue hurriedly waved her hand, her voice tinged with a hint of fragility. "I feel weak." Yet before she could finish her sentence, Gu Qianqian had already collided with her. Lin Xiaoxue, already unable to support herself, lost her balance, and fortunately, they tumbled onto the sofa together. "Ouch!" Gu Qianqian pushed herself up, tilting her head to scrutinize Lin Xiaoxue's flushed face. Suddenly, a mischievous grin appeared on her lips. "Xiaoxue, what is the matter?" "Oh, I see. You must have been sneaking a treat all by yourself, haven't you? Indulging a bit too much?" Lin Xiaoxue's face turned crimson, reaching all the way to her ears as she playfully hit Gu Qianqian. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who's sneaking treats? I simply couldn't resist the delicious dishes made by my husband, and I overindulged a little." Gu Qianqian blinked, deliberately elongating her tone. "Oh, so you've overindulged, huh?" She emphasized a particular word, which left Lin Xiaoxue feeling both embarrassed and annoyed, and soon the two were laughing and teasing each other on the sofa. After a while, they calmed down, and Lin Xiaoxue noticed the unfamiliar mother and daughter from the Bai family, her gaze filled with curiosity. She tidied her somewhat disheveled hair and inquired, "Qianqian, who are these two?" "Oh, this is Xiao Bai. Her name is Bai Li," Gu Qianqian warmly introduced. "And this is Aunt Bai, who is helping us out here." After a brief pause, she added, "Xiao Bai is also a junior of mine and your brother-in-law. He quite likes her." Lin Xiaoxue's gaze lingered for a moment on Bai Li. The girl appeared gentle and charming, petite and adorable, truly endearing. In an instant, she understood. This girl would likely become her sister in the future. A warm smile graced her face as she took a couple of steps forward and extended her hand. "Hello, Xiao Bai, I'm Lin Xiaoxue. From now on, we are family. I look forward to your support." Turning to Aunt Bai, she politely inclined her body. "Hello, Auntie. Thank you for taking care of this home." Bai Li, flustered, grasped Lin Xiaoxue's hand and greeted, "Hello, Sister Xiaoxue." Aunt Bai, bowing in return, said, "You are too kind, Miss Xiaoxue. Please, continue your conversation. I will go prepare dinner." At that moment, Ji Bufan emerged from the bedroom, adjusting his shirt cuffs. He glanced at Aunt Bai and said, "Auntie, there's no need to prepare dinner for me. I will be going out shortly." "Fanbao, where are you headed?" Gu Qianqian asked. Ji Bufan fastened the last button of his cuff. "I'm going to Mou's house. Her elder sister invited me for dinner. Would you like to join?" Without much thought, Gu Qianqian declined, expressing her desire to rest for the day. As Ji Bufan descended the stairs, Mou arrived to pick him up, and he slid into the passenger seat, his left hand naturally resting on Mou's ample thigh. Mou appeared to have long since acclimated to such intimacy. She not only exhibited no resistance, but subtly adjusted her posture, allowing her skirt to rise slightly, facilitating his hand's comfortable contact with her skin. The corners of her lips curled into a seductive smile as her eyes flicked over the hand he had draped over her leg, her gaze laced with playful teasing. While starting the car, she spoke in her alluring voice, "Darling, you have no idea how excited I was to see my elder sister when I arrived. She has prepared an abundance of her signature dishes just for you and changed into a particularly stunning fitted dress. Tonight, my dear, you shall be quite burdened." The final syllable lingered, imbued with a hint of deliberate provocation, and she turned her face slightly, casting a flirtatious glance at Ji Bufan. Upon hearing this, Ji Bufan raised an eyebrow, as if he had stumbled upon something amusing. His long fingers remained resting on Mou's leg, gently tapping to the faint rhythm of the music playing in the car. A smirk of understanding and amusement graced his lips, his tone laced with a touch of self-satisfaction. "Mou, my wife, your statement is somewhat inaccurate. Surely, you are aware of my capabilities? Such matters hardly qualify as a burden." He paused, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. However, I must say, your elder sister usually presents herself with such grace and propriety. I did not expect her to be quite so fiery. Mou stifled a laugh. Her lips pressed together as she lowered her voice. On the surface, my sister appears quite serious, but in truth, she has considerable needs. Her husband is somewhat lacking, so... Oh, Ji Buffon's eyes sparkled with interest as he leaned in slightly. Do elaborate. What is there to say? Mou's cheeks flushed. It's merely that. Her voice trailed off, tinged with compassion. My sister has had a rather challenging time these past years. As the scenery outside the car window whizzed by, Ji Buffon observed the delicate profile of Mou, a playful smile gracing his lips. What is there to thank? We are not outsiders. I shall undoubtedly compensate for all that our elder sister has been deprived of over these years, ensuring her heart is filled with contentment. At his words, Mou's cheeks burned, her fingers tightening around the steering wheel, though she could not conceal the glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. The atmosphere within the car was suffused with an almost imperceptible air of romance, as the sound system played languid jazz, adding a touch of enchantment to the night that lay ahead. Mou's home was a modest 3-bedroom apartment spanning 130 square meters. Yet its layout and decor were quite exquisite. The open-plan living and dining area appeared particularly airy under the light of the floor-to-ceiling windows. The minimalist furnishings, complemented by metallic accents, exuded a sense of contemporary elegance. As Ji Buffon stepped through the threshold, his gaze was immediately drawn to Mo Bing, who stood gracefully before the window. The soft glow of the setting sun filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a warm golden hue upon her light brown fitted dress. The snug fabric rose and fell with her gentle breaths, perfectly accentuating the voluptuous curves characteristic of a mature woman. Upon noticing Ji Buffon's arrival, a faint blush graced Mo Bing's cheeks. Instinctively, she smoothed the hem of her dress, her eyes reflecting both anticipation and a hint of shyness. After all, the event set to unfold tonight made even the typically poised and composed elder sister's heart race. She looked truly exquisite today. Ji Buffon stepped forward, his gaze unabashedly admiring Mo Bing's attire. His eyes traversed her delicate collarbone, glided over her ample silhouette, and lingered on her slender waist, ultimately resting on the perfectly contoured curves accentuated by her fitted dress. Mo Bing, under the intensity of his gaze, felt an increased sense of shyness and softly suggested, Xiao Ji, let's eat first, the dishes will get cold. Yet, the slight upturn of her lips and the sparkle in her eyes betrayed her inner anticipation. Mou, observing from the side, chuckled and teasingly remarked, elder sister has been preparing since early afternoon, even making her specialty, braised lion's head. Ji Buffon naturally wrapped his arm around Mo Bing's waist, relishing the softness beneath his palm, and declared, then I must savor each dish thoroughly. He deliberately emphasized the last few words, causing Mo Bing's ears to flush a rosy hue. The trio began their meal. As Mo Bing poured wine for Ji Buffon, her fingers trembled slightly, sending ripples through the liquid in the glass, mirroring the turmoil within her heart. When Ji Buffon took the glass, his fingertips brushed against her hand, momentarily stealing her breath away. Amid the flickering candlelight, the last rays of sunset quietly vanished beyond the city skyline. That evening, despite the weather forecast proclaiming a clear summer night, the July sky transformed unpredictably, much like a child's capricious demeanor. At an indeterminate moment, distant rumbles of thunder echoed ominously, distorting the night. A dark fissure silently tore through the heavens, initially a mere slender line that swiftly widened. Accompanied by the thunder, the weather shifted dramatically. The newly planted cherry blossom trees in the community swayed violently, their tender branches creaking under the strain. The meticulously nurtured pale pink petals scattered like shredded chiffon curtains, helplessly drifting in the air. A recently planted crepe myrtle clung desperately to the ground, its delicate roots struggling to withstand the tempest. Then came the torrential downpour, with raindrops the size of soybeans crashing onto the ground, sending up muddy splashes that quickly pooled in the low-lying areas. In the midst of the storm, the flora seemed unwilling to yield. The cherry blossom tree's tender branches stood defiantly against the gale, each leaf trembling fiercely as it clung to the boughs. The crepe myrtle's roots futilely stretched through the soil, seeking the last remnants of support. Yet, it was the will of the heavens. No matter how tenacious the life, how could it contend with the forces of nature? The tempest intensified, seemingly mocking the futile struggles of these fragile beings. Finally, with a resounding crack, a cherry blossom branch snapped, crashing to the ground with a shower of fallen petals. The roots of the crepe myrtle were uprooted, exposed in the air, quickly swollen by the relentless rain. In the early hours of dawn, the wind and rain finally ceased. In the faint light of dawn, the entire courtyard of the community lay in disarray. Tattered petals clung to the damp earth, resembling shredded silk. Broken branches were scattered haphazardly, their severed ends still oozing fresh sap. The once proud blossoms now lay scattered and toppled in the puddles, unable to reclaim the splendor of yesteryear. Only a few droplets of dew clung to the remaining petals, glimmering in the morning light as if bearing witness to this futile struggle. Ji Bufan left Mo's home at 8 in the morning. As he departed, Mo and her elder sister, Mo Bing, were still ensconced in slumber. The two had only succumbed to sleep in the latter half of the night, and at this moment, they could hardly muster the energy to turn. A strand of Mo Bing's hair lay scattered on the pillow, rising and falling gently with her even breaths. Just before stepping out, Ji Bufan paused to glance back. His gaze lingered for a moment on Mo Bing's peaceful profile. Her lashes were lowered, and a hint of contentment graced her lips, eliciting a satisfied smile from him. This woman truly surprised him, serious and composed in public, yet fervent and charming at home. Such contrast was indeed delightful. With a soft click, the door lock echoed as Ji Bufan adjusted his collar and stepped into the elevator. The July morning breeze, enveloped in warmth, rushed towards him, yet he felt entirely at ease. Chapter 99. The Alluring by Li and by Ma. As Ji Bufan exited Mo's home, the morning light was just right. The breakfast shop at the corner exuded steam, and he chose a window seat, ordering a bowl of soy milk, 2 deep-fried dough sticks, along with a tea egg and xiaolong bao. Though these were commonplace breakfast items, the fragrant steam wafting towards him was undeniably appetizing. He savored his meal leisurely, occasionally glancing at the hurried passers-by outside, until he felt sufficiently satiated before heading home. Upon pushing open the door to his house, he was greeted by the lively chatter of his family. The living room was bustling with silhouettes, laughter resonating in waves. Lin Muqing sat on the sofa, engaged in conversation with the Bai family women. Hearing the door open, she immediately turned her head, her eyes sparkling with joy. "You're back, darling," she exclaimed, swiftly approaching him, her light-colored loungewear accentuating her fair complexion. With the wedding just a day away, she had taken the day off work, radiating happiness. Ji Bufan did not respond verbally. Instead, he wrapped his arms around her and lowered his head to place a kiss on her lips. This sudden intimacy made Lin Muqing blush instantly. She playfully punched his chest, but did not pull away, instead burying her face in his shoulder and softly chiding. "So many people are watching." Though her voice was laced with sweetness, after a moment of tenderness, Lin Muqing suddenly recalled something and lifted her head to glance behind him. "Did Xiao Mo not come back with you?" she inquired, aware that Ji Bufan had spent the night at Mo's place. She anticipated that Mo would join them for the wedding rehearsal at the hotel today. Ji Bufan maintained a calm demeanor as he gently ruffled her hair, speaking softly. "She was quite fatigued last night and will likely sleep until the afternoon. When the time comes, she can make her own way to the hotel." With that, he took Lin Muqing's hand, their fingers intertwined, and led her toward the living room, calling on everyone to change their attire in preparation for departure. The group stirred at his voice. "Hooray, off to the hotel." Gu Qianqian cheered joyfully, one hand grasping Lin Xiaoxue's, the other pulling Song Qiao Qiao along. Bounding like a lively fawn toward the master bedroom, Lin Muqing followed behind, watching the girls frolic with a resigned smile, shaking her head in amusement. Teacher Lin also rose to return to her own room to tidy up. Only Bai's mother and daughter remained awkwardly by the sofa. Bai's mother rubbed her hands together, cautiously glancing at Ji Bufan. "Mr. Ji, are we to join as well?" Ji Bufan responded with a hearty smile. "Of course. Auntie, you and little Bai can come along to have some fun. There's little to do at home anyway." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Bai Li, who was eagerly watching the other girls depart, her large, watery eyes filled with envy and longing. Ji Bufan could easily surmise what was on the young girl's mind. She undoubtedly wished to be one of his brides. A playful glint flashed in Ji Bufan's eyes as he leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Little Bai, do you also wish to marry me?" Upon hearing this, Bai Li's face flushed an intense crimson. How could she not want that? Since learning that Ji Bufan intended to marry several of the elder sisters here, She had been consumed by thoughts of him, hoping he would take her along as well. At that moment, she lowered her head, her slender fingers nervously twisting the hem of her dress, her voice barely a whisper. "Senior, I certainly wish to, but—" Her words trailed off. Bailey recalled her humble circumstances, her single mother, their meager savings, and her ongoing studies, leaving her without financial independence. With such conditions, how could she ever be worthy of a man as exceptional as Ji Buffon? Yet, biting her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she murmured, "We are very poor, and cannot afford a dowry." Her mother, standing nearby, anxiously rubbed her hands together, her face etched with guilt. As a single mother, she understood the harsh realities of life better than anyone. Her daughter's fortune in encountering a man like Ji Buffon was a blessing, yet as a mother, she felt unable to provide her daughter with even the most basic dignity. Ji Buffon gazed at the mother-daughter duo before him, his heart softening. He gently lifted Bailee's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Silly girl, what I desire is you, not any dowry. Just tell me if you are willing." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Bailee's face. She flung herself into Ji Buffon's embrace, nuzzling her head against his chest. "Senior, I am willing. I truly am. You are so wonderful." Bai's mother was equally moved, wiping away her tears, her voice choked with emotion. "Mr. Ji, your kindness towards little Lee means so much to me." She looked at her daughter's joyful expression, reflecting on her own failed marriage, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. "My dear daughter has indeed encountered a worthy companion. As for Ji Buffon, Baima undoubtedly finds no fault in him. He is a rare gem, difficult to find even with a lantern in hand." Moreover, through these past few days of interaction, she has discerned that Ji Buffon's several wives are admirable, possessing excellent character. Particularly, the first wife exhibits remarkable tolerance and grace, embodying the virtues of a noble lady. Unlike her, whose fate has been fraught with tribulations, encountering a feckless husband and a jealous first wife who forced her and her daughter out of their home. "My daughter is fortunate indeed." Ji Buffon gently caressed Bailee's back, turning his gaze toward Baima. "Auntie," he cleared his throat and inquired, "should we consult Bailee's father regarding this matter? Also, I neglected to ask earlier, is it all right for you and Xiaobai to continue residing here?" "No need." Baima quickly waved her hand, a flicker of sadness crossing her face. "I have already divorced. Xiaoli is now with me. Her father is no longer involved in our lives." You have divorced? That is truly unfortunate." Ji Buffon's eyes brightened. Baima offered a bittersweet smile, shaking her head slightly, her eyes glistening with a hint of sorrow. "There is nothing to lament. Perhaps this is simply fate. Mr. Ji, I must thank you. Living here is far superior to the house we rented." Ji Buffon graciously waved his hand, his tone sincere. "It is no trouble at all. Once Xiaobai and I are married, we shall truly be one family. You may continue living here, and in the future, you can help us care for the child." He paused momentarily before continuing. "However, Xiaobai will not be able to attend my upcoming wedding. We can only arrange for another ceremony later. Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely, absolutely." Baima nodded repeatedly, gratitude illuminating her expression. How could she dare voice any objections? Her daughter finding such a good match was an immense blessing. Ji Buffon smiled contentedly. "That settles it then. I will first acquire the marriage certificate with Xiaobai, allowing you to rest easy here. Rest assured, the compensation we previously agreed upon will remain unchanged." In Chapter 100, Baima's struggles weighed heavily on Ji Buffon's heart, and he yearned to offer her some form of recompense. As Ji Buffon spoke, his gestures were as natural as a respectful descendant's affection for an elder. He gently draped his arm around Baima's shoulders. The warmth from his palms seeped through her delicate silk blouse, imparting just the right amount of heat, causing Baima's heart to skip a beat inexplicably. She sensed that this posture might be a tad too intimate, stirring a flicker of discomfort within her. Yet, upon reflection, she dismissed her unease, believing that perhaps she was overthinking it. Mr. Ji exuded an air of refinement, surely harboring no ill intentions. This was likely just his way of expressing closeness. She slightly lowered her head, not shying away, though her body involuntarily tensed, and her breathing became more subdued. "Auntie, please do not be anxious." Ji Buffon's voice resonated softly beside her, warm and steady, as if imbued with a soothing power. "From now on, this will be your home. There is no need for such formality." Baima discreetly lifted her gaze, inadvertently locking eyes with Ji Buffon's sharply defined profile. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a gentle and warm halo around his silhouette, accentuating the mirth at the corners of his eyes in an exceptionally vivid manner. In a fleeting moment, she was suddenly reminded of her youthful, naive yearnings for love, followed by the arduous journey of raising her daughter alone over the years. The grievances and hardships that had long been buried within her heart seemed to be gently unveiled by this beam of light, causing her eyes to well up with warmth and her nose to tingle with emotion. "Thank you, Mr. G," Ma whispered, her voice tinged with an uncontrollable quiver, the final notes trembling softly. In that instant, she genuinely felt the benevolence of fate. Perhaps, within this household, she and her daughter could truly bid farewell to the bitter days of the past and embark upon a new chapter in their lives. G. Buffon sensed the emotional tide of the person in his arms, tightening his grip slightly and offering a comforting pat. This simple gesture filled Ma with a long-lost sense of security, allowing her tense body to relax unconsciously. Bailey observed this scene, her face blossoming with a radiant smile. "That's wonderful, Mom. From now on, we can always be together," she exclaimed joyfully, embracing her mother. Ma gazed at her daughter's beaming face, while also feeling the warmth of G. Buffon's embrace, and the last remnants of her worries dissipated entirely. She nodded gently, tears of happiness glistening in her eyes. "Yes, we will always be together as a family." Soon, everyone had gathered their belongings and set off for the hotel. Due to the large number of people, 2 vehicles were required to accommodate everyone. G. Buffon made a point to separate Ma and her daughter, allowing Bailey to ride with him. In the car, he inquired about Bailey's family circumstances. After a moment of silence, Bailey began to speak softly. "My mother came to the bustling city from the countryside to work when she was young. It was during her time as a waitress at a restaurant that she met my father." Her voice was gentle, yet laced with an almost imperceptible tremor. "My mother was very beautiful back then and caught my father's eye, even though he already had several wives." Bailey's gaze drifted towards the fleeting scenery outside the window. "His first wife was exceptionally formidable. My mother often said she endured a lot of bullying during that time. The more my father favored my mother, the worse the first wife treated her." She paused, seemingly choosing her words carefully. "My father was quite cowardly and never dared to stand up for my mother. I often witnessed us being beaten together. I remember it vividly." Bailey's fingertips brushed against an almost invisible scar on her left arm, a lingering mark from her childhood. Silence enveloped the car, interrupted only by the faint hum of the engine. G. Buffon gently placed his hand over Bailey's, feeling the chill of her fingertips. "When I was 8, Bailey continued, taking a deep breath, "after yet another violent episode, my mother took me away, leaving everything behind. She feared that we might be killed. That was an event that had transpired 11 years ago. Over the years, my mother has endured countless hardships to support me and provide for my education." Bailey's voice gradually calmed, yet it was imbued with profound sorrow. She spoke of laboring at construction sites, washing dishes in restaurants, and delivering takeout. "Only in recent years has our life improved somewhat." At this juncture, Bailey turned to G. Buffon, her eyes suddenly sparkling with hope. "Now that I have encountered a senior, my mother and I have finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel." She blossomed into a radiant smile, as if all shadows had dissipated in that instant. G. Buffon's heart trembled, and he instinctively pulled her into his embrace, his hand gently gliding over her fragile back, as if to soothe every scar etched into her life over the years. The air within the car seemed to solidify. Lin Mooching gripped the steering wheel, her fingertips turning pale, her voice slightly choked. "Xiao Bai, I had no idea you and your mother have endured such struggles. It must have been incredibly difficult." In the rearview mirror, the corners of her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Song Qiao Qiao was already in tears, overwhelmed by her own afflictions, weeping like a child. She sobbed, "Xiao Bai, rest assured, no one will bully you and your mother in this home." She raised a hand to wipe her tears, striving to make her voice sound more resolute. "You need not feel guilty about not having a dowry. I also lack one, and Xiao Fan does not mind. Sister Mooching is a wonderful person, unlike your father's first wife." Bailey nodded gently, with unshed tears lingering at the corners of her eyes. Yet her lips curled into a blissful arc. "I know." Her voice was soft, akin to a spring breeze laden with honey. "I feel incredibly fortunate to have all of you in my life." The final word almost transformed into a sigh of contentment, dissipating in the warm air. G. Buffon, however, was overwhelmed with emotion. He had not anticipated the extent of Ma's suffering over the years. How did she endure it all? Raising a child single-handedly, struggling to survive in this cold metropolis, playing both father and mother, working tirelessly during the day and at night, dragging her weary body to care for her child. Surely, there must have been countless nights of despair, in their cramped rental apartment, listening to the howling wind outside while cradling her sleeping daughter. Did she dare not even cry out, fearing to wake the child? Had she ever longed for someone by her side to share the burden, or merely to offer a comforting embrace, to empower her to face the harshness of life? Yet fate seemed to have never granted her a moment's respite. Remarkably, she had persevered. Even more astonishing was that she still possessed an undeniable charm, with traces of her youthful beauty faintly visible in her features. Perhaps she was indeed born with such grace. Ji Buffon silently resolved to fill the warmth that Ma had been deprived of all these years. Whatever fate owed her, he would repay it tenfold. From this day forth, he shall ensure that this woman experiences all the sweetness the world has to offer, compensating her for every fragment of happiness she has missed over the years, piece by piece. Indeed, he, Ji Buffon, possesses such a benevolent heart and such boundless love that even Jesus would pale in comparison.